He was the model student in every teacher's eyes, yet on Universal Career Day, he awakened as the most useless class of Alice Summoner, becoming a laughingstock that even cannon fodder would despise. At First High School's plaza, the sacred spirit stone flickered as Sui stared bitterly at the words displayed. Profession, Summoner. Combat Ferocity Index, none. Damage Output Index, none. Development Potential Index, none. The supervising teacher cast a cold glance, his voice cutting like ice. Trash profession. Not even worthy of being cannon fodder. Get lost, next. Sui clenched his teeth until blood seeped from his lips, his fists trembling. But in this world where strength reigned supreme, he dared not utter a single word of protest and could only leave the line dejectedly. The moment he stepped down from the platform, mockery crashed over him like a tidal wave. Huh? The model student awakened as the most useless summoner? Hilarious. I never liked him anyway. Serves him right, karma's a bitch. From promising prospect to complete waste, even the teachers can't stand him now. Sui, you piece of trash, don't you dare call yourself our class mattery in embarrassment. Cold ridicule and vicious words cut like knives. Sui's ears rang with harsh voices as his face alternated between pale and flushed. Why? Why did he, a transmigrator of all people, have to awaken the most worthless profession? Heaven was unfair. Fate was cruel. Bitterness filled Sui's heart with nowhere to vent his frustration. Just then, the platform announced the next awakening. Next up, Lu Tiao. Sui's head snapped up. Lu Tiao not only First High School's campus belle, but also his girlfriend. Yet as she passed by, she only gave him a disgusted cold stare, not even bothering with a word of comfort. Sui lowered his head with a bitter smile. His misery was worse than a dog's. In this world where gods had descended, earth had expanded 10,000-fold, and myriad fierce beasts and demons roamed, humanity could only rely on sacred spirit stones to awaken professions, divided into three categories: combat, enhancement, and support. Swordsmen, martial artists, archers, paladin Sanyan who awakened a combat profession could achieve glory and even godhood. Enhancement classes like alchemists and enchanters enjoyed lifelong benefits. As for support classes, farmers, cooks, laborers, they were destined for the bottom. Sui wasn't the absolute worst off, since summoner was technically still a combat profession, but it was universally acknowledged as the most useless among all combat classes. The last person to awaken as a summoner had been torn apart by low-level beasts on his first day in battle, becoming a cautionary tale. Summoners could only call forth flies, cockroaches, rats, and mosquitoes, creatures with zero combat ability, essentially walking pest collections. The teacher's words, not even qualified to be cannon fodder. His classmates' mockery, his girlfriend's indifference. He felt his future had been completely destroyed. Reality was brutally harsh. Those with powerful professions walked with swagger, while those with useless ones found former classmates becoming strangers overnight. At that moment, Lu Tiao stepped onto the sacred spirit stone platform. The supervising teacher's face lit up with smiles as he bowed and scraped. Careful now, don't hurt yourself. Who would dare to laugh? Lu Tiao's father, Lu Shanhai, was one of the 3 5-star generals, a level 95 lightning archmage whose status was second only to the human emperor. Rumored to be the next human emperor's successor, he stood closest to the pinnacle on the divine ladder. Lu Tiao, your awakened profession is Valkyrie, Combat Ferocity Index, Damage Output Index, Development Potential Index. The supervising teacher trembled with excitement. Congratulations. A perfect score across the board. Valkyrie has tremendous potential. Your future achievements will surely match your father's. Everyone, let's give Lu Tiao a round of applause. China has produced another prodigy. Lu Tiao smiled gracefully, acknowledging her classmates with noble bearing and radiant presence. The goddess is truly a goddess. 5-star perfect score. Like father, like daughter. With Lu Tiao's dad being so powerful, of course she wouldn't disappoint. I need to start sucking up to her now. The students buzzed with a mixture of envy and admiration. Sui's mind went completely blank, unable to think of anything. The ceremony continued as Lu Tiao stepped down and walked directly to Sui, saying coldly, "Why didn't you congratulate me just now?" Sui forced a smile. "I congrat. You're not worthy." Lu Tiao cut him off and turned away with a flourish. Sui's mouth twitched as rage burned within him, his emotions nearly spiraling out of control. Enough. This was the ultimate humiliation. He wanted to scream, to lash out in rebellion. Just then, a cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host detected as awakened summoner. Mountain and Sea Scripture system has been activated. Please use in conjunction with summoner profession. Ding. Newbie quest issued. Eliminate 30 iron fire ants. Reward. Random summoning of 1 mountain and Sea Scripture mythical beast as battle companion. Ding. First time system use detected. Random selection changed to specific creature. Zhulong. Sui was filled with grief and indignation. Facing the provocation from his ex-girlfriend Lu Tiao, he was about to shout out that classic phrase, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the Riverdent looked down on a poor youth. Then the system arrived. After 18 years in this world, he experienced the shocking arrival of his cheat for the first time, just as Shandong couldn't exist without Chao County. A transmigrator couldn't survive without their cheat. Good things come to those who wait, and it had finally arrived. Su-yi quickly pulled up the interface to study it carefully, hissing as he sucked in cold air through his teeth. The class assignment test had just ended, and his profession was locked in as summoner. In this world, this class was universally recognized as the most useless, with no possibility of redemption. Even Su-yi himself had lost all hope. But the system's appearance was like a blade tearing through dark clouds. What shone through wasn't just a ray of light, but a wide, unobstructed path to success. A summoner combined with the classic of mountains and seas system was like a young bull chasing a young cow, the most awesome combination. By completing tasks, he could summon mythical beasts from the mountains and seas. What was the classic of mountains and seas? It was a catalog of monsters from the primordial era, filled with countless divine beasts. Any random summon could easily crush all existing fierce beasts. Even more outrageous was that the first task reward offered by the system was directly given as Zhulong. According to the Great Wilderness North Classic, in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Zhulong, the god of Zhongwei Mountain, had a human face and serpent body, was entirely crimson red, with vertical pupils like blades. When it opened its eyes, day came. When it closed them, night fell. One breath brought winter, another brought summer. If there were a power ranking for the mountains and seas, Zhulong would definitely claim first place, capable of beating even gods. Su-yi sucked in cold air again. This was just Zhulong. There would be even more divine beasts waiting for him to discover. At this thought, his blood boiled like water, his cells celebrating wildly in his body. Isn't this just getting fired up? If he weren't currently in the middle of the triennial class assignment ceremony, he would have already rushed out of the city gates toward the wilderness to complete his beginner task and bring that Zhulong home early. Just then, someone heavily patted his shoulder. Su-yi turned around to see his classmate Wang Hei. That conspicuous mohawk stood like a provocative coxcomb, looking like a rooster in heat from afar. Su-yi extremely despised him. Exploding firecrackers in toilets, lifting girls' skirts, any despicable act imaginable, this guy had done them all. Except for Lu Tiao and Su-yi, he bullied everyone at school, a typical school tyrant. The reason was simple. His father was the chief instructor of Jiang City's patrol team, with power second only to the city lord. With this background, no matter how much public outrage he caused, he remained untouchable. My dear top student, little brother Su-yi, why do you look like a frostbitten eggplant, all wilted? Huh? Wang Hao placed his hands on his hips, laughing wildly, as if Su-yi becoming a summoner was the greatest joy of his life. What's it to you? Su-yi's face darkened, his narrow eyes sharp as blades, speaking each word deliberately. I'm happy, so what? Wang Hao sneered, poking Su-yi's shoulder with his finger. What good does being amazing at studying do? So what if you're unbeatable in combat class throughout the whole school? Look what crappy profession you got. Know what I am? Berserker. He shrugged his shoulders, showing off like displaying a trophy. Kid, from now on when you see me, put down that arrogant chin of yours. I've been annoyed with you for ages, you know? Su-yi snorted coldly, his gaze sharp and piercing, radiating an aura that seemed to look down upon the entire world. What are you posturing for, you so-called berserker? Before you level up, my combat skills can still crush you. He had no patience for words and suddenly exploded into action in response to Wang Hao's provocation. Su-yi crouched low in a flash, his body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, appearing at Wang Hao's left side in an instant. His left hand hooked around Wang Hao's arm while his waist and hips generated explosive power. In the blink of an eye, he executed a clean and decisive back throw bang. Wang Hao crashed heavily onto the hard ground of the training field, dust billowing up around him. The moment Wang Hao hit the ground, Su-yi's assault continued without pause. His right foot stomped down hard on Wang Hao's head, while both hands twisted his arm outward with brutal force. A sharp crack echoed as bones dislocated, the entire arm nearly torn from its socket. Ah, damn you! Wang Hao's face contorted in agony as he screamed. But beneath the pain lay even greater terror. Su-yi, who had failed his class transition and received only a trash profession, had dared to seriously injure him in front of everyone. Su-yi, are you looking to die? You worthless piece of trash. How dare you act so arrogant? Just wait. You better wait for what's coming. He struggled and shouted frantically. Teacher! Teacher! Su-yi is attacking people. Several teachers overseeing the transition ceremony rushed over upon hearing the commotion. One burly male teacher unceremoniously grabbed Su-yi by the collar and hurled him away. Su-yi rolled several times across the ground, his body covered in dirt, but he climbed to his feet with an expressionless face. Su-yi, another teacher with many years of experience, strode forward aggressively, grabbing him by the collar with a dark expression. You're usually rational, but look at yourself today. The day of class transition marks when social status becomes vastly different. Your status will forever be inferior to Wang Hao's face reality. For a moment's satisfaction, have you considered the consequences? This kind of impulsiveness will create problems for your future. Su Yi responded calmly, though his tone was as cold as Arctic wind. When the world bullies me, slanders me, humiliates me, mocks me, looks down on me, and treats me as worthless, how should I respond? A gentleman's revenge is never too late, it's just self-deception. Within my capabilities, if someone wrongs me, I settle the score immediately. At that moment, students gathered around to watch and gossip. Su Yi stood tall and proud, seeming to be bathed in spotlight, his arrogance and sharpness on full display. Lu Tiao sneered from the side. Su Yi, you don't know what's good for you. Cross Wang Hao, and I'd love to see how you die. Any lingering feelings Su Yi once had for her completely evaporated. What a bunch of shallow, status-obsessed fools. So what if they were berserkers or valkyries? Once he obtained Zhulong, he would make them all bow before him. Stand over there. Stop being an eyesore. A teacher impatiently shoved Su Yi aside, then looked down to scold Wang Hao. You're truly pathetic, a berserker defeated by grappling techniques. Reflect on that. Hurry to the infirmary and get your arm reattached. Su Yi retreated to the edge of the crowd, his gaze returning to calm composure, as if the recent conflict had been nothing more than a passing cloud. Soon after, the transition ceremony concluded. Some who successfully transitioned to combat professions danced with excitement. Others who obtained enhanced professions strutted with pride. Still others who received only support professions saw their bright futures suddenly dim. Su Yi's expression remained completely unmoved, as if any outcome was irrelevant to him. Back in the classroom, his seat was predictably moved from the front row, honor student section, to the back row, underachiever zone. Su Yi showed no anger about this and calmly took his new seat. The homeroom teacher walked onto the platform holding a disciplinary ruler, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire class. Thousands of troops crossing a single log bridge. We don't look at the past, only at today. Now that transitions are complete, regardless of your profession, gold will shine wherever it goes. At this point, he glanced meaningfully at Su Yi, his tone turning cold. Present company accepted. Su Tu remained completely unmoved by his homeroom teacher's thinly veiled mockery. Say whatever the hell you want, he thought bitterly. Once I grow stronger, if you ever speak to me in that tone again, I'll slap you across the face and show you what true brutality means. He silently vowed revenge. The teacher's sarcasm instantly triggered a wave of laughter throughout the classroom. The homeroom teacher raised his hand for silence, his voice returning to its cold, stern tone. All right, in 10 days, we'll be conducting the trial college entrance examination. During this time, you must prepare thoroughly and demonstrate exceptional talent in the trial. Show off your most impressive abilities. Only then will prestigious schools choose you, and only then can you successfully enter higher institutions. You walk your own path, so don't blame fate or others, and certainly don't stray down dark paths. Otherwise, you'll face the iron fist of China's Divine Dragon Special Forces. That's all for today. Don't forget to return to school on time in 10 days. Class dismissed. Crash. The moment "class dismissed" was uttered, the classroom erupted into chaos. Students charged toward the door like rabid dogs, squeezing through the school gates and racing home. Su Yi had barely reached the school entrance when Lu Tiao blocked his path again. He understood that some things needed to be settled once and for all. Lu Tiao stood before him, chest out, chin slightly raised. We need to talk. Su Yi brushed past her, his tone stiff and cold. There's nothing to say. I understand your intentions perfectly. From now on, we're strangers going our separate ways. Smart choice. Lu Tiao sneered, though a flash of displeasure still flickered in her eyes. You worthless trash, you won't even kneel and beg me to take you with me? How dare you coldly ignore me? Garbage is garbage. I must have been blind to date you. Su Yi, you pathetic waste. Despite her anger, she couldn't help but remember. The old Su Yi had excelled in every subject, and in combat class, he was unbeatable throughout the entire school, but none of that mattered in the face of reality. Combat training only helped students master basic skills. Real growth depended on career development indices. Unfortunately, Su Yi had been assigned the universally recognized trash profession summoner. Such was fate. Lu Tiao watched Su Yi's retreating figure, feeling disgusted that she had ever dated him. As night fell and streetlights cast their dim glow, Su Yi walked along the streets with steady strides, maintaining a consistent pace. Soon, he left the bustling main district behind and entered the cramped, dilapidated slums. After transmigrating to this world, he had triggered the isolated and helpless Condiciano father. No mother, no relatives or friends. Tonight, he planned only to return home, pack his belongings, and head straight into the wilderness to complete his mission. With the candle dragon at his side, he could level up without restraint. This way, he would surely shine brilliantly in the trial college entrance examination in 10 days. With this thought, he opened his system panel. Ever since the gods descended, Everyone possessed this game-like interface. Name, Sui. Profession, Summoner. Level, 10. Basic attributes. Health, 100. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. Spirit, 10. Movement speed, 10. Attack speed including casting, 9. Below was a note reading special attributes collapsed. Click to expand. As the school's top student, Suyi's 6 core stats were already among the best of his peers, and each level gained granted 6 attribute points. Higher levels naturally meant higher stats. He clicked on the collapse section. Whoosh. A string of attributes instantly unfolded. Critical hit, critical resistance, accuracy, evasion, lethal strike, resilience, block, penetration, ignore defense, ignore reduction, damage boost, damage reduction, healing enhancement, healing received, critical damage boost, reflect damage, all showing a uniform 0. According to Suyi's knowledge, special attributes were equally crucial components. However, special attributes are extremely precious, with opportunities to allocate points only available every 10 levels. Most rare bonuses come from equipment modifiers, enchantments, runes, or special gems socketed into gear, though they can also be obtained through class talents. Shield warriors naturally gain an extra 10 block chance and damage reduction. Holy priests receive a 10 boost to healing effectiveness, while summoners get absolutely nothing, making them utterly friendless in their uselessness. Sui felt no discouragement whatsoever. With the classic of mountains and seas system, he could ignore any disparity in bonuses. He closed his attribute panel and strode through the narrow alley where sewage flowed freely, turning a corner to return to his tiny courtyard. The room was Spartan, barely large enough to fit a bed, chair, and cabinet, yet it was kept spotlessly clean. Sui bent down and pulled his backpack from under the bed, stacking his spare clothes neatly, placing his water bottle, crackers, flint, and other essential tools on top until the bag bulged with supplies. He grabbed the standard white-grade longsword and fastened it to his waist, the essential weapon for beginners and the most basic lifeline. With everything packed, he wasted no time, his mind focused solely on completing the novice quest, the Torch Dragon. If he could recruit that legendary summoned beast, it would become the cornerstone of his path to godhood. After locking the courtyard gate, he hurried to the station. A bus bound for the wilderness outpost waited there, designed to transport people to relatively safe settlements, saving considerable travel time. The cabin was packed with adventurers, the air thick with the smell of sweat and metallic rust. Most people traveled back and forth to the wilderness to level up and gather materials for money. These so-called adventurers were those who had failed the college entrance trials and weren't accepted into universities. Those who did get into college could enter important departments in China, wielding power and authority with vastly different treatment and status, all determined by that single report card. Sui, whose ticket read Su 2, had just settled into his seat when a bearded man leaned over. "Hey kid, new face around here." "First time," Sui replied calmly, still green behind the ears. The cabin erupted in laughter. The man patted his shoulder. "Don't be nervous. Show us your level, and class want to tag along with us? We're wilderness regulars. When we feast, you'll get your share." In this world, professionals could lock their personal panels, making them invisible to Othursa, necessary precaution and a favorite tactic of big shots who enjoyed playing the underdog. Sui had no desire to invite trouble, knowing that among these wilderness folk were plenty of cutthroats who killed for loot, so he naturally refused to reveal any information. "I don't take handouts." He shook his head indifferently. The man paused, then burst into laughter. "You talk like I'm trying to keep you as a sugar baby. But let me tell you, going solo in the wilderness gets you nowhere. Teamwork is the real weapon." "Thanks," Sui said definitively, offering no further explanation as he turned to gaze out the window. The bus rolled beyond the walled city, bouncing along rocky dirt roads deeper into the wilderness. The destination was an iron fortress buried underground, permanently garrisoned by troops who monitored beast tides and provided temporary shelter for adventurers. As soon as the doors opened, the entire busload scattered with their weapons in hand. Once in the wilderness, no one had time for idle chatter. Leveling up and gathering materials to sell became the main theme. Without the city's protection and safety net, only strength in combat could keep someone alive. Sui didn't follow their path, heading directly east instead. After crossing small hills covered with broken grass and scattered stones, the ground ahead revealed dark red rust-colored holes, the telltale signs of iron fire ant nests. Soon after, he arrived at iron fire ant territory. Before the catastrophe, this terrain consisted of vast stretches of fertile farmland. Now, however, the once flat landscape was dominated by massive mounds resembling giant chimneys, densely packed and stretching endlessly into the distance. Each mound was formed from soil and rocks excavated by iron fire ants digging their underground tunnels, standing at least 10 meters high and resembling a bizarre stone forest from afar. The entrances continuously spewed scorching flames, while the heavy sulfur stench scattered on the wind, making throats burn and rasp. Swarms of iron fire ants shuttled in and out, dragging various small animal carcasses as they hurried back into their holes, and moments later, the enticing aroma of roasted meat would waft out with the heat waves. Sui put on his mask, took a deep breath, and activated his universal skill Scout, targeting the nearest Iron Fire Ant. The information panel instantly appeared. Iron Fire Ant, level 10. Health, 120. Attack, 5. Defense, 8. Spirit, 5. Movement speed, 6. Attack speed, 3. Skill Bite. Delivers a devastating blow to targets using massive mandibles. Skill Magma. Upon entering combat, passively secretes molten lava from crop, leaving burning zones along movement paths. Skill Spray. Releases dense smoke to obscure vision. Passive Skill Reinforcement. Calls for backup when threatened, enabling group attacks. Sui quickly scanned through the information. While their attributes were inferior to his own, those skills were troublesome enough. Magma would turn the entire battlefield into a rolling sea of fire. Spray would steal his vision, and reinforcement could potentially summon an endless ant swarm that wouldn't leave even bone fragments behind. This was precisely why, despite Iron Fire Ants being everywhere, few people were willing to provoke them. The dropped materials weren't valuable, but the danger was terrifyingly high. However, Sui was confident in his combat skills. With careful handling, killing these fierce beasts would be child's play. He drew his standard white-grade iron sword attack too, utterly ordinary, but still better than bare hands. Equipment in this world was ranked from lowest to highest. White, black iron, bronze, gold, platinum, diamond, king, legendary, and mythic. The weapon in Su Yi's hands registered at school as Su 2 was standard academy-issued gear with basic attributes. To obtain high-tier equipment, there were only two paths: defeating wilderness bosses for drops, or collecting materials to craft them yourself. No other options existed. Gripping his iron sword tightly, he slowly descended the slope. According to the novice quest requirements, he needed to kill 30 Iron Fire Ants to clear the prologue chapter. Once he completed this stage, his life would truly take off. With this thought, his gaze grew even more determined as he quietly crept to the edge of the ant nest, patiently searching for enemies. Before long, a half-meter-long Iron Fire Ant spotted him. The creature made strange hissing sounds as if it had caught a delicious scent, then pushed off with its 6 legs and charged swiftly forward. Sui retreated several steps, clearing the surrounding combat space. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Fire Ant closed in, leaping suddenly with its thick mandibles like 2 iron shears, snapping down toward his head with a sharp crack. Sui remained completely calm, not even choosing to dodge, but instead charged forward, executing a classic move, the slide tackle. Using the momentum, Sui slid along the ground with his back nearly touching the surface, gripping his iron sword tightly with both hands. He waited for the perfect moment, and as they crossed paths in an instant, Sui suddenly exerted force, his blade piercing accurately into the Iron Fire Ant's swollen crop. Scorching fluid splattered as the membrane burst with a loud crack. Sui used the momentum to roll back to his feet. His gaze locked on the battlefield. The Iron Fire Ant's crop deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly shriveling into wrinkles. This single strike directly disabled the Iron Fire Ant's 2 signature abilities, Lava Spray and Smoke Screen. Both lava and smoke originated from the crop, and once the crop was destroyed, it spelled doom for this mechanical beast. Sui had gained the first advantage while maintaining full mobility on the battlefield. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword and charged again. Strong winds stirred up dust as battle spirit surged through his veins like flames. Cold steel flashed while the Iron Fire Ant was still confused about why its abilities had failed. The sharp blades sliced through its neck, and the ant's head rolled several meters across the ground. System notification: quest progress, kill Iron Fire Ants 130. Sui remained steady and composed, as if he had just finished warming up. He quietly summarized his strategy. First strike pierced the crop, stripping away the Iron Fire Ant's abilities. Second strike took advantage of its confusion for a direct decapitation, preventing it from calling for help. His teacher was right: every beast had a fatal weakness, and exploiting it allowed for challenges beyond one's level. What a grind, having to do everything myself. Once I get Zhulong, I'll be able to level up effortlessly, right? He muttered self-mockingly, turning to continue the battle. Each Iron Fire Ant provided 100 experience points, and the dropped mandibles could be sold to material merchants for about 100 coins. Not the most optimal, but the sheer numbers made up for it. Then, the slaughter mode began. Whenever an Iron Fire Ant leaped up, he would slide tackle along the ground, first destroying the crop, then severing the head. His movements flowed like water, without pause. Soon enough. System notification: quest progress, kill Iron Fire Ants 3030. Ding. Quest completed. Please enter the system to summon your battle pet. Sui was slightly winded as he sat down on the hillside. While chewing dried rations to restore his strength, he changed out of his outer garment that had been worn into an open-back dress from all the sliding. The Iron Fire Ant's neck armor was incredibly hard, even dulling his iron sword's edge, but at least the quest was finally complete. Meanwhile, his level had increased to 11. After a brief rest, Sui rubbed his hands together. Excitement overcoming fatigue, the moment of destiny had arrived. Enter the system. The familiar classic of mountains and seas interface appeared on his retina. On the left, a disk embedded with countless divine beast icons. On the right, small squares for querying and placing information. You have received one designated divine beast extraction reward. Please extract. Extract, designate Zhulong. The disk spun rapidly, then stopped abruptly after a few moments. A blinding pillar of light shot skyward. System notification. Zhulong has been placed and is ready for summoning. Su Yi took a deep breath and shouted with overwhelming excitement. Summon! Summon! The moment Su Yi's words fell. In the next breath, heaven and earth seemed to be suddenly crushed by a giant hand. Fierce winds arose from nowhere. Dark clouds devoured the entire sky almost instantly. Lightning serpents writhed through the cloud layers, and thunderclaps grew more ominous with each rumble. Su Yi instinctively looked up, his pupils reflecting the overwhelming tide of ink-black darkness, leaving only one thought in his mind. This entrance was way too dramatic. Boom. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a barrel, accompanied by the shriek of tearing air, struck straight down from the heavens, landing less than 10 feet from Su Yi. The blazing white pillar crashed into the ground, instantly hurling rocks, sand, and dust into the air, turning everything into a murky haze. The already dim world now seemed painted with an even deeper layer of ink. Whoosh! After the dust clouds rolled for several moments, they were swept away by fierce winds. The dark clouds dispersed completely, leaving the azure sky bright and clear as if nothing had happened. The sand and gravel that had fallen to the ground slid down with a rustling sound, revealing the epicenter of the lightning strike. Here, crimson serpent. It was as thick as an adult's arm, about 3 feet long, its body covered in fine scales that reflected a metallic luster in the sunlight. However, its head bore distinctly human facial features, with narrow vertical pupils radiating coldness. It held its head high, staring unblinkingly at Su Yi. Zhulong. Having studied the classic of mountains and seas in his previous life, Su Yi immediately recalled the entry. The god of Zhong Mountain, named Zhuin, whose open eyes bring day and closed eyes bring night, whose breath brings winter and exhalation brings summer, who neither drinks nor eats nor rests, whose breathing creates wind, whose body spans 1,000 li, with a human face and serpent body, red in color, dwelling at Zhong Mountain. Though the creature before him was only about 3 feet long, its appearance matched the ancient texts perfectly. A bit small, but it can be raised and upgraded. Su Yi's heart pounded wildly. After all, the previous summoner's limit was nothing more than cats, dogs, mosquitoes, and mice. But he, Su Yi, had summoned Zhulong on his first try. What a world of difference. And this wasn't just any dragon. Setting aside the mythological elements, Zhulong's ability to bring daylight with open eyes and darkness with closed eyes was essentially akin to the sun's origin. Within the dragon hierarchy, it belonged to the ancestral dragon lineage, commanding respect even from the heavenly emperor. Chu Yuan's heavenly questions placed it alongside Pangu opened heaven and earth, while Zhulong guarded them, demonstrating its immense power. Su Yi nearly jumped up, his face beaming with joy, unable to suppress his laughter as his shoulders shook uncontrollably. Soon, Zhulong's battle pet panel appeared in his vision. Battle pet, Zhulong. Master, Su Yi. Level, 10. Health, 1000. Attack power, 500. Defense, 800. Movement speed, 700. Attack speed, 600. Skills. 1. Deadly Storm. Blows enemies into the air, dealing attack power 2. Damage, upgradable. 2. Thunderous Might. Releases lightning with paralysis effect. Base damage 1000, current level 10 coefficient, upgradable. 3. Flood Reversal. 10 breaths of torrential flow engulf enemies. If enemy fails to escape, instant kill regardless of level and defense. 4. Day-Night Reversal. Each time Zhulong blinks, enemies accumulate fatigue. Rapid consecutive blinking can accelerate time flow, even causing targets to die of natural aging. 5. Heaven and Earth Creation. Possesses inherent dimensional space. Complete immunity to external damage when inside. Passive abilities. Immunity to wind damage. Immunity to lightning damage. Immunity to water damage. Universal passive. Battle Pet can share 1/10 of its attributes with Master. After reviewing everything, Su Yi sharply inhaled, and the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. The damage from Deadly Storm alone could kill him 10 times over. The Thunderbolt struck him with devastating force, delivering an instant kill. The Flood Reversal was utterly unreasonable, ignoring levels and defenses alike. Anyone who failed to escape the water within 10 seconds would be sent straight back to their happy home. Underwater breathing potions? Useless. Day-Night Reversal grew increasingly sinister. With just a blink of his eyes, enemies would mysteriously collapse, As for heaven and earth creation, needless to say, no matter how fierce the storms raged outside, or even if the world exploded, it couldn't harm a single hair on his head. The three-element immunity talent made Zhulong completely invincible. Incredible. Zhulong is amazing. Su Yi clenched his fists, shouting wildly in his heart. The Zhulong before him was only level 10, with room to continue leveling up. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. The attribute panel was equally outrageous. 1,000 health points, which was barely what an ordinary level 20 professional could possess. Yesterday's Su Yi had been helpless and hopeless, but today he wanted to ask just one question: who else could challenge him? He struggled to calm his racing heart and walked toward Zhulong. Zhulong's appearance was somewhat unconventional, pushing the boundaries of human aesthetic standards, but in this era, fierce beasts all had earth-shattering looks anyway. None were particularly better than others. Besides, this was still a young Zhulong, and its innocent little face was still somewhat pleasing to the eye. Su Yi opened his arms to pick it up, but the little creature kept wriggling, crawling up his arm to his neck, coiling around once before resting its head on top of his. Su Yi rolled his eyes. People who don't know better would think I have two heads. Little Zhu, he called softly. Master, I'm here, Zhulong replied in a crisp voice. Su Yi cleared his throat. You're not so little anymore. When your master needs help, you should take initiative in fighting monsters. Do you need help now? Very much so. All right. Zhulong straightened its body and took a deep breath. The next second, boom. Endless floodwater gushed from its mouth. Su Yi watched in amazement as that small mouth unleashed an increasingly torrential flow, with white waves churning, as if an entire ocean had been forcibly hurled into this realm. The sky hung low, and water curtains swept across. The iron fire ants caught in the flood struggled desperately, but could only scatter with the raging current. 10 seconds. As long as they couldn't escape the water within 10 seconds, flood reversal would deliver an instant kill. With the vast expanse of water before him, Su Yi's heart leaped with joy. This made things so much easier. Light danced in his eyes, his heart pounded, and he secretly began the countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached 0, his panel went crazy with updates. You killed an iron fire ant, gained 100 experience. You killed an iron fire ant, gained 100 experience. You killed an iron fire ant, gained 100 experience. You have leveled up, reached level 12. You have leveled up, reached level 13. You have leveled up, reached level 14. You have leveled up, reached level 15. Su Yi felt so exhilarated that every pore seemed to be breathing. My god, this Zhulong is too powerful. A single skill had forcibly boosted his level by 15. He gasped, incredible. At this moment, Zhulong's power made Su Yi truly understand what it meant to take off and soar. Su Yi cheerfully rushed down the hillside. Iron fire ant corpses were scattered everywhere, waiting to be harvested. The flood vanished in the blink of an eye, disappearing without a trace. Su Yi stepped back onto the scorched yellow earth, unable to feel even a hint of moisture, as if the towering wall of water that had just blotted out the sky was nothing but an illusion. The corpses of iron fire ants scattered across the ground, their white bellies turned upward, seemed to silently accuse him. Su Yi, you're despicable, you're shameless. Using slide tackles was bad enough, but then you had to cheat by drowning us all with a massive flood. He burst into maniacal laughter and drew his notched iron sword, skillfully cutting off the metal-hard mandibles from the ant swarm. The materials weren't worth much, but every little bit added up and could eventually be converted into tuition money. In this world, students were fully supported by the Huaxia government before their class transition from elementary through high school. They didn't need to spend a single penny. But once the class transition ended, they had to fend for themselves, and attending university was like feeding a bottomless pit that devoured gold. There were even exaggerated rumors that they charge you for breathing. In others' eyes, Su Yi was just a worthless summoner looked down upon by the universities, destined to be ignored in the college entrance trial 10 days away. But he possessed the incredible classic of mountains and seas system. How could he possibly give up on himself? He absolutely had to attend university. With just his battle pet Zhulong alone, he could walk sideways through any challenge, not to mention the other divine beasts hidden within his system. So his current priority was to grind monsters and collect materials to sell for money, preparing for tuition fees. While harvesting from the ant corpses, he pulled up his personal status panel. Su Yi, Summoner, level 15. Health, 600. Attack, 60. Defense, 90. Spirit, 6. Movement speed, 80. Attack speed including casting, 70. Unallocated attribute points, 30. Special attributes below are collapsed. Please click to view. Looking at the dramatically increased stats, his heart trembled with excitement. Without adding any points himself, just through Zhulong's shared attributes, his attack had soared to 60. To put this in perspective, pure attack warriors or swordsmen would need to dump all 50 attribute points into attack to reach this number, but each level only granted 6 points, meaning only a level 17 full attack class could barely achieve this. Yet Su-yi had done nothing and already possessed this terrifying status panel. Horrifying. Monstrous. Shocking. Classic of mountains and seas system. You're incredible, he whispered in amazement. What thrilled him even more was that Zhulong apparently had no spirit, stat meaning no mana consumption, essentially a mobile heavy artillery. In high spirits, he unhesitatingly dumped all 30 unallocated attribute points into attack. Attack, 90. Yes, I've grown stronger again. He laughed wildly, releasing all his pent-up emotions. After laughing his fill, he clicked open the collapsed special attributes, checking out of habit to see if there were any surprises. Honestly, he wasn't holding his breath after all. Even Zhulong had no special attributes, so perhaps he'd have to wait for other divine beasts to appear. The click was merely a habitual action. The panel refreshed, and various special attributes remained uniformly at 0. Su-yi shrugged and was about to close it. Just as Su-yi was about to close the panel, a surprise arrived. Su-yi discovered that a new line of text had appeared under the special attributes section. Martial skill embedding. You may select your battle pet skill attributes to add effects to your attacks. Currently available for embedding, Zhulong Thunderstrike. He stared at the text, gradually understanding its incredible power. Before, his punches could only stack raw attack power, but now, by embedding Zhulong's Thunderstrike, his ordinary fist could be infused with lightning. As for exactly how powerful it would be, he couldn't say for certain. While he was pondering this, the ground suddenly bulged upward, and an iron fire ant boss that had been lurking underground burst forth. It was much larger than the others, its jet-black carapace gleaming with a cold light, its mandibles sharp as blades, and its health bar shockingly thick. Seeing Su-yi crouched down harvesting the corpses of its kin, the iron fire ant boss flew into a rage and leaped directly from its nest entrance more than 10 meters deep, charging at him with its unstoppable mandibles. However, Su-yi today was no longer the same person as before. The iron fire ant boss's sneak attack was completely exposed under his perception. Zhulong was about to act on behalf of its master, but Su-yi raised his hand to stop it. I'll handle this. Perfect chance to test the power of martial skill embedding. As his words fell, he turned and pulled in his core, planting his feet in a horse stance. The ground beneath him immediately caved in, forming a crater a meter in diameter as his terrifying attribute power burst forth. Su-yi drew back his right arm into a fist, neither dodging nor retreating, and threw a thunderous punch at the iron fire ant boss diving through the air. Instantly, sand and stones flew everywhere, his figure seeming to drag a storm behind it, as if death itself was laughing maniacally in the wind. Martial skill embedding Thunderstrike. Crack, crack, crack. Purple lightning serpents suddenly appeared around his fist, blindingly brilliant. Su-yi's punch shot out like a cannonball, thunder roaring through the sky. His punch shifted to a horizontal slash, like a giant axe cleaving the air, then changed again to a crushing blow, wind howling, finally condensing into a heart-piercing electric drill, striking at vital points like a venomous dragon's bite. Even Su-yi himself could feel this punch was different from all others. Boom. The iron fire ant boss was still in midair, its whip-like front limbs not yet having time to strike down, when the entire giant ant was knocked off course by the punch's force, flying backward like a broken ragdoll. At the same time, the crackling lightning followed the gaps in its joints and penetrated its body. The next second, every gap that could let light through blazed with brilliant white electrical current. Crack! The thunder's power poured forth, and with a tremendous bang, the iron fire ant boss turned into a cloud of black powder before it could even hit the ground, scattering in the wind. His Su-yi stared at his own fist in disbelief. One punch to kill a boss. He knew that this iron fire ant boss was famous for its abnormal defense, with over 2,000 health points. Zhulong's own Thunderstrike only dealt 1,000 damage, yet that punch just now was even more devastating. This isn't martial skill embedding, it's martial skill amplification. Only now did he understand why it was placed in the special attributes section. It truly hadn't disappointed him. Blood boiling with excitement, he raised his fist high, unable to contain his joy. Incredible. The classic of mountains and seas system is absolutely incredible. I love it. After speaking, he picked up Zhulong and cuddled it affectionately. You're amazing. Good thing I'm not Su Xian. Zhulong rolled its eyes and lazily settled back on top of his head. Come on, let's see what good stuff the iron fire ant boss dropped. Su-yi walked toward the spot where the iron fire ant boss had exploded into powder, his heart racing with excitement. Along the way, he was still savoring the sensation of that devastating punch. Had to admit, the candle dragon was incredibly powerful, truly invincible. The moment his foot stepped into the center of the battlefield, the air still reeked of scorching sulfur, but the ground was illuminated by beams of colorful light. Su-yi knew better than anyone that the more vibrant the colors, the rarer the loot would be. He rubbed his hands together and excitedly shouted, "Time to see my lucky hands in action." The first item lay in the center of a light beam, a dagger with built-in special effects. Thick lava continuously dripped from the blade, accompanied by puffs of black smoke, as if it could burn through the air at any moment. The dagger was perfectly sized and had been forged from the boss's incredibly hard and sharp mandibles, radiating a menacing killing intent. The handle felt surprisingly cool and comfortable to grip. The identification panel appeared a gold-tier dagger. Attack power 30. Attack speed 20. Weapon effect. Releases a cloud of black mist that briefly obscures enemy vision. Holy cow, this is incredible. Sui gasped in amazement. Typically, iron fire ant bosses of this level only dropped black iron weapons, with bronze gear being considered extraordinarily lucky, yet he had scored a gold-tier dagger. His luck was absolutely phenomenal. The 30 attack power was equivalent to boosting someone's attributes by 6 levels, and combined with the black mist effect, it was devastating. The lava drops that hit the ground immediately burned small holes, making it perfect in both visual impact and practicality. Sui marveled at the find, though he felt a bit regretful. Only assassins can use this properly, and that's not my class. But I could definitely sell this for a fortune. The second item was a bag made from crop sack material, dark red in color, with 36 internal slots. Sui had been struggling with limited inventory space, so this was like receiving a pillow when drowsy. He immediately tucked it away. The rest were mostly miscellaneous items of average value. Just as he was about to wrap up, he discovered a strange card beneath a pile of rubble. The material seemed like polished stone, yet felt as smooth as flesh. The front featured a relief carving of the iron fire ant boss, while the back displayed a detailed underground labyrinth map with clearly marked passages, chambers, and pitfalls. A pass. Sui pondered thoughtfully. Besides secret realm dungeons, this world also contained open underground cities, but those places were extremely dangerous. Elite-level beasts were the minimum threat. Bosses lurked everywhere, and the narrow terrain severely limited movement techniques, so adventurers rarely ventured there. Perhaps this card would prove useful someday. He pocketed the card and was about to leave when he heard a gurgling sound. Sui looked down, placed the candle dragon from his arms onto the ground, and stared at its pheasant-like face. "Are you hungry?" The candle dragon's ear tips turned red as it nodded slightly. "You should have said so earlier. I'm not some heartless capitalist. If you want the horse to run, you've got to feed it well first." Sui rummaged through his backpack, unwrapped a package of compressed crackers, and stuffed them into the candle dragon's mouth. "Scallion flavor me, personal favorite." Zhulong perked up with excitement upon hearing this. If his master said it was delicious, it must be good. However, the moment the first bite hit his stomach, he jerked his head up and spat it out with a loud bleh. Tui. He shook his head and thrashed his tail, his eyes filled with disgust. "Not tasty, hungry." Sui slapped his thigh, finally realizing his mistake. "I was being presumptuous. You're a natural carnivore, and trying to fool you with crackers is truly insulting to a serpent." In the classic of mountains and seas, divine beasts generally fell into 2 categories: those that could be eaten and those no one dared to touch. Zhulong belonged to the no one dares to touch category, but the text also mentioned creatures like Fei and Haloa fish as divine beast delicacies. The former's meat could cure leprosy and cleanse parasites, while the latter had 10 bodies with 1 head and barked like a dog, its meat capable of treating abscesses. Unfortunately, this wasn't the primordial wilderness but a new world where gods had descended, making finding those 2 delicacies nothing short of a pipe dream. "Want meat? Let's go." Sui scooped up the famished Zhulong and headed deeper into the wilderness. There were plenty of fierce beasts around. As long as they suited Zhulong's taste, he'd cut them down. He certainly didn't want his strongest enforcer going hungry, especially since he was counting on Zhulong's power to level up effortlessly. The 2 passed through the iron fire ant territory and reached Broken Head Cliff. The terrain was jagged with steep drops, strange rocks jutting everywhere, and dense forests intertwining. This was where level 15 azure wind bulls grazed. These bulls stood 3 meters tall and 3 meters long, their running resembling localized earthquakes with impact force comparable to high-speed train engines. They had thick hides and tough meat, plus a built-in melee nemesis skill trample. When their front hooves hit the ground, any creature within 3 meters would instantly lose their footing. Hunting azure wind bulls typically required ranged classes like archers or mages. Sui held Zhulong and pointed at a bull leisurely munching grass at the forest's edge. "Look, a wandering bull, tender meat, juicy, grass-fed on natural fodder, very chewy." Before he could finish speaking, a purple lightning bolt crashed down with a thunderous boom, and the azure wind bull collapsed on the spot, charred black. His 7 Though Sui already knew Zhulong was incredibly powerful, he was still stunned by this instant kill. A level 15 azure wind bull, killed just like that. He walked over gleefully, already giving Zhulong full marks in his heart. He stood with Zhulong before the carcass and asked earnestly, "Raw, or should I prepare it somehow?" Zhulong tilted his head. "I'd like to try the local specialty. You could have just said you wanted it cooked." Sui smiled wryly and drew his knife to get to work. Butchering fierce beasts was a required high school course. Got the materials wrong, and they'd be worthless. As an honor student, his knife work was swift and clean, skinning and cutting meat in the blink of an eye before starting a fire and setting up a pot. Butter went in first, the steak seared to medium rare with a satisfying sizzle when flipped. He sprinkled in seasoning and bay leaves, then poured in a cup of life spring liquid, covered the pot, and let it simmer for 10 minutes. The aroma wafted to the treetops. Su-yi forked a piece of steak and held it to Zhulong's mouth, asking eagerly, "Smells good?" Zhulong swallowed it in one bite, his pupils lighting up like golden lamps, trembling all over from how delicious it was, yet he didn't praise it, just blinked and said, "I couldn't quite taste it. Give me another piece." "Plenty more where that came from." Su-yi laughed as he fed the Zhulong piece by piece with beef steaks. "Little ancestor, you're quite the actor," he grumbled while feeding it, clearly loving every bite, but refusing to show it, pretending you can't taste anything, making it seem like I'm competing with you for food. Then he pumped himself up, "Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll live the high life." Zhulong swallowed the meat while nodding frantically, its golden vertical pupils narrowing into slits, obviously satisfied. In the blink of an eye, an entire Qingfeng bull weighing over 1,000 pounds had been butchered, grilled, seasoned, plated, and devoured by this little creature. Su-yi, however, was exhausted with aching arms. Cooking was no simple task. If he had a professional chef, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. The chef profession came with natural talents, no fatigue from endless pan flipping, and the ability to create uniquely fragrant salt crystals with just a rub of the hands. After eating its fill, Zhulong relaxed its foreclaws and flopped onto the grass with a thud, sprawling on its back to bask in the sun. Su-yi also lay down beside it, pillowing his head on his hands with eyes half closed, letting the gentle breeze wash over him. Just as he was enjoying this peaceful moment, the system's cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out. "Ding! New mission released. Please check for details." Su-yi jolted awake, his heart racing with anticipation. Another job? Last time it was Zhulong. What surprise awaits this time? He quickly pulled up the system panel. Mission: achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination trials and claim the provincial champion title. Reward: 1 random draw chance for a Shanhai mythical beast. Holy crap, his blood immediately surged. Provincial champion. If he had heard this goal yesterday, he wouldn't have dared to dream of it. After all, his summoner class was pathetically weak, only able to summon rats, mosquitoes, and other pests that posed no threat to fierce beasts, basically a walking point donation. But ever since the Shanhai system came online and he gained Zhulong as his trump card, his confidence soared. Even so, he didn't dare become complacent. Even if the nation's top 10 academies would fight tooth and nail over Zhulong, he still needed to keep getting stronger to secure that champion title. Despise strategically, respect tactically, Su-yi set his mindset. If some prodigy competitor emerges, I'll have to crush them to dust. After a brief rest, Su-yi patted his pants and stood up, scooping up the meter-long Zhulong and continuing deeper into Qingfeng bull territory. Come on, time to level up. A person without ambition is like iron without steel. You used to stretch for thousands of miles. Now you're barely over a meter. Time to step up your game. In the future, when you appear covering the sky and commanding all creatures, it won't be from lying around eating. Seeing Zhulong about to doze off again, he poured on the motivational speech. Life never stops, neither should the fight. Add more learning, subtract the pride, multiply opportunities, divide the laziness, roll up those sleeves, and get to work. Zhulong's half-closed eyelids suddenly twitched, blood-red scales crackling with electric arcs as its fighting spirit instantly exploded. It raised its head, chest heaving, its battle intent transforming into tangible lightning that spread outward. Boom! Zhulong struck the Qingfeng bull ahead with a thunderbolt, turning it into charcoal that crumbled to the ground with a crash. Su-yi's jaw dropped. A one-shot kill was impressive enough, but to completely carbonize the Cyan Wind Bull? Incredible. He walked side by side with Zhulong, man and battle pet, cutting a swath of destruction. Wherever they went, Cyan Wind Bulls wailed in agony as their charred corpses paved a long trail behind them. The area around them seemed like a forbidden zone marked by death itself. Any fierce beast locked onto by Zhulong's golden eyes would be torn to pieces by thunder flames the next second, transforming into splashing experience points. Su-yi's attribute panel refreshed frantically. You killed a Cyan Wind Bull, gained 150 experience points. You killed a Cyan Wind Bull, gained 150 experience points. You killed a Cyan Wind Bull, gained 150 experience points. The notifications kept rolling endlessly. After reaching level 15, his experience bar continued climbing rapidly, though the required experience had become astronomical. Zhulong hadn't budged a level. It would probably need to devour an entire small beast tied to advance. Su-yi calculated that with 10 full days remaining until the college entrance exam, there was plenty of time for both him and Zhulong to reach new heights. However, the Cyan Wind Bulls were becoming increasingly scarce, as if someone had driven the monsters away and cleared the area beforehand. Continuing to grind here was no longer efficient. Killing one required running great distances, a pure waste of time. Just as Sui was preparing to find a more monster-dense area, chaotic sounds of battle suddenly echoed from ahead. Clearly someone was hunting beasts in a coordinated attack. He initially wanted to turn away, assuming it was probably exam prep students grinding in teams. High-level professionals generally wouldn't waste time here. Solo grinding was the most efficient and comfortable approach. However, a voice that made his teeth itch with familiarity suddenly reached his ears. Wang Hao. Suyi's steps came to an abrupt halt. Wang Hao, that insufferable dog. The mockery during the class change ceremony still burned fresh in his memory, and the fire in his heart had never died down. Now those flames shot up instantly, and without hesitation, he turned back and charged straight toward the source of the sound. Emerging from the dense forest, he stood at the edge of a clearing, his brow immediately furrowing tight. Over 20 people were besieging a Cyan Wind Bull boss. Wang Hao was leading them, but he was surrounded entirely by battle-hardened middle-aged professionals, not a single student-looking person in sight. Around the clearing's perimeter, Cyan Wind Bull corpses lay scattered everywhere, the scene resembling a harvested wheat field. Sui didn't need to guess to understand what was happening. Wang Hao was cheating. Leveraging his father's influence in Jiang City, he had hired a group of high-level mercenaries to drive and corral the Cyan Wind Bulls, then use area effect skills to reduce their health to execution range before letting Wang Hao deliver the killing blow to claim the Experiencia textbook power leveling operation. While China had no explicit ban on power leveling, authorities frequently condemned it publicly, calling it harmful to all parties. After all, a low-level professional who had fought tooth and nail through real combat could outclass these carried players by miles. But in reality, such gray area practices persisted despite repeated prohibitions, and officials could only turn a blind eye. Sui glanced at the boss's health bar and couldn't help but grin under the mercenaries' assault. Only about 2,000 health remained. Wang Hao was lounging nearby, leisurely eating watermelon while waiting for the health to drop into his execution range before stepping in for the kill. Not if he could help it. Sui sneered coldly, time to show him what it meant that there were always higher mountains and deeper seas. This boss was his now. Sui was about to steal the prize. The fighters in the center of the arena, including Wang Hao, had no idea that Sui was lurking in the corner, watching the boss like a predator eyeing its prey. Sui certainly wasn't going to let Wang Hao have an easy time. Did Wang Hao really think he could just sit back and claim the boss experience without any effort? Had he even asked for permission? Sui raised his hand slightly, and the candle dragon hovering above his head immediately understood his intent. Sui, time to steal the kill. That's right, landing the final blow would grant all the experience and loot drops. This kind of kill stealing was universally despised and often led to deadly conflicts. But in Sui's eyes, when dealing with a scumbag like Wang Hao, there was no need to play nice. The boss still had over 2,000 health points remaining. Perfect timing. Sui's arms suddenly dropped, and the candle dragon unleashed its skill deadly storm. Wind erupted from nowhere, and in the blink of an eye, a massive cyclone as thick as a pillar rose beneath the Azure Wind Bull boss, instantly transforming into a tornado that swept across heaven and earth. Sand and stones flew everywhere, the howling winds were deafening, and the Azure Wind Bull's massive body was lifted into the air like a piece of paper. Even the clouds above churned and rolled, demonstrating the incredible power of the attack. Southern tail, northern head, clouds roll 10 times, mountains collapse. Broken waves bring 2 days of clear skies, long waves bring 3 days of wind. Witnessing the deadly storm for the first time, Sui couldn't help but curse. Holy shit, that's terrifying. The rainbow-like tornado seemed ready to tear apart the very sky itself, making humans appear utterly insignificant in comparison. What the hell? The boss got blown away? Who did that? Angry shouts erupted throughout the arena. Wind Mage, are you fucking insane? The health was almost gone. Why the hell are you using crowd control now? Damn it, have you lost your mind? Young Master Wang Hao was about to finish it off. What the hell are you doing? Fuck, we carefully managed the health, and now you blow it away for what? Holy crap. Since when are our wind mages this powerful? That tornado control is insanely strong. Amid the chaos of angry voices, the wind mage in the team was getting thoroughly berated and finally snapped back. Fuck this. I didn't cast that tornado. As his words hit the ground, the entire arena fell silent in confusion. If it wasn't him, then who was it? While everyone was still stunned, the Azure Wind Bull boss came crashing back down to earth with a thunderous impact, sending dust flying and cracking the ground from the force. The tank knight quickly threw out a taunt. I've got the boss. Let's finish it off. First, wait a minute. His expression suddenly changed. Something's wrong. Why is the boss missing 1,000 health points? What? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't the tornado supposed to be a control skill? How could it deal damage? Damn it. Who the hell is playing God and pulling these supernatural tricks? The wind mage cursed furiously, his tongue nearly hanging out in shock. That tornado which should have only provided crowd control, was dealing massive damage, hitting over 1,000 points like chestnuts exploding from a cold pan, completely short-circuiting his brain. Wang Hao was equally stunned. Though he had been lazily lying back to leech experience, he wasn't unfamiliar with basic class mechanics. Tornadoes dealing damage was one thing, but hitting 1,000 was beyond all comprehension. A strong sense of crisis buzzed in his mind. Someone was definitely sabotaging them from the shadows. His gaze swept toward the edge of the battlefield and immediately caught Sui sneaking around by the dense forest. Shit, what was Sui doing here? Definitely up to no good. Two-faced bastard, it had to be him. Wang Hao's expression darkened as he strode directly toward him. Sui flashed a mischievous grin. Hey, I'm helping you fight the boss. No need to thank me. Thank my ass. You're just causing trouble. You useless summoner. And before he could finish, a thunderous roar crashed into his eardrums. Boom. Completely unprepared, Wang Hao jumped in place, his hair standing on end, heart pounding wildly as if someone had pressed a megaphone against his ear and screamed. How could there be thunder in such clear skies? He spun around, his jaw dropped instantly. From the clear blue sky, a lightning bolt as thick as a purple python struck down, its electric light blinding, with earth-shaking force, landing precisely on the Qingfeng bull boss. Crash. The boss's last sliver of health vanished instantly as it collapsed with a final wail. Dead. From the tornado's strike to the lightning's descent, less than 2 seconds had passed. Wang Hao's heart shattered. The killing blow wasn't his, the experience was gone, and the loot belonged to someone else. After finally encountering a boss and setting everything up, the cooked duck had flown away. He nearly spat blood from rage. The other players were scared out of their wits, looking bewildered. Someone's voice trembled. Did someone piss off Lu Shanhai? What the hell? Another shouted. Tornado with damage. Lightning hitting over 1,000. That's gotta be at least a level 30 lightning mage in golden gear. Nobody in our team is even close to that level. Damn it, you idiots. Someone just stole us. But what high-level player capable of one-shotting bosses would bother with a mere Qingfeng bull? Maybe they were just passing by and decided to mess with us for fun. Several players huddled together, chattering and analyzing, growing more confused by the minute. Listening to these fools' discussion, Wang Hao's vision darkened with rage. Humiliation and fury churned in his chest as his gaze trembled violently, pointing toward the forest direction, roaring hoarsely. The kill stealer is right under our noses. Everyone look over there. Despite Wang Hao being only level 13 at the time, facing thugs with an average level above 20, he still relied on his numerical advantage and shrieked with a sharp, piercing voice like a scrawny donkey braying wildly. The thugs turned their attention and finally noticed the only unfamiliar face in the area, Sui. Apart from them, there were no other bystanders here. So this kid must be the one trying to steal their prize. With this realization, over 20 thugs immediately radiated killing intent and closed in on Sui in unison. With backup arrived, Wang Hao's confidence soared. His chest heaved violently as his face twisted with rage. Sui, you shameless bastard. So many people are fighting this boss, and you dare to steal it. The thugs were somewhat calmer than Wang Hao, studying Sui with hesitant gazes. If that tornado and lightning strike earlier truly came from Sui's hand, it would indeed be troublesome. However, he was just one person, at most level 30, while they had over 20 professionals above level 20, a crushing advantage in both numbers and levels. Sui remained expressionless and delivered a casual, mocking remark. A rooster always lords over its own dung heap. What? Wang Hao felt as if he'd been slapped in public, his fury exploding. When I stand up, I pierce the heavens. When I sit down, I crush the earth. What are you supposed to be? Dare to steal my boss? New grudges and old scores. I'll settle them all. I'll see you dead. Sui threw back his head and laughed wildly. Old classmate, don't talk big when you're small time. Were you born blowing sugar figurines? How can your mouth be so big? A trash summoner dares to act tough? Today I'll cripple you. Attack. Kill him. Wang Hao waved his hand, vicious as a hungry wolf commanding hunting dogs. However, the thugs didn't immediately act. Taking money to eliminate disasters for others, they never showed mercy. In the wilderness, human life was cheap, and murder and robbery were commonplace. But Sui was actually Wang Hao's classmate. That meant Sui was most likely only in his teens level-wise. If someone in their teens could deal such explosive damage, especially a trash summoner, that would make him a monster. Seeing everyone hesitate, Wang Hao flew into a rage. What are you waiting for? Leave him with just one breath. I want to kill him with my own hands. The thugs finally drew their weapons. Blade gleams, bowstrings, and staff auras crisscrossed, surrounding Sui so tightly that not even water could leak through, like cornering a dog behind closed doors or trapping a chicken in a cage. Their words remained ruthless. Kid, stop struggling. Offending young Master Wang Hao is like offending the king of hell. I just want to know where you got that tornado skill book. Enough talk, cut him down. If he really grows stronger, we brothers won't have a way to survive. Cut the grass and pull the roots. Prevent the sprout from growing. Attack. A chill rapidly spread through Su Yi's eyes as he sneered. Just you bunch of small fries? Dog meat can't make it to the main tableau, only fit for barking. As his words echoed, the air seemed to be rapidly sucked away, and the temperature dropped several degrees. Tisk, Sui really is a top student, quite the sharp tongue, someone muttered quietly. Wang Hao's killing intent was fierce from behind. Stop wasting words, finish him. I'm still waiting to level up. The next instant, over 20 thugs simultaneously unleashed their skills. Gales, lightning, flames, and frost poured down on Sui like an overwhelming deluge, with colorful lights and shadows burning across the entire sky. When over 20 professionals opened fire simultaneously, that power could instantly kill a level 30 professional. Sui gazed at the all-encompassing, inescapable barrage of attacks raining down like falling stars, and chuckled while shaking his head. True, I can't withstand this, but I can certainly dodge it. Don't any of you leave, I'll deal with you one by one. With those words, the air before him suddenly twisted, and a fingernail-sized black instantly expanded into a pitch-black vortex that swallowed him with a whoosh. What? Not only the thugs, but even Wang Hao was stunned. Sui had vanished into thin air, causing all their devastating attacks to miss completely, leaving only the ground pockmarked with craters. An elemental mage in the group shouted, "A spatial mage. He's a spatial mage. How is that possible? Didn't young Master Wang Hao say he was a summoner? Since when can summoners tear through space? A trash tier class? Damn it. We're like someone falling backward and still breaking their nose, first tornadoes, then lightning, now tearing through space. What the hell is his actual class? Who cares? Block him. This guy absolutely cannot be allowed to grow stronger. We've already crossed the line, so we have to kill him, right? He can dodge for now, but not forever. Let's corner him and finish this." After a brief moment of panic, the thugs regrouped, their magical formations charging up, waiting for Sui to emerge so they could strike again. Inside the alternate dimension, Sui surveyed his surroundings of formless chaos that seemed boundless, yet after just a few steps, he was blocked by invisible barriers. He thought of Zhulong and Pangu, one who created worlds and one who protected them. This was likely a remnant of Zhulong's chaotic space, perfect for taking refuge. A black dot reappeared, reminding him he had to leave. Sui whispered instructions to Zhulong. "When we get out, use flood reversal and drown them all." But as the words left his mouth, he changed his mind. "No, use day-night reversal instead. Exhausting them unconscious is more reliable." While flood reversal ignored level and defense, guaranteeing death in 10 seconds, enemies could escape by breaking the water's surface, especially Earth-class professionals who could burrow underground. It worked perfectly against low-intelligence beasts, but against professionals, it was hit-or-miss. Day-night reversal, on the other hand, was foolproof. With his plan set, he poked Zhulong's head out through the vortex just before it fully expanded. The thugs outside sensed movement and raised their staffs and weapons in unison, only to see a massive dragon head blinking at them. After several blinks, fatigue washed over them like a tide. Yawns erupted one after another, their eyelids grew heavy as lead, their chests felt crushed by stones, and they felt as if they hadn't slept in weeks. Finally, someone couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed into deep sleep. Thud, thud. One by one, they toppled over, their snores thundering through the air. Sui emerged from the alternate dimension, dusted off his hands, and surveyed Wang Hao's group sprawled about like sleeping pigs, a smile playing at his lips. "You thought you could fight me? Let me leave you with this: sleep is good, death is better, but never having been born at all is best." Sui cradled Zhulong as he strolled among Wang Hao's group. Watching everyone sprawled on the grass in deep sleep, each one snoring thunderously like dead pigs, a playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Cold steel flashed as a dagger appeared in his palm. He casually twirled it with a flourish and whispered teasingly to Zhulong, "Have you ever heard the saying that enemies should never be spared, for sparing them breeds future trouble?" Zhulong lifted his neck in response, his voice deep and resonant. "Kill and draw blood, cut the grass and pull the roots, remove the thorn in your heart, eliminate the splinter in your eye." Exactly. Sui's expression instantly turned cold. "Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Letting them die in their dreams is already my greatest mercy." Thud. The dagger pierced the first thug's throat with deadly precision. Blood gurgled forth, spraying into fine droplets in the air. Sui murmured indifferently, "Foolish mice dragging ginger, silkworms binding themselves, they brought this punishment upon themselves. They shouldn't have, absolutely shouldn't have threatened to beat and kill me." Thud. The second thug's heart was pierced through. Sui's face was spattered with blood, yet he appeared relaxed and composed, even somewhat appreciative, as if slaughtering chickens. In the wilderness, this was the consequence of making enemies. Thud, thud. Left strike, right strike harvested lives in the silence. Within moments, all the sleeping thugs were dead, not one spared. Sui muttered to himself, "If you don't pull the roots when cutting grass, it will sprout again come spring. Why show mercy to enemies?" sweep them away like autumn wind scattering fallen leaves. Finally, only Wang Hao remained lying alone on the grass, a bubble rising and falling at his nose tip as he slept sweetly. Sui looked down and pulled out a bottle of ice water, splashing it down. Originally, he had considered something more disgusting, loosening his belt to wake the man with his ancestral weapon, but fearing Wang Hao might develop a taste for it, he decided against it. The ice water hit his head, and Wang Hao jolted awake. The overwhelming stench of blood that assaulted him made his eyes widen instantly. Corpses everywhere, throats all slashed, having died without a sound as if peacefully napping. Tremendous fear crawled up his spine as thugs were all dead, and the perpetrator was watching him with a death-like smile. You're awake. Su-yi crouched beside Wang Hao, revealing pearly white teeth as he gestured around with his finger, clicking his tongue. Are you a necromancer? Can you raise them up? I think I could take on 10 more. Wang Hao's eyes reddened, his face contorted with rage as he roared hoarsely. Su-yi, you bastard won't die well. You've killed so many people, my father won't let you get away with this. Oh. Su-yi's smile turned sinister and heart-stopping. I killed them. Who saw it? I did. Wang Hao blurted out, then immediately broke into a cold sweat. Wanting to slap himself, Su-yi clearly intended to eliminate all witnesses, yet he had just jumped into the fire pit himself. Su-yi's gaze was sharp as a blade, chilling to the bone. Wang Hao. Oh Wang Hao, you're simply not cut out for the wilderness. Why hit yourself with your own stone? He slowly drew out that golden-grayed dagger, its blade flowing with magma-like crimson light, as if reflecting the blood that would soon gush from Wang Hao. Wang Hao's face showed pleading. Su-yi, we were classmates. I was wrong before. Please, spare me. Su-yi sneered, toying with the dagger. Spare you? That would only create trouble for myself. But unexpectedly, the next second, Wang Hao's expression changed, a sinister smile curving his lips as he suddenly lunged forward. Wang Hao knew there was no way out today. His earlier pleas for mercy were just a small trick to catch Su-yi off guard. His opponent had just killed several people, so what was one more life to him? With this thought, a fierce fighting spirit suddenly blazed in Wang Hao's eyes, a cruel gleam flashing and disappearing. He couldn't figure out how Su-yi, a weakling summoner scorned by his peers, could fight to this extent, but he knew one thing for certain: absolutely couldn't just wait to die. He suddenly drew an iron axe from behind his back, twisted his waist, and explosive force erupted from his feet, creating a shockwave on the spot. Whoosh. His charge skill activated instantly. As a berserker, being without charge was like a hunting hound without fangs. Pursuit and positioning all depended on it. During his high-speed advance, his figure left faint afterimages, showing just how fast he was moving. Die! Wang Hao roared, raising his massive axe with tremendous force. At the same time, he triggered another combat skill-heavy strike. The red glow of doubled damage exploded along the axe blade, like the blood-red twilight of doomsday. In just an instant, Wang Hao was right in front of Su-yi. His mind raced with calculations. Su-yi looked to be level 13 at most. Each level only added 100 health points, so his total health couldn't exceed 400. His defense was practically negligible. This charge plus heavy strike combo would definitely deal 200 damage, enough to cut the opponent's health in half. Combined with his execution skill, once the enemy entered the threshold, one strike would finish him off. Victory was assured. Wang Hao's facial muscles twisted with savagery as his massive axe traced a crimson arc, crashing down towards Su-yi's head. Bang! The dull thud of the falling axe exploded through the forest, dust flying everywhere. Yet Su-yi remained completely motionless, like a bronze-cast guardian statue. The next second, Wang Hao froze in place. His execution skill remained grayed out, not triggered. He had miscalculated Su-yi's health. His throat felt gripped by an invisible hand as Wang Hao struggled to swallow, terror and regret surging together. You, what level are you exactly? Su-yi casually brushed off his sleeves, his tone indifferent. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm level 15 with 600 health. Want to get me into your execution range? Huh, you need to work on your math. In fact, Su-yi had seen through his opponent's plan long ago. He shared attributes with Zhulong, giving him 90 defense alone. Wang Hao's charge plus heavy strike combo had only taken about 100 health points, nowhere near the execution threshold. Wang Hao's pupils contracted sharply, his whole body trembling slightly. Had barely scraped his way to level 13 through grinding. Yet his opponent had reached level 15. This wasn't human. This was a monster. Su-yi drew his dagger, his steps steady and light as he approached step by step. But in Wang Hao's eyes, that backlit figure was clearly the Grim Reaper. No, you can't kill me. My father is. Squelch squelch. White blade in, red blade out. Su-yi used no fancy moves, simply stabbing 3 consecutive times into Wang Hao's abdomen. 480 points of damage instantly wiped out Wang Hao's mere 400 health points. Words can kill. Wang Hao's lips sink ships, and you brought this on yourself. Su-yi casually pushed, and the corpse fell to the ground. He wiped the blood droplets from his dagger and turned toward the body of the Qingfeng bull boss, not far away. Boring looting the boss would be much more satisfying. Su-yi wiped the blood from his dagger. The pungent metallic smell invaded his nostrils, making him wrinkle his nose. Wang Hao's blood was just like the man himself, foul and filthy, disgusting enough to turn one's stomach. He could have easily had Zhulong strike Wang Hao down with a bolt of lightning, turning him to charcoal. But there was something far more satisfying about driving a sharp blade into flesh and feeling the vibration of cracking bones. With his mind at ease, he didn't even bother to glance at the corpse as he walked straight toward the Qingfeng bull boss nearby. Last time, he had looted a golden-tiered dagger from the Iron Fire Ant boss. What would drop this time? He rubbed his hands together and crouched beside the massive bull carcass to search. His cold fingertips first brushed against a piece of supple hide, smooth as the finest silk yet tough as tempered steel. Su-yi's eyes lit up. Holy shit. Steer leather. If he gave this material to a leatherworker, it would be enough to craft platinum-tier armor a whole grade higher than the golden dagger in his hand. Incredible. The Qingfeng bull truly lives up to its reputation. He folded the leather and stored it in his pack, already making plans. Once he returned to the city, he'd definitely find a renowned leatherworker and pay good money to have armor crafted. Platinum-tier armor not only significantly boosted defense and health, but came with at least one special effect. The number of effects and their specific properties depended either on the craftsman's skill or pure luck, but there was always at least one guaranteed, and that alone made it worthwhile. He continued searching and pulled out several bones glowing with a greenish light. Other adventurers had no use for these things, but alchemists treasured them like precious gems, using them to brew bone-mending paste. In the wilderness, adventurers frequently broke legs or arms without dying, making this salve both life-saving and profitably a guaranteed cash flow. He collected them all without hesitation. The remaining loot was miscellaneous and of mediocre value. Bosses at his current level rarely dropped high-tier items. Finding both a golden dagger and steer leather was already incredibly lucky. Most adventurers in their teens killed bosses primarily for the massive experience gains. Su-yi casually opened his character panel. His experience bar was nearly full, just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 16. But thinking of Zhulong made him frown. His battle pet had consumed so much experience, yet seemed to be stuck in place. What was going on? He had a nagging feeling he was missing something. So he opened the system manual. A line of text, so faded it was nearly transparent, caught his eye. Your battle pet cannot share experience points. To level up, please enable the Gain Experience option in the battle pet interface. Note: when your battle pet gains experience, you will not receive experience points except from manual kills of beasts. What the hell, this is such a scam. Su-yi suddenly understood. When Zhulong killed monsters, either he got the experience or Zhulong did. There was no having it both ways. No wonder Zhulong had been stuck like a broken record. Unable to level up, all the experience had been going to him instead. Su-yi sighed. What else could he do? He opened Zhulong's interface and checked the option to gain experience points. When Zhulong grew stronger, so would he. First, he needed to level up Zhulong. With this thought, he cradled the palm-sized crimson young dragon in his arms and left the Qingfeng bull's territory with decisive steps. As for Wang Hao and the others' corpses, he didn't spare them even a glance, silently concluding that fierce beasts and predators drawn by the scent of blood would soon arrive to decompose those broken bodies into part of the earth. While traveling, he casually pulled up his status panel. Name Su-yi. Class Summoner. Level 15. Basic Attributes. Health, 600. Attack, 90. Defense, 90. Spirit, 6. Movement Speed, 80. Attack Speed including casting, 70. Special Attributes collapsed, all zeros, not worth mentioning. Skill, Equipped Thunderstrike. He knew these numbers by heart. Yet when actually looking at the panel, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. At merely level 15, he possessed strength comparable to level 25 or even higher tier professionals. Among peers of the same level, describing him as formidable and unstoppable wouldn't be an exaggeration. If outsiders glimpsed this data, they'd probably believe he was level 30, absolutely incredible. Next, Su-yi focused on the information of Zhulong in his arms. Battle Pet Zhulong Owner, Su-yi. Level 10. Health, 1000. Attack, 500. Defense, 800. Movement Speed, 700. Attack Speed, 600. Skills. 1. Deadly Storm. Blows enemies into the air, dealing 2x attack damage, upgradable. 2. Thunderstrike. Releases lightning to paralyze targets, dealing 1000 base damage, current level x 10 coefficient damage, upgradable. 3. Flood Surge. Unleashes floods to submerge enemies. If unable to break free within 10 seconds, instantly kills regardless of level or defense. 4. Day-Night Reversal. Each blink inflicts fatigue. Rapid blinking accelerates target's time flow, potentially causing death from aging. 5. Genesis. Possesses a personal dimension that grants immunity to all external damage when entered. Passive. Immunity to wind, lightning, and water damage. Universal Passive. Shares 1/10 of own attributes with Master. There was no strongest, only stronger in terms of professional development potential. Other professionals compared to Zhulong were like water buffalo charging into an elephant herd, still remaining the little brothers no matter how they compared. After confirming the attributes, Su-yi unhesitatingly closed his own experience gain channel, directing all experience toward Zhulong's leveling. He traveled for most of the day, finally reaching an area called Falling Stone Valley. Rather than a valley, it resembled flat land cleaved by a giant blade, a narrow, kilometer-deep chasm carved through hundreds of kilometers of ground. Due to chronic lack of sunlight and air circulation, the fierce beasts breeding at the valley bottom were grotesquely ugly, completely violating human aesthetic standards, and generally above level 20. Worse still, rocks frequently tumbled from the cliffs, capable of leaving careless adventurers bloodied and battered, hence the name, Falling Stone Valley. The level gap was obvious, but Su-yi felt no concern. Zhulong's explosive damage was sufficient to bridge any gap. More importantly, the experience from defeating higher-level enemies was absurdly abundant, enough to rapidly close the level difference between Zhulong and himself. Thus, he descended into the valley along a relatively gentle slope. Zhulong's leveling journey begins. Boom! Thunder roared and lightning crackled through Falling Stone Valley, with flashes triggering thunderclaps that brought torrential rain. The valley floor, perpetually shrouded in darkness, was torn open by brilliant curtains of light as Zhulong's lightning cascaded down from above. With each flash of electricity, the air exploded, and fierce beasts were instantly reduced to charred ash. Su-yi sat nearby in his folding chair, legs crossed, sipping fruit juice as if watching a private fireworks display. Not far from him lay a plague toad that gave all adventurers nightmares. In the next second, Zhulong raised its head, and a blue-white lightning pillar crashed down thunderously, erasing the level 20 beast before it could even whimper. Incredible! Su-yi gasped in amazement. He knew Zhulong was powerful, but witnessing this harvester-like instant killing still left him stunned, especially knowing that Zhulong was only level 10 at the moment, with its Thunderstrike ability not yet upgraded, yet still dealing over 1,000 damage points per hit. If it truly grew to its full potential, Su-yi had no doubt this serpent could pin gods beneath its feet and grind them into dust. Su-yi knew all too well how troublesome plague toads could be. Their attacks weren't particularly strong, nor was their health exceptional, but their counterattacks were disgusting. One hit would spray a large area with red and green sticky fluid that glued people to the ground like industrial adhesive. If anyone tried to dodge, the toad would whip out its long tongue to drag them back to its mouth, cover them in saliva, then spit them out with a loud rib bit, effectively sculpting professionals into living statues. But before Zhulong, these revolting tactics were utterly useless. The lightning's long-range instant kills gave the toads no chance to even spit, and they fell in droves. After clearing the last one, Zhulong's experience bar filled instantly, jumping to level 11. The accompanying growth spurt left Su-yi crying uncle. The serpent's body grew so thick that two adults' fists couldn't encircle it, stretching to 3 meters in length. When coiled atop his head, it nearly made him roll his eyes back. Oh my, this little frame of mine can't handle it, my back's about to break. If you keep hanging around my neck, you'll squash me into a pancake. Zhulong obediently slithered down his shoulder and coiled on the ground. Su-yi stretched his muscles and bones, laughing as he scolded. Come on, when you're eventually 1,000 miles long, I'll have to ride on your neck. Zhulong made a rustling sound, its serpentine body undulating as it followed closely behind. The two continued advancing deeper into Falling Stone Valley. Before long, a second type of beast blocked their path, Chaos Spawn. The creature's appearance nearly made Su-yi look away. A smooth, hairless pink ball of flesh with deer-like limbs and a cow-like tail, topped with a humanoid head. The head bore a single eye, 3 mouths bristling with fangs, and 2 elephant-like ears that spread like fans. Bizarre no matter how you looked at it. Once a Chaos Spawn took damage, all 3 mouths would open simultaneously, shooting out the dense array of sharp spikes and fangs inside like projectiles in an overwhelming barrage. These spikes not only caused damage but could also disrupt the nervous system, making affected professionals unable to distinguish friend from foe, even turning to backstab their teammates. For this reason, adventurers simply called Chaos Spawn justified revenge messengers. Generally speaking, it was best not to form parties when dealing with these monsters, otherwise, you'd never know if you died at the hands of a beast or your own allies. Ugh, that's hideous. Su-yi shook his hand dismissively. Zhulong, you're up. Flood reversal, make it quick. When it came to leveling up, Zhulong never held back, executing its skills with seamless precision. Though still in serpent form, it knew that true transformation into a dragon required constant advancement. Now that its master finally remembered this, it naturally seized the opportunity. Its massive maw opened wide, unleashing a roaring breath. Deep within Falling Stone Valley, torrential floods formed instantly, swallowing the Chaos Spawn in the gorge completely. These creatures were clearly lacking in the intelligence department, actually doing backstrokes in the water, completely oblivious to their impending doom. Only a scattered few managed to struggle ashore, charging straight at Su Yi in a futile attempt to get close enough to unleash their fangs and spikes, hoping to tear this human apart and devour him. Su Yi remained calm and actually smiled. Martial technique embedding thunder's might. His fist struck down, brilliant white arcs exploding into the water's surface, instantly boiling the cold water. Electric currents slithered like serpents, spreading through the water to reach every chaos spawn. Joints paralyzed, nerves destroyed, the monsters went rigid and toppled backward, swept away by the flood. The subsequent electrical explosions were even more brutal, sending clouds of blood mist rising from underwater, a truly horrifying sight. 10 seconds later, the flood that ignored both level and defense finished its sweep, completely annihilating all submerged chaos spawn. Awesome. Sui gave a thumbs up and laughed heartily. Absolutely savage now, that's my battle pet. He added with admiration. The classic of mountains and seas system is incredible. In just one round of slaughter, Zhulong shot up to level 12. Too fast. 2 waves of beasts and already up 2 levels, who would believe it? Sui marveled, but the facts were right before his eyes. Though area effect skills were powerful and didn't distinguish between friend and foe, with slightly longer casting times, none of that mattered when grinding solo with the classic of mountains and seas system. He could play however he wanted. He continued, leading Zhulong deeper into the valley floor. Scattered beasts were picked off one by one with targeted thunder strikes. Clustered monster groups were swept away in a single flood. Any survivors that escaped to shore were finished off by Su Yi's fists before they could even steady themselves. Throughout this journey, the duo seemed to enter an uninhabited realm. Zhulong leisurely leveled up, while Su Yi casually mopped the floor. He collected every material dropped by the beasts. Zhulong grumbled and whined, somewhat dissatisfied that its master was slowing down its leveling progress. Su Yi immediately put on a serious expression to educate it. Diligence brings gain, frugality brings peace. Diligent, but not frugal, is like picking up with the left hand and scattering with the right. Poor children learn to manage households early. You wouldn't understand. You don't know how expensive college is until you attend. I am saving up money for your beef. Zhulong rolled its eyes and waited quietly for Su Yi to finish packing his bag before moving forward again. After an unknown amount of time, Zhulong had swept through everything in its path and finally reached level 15, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Yi. Su Yi, having held back his curiosity for so long, could no longer contain himself. It's time to check out your stats. System, display Zhulong's panel. Whoosh, the classic of mountains and seas system responded to Su Yi's command. In the blink of an eye, a semi-transparent data panel materialized on Su Yi's retina, so clear that even the finest details were visible. Battle pet, Zhulong. Master, Su Yi. Level, 15. Health points, 5,000. Attack power, 1,500. Defense, 1,800. Movement speed, 1,700. Attack speed, 1,600. Skills. 1. Fatal Storm. Blows enemies into the air, dealing 7x attack power damage, upgradable. 2. Thunderous Strike. Releases lightning that paralyzes enemies and deals 5,000 base damage, current level x 10 coefficient damage, upgradable. 3. Flood Reversal. Massive floods engulf enemies. If they fail to break free within 10 seconds, instant kill regardless of level or defense. 4. Day and Night Reversal. Each time Zhulong blinks, it stacks fatigue on enemies. Rapid blinking accelerates time flow and can even cause targets to die of old age. 5. Heaven and Earth Creation. Possesses a dimensional space that grants immunity to all external damage when entered. Passive abilities. Immunity to wind damage. Immunity to lightning damage. Immunity to water damage. Universal passive. Battle pet shares 1/10 of all attributes with its master. Hiss. After reviewing the panel, Su Yi couldn't help but gasp. On the display, a string of 200 values after each attribute caught his eye. With every level up, Zhulong gained 200 points across all stats: health, attack, defense, and speed. This was beyond what could be described as heaven-defying. The phrase divinely ordained to overturn heaven and earth flashed through his mind. To put this in perspective, ordinary professionals needed to grind through at least 30 levels to accumulate 200 points in a single attribute, while Zhulong gained that much across all stats with just one level up. Staring at those outrageous bonuses, Su Yi felt his heart ache within Vife. All those points went to him directly. He could ascend to godhood in minutes. Though the system only granted him 1/10 of the share, it still represented a massive boost to his power. More importantly, Zhulong's will was bound to his through the classic of mountains and sea system, eliminating any risk of the pet turning on its master. If an ordinary beast master archer had tamed such a creature, they would have been devoured without a trace long ago. Su Yi remained stunned for a long moment. These are truly divine attributes. I am absolutely in love. He reached out to stroke Zhulong's massive head. Basking in the afternoon sunlight, Zhulong squinted its golden red vertical pupils and yawned lazily, looking ready to fall asleep at any moment. This guy's slacking off again. Su Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had imagined himself sweeping across battlefields with his majestic Zhulong, but instead his battle pet seemed to adopt a mission accomplished, time for a nap attitude, making him stamp his feet in frustration. Su Yi patted the enormous head covered in dark golden scales with earnest concern. Little Zhu, as the old saying goes, one should strive for even greater heights after reaching the top. Don't fear incompetence, fear inconsistency. If you can carry 1,000 pounds, don't settle for 999. The path of leveling up is still long ahead. You're only level 15 and already getting lazy at won't do. You used to be able to fly, but now you can only crawl on the ground. Are you really content with that? Zhulong tilted his head and nodded. This is quite nice. I can stay by Master's side, and I want to sleep. Su Yi flicked him on the forehead. Sleep my ass. Come on, let's go level up. With that, he grabbed the lazy Zhulong and strode deeper into Falling Stone Valley. As they walked, Su Yi pulled up his attribute panel after all. Zhulong shared 1/10 of his attributes with him, and he wanted to see just how powerful he had become. Class, Summoner. Level, 16. Base attributes. Health, 1,100. Attack, 240. Defense, 270. Spirit, 6. Movement speed, 250. Attack speed including casting, 230. Unallocated attribute points, 6. Special attributes below are collapsed. Click to view. Earlier, while helping Zhulong deal with the fierce beasts unleashed by the flood, he had gained massive experience, jumping directly from level 15 to 16. Now Su Yi no longer felt any urgency about levels. With such massive shared attributes at his disposal, he could easily crush most higher-level professionals. With 1,100 health points, other classes would need to be at least level 25 tank warriors or paladins to reach such numbers. His attack and movement speed were equally ridiculous while others swung their weapons once. He could stab 3 times, effectively blocking his opponent's every move. It was truly walking his own path while leaving others with no path to walk, reaching the end of the earth before reaching the end of the sky. Of course, his stats weren't without weaknesses. His spirit attribute was a pitiful 6 points. Spirit determined mana and affected skill casting frequency. Currently, Su Yi only had one martial skill socket available, and the summoner class was already lacking in attack skills, so he couldn't afford to be careless. In the future, he would summon more mythical beasts from the classic of mountains and seas, requiring more martial skill sockets, and insufficient mana would leave him helpless. After a moment's consideration, he invested all 6 attribute points into Spirit. Spirit, 12. Though still modest, at least it had reached double digits, which felt somewhat reassuring. Closing his panel, Su Yi led Zhulong around a large bend in Falling Stone Valley, planning to continue grinding monsters for experience. Though Zhulong was lazy, he would still obediently attack when commanded. The leveling pace couldn't stop. Suddenly, an adventure party of 8 or 9 people came into view. Even more astonishing was the scene ahead. At the end of the dark, damp valley floor, a massive light screen floated in the air. Within the light screen stretched endless green grasslands, with snow-capped mountains visible in the distance, forming a stark contrast to the gloomy rock walls surrounding them. This, Su Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. A secret realm dungeon had appeared in Falling Stone Valley. The appearance of a secret realm in Falling Stone Valley came as quite a surprise to Su Yi. On Earth, now expanded 10,000 times its original size, secret realms appeared with no discernible pattern. Most adventurers considered themselves lucky to encounter one in an entire year. Not to mention that these realms only remained open for 1 hour after appearing. It would vanish immediately if no one entered, and the slightest distraction could mean missing the opportunity entirely. Add to this the strict player requirements of a minimum of 10 and maximum of 40 people, and many small adventuring parties of 3 to 5 members could only watch helplessly as the entrance slowly closed. However, the rewards from secret realms far exceeded those of the wilderness. A single expedition was equivalent to months of grinding monsters in the wild. Su Yi stood at the edge of the mountain wall's gap, observing the team gathered at the secret realm entrance from a distance. From their uniform combat boots and heavy breastplates to their gleaming weapons, he could tell they were at least level 25 or above, definitely not ordinary independent cultivators. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar yet jarring figure in the crowd. Lu Tiao, with her shoulder-length hair and crisp military attire, gripping a massive sword made of flesh and blood. The blade was formed from writhing chunks of blood, its edge lined with sharp fangs, and along the spine protruded a tightly closed eyeball and a gasping mouth, both fierce and grotesque. Just from its appearance, Su Yi could tell this flesh sword was of extremely high grade. What truly made his heart sink, however, wasn't the weapon's intimidating presence, but the fact that Lu Tiao was the one wielding it. His gaze instantly turned cold. The Lu family had clearly sent elite members of their clan to escort Lu Tiao, hoping she could use the secret realm to gain experience and prepare for the college entrance exams. Su Yi's relationship with Lu Tiao had long since reached freezing point, and he wanted no further entanglements. To avoid complications, he stored his candle dragon battle pet in the system's housing area and suppressed his thoughts in the wilderness. Solo players were best served keeping their trump cards hidden. Even when injured, one shouldn't easily call for help, as no one knew whether others had good intentions or murderous ones. While the secret realm was certainly tempting, without sufficient numbers, the entrance simply wouldn't open. He knew he couldn't interfere at this moment. He watched as Lu Tiao's group gathered before the secret realm, discussing in low voices, yet neither entering nor leaving, eventually sitting down to rest on the spot. He had no desire to face them. Lu Tiao would give him a cold look upon seeing him, and he felt nothing but weariness toward her. Rather than waste time, he'd be better off grinding monsters in the wilderness to level up. He sighed quietly to himself and prepared to take a detour. To the left of the secret realm entrance lay a slope of broken stones. Going around it would lead him back to the monster spawn zones. Before turning away, he took one last glance toward Lu Tiao's direction. At the secret realm entrance, suspended in midair like an unfolded scroll, lay a scene completely different from the ash-gray world of Falling Stone Valley. Emerald lakes, solitary peaks, and cloud bridges were all clearly visible, truly enticing. Lu Tiao pressed her lips together, her expression filled with regret. "Miss, we should go? Rather than waste time here, we'd be better off hunting monsters to level up." The speaker was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, shield in hand, and warhammer strapped to his back, clearly a tank class leader whom everyone called Uncle Zhang. Lu Tiao withdrew her gaze from the scenic vista, frowning with displeasure. "Uncle Zhang, it's such a shame to miss such a good opportunity." Uncle Zhang also showed some regret, but still shook his head with a sigh. "Unfortunately, we don't have enough people. This secret realm dungeon requires a team of 10 to enter." 20 minutes had passed since the secret realm dungeon appeared. In another 40 minutes, the entire realm would completely collapse. Uncle Zhang pulled out his tactical watch to check the navigation and shook his head decisively. "At the speed we can call for reinforcements from Jiangcheng, forget 40 minutes couldn't reach Falling Stone Valley even in 4 hours. Miss, I suggest we give up." Liu Qiao bit her lower lip, her brow furrowed tightly, still unwilling to give up. "I really want to go in and hunt for treasure." Uncle Zhang smiled bitterly and lowered his voice to persuade her. "Miss, I know you're preparing for the college entrance trial, but everything has its priorities. Besides, that diamond-grade flesh and blood sword in your hands has explosive attack power none of your classmates can compare. With just this sword, you can sweep through everything and secure the top spot in Jiangcheng City. With your class Valkyrie being so fierce and dominating, becoming the provincial champion is just a matter of time. You don't need this one dungeon's loot." Liu Tiao sighed softly. Though dangerous, wilderness secret realms were famous for their amazing drop rates. With good luck, they could make a professional sort instantly and join the elite. As long as we have enough people, no one would give up this kind of opportunity. She knew in her heart that she wasn't the only one in the team feeling regretful. The accompanying professionals were equally disappointed. They were merely hired by Lu Chenghat, renowned 5-star general, to help Liu Tiao farm monsters and level up. To improve their own strength, secret realms were obviously the best shortcut. But as Uncle Zhang said, without enough manpower, no one could enter, they could only watch helplessly. The secret realm barrier ahead was now violently shaking like torn canvas, collapse imminent. Liu Tiao gripped her sword hilt and took a long breath. "Forget it. We can't force what isn't meant to be. Let's go." Everyone began packing their equipment, preparing to continue deeper into Falling Stone Valley. The secret realm would have to be abandoned. Just then, the shadow assassin in the team suddenly felt his hair stand on end, his sixth sense detecting something unusual. He rushed toward their path in one swift movement and shouted, Who's there? Stop playing games and come out." Instantly, the entire team drew their weapons, protecting Liu Tiao in the center, their gazes sharp as knives locked on the rear. Being followed in the wilderness meant trouble 9 times out of 10. Liu Tiao absolutely could not be harmed otherwise. None of them could bear Lu Qinghai's wrath. Anyone could die, except Liu Tiao. The next second, a figure slowly emerged from behind the rocks. He scratched his head with an annoyed expression. "I even took a detour, but your freakish perception still caught me." He spread his hands and shrugged to show he was harmless. "Don't be nervous, watch out for accidental discharge. I'm just passing through. You continue, I'll be on my way." Uncle Zhang and the others exchanged glances, lurking behind them sneakily, yet claiming to just be passing by. He maintained his hands spread posture, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, calmly brushing past everyone as he headed deeper into Falling Stone Valley. "Sui, stop right there." Just as Sui had passed through the crowd and was heading deeper into Falling Stone Valley, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Sui, pretending you don't know me?" It was Lu Tiao speaking. Sui stopped in his tracks, but remained with his back turned, his tone indifferent. "So what if I know you? Who says that knowing someone means I have to greet them? Are we that close?" His heartless response instantly turned Lu Tiao's face red with anger. "You? How dare you?" A worthless summoner with such lowly status. Yet you have the audacity to walk right past me without acknowledgement. Lu Tiao was puzzled logically. Su Yi should be clinging to her, begging her to take him along for leveling up. Why was he acting so aloof now? In her eyes, Su Yi had already fallen to being cannon fodder in a useless profession. Uncle Zhang and the accompanying guards were completely confused. Miss, do you know him? Uncle Zhang asked in a low voice. More than know him. Lu Tiao snorted coldly. A worthless summoner acting all high and mighty disgusting. Uncle Zhang nodded, agreeing that summoners weren't particularly powerful, but then his eyes lit up with an idea. Miss, we're short on people for our team to enter the secret realm. Why don't we invite him to join? Once we have enough people to activate it, life and death inside will be up to fate. If there are any gains, won't we be the ones calling the shots anyway? A gleam flashed in Lu Tiao's eyes exactly. As long as they gathered enough people to enter the secret realm, Su Yi was so pathetically weak that he'd either be scared off or knocked out cold in no time, with no right to claim any spoils of war. As long as he agreed, she could get what she wanted. Having made up her mind, Lu Tiao arrogantly shouted at Su Yi. Hey, consider yourself lucky today? Come with us into the secret realm where I eat meat. You can have some soup. She acted magnanimous, as if bestowing a tremendous favor upon him, while sneering inwardly inside. Cannon fodder would remain cannon fodder. Just when Lu Tiao thought everything was settled, Su Yi turned sideways to scan the group, flashing a bright smile. Let me count 1, 2, 9. 9 people? So you can't enter the secret realm, and that's why you thought of me, right? Caught red-handed, Lu Tiao's cheeks burned with embarrassment, but she stubbornly insisted. This is an order. Who said we were inviting you? Don't you covet what the secret realm has to offer? Sorry, Su Yi shrugged, not interested. Lu Tiao was struck speechless. Uncle Zhang could only sigh and rub his forehead. The young Mrs. Attitude was really going to drive people away. To fulfill Lu Tiao's wishes, he put on a friendly smile and spoke in a pleasant tone. Young man, we are indeed short on people, which is why we're inviting you. You see, after entering the secret realm, you could also obtain equipment and materials. More importantly, our young lady is Lu Qinghai's daughter. You know Lu Qinghai, right? Uncle Zhang dropped the name of this powerful figure behind the scenes, thinking it would solve everything. Normally, people would be desperate to curry favor with Lu Tiao, since that meant getting close to Lu Qinghai himself. That's exactly why he and the other professionals were willing to serve her so devotedly. But Su Yi just sneered coldly. I know better than you do. Uncle Zhang was stunned on the spot. This kid knew she was Lu Qinghai's daughter and still had the nerve to act so arrogant? Not only was his profession useless, but his brain seemed broken too. You're just treating me like a tool, Su Yi said, lifting his chin and hitting the nail on the head. Uncle Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment. Just as he was about to argue back, Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. Cut the empty talk. If you want me on the team, fine, but it'll cost you 500,000 for my services. 500,000. Uncle Zhang nearly jumped out of his skin. He'd never seen anyone make such an outrageous demand. Are you serious or not? His face darkened. 600,000. Su Yi said unhurriedly. That's going too far. 700,000. Why does it keep going up? 800,000. Uncle Zhang was completely dumbfounded. Another 10,000 added for every word? The other professionals nearby were seething with rage. If the secret realm didn't require willing participation, they would have loved to chop Su Yi into mincemeat. Fine, Lu Tiao said through gritted teeth. She could feel the secret realm entrance rapidly contracting. There was no time to waste. Besides, once they got inside, life and death were uncertain. She could just use Su Yi as cannon fodder, and the money would eventually pay for itself. Su Yi saw right through her scheme and handed over his bank card. Payment first. I don't trust your integrity. My father is Lu Qinghai, and you're questioning my integrity. Lu Tiao was furious, but she still processed the payment. 800,000 was transferred instantly. Transactions in this world were remarkably swift. Once we're inside, you follow orders. The money isn't free, Lu Tiao warned coldly. Su Yi picked at his ear and laughed loudly. I'm just a summoner. I'll cheer you on from the sidelines, but don't expect me to do anything else. Useless, Lu Tiao muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes hard. Uncle Zhang and the others burned with envy. They had to risk their lives fighting monsters alongside Lu Tiao just to earn a measly 100,000, while this guy made 800,000 just by opening his mouth. But their jealousy quickly turned to schadenfreude in their minds. Su Yi would definitely be the first to die as cannon fodder in the secret realm, and he wouldn't live to spend the money anyway. Gather up. Enter the secret realm. Uncle Zhang barked. Taking advantage of the last moment before the secret realm disappeared, the group stepped into the Falling Stone Valley secret realm. Originally, Su Yi really didn't want to get involved in Lu Tiao's messy affairs. Although they had once been lovers, from the moment of the class change ceremony, they had embarked on completely different paths. If they could manage to pass each other in silence in the future, that would be the greatest harmony possible. However, when Lu Tiao mentioned being short one person and wanted Su Yi to enter the secret realm to make up the numbers, A mischievous idea suddenly popped into Su Yi's mind. Not only would he agree, but he'd also thoroughly discuss the other party. First, he'd collect an appearance fee, and second, he'd set his sights on the equipment and materials produced in the secret realm. In others' eyes, he was a worthless summoner, but Su Yi had unparalleled confidence in his true strength. Money and material, she wanted both, and he'd get both. Although Lu Tiao's side had strength in numbers, when it came to dealing damage, Su Yi was certain he could completely dominate this group. Secret realm rewards were distributed based on individual damage contribution, so as long as his output was high enough, the lion's share of equipment and materials would be his. He planned to slip away once inside the secret realm and unleash Zhulong to deal massive damage. When the dungeon ended, all of Lu Tiao's schemes would fall through. Would end up benefiting whom was really hard to say. It was precisely for this reason that Su Yi nodded and joined Lu Tiao's team. The moment the group stepped into the secret realm, the scene before them left Su Yi stunned once again. Snow-capped mountains interspersed with grasslands stretched endlessly like a paradise, with air that actually carried a sweet fragrance. But everyone knew this was just an illusion. Secret realm dungeons were more brutal than the wilderness, and one careless moment could leave not even bones behind. At this moment, 10 adventurers stood on the hillside as their panels suddenly refreshed. Secret realm, desolate burial grassland. Difficulty level, hard. Recommended level, 20. Warning, unspeakable beasts surge in the depths of the grassland. Be careful, adventurer, the ground beneath your feet is not stable. As soon as this information appeared, Lu Tiao, Uncle Zhang, and the others' faces turned deathly pale. What? This beautiful secret realm is actually hard difficulty? Good heavens, that's way too much credit for us. Damn, we really hit the jackpot. This is going to be tough. It never cleared a hard difficulty before. The team erupted in chatter, their voices filled with fear. Secret realm difficulties ranged from easy, normal, elite to hard and nightmare. The higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards, but their group was only around level 25, with the highest being level 28 at most. To safely clear a hard difficulty dungeon, it was best to be above level 30 and have completed class advancement. Otherwise, the slightest mistake could lead to a total party wipe. Moreover, besides Uncle Zhang and a few veteran adventurers, the team also included 2 kids in their teens. This configuration could handle elite difficulty, but facing hard difficulty, the risk of accidents skyrocketed. Uncle Zhang turned to look at Lu Tiao, hesitation written all over his face. Miss, this secret realm is somewhat beyond my expectations. Falling Stone Valley usually only spawns elite dungeons for levels 10 to 20. There's no way a hard difficulty should appear. I think we should withdraw. The appearance of desolate burial grassland had clearly disrupted all of Uncle Zhang's calculations. It was like holding a spiky hedgehog in his hand. She couldn't put it down, couldn't throw it away. Truly an uncomfortable predicament. Lu Tiao felt uncertain about this mission. The difficulty level of this dungeon left her completely at a loss. Thinking about the 800,000 bounty, her heart ached, and she could only force herself to encourage the team. It's just a hard difficulty, not nightmare level. I believe you can handle it, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang rolled his eyes dramatically. If they had a full team of level 25 and above, he'd be confident. But Lu Tiao was dead weight, and Su Yi was completely useless. This configuration was just making things harder for the team. He suppressed his emotions and gave instructions with barely concealed anxiety. Stay alert, everyone. It's just a level 20 hard dungeon. Our team composition is reasonable. As long as we're careful and protect the young lady, we'll be fine. Standing before the secret realm with no way back, the team responded in unison. Let's do this. Uncle Zhang surveyed the dungeon entrance. The grassland below the slope looked flat from a distance, but each blade of grass stood 3 meters tall. It was essentially a natural giant maze. Remember, he added grimly, stay connected in a line and follow my lead closely. If we get separated, we're done for. The team nodded. Uncle Zhang turned to Su Yi. We have an archer, warrior, mage, assassin, priest, swordsman, chi master, knight, and valkyrie. You're a summoner, pretty useless, but don't slack off. Su Yi waved dismissively. Whatever you say, let's just get this over with. The slope wasn't long, and the team descended in formation. Along the way, Uncle Zhang quietly exchanged a glance with the assassin. Jiang Ren adjusted his position, staying close behind Su Yi, ready to slit his throat at the first sign of any move against Lu Tiao. Lu Tiao was positioned in the center, surrounded by a solid wall of flesh, while Su Yi was placed second from the back, with Jiang Ren's cold gaze constantly watching him. They entered the tall grass. The 3-meter-high grass walls instantly blocked their vision on all sides, leaving only a thin strip of gray-white sky above. The black soil beneath their feet was soft like water-filled leather, sinking slightly with each step. The rustling of wind through grass mixed with their footsteps, and their sense of direction immediately collapsed. Suddenly, the rustling became chaotic, and the ground trembled like gentle waves. Enemy attack. Watch out, monsters incoming. Uncle Zhang shouted. Swoosh. Everyone drew their weapons, forming a tight circle around Lu Tiao. Jiang Ren's figure flickered, transforming into a dark shadow that melted into the deep grass, leaving only faint black mist behind. Whoosh whoosh, large patches of grass were violently trampled down. In the next instant, 3 calf-sized three-headed hounds burst through the grass. Each hound's 3 mouths simultaneously spewed black mist, reeking and putrid, with gleaming fangs, charging the defensive circle from 3 directions. Su Yi thought to himself, "Great, I've become a spectator." I have to admit, Uncle Zhang's team was quite formidable. 3 hellhounds lunged simultaneously from different directions, their fangs gleaming with cold light, yet the team remained calm and composed. "Warrior, take 1 and hold it. Mage, use wind control on the second one. The remaining 1 is mine. Everyone focus fire on my target, move." Uncle Zhang's commands rang out with authority. The warrior charged forward with shield raised, taunting with a roar. The knight followed closely, provoking and trampling to draw aggro. The mage raised his hand, sending wind magic howling forth to lift one of the hellhounds high into the air. Within mere moments, all 3 monsters were firmly under control. The next second, fireballs, arrows, and flashing blades poured down like a torrential storm upon the hellhound before Uncle Zhang, sending up sprays of charred flesh and blood mist. The priest in the back row kept a close eye on Uncle Zhang and the warrior's health bars, casting timely healing spells. Su Yi stood leisurely to the side, watching the show while casually casting his appraisal skill on the hellhounds. Hellhound Elite LV.20. HP, 4000. Strength, 70. Defense, 100. Speed, 80. Skills. 1. Virus injection injects virus through fangs, causing confusion in the target. 2. Heavy strike, all 3 heads attack simultaneously, dealing triple damage. 3. Split, when HP drops to 30, splits into 3, dividing remaining HP equally. After splitting, speed 200, attack 100. After reading the stats, Su Yi nodded approvingly. Worthy of a nightmare-level dungeon. Even the first wave of mobs is this fierce. Heavy strike aside, the real trouble was split. By rough calculation, each hound would still have 400 HP after splitting, and insufficient firepower would lead to a counterattack. To handle them instantly, the mage would need to charge up a big spell in advance and guarantee a hit. As for virus injection, that was even more disgusting. Once a teammate was infected, they'd attack friend and foe alike indiscriminately. The tank had to keep moving constantly and absolutely couldn't get bitten. With a spectator's mindset, Su Yi just stood there motionless, letting Uncle Zhang's team fight with great intensity while he couldn't be bothered to help. However, his trouble soon arrived. The hellhound that had been blown into the air by the mage finished its control duration, but after landing, the mage forgot to recast the spell. The monster rolled upon landing, let out an angry roar, and suddenly turned to charge straight at Su Yi. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. "I'm standing here like a wooden post, and with so many people over there to bite. Why is it coming for me?" The priest immediately noticed the anomaly and urgently reminded, "Quick, lure the dog back and have the mage recast wind control." "I'm out of mana. I can't cast wind." The mage's shout carried despair. The scene instantly fell silent, as everyone tacitly focused on the 2 hellhounds in their hands, completely ignoring Su Yi's life or death. Su Yi smiled coldly. "You won't help me? Then I'll handle it myself. A mere hellhound has you using taunts, controls, and concentrated fire. Isn't that exhausting?" He slightly widened his stance and clenched his right fist. The next moment, lightning exploded from his knuckles, brilliant arcs crackling and dancing, and almost simultaneously, his figure tore through the air like a flash, teleporting directly in front of the hellhound. Before the hellhound could attack, Su Yi charged straight at it. Su Yi clenched his fists tightly, and amid a series of explosive sounds like steel strings vibrating violently, massive muscles across his body continuously bulged and rippled. Immediately after, visible white energy vortexes erupted one after another, stirring the surrounding air into layers of ripples, while thunderous roars like dragons and tigers caused everyone's eardrums to ache. Martial technique enhancement thunderstrike. Bang! Blinding lightning tore through the air and dust like a divine blade of punishment, moving too fast to track, instantly striking the 3-headed hound's skulls. The monster had been leaping high, but in the next moment, all 3 heads were crushed into its body by the force of the punch, with muscles, bones, and organs turning to powder under the terrifying impact. The lingering electrical current then exploded across its surface, and amid the thunderous noise, the 3-headed hound was torn into countless fragments of flesh scattered across the ground. Su Yi withdrew his fist, casually wiping the blood from between his fingers as if merely brushing off dust, his expression calm to the point of coldness. On the other side, Uncle Zhang, Lu Tiao, and the others stood frozen in shock. What just happened? A flash of lightning, and that thing just exploded. Am I dreaming? The monster that took all of us to fight, he destroyed it with one punch. Exclamations rose one after another, but no one could provide an answer. Uncle Zhang's mind was in chaos. What level was Su Yi exactly? Level 30? That power clearly resembled a lightning mage. But since when did mages use their fists? His damage output was actually higher than all of theirs combined? He recalled with a trembling voice. His group had worked together, relying on constant healing from their priest to barely defeat one monster. While Su Yi made it look simple: one punch, one kill. Did this mean that all of them were just dead weight? He clearly remembered that summoners had always been considered a weak class, but what he witnessed obviously defied common sense. What kind of extraordinary encounter had Su Yi experienced to transform a summoner so dramatically? Uncle Zhang couldn't figure it out and felt his scalp tingling. Lu Tiao's bloodstained greatsword dropped to the ground with a thud, her gaze fixed intently on Su Yi. She desperately tried to convince herself. Fake. It must be fake. But reason told her that even a level 30 swordsman with top-tier equipment would only achieve this level of power, and Su Yi couldn't possibly be above level 30. Thinking that if she angered him, she might be pulverized with one punch, she couldn't help but tremble all over. The phrase, earth-shattering, wasn't enough to describe Su Yi's current prowess, and she suddenly had the chilling realization of shooting herself in the foot. Could it be that Su Yi had truly mastered the summoner class? Had she missed out on a treasure trove? She looked up, her eyes darting uncertainly. Why are you staring at me? The warrior is about to be killed by the three-headed hound. Su Yi said indifferently. Ah. The priest snapped out of his shock and hurriedly raised his hand to heal the dying warrior. Su Yi. Lu Tiao was about to ask more questions when Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. When the West Mountain was lonely, you weren't there to accompany. Now that the East Mountain rises again, who are you? Su Yi's words struck Lu Tiao's heart like a sledgehammer. Her chest felt as if it had been torn apart by a sharp blade, and while his voice still echoed in her ears, her vision darkened and her breathing became erratic. She stared fixedly at the mangled corpse of the three-headed hound not far away, still unable to believe that Su Yi had actually killed this monster with a single punch. Was this really something a summoner could do? She knew that when everyone had joined forces to attack the three-headed hound earlier, even the most powerful single-target ultimate skills from various classes had only dealt around 400 points of damage, with extremely long cooldowns that could only be used once. But Su Yi's punches had no usage limit, yet each one dealt 10 times their damage. This absurd gap made Lu Tiao feel like she was having a ridiculous dream buried under 18 layers of blankets. However, after eliminating all seemingly impossible explanations, whatever remained, no matter how bizarre, was ultimately the truth. Su Yi had done it, right before her eyes. No charging up, no fancy movements, just a casual punch, as if that ferocious three-headed hound were made of paper. They weren't even on the same level. Realizing this, Lu Tiao felt like she had missed out on 100 million, regretting how she had kicked Su Yi when he was down during his transition to summoner. But she still couldn't understand. If summoners could be this powerful, what had all the summoners from 100 years ago been doing? She could only console herself. Su Yi must have developed an entirely new way to play the summoner class. After everyone worked together to eliminate the last monster, the battlefield suddenly fell into deathly silence. Uncle Zhang was the first to speak, saying after a moment's consideration, Su Yi, we underestimated you. We originally just wanted you to make up the numbers, never expecting you to uncover a new path for summoners. How about this: you lead the team, and we'll follow your commands. Lu Tiao immediately objected. No way. Uncle Zhang, you have more combat experience. You should still be in command. Su Yi can just continue following along. She was calculating in her mind. She was Lu Qinghai's daughter with unlimited prospects, so there was no way she would grovel to Su Yi. Moreover, she was a Valkyrie with enormous class potential, giving her every chance to catch up to or even surpass Su Yi in the future. More importantly, once command was handed over to Su Yi, he would clear monsters alone while everyone else could only watch helplessly. When it came time to distribute rewards, with all the damage output being Su Yi's, wouldn't they just be paying money to help him succeed? Lu Tiao absolutely would not accept such an outcome. A cold flash of lightning flickered in Su Yi's pupils as he said indifferently, Everyone, I'm more worried about you holding me back. Since that's the case, take care of yourselves. I'll go check out other areas on my own. Uncle Zhang was stunned. By yourself? Even if your damage is high, your health might not be. So what if you get swarmed by monsters? That's not your concern. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively, then turned and disappeared into the tall grass nearby, vanishing completely after a few movements. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Tiao gritted her teeth. Getting carried away. Without a priest following him, he'll die to monsters sooner or later. Uncle Zhang nodded in agreement. Exactly. This is a secret realm where health lost can't be replenished with food, making the priest position extremely important. Everyone stay alert. Don't worry about Su Yi's high damage. Cherie has to constantly watch out for losing health, so we actually have the advantage. At that moment, Jiang Ren emerged from the shadows and asked, should we follow him? Lu Tiao pondered for a moment, then said coldly, follow him. I want to see what other tricks this summoner has up his sleeve. If it's just about combat power, my Valkyrie is no pushover. Jiang Ren nodded. His figure flickered as he melted back into the darkness, dragging shadows behind him as he tracked at high speed in the direction Su Yi had departed. Zhang Shu clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. All right, that was just a minor episode. There are prodigies every year, and we've all seen our Sharino need to make a big fuss. Remember, in the wilderness, the group is our strength. Otherwise, what's the point of crowd control skills? What's the point of tanks? What's the point of healers? Keep moving. His words finally pulled the crowd back from their shock. Right. No matter how strong someone is individually, without crowd control they'll just get pinned down and beaten. What good is high damage then? Everyone regained their spirits and continued deeper into the secret realm under Zhang Shu's leadership. They hadn't walked far when danger struck again. This time the monsters didn't charge from all directions, but suddenly emerged from beneath their feet sludge creatures with gelatinous appearances and bodies covered in mud. They lurked underground, bursting through the soil without warning to swallow adventurers whole. An archer unluckily stepped on an ambush point and vanished before everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. Zhang Shu's face changed as he suddenly recalled the warning from when they first entered the secret realm. The ground beneath your feet is unstable. So it was referring to these devouring monsters. Completely impossible to guard against. Everyone froze in place, even lightening their breathing, afraid that their next step might land right on top of a monster. Zhang Shu quickly pulled out tools and led people to dig at the spot where the archer had disappeared, but as soon as they shoveled out a small pit, the surrounding soil flowed back like liquid, unable to maintain even the pit walls. This place was like a pond disguised as solid ground. No matter how much they dug, they could only watch the mud collapse and refill. Lu Tiao swallowed hard, still shaken. Zhang Shu. Did the archer just die like that? Zhang Shu sighed deeply. Life and death are matters of fate. Even if the sludge creatures themselves weren't highly damaging, being dragged underground meant suffocation alone would be fatal. However, the next second, a desperate cry for help suddenly came from the distance. Help! Help! Zhang Shu, are you nearby? Help me! Everyone was stunned. It was the archer's voice. He wasn't dead. Zhang Shu immediately shouted. North side. All units advance rapidly for rescue. But don't panic, watch your footing. The team picked up speed heading north, the cries for help growing closer, even mixed with sounds of the archer fighting monsters. Just as everyone was about to reach the location, a mage screamed as he was dragged underground. Zhang Shu, Lu Tiao, everyone. Immediately after, the mage's voice came from the west. Help! Damn it! Someone save me! Zhang Shu cursed under his breath. These devouring creatures want to scatter us and pick us off one by one. Don't worry about the mage for now. Let's rescue the archer first. With the order given, everyone gritted their teeth and sprinted forward. A few moments later, they pushed through 3 turtle weeds and finally found the archer. Except, the archer had now become a human jigsaw puzzle, waiting for everyone to piece him back together. Lu Tiao saw chunks of flesh scattered everywhere in various sizes and dry-heaved several times before vomiting with a loud retch. Damn, brutal. This is absolutely brutal, he cursed while wiping his mouth, his voice trembling with fear. The stench of blood mixed with earth hit them heated, making the air feel thick and suffocating. Sigh, I wonder if we arrived too late, or... Someone said in a dejected tone. Uncle Zhang cut him off decisively. Don't get sentimental. Life and death are predetermined. Wealth and status are heaven's will. When venturing into the wilderness, how can there be no casualties? Now carefully retreat and leave this placid wake the monster. Only then did everyone notice that besides the fallen archers scattered across the ground, a creature with a bronze metallic sheen was crouching in the center of the area. It was roughly the size of an adult tiger, resting with half-closed eyes. Its fangs resembled a chainsaw, with a ring of chain-like teeth slowly rotating in its mouth, dripping remnants of flesh and blood onto the stone ground. Uncle Zhang immediately activated his identification skill. Name, Sawtooth Tiger Elite Monster. Level, 25. HP. Attack. Defense. Speed. Skill 1 Passive Iron Guard. The Sawtooth Tiger will not move or actively attack, and is immune to all attacks. Skill 2 Sawtooth Slash. Any creature that steps within 1 meter is instantly killed by the rotating teeth. Note, devouring monsters will slam prey into the Sawtooth Tiger's mouth. Watch your step. After reading the information, Uncle Zhang, Lu Tiao, and the others all gasped in unison. This was a rule-based monster with indiscriminate instant kill abilities. Once the trigger conditions were met, there was no escape from death. Such creatures were extremely rare, yet they had stumbled upon one. Although it can't move, and we're safe as long as we don't get close, there are devouring monster pits everywhere beneath our feet. Lu Tiao's voice was clearly shaking. Once you're dragged in, you're sent straight into its mouth. It's a death sentence. Devouring monsters and sawtooth tigers exist in symbiosis. There's simply no way to break through, someone whispered in agreement. Uncle Zhang forced himself to stay calm. Everyone, this situation is dire. Warriors and mages shouldn't even think about approaching. You'll end up just like the archers, dead for certain. He turned to Lu Tiao. Miss, given the current situation, is it still necessary to venture deeper into this difficult level secret realm? Lu Tiao swallowed hard. We're out here to make money, not to die? Let's retreat. She valued her life too, especially facing this seemingly unsolvable death trap. Even if Lu Qinghai were here, he'd shake his head and smile bitterly. Breaking through this would be nearly impossible. Uncle Zhang nodded. Rule-based monsters require at least level 90 and activated magical energy to overcome. Retreat. With the order given, everyone carefully began withdrawing to the outer perimeter. They had to accept this loss. The monster before them was simply beyond their ability to handle. However, less than halfway back on their return route, Uncle Zhang's communicator suddenly vibrated. After connecting, Jiang Ren's urgent voice came through. Uncle Zhang, if you encounter a flood impact, you must surface within 10 seconds, or it's certain death. Flood. Uncle Zhang was stunned. Where would a flood come from? He felt uneasy. While there were indeed mages who could manipulate water, he'd never heard of an absolute judgment like death if you don't surface in 10 seconds, especially one that rendered underwater breathing potions useless. Could this flood also ignore level and defense completely? Suddenly, Uncle Zhang had a chilling thought. Could this be another rule-based instant kill mechanism within the secret realm? He frantically pressed his communicator, his voice tight with anxiety. What's happening? What flood? Speak clearly. From the other end of the communicator came Jiang Ren's heavy breathing mixed with static. It's Su Yi. Su Yi and his battle path can summon floods that instantly kill monsters indiscriminately. I nearly got swept away by that torrent. Luckily, I reacted fast enough to figure out the rules that water ignores level and defense completely, wiping out hordes of monsters in less than 10 seconds. What? The entire fleet erupted in shocked exclamations. Are you fucking kidding me? Ignoring level and defense, someone shouted skeptically. Even if he can really summon floods, it's probably just damage calculated to barely one-shot the monsters. Exactly, another person chimed in. Su Yi's damage was already terrifying, but no matter how strong his area attacks are, they shouldn't ignore defense completely. However, the voices of doubt couldn't suppress the turmoil churning in Lu Tiao's heart. She froze for a moment, then her expression darkened. She had assumed Su Yi wouldn't survive long after leaving the team, but instead, Jiang Ren was reporting that Su Yi was on a killing spree with area attacks no less. Lu Tiao felt a bitter, stabbing pain in her chest, as if the gap between her and Su Yi had widened once again. She unconsciously clenched her fists, her sharp nails piercing her palms without her noticing. An uncontrollable rage thundered in her chest. Every time Su Yi grew stronger, it felt like a harsh slap to her face. She needed an outlet immediately. Just then, a three-headed hound with black fur and bulging muscles burst from the ground. Everyone was too busy arguing over the communication channel to notice it, as it lunged straight at Lu Tiao. Lu Tiao's face twisted with fury as she drew her flesh-and-blood greatsword, advancing instead of retreating. She swept forward in a low glide, like a crane skimming the ground before suddenly changing direction. Her flesh-and-blood greatsword cut through the air with a sharp whistle as she struck directly at the three-headed hound. Her gaze was colder than her blade, as if she saw Su Yi's figure before her, murderous intent surging wildly. In the next instant, Lu Tiao's eyes erupted with piercing cold light, and a steel-sharp mental wave shot from her pupils. That invisible impact was cold, deadly, and venomous, containing unimaginable killing intent. She stomped hard, spiritual energy exploding beneath her feet. Boom! The softened ground collapsed in a circle around her heel, earth and stone churning like waves, resembling an earth dragon turning over and creating a ring of impact. Her flesh-and-blood greatsword raised high, blade shadows crisscrossing and flashing cold light through the dust and smoke. Blood-red veins suddenly blazed bright, like the gates of hell opening, as a long crimson arc accompanied by a piercing shriek slashed toward the three-headed hound. Bang! The thunderous impact echoed as the three-headed hound was forcibly knocked back, its claws carving deep furrows in the ground. Pale green sword intent scattered like rain from behind Lu Tiao, rising like the blade of an executioner god and filling half the sky. Only then did Uncle Zhang and the others realize Lu Tiao was under attack, shouting in unison, "Damn it! What are you all doing? Protect the young lady immediately." But Lu Tiao took another step forward, her killing intent overwhelming as she pursued with her sword. "I'll handle this myself." Her voice was cold as ice water, each word burning with fury. Before the three-headed hound could land, the bone-chilling blood-red blade light was already streaking across the sky. Die! Thud! The flesh-and-blood greatsword accurately severed one of the heads, the massive canine skull rolling far away with warm blood. The remaining two heads twitched a few times before the enormous body crashed heavily to the ground, dust flying everywhere. Lu Tiao flicked the remaining blood from her blade, sheathed her greatsword, and stood expressionless. She turned around, her silhouette crisp and decisive, her tone ice-cold. "Let's go, Uncle Zhang." With two swift sword strikes, Liu Tiao slayed a three-headed hound. As the three snarling heads fell to the ground in unison and blood splattered across the grass, all the onlookers froze in stunned silence. Throughout their journey, Liu Tiao had always been protected and surrounded by others, never truly fighting herself. She simply enjoyed the experience. Only now, for the first time in the wilderness, did she reveal the true form of a Valkyrie blades dancing through the air in a deadly two-strike execution. Uncle Zhang's expression seemed frozen in place. Another monster. He knew well the terrifying power of the weapons in Liu Tiao's hands, yet was still shaken by those two strikes. Though perhaps slightly less spectacular than Su Yi's earth-shattering punch, it was enough to prove that the Valkyrie class was truly extraordinary. Uncle Zhang sighed softly. Liu Tiao had probably been provoked by Su Yi. What was once a guaranteed top position was now threatened by the dark horse Su Yi, making the upcoming college entrance trial a fierce competition with an uncertain outcome. Suddenly, Jiang Ren's urgent voice crackled through the communicator. "Hello? Uncle Zhang, are you still there? I'm not joking. Su Yi is incredibly powerful." Liu Qiao was about to step forward when she suddenly stopped, her eyes flashing with naked anger and hostility. "I'm not weak either." Jiang Ren made an awkward sound and quickly added, "Miss, what I mean is, Su Yi can instantly kill sawtooth tigers. Have you seen those monsters? They're rule type." As his words fell, the air seemed to be sucked dry. Everyone held their breath, nearly suffocating themselves. Uncle Zhang and the others experienced a moment of complete mental blankness. Owls flying to the heavens, spirits scattered to the nine skies, displaying the ultimate expression of panic and shock. Finally, someone cried out, "A rule-type monster. That's a rule-type monster. And it was instantly killed? Does this make any sense?" Another person said in confusion, "Wait, aren't rule-type monsters only solvable by level 90 job changers with demonic energy?" "Jiangren, are you pulling our leg? What level is Su Yi anyway?" Jiangren replied firmly, "Why would I waste my time lying? I saw it with my own eyes." The scene fell into deathly silence again. Uncle Zhang was completely stunned. If what Jiangren said was true, then Su Yi was simply heaven-defying. Who could have predicted that a summoner could be this powerful? Uncle Zhang turned to look at Liu Qiao. Her face showed no expression, but her heart was in turmoil, with Su Yi's image growing ever larger in her mind. An invisible humiliation cut through her pride like a sharp arrow. Another slap in the face. Earlier, when everyone was helpless against the devouring monsters and sawtooth tigers and was preparing to retreat, Su Yi was ahead, slaughtering his way through the battlefield, with no monster lasting more than 10 seconds against him. Liu Tiao's face burned with shame. Her pride from killing the three-headed hound with two strikes instantly shattered, and the overwhelming sense of defeat made her dizzy. "Miss," Uncle Zhang spoke carefully, "I think we could wait a bit longer." "Wait for what?" Liu Tiao's voice was ice-cold. "Wait for Su Yi to finish dealing with the sawtooth tigers, and then maybe take on some bosses or something." Uncle Zhang smiled apologetically. Liu Tiao remained silent, offering no response. In this tense atmosphere, the ground suddenly trembled, and cold water began bubbling up from beneath their feet. "It's coming. The flood is coming," the priest shouted in warning. In less than a few seconds, torrential floodwaters carrying terrifying waves, like an overturned sea, as if heaven and earth had reversed, came thundering toward them, sweeping everyone away in its deluge. Uncle Zhang waved his hand underwater, signaling the others to pull Liu Tiao to the surface. The floodwater was rising at an alarming rate, and the tall reeds over 3 meters high were quickly reduced to just their tips. Just then, he caught sight of ripples breaking across the water's surface as a massive serpent, over 3 meters long and crimson red all over, came surging through the waves. Uncle Zhang instinctively thought it was another secret realm monster and crouched, ready to strike, but suddenly noticed a young man standing on the snake's back. Su Yi. The youth stood with his hands clasped behind his back, grinning down at everyone as he spoke with playful mockery. "Huh? Apart from Jiangren, how come 3 people are missing?" Uncle Zhang smiled bitterly, his voice trembling. "Dead. They're dead, killed by devouring monsters and saber-toothed tigers." Su Yi's tone was polite, yet couldn't hide his arrogance. "What a pity. Actually, even if you hadn't run into other monsters, those creatures were vicious enough, quite troublesome to deal with." Uncle Zhang nearly spat blood, wiping his face as he shouted, "Stop pretending. That flood you unleashed cleared out a huge area of monsters who all saw it." Su Yi waved dismissively. All right, enough talk. I need to kick that iron-armored crocodile back underwater, or I'll have to deal with them one by one, which is too exhausting." Before he finished speaking, the torch dragon snake beneath his feet swished its tail, creating splashes, while he remained perfectly balanced on its back, leisurely swimming toward the other side to deliver a solid kick to the head of an iron-armored crocodile that had just surfaced. Seconds later, the torrential floodwater rapidly receded, revealing devastated ground littered with debris. Three-headed dogs, iron-armored crocodiles, rock turtles, twisted fishmen. Monsters of all sizes lay scattered across the mud, a shocking sight to behold. Most spine-chilling of all were the saber-toothed tiger corpses covering the ground. Uncle Zhang gasped. His seven killed the saber-toothed tigers. Is this the power of a summoner? How can he ignore even rule-type abilities? Someone nearby was about to respond when Uncle Zhang barked angrily. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, go die by yourself and drag us down with you. The person quickly waved his hands. Okay, I was just joking. I wouldn't dare, even with 10 times the courage. Liu Tiao stood frozen in place, her eyes vacant and throat dry. At this moment, she just wanted to cry out loud or go completely mad. What she had once confidently believed would be her top score in the college entrance trial now seemed impossibly out of reach compared to Sui. Only one thought remained in her heart. Missing out on Sui, she truly deserved to die. Uncle Zhang, I'm really jealous. Jiang Ren appeared from nowhere, filled with envy. You didn't see Sui walking sideways through the secret realm, absolutely unstoppable. If I could change my class to summoner, I could be that impressive too. Uncle Zhang's legs trembled as he glanced at the saber-toothed tiger corpses, forcing himself to stay spirited. Don't boost others' morale while destroying your own. Sui has cleared out most of the small monsters, but now we're about to face the boss. Pull yourselves together, you still have a chance. However, by the end, even he lacked confidence. Rumble, rumble, sudden continuous tremors came from the distance, making the ground shake as if placed on a sieve, leaving everyone unable to stand steady. Is it the boss? With such commotion, it must be. From the west. Charge. The saber-toothed tigers are gone, hurry and grab some damage percentage. Everyone shouted while dragging the still-dazed Liu Tiao in a mad dash westward. The underground devouring monsters were still alive, occasionally bursting from the mud to swallow Uncle Zhang and the others whole before spitting them out near the saber-toothed tiger corpse pile. Though not life-threatening, this forced them to take detours. Even so, everyone desperately sprinted west. At this very moment, Sui had already begun fighting the boss. Snowpeak Stonecrusher, difficulty level boss. HP, 50,000, defense, 1,000, attack, 800, speed, 500, spirit, 400. Skill list. 1. Battle Fury. For every 10 HP lost, attack power increases by 10. 2. Hardcore Armor. Triggers when HP drops to 20, doubling both defense and speed. 3. Avalanche. Summons an avalanche that sweeps the entire battlefield, causing all enemies to instantly lose 50 of their health and take an additional 5 damage per second for the next 5 seconds. The current aggro target becomes frozen. If not freed within 5 seconds, they are instantly killed. 4. Rolling Boulders. Releases massive stone rollers from the mountaintop, instantly killing any enemy caught in their path. Sui closed the status panel and sucked in a sharp breath. This avalanche skill is absolutely ridiculous. Percentage-based damage, continuous bleeding, and it freezes the tank too. He cursed internally. If no one breaks the ice within 5 seconds, the main tank goes down instantly. When the tank falls, aggro goes haywire, and the Stone Crusher charges straight into the squishy damage dealers, capable of one-shotting them with a single swipe. Rolling Boulders is pure positioning. Hell, react half a second too late, and you're reading your own tombstone. However, in Sui's eyes, this boss's truly terrifying aspects weren't these active skills, but rather its 2 passive abilities. Hardcore Armor makes the latter half of the fight exponentially harder, like wrapping the boss in a shell that gets tougher the more you hit it. As for Battle Fury, it's like an enhanced version of Bloodlust. The lower the health, the more violent the damage output, pushing both the tank's gear and the healer's reflexes to their absolute limits. He looked up at the ice-armored giant towering over 10 meters tall and sighed inwardly. Truly worthy of difficulty mode. One mistake with the active skills means a team wipe, while the passive skills are like slowly boiling a frog alive, grinding players down bit by bit. For an ordinary team, this fight would be impossible without at least 2 high-level healers. But for me, Sui, he patted the dragon horn of his battle pet Zhulong beside him. Taking down this kind of boss only requires 1 person and 1 pet. Sui patted Zhulong's head again. If you're going to talk big, you better be able to back it up. You go first, charge in without hesitation, just hold the line. Take it down, and I'll give you extra food later, all the beef you can eat. Zhulong, completely uninterested in motivational speeches, immediately perked up at the mention of beef. Its dragon eyes lit up as it twisted its massive body and unleashed a deadly storm from its maw. A howling tornado rose from between its drum-like wings, lifting the towering Snowpeak Stonecrusher dozens of meters into the air. Sui knew the key to this move wasn't the control effect, but the devastating fall damage when it crashed back down. Deadly Storm Base Attack 7. With Zhulong's current base attack of 1,500, the 7-fold amplification resulted in 10,500 damage. Even after subtracting the Stonecrusher's 1,000 defense points, it still dealt over 10,000 points of solid damage. Crash. Ice and snow were torn apart by the raging winds as the boulder-like body slammed violently into the ground. With just a single skill, Zhulong had taken down 1/5 of the boss's health. The moment the boss hit the ground, Zhulong unleashed another skill thunderous strike. Lightning serpents crackled and exploded as a purple-white thunder pillar struck the snow-peak stonecrusher's chest, instantly vaporizing over 5,000 HP and inflicting paralysis. Su-yi followed up immediately, throwing a devastating punch with martial technique light patterns swirling around his fist, dealing another 5,000 damage. In just a few breaths, the boss hadn't even managed to raise its hands before being brutally stripped of over 20,000 hectopascals feat that would take Uncle Zhang and Lu Tiao ages to accomplish. Yet Su-yi and Zhulong completed it effortlessly, even wasting precious combo time that could have made it even faster. He had considered having Zhulong unleash a flood to finish off the Snow-Peak Stonecrusher in one go, but the creature stood over 10 meters tall, even drowning it with water until it bled wouldn't be enough to kill it, so Su-yi abandoned the idea. When the boss's health dropped to nearly half, the Snow-Peak Stonecrusher roared and raised its arms, activating its skill avalanche. The entire distant mountain rumbled and shook as broken snow carrying terrifying momentum came tumbling down, white as torn cotton dancing through the air, sweeping through the valley. To Su-yi's eyes, a roaring white dragon descended from the mountainside, devouring his vision. Ice shards and howling winds turned day into night, the earth trembling beneath the overwhelming pressure with nowhere to hide. Zhulong, open the dimensional rift. When it comes to cheating, I'm your grandfather, he bellowed. Wu Zhulong tore open a pitch-black fissure, and master and pet dove through just before the avalanche struck. Moments later, they emerged from the other side of the rift to find the snow had stopped, the valley silent, and the boss's ultimate killing move completely wasted. The Snow-Peak Stonecrusher howled in fury, charging forward and swinging boulder-like fists at Zhulong. But with Zhulong's absurd 1,800 defense points, the punches only managed to splash 500 damage against its scales, barely a scratch. Su-yi and his battle pet worked in perfect harmony, unleashing another round of skills that brought the boss's health down to just over 10,000. Victory was within reach. In desperation, the boss activated rolling boulders. Instantly, massive stones thundered down the mountainside like an angry tide crushing the valley floor. This move was purely about positioning, but Zhulong moved at high speed, making the stones miss by miles. Su-yi, sharing Zhulong's attributes, was slightly slower but still incredibly agile, weaving through the boulders like a swimming dragon, always just barely avoiding them, like passing through flowers without a single petal touching. When the skill ended, harvest time arrived. Zhulong's thunderous strike crackled down once more. Su-yi's martial technique fist thundered forward again, and the boss's final sliver of health instantly hit zero. From start to finish, it took only a few minutes if not for the two area effect skills wasting time. Su-yi was confident he could have finished it in 1 minute of straight combat, especially since Zhulong's skills had no cooldown, which was simply ridiculous. Once again, he deeply appreciated Zhulong's terrifying power. A product of the classic of mountains and seas was indeed a masterpiece. Just after defeating the boss, Su-yi heard chaotic footsteps approaching from behind. Hurry up, we're almost at the boss location. Uncle Zhang hunched over, sprinting through the towering grass that blocked out the sky, urging in a hushed voice. Damn it. These devouring monsters are such a pain, making us take all these detours. He called back to the others. I'll tank when we get there. Healer, keep a close eye on our health bars, and let's take this boss down. Liu Tiao followed close behind, her palms slick with sweat as she gripped her long halberd. She looked up and replied, Don't worry, miss. We still have a shot at top damage. Su-yi can't solo the boss. Right, we've got the numbers. We won't let Su-yi hog all the loot, someone in the group chimed in confidently. As they ran, Uncle Zhang kept boosting morale. Sure, Su-yi's damage was explosive when clearing the trash mobs, but in dungeon damage calculations, all the small monsters combined only count for 40 at most. That's to prevent mages and retribution paladins from padding their damage with AoE. Boss damage is what really matters. He calculated quickly in his mind. Fighting the boss wouldn't be a simple tank and spank, there'd be positioning and movement, which would slow Su-yi's rhythm. Plus, with their superior numbers and Liu Tiao's Valkyrie dealing solid damage, they could easily outperform Su-yi and claim the dungeon's ultimate reward. At this thought, he felt like his stomach was filled with clockwork gears, coins jingling with anticipation, and even his breathing radiated confidence. However, when Uncle Zhang, Liu Tiao, and the others pushed through the final layer of grass and burst into the boss's clearing, all sound came to an abrupt halt. A massive boss, over 10 meters tall, lay sprawled on its back with thick limbs splayed stiffly like a lifeless pig. Its health bar above, completely empty. Uncle Zhang felt his scalp tingle and his legs go weak, nearly collapsing to his knees. He'd just finished his calculations when this pleasant surprise hit him like a bucket of ice water. Beside the boss's corpse, Su-yi stood with one hand resting on his sword, a faint smile playing at his lips. His gaze looked down upon the group with the natural bearing of someone in command, as if this had all been effortless and hardly worth mentioning. Uncle Zhang's chest pounded wildly, and he nearly coughed up blood. Liu Tiao first stood stunned, then raised her hands to rub her eyes, rubbed them again, and finally pinched her thigh hard hiss. The pain made her grimace, yet she still couldn't believe it. The boss was actually dead. Could Sui really have done this? Soloing a boss that was absolutely ridiculous. Her heart felt constricted by iron chains, tightening with each beat. Sui, what kind of monster are you? The question screamed and churned in her mind. The other team members were equally shocked, their breathing erratic. The boss is dead? Who killed it? From when the boss spawned until now, it's been less than 10 minutes, right? How is it already gone? Could there be another team in this dungeon? That's impossible. But if Sui soloed it, that's just too unreal. Uncle Zhang clutched his forehead, his voice trembling. I just checked the boss's abilities. Everything else aside, that avalanche attack definitely isn't something Sui could handle alone. Who the hell is going to explain to me what just happened with that boss? Did the damn thing blow itself up, or what? The people standing opposite Sui looked around awkwardly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The good news was they no longer had to fight desperately. The death threat was instantly lifted, and their secret realm exploration mission was technically complete. The bad news was that Sui, the hired gun Liu Tiao had paid 800,000 to bring in, had dealt 99 of the explosive damage and swept up all the rewards in one fell swoop. Their plan to get something for nothing had completely backfired, leaving them with nothing but their underwear. Sui shook his wrists and spread his palms open, smiling nonchalantly. Oops, sorry about that. I'm a bit quick on the draw. The boss inside didn't even wait for you guys to step up before I accidentally finished it off. I was actually holding back on purpose, but the boss was just too weak and couldn't take a hit. This arrogant, yet mockingly humble attitude made everyone present so furious they nearly coughed up blood. They all silently screamed, "Stop talking. Fine, you're amazing, okay?" Liu Tiao bit her lip, her face pale as a sheet. She was filled with regret for throwing away their relationship with her own hands, like falling from the clouds as the sky collapsed around her. If it had just been killing small monsters, she could have gritted her teeth and tried to catch up. But seeing Sui take down the boss single-handedly, she knew she could never accomplish such a feat. Sui was so strong it was impossible not to admire him. Her mind racing, Liu Tiao decided to try mending their relationship. She quickly walked up to Sui and opened her mouth to speak, but he cut her off with a raised hand. Shut up. Different paths, different destinies. Above the 33 heavens and below the 99 earths, we'll each go our separate ways. Sui knew why Liu Tiao had approached him. A broken mirror couldn't be made whole again, so he chose to be ruthless. Liu Tiao's chest burned with rage, her hair disheveled, and her eyes cold as ice. Sui, don't get too cocky. I'll surpass you eventually. We'll settle this at the college entrance trial. With those words, she glared fiercely at Sui and stormed off. Uncle Zhang silently watched their retreating figures and sighed. Well, you're certainly strong now, but you're still no match for Liu Shanhai. If you really anger Liu Tiao, her father could crush you like it's child's play. I advise you to avoid any further contact with her, or your growth will become very difficult indeed. With that, he waved to his teammates. Let's go. Collect our 3 fallen teammates' bodies. We still need to continue helping the young lady level up. Someone muttered quietly. What about the secret realm rewards? Uncle Zhang immediately shouted back. Are you fucking kidding me? Look at the damage report. Sui dealt 99 of the damage, and you still have the nerve to ask for rewards? Do you have a death wish? Let's get out of here. After witnessing Sui take down the boss, Uncle Zhang and his team had completely given up hope. With a 99 damage contribution displayed right there, what was the point of struggling any further? The entire team's combined output couldn't even match Sui's casual single strike. What made it even more humiliating was that in this battle, they were the ones who had actually come to steal kills. Uncle Zhang felt his face burning with shame. How could he possibly have the nerve to discuss secret realm rewards with Sui? If he dared to speak up, even he would find himself pathetic. So he abruptly waved his hand, signaling, retreat. The group scattered like greased lightning, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. They'd rather flee in disgrace than continue being background decorations. Soon, only Sui remained in the secret realm. He reached out and patted the Zhulong coiled beside him, laughing heartily. Well done. We took down the boss and they all fled in shame. This is fucking awesome. Aren't you thrilled? Zhulong was letting out a long yawn, half closing its vertical pupils, tail coiled around its body as it simply laid down on the spot. After doing a bit of work, this lazy creature had entered sleep mode again. Sui couldn't be bothered with it right now. The most important thing was claiming his rewards. With a thought, the massive boss corpse on the ground suddenly erupted in a pillar of multicolored light, blooming like fireworks for a few moments before transforming into a pile of loot. According to secret realm rules, No drops could be obtained without clearing it completely. Only by killing the final boss would all rewards be distributed at once. Among the dazzling array of materials before him, 99 belonged to Su Yi alone, with only a few items marked with Uncle Zhang and his team's names on the authority panel. But since they had all fled, the lion's share naturally went straight into Su Yi's inventory. He first swept up all the various materials in one go. Fortunately, he had previously obtained a high-capacity backpack from the Qingfeng bull boss, or he'd really be worried about storage space right now. Most of the materials came from the secret realm's minor monsters and could easily be sold for profit. But the Snowfield Rockbreaker's drop was more special snow essence. It felt bone-chillingly cold in his palm, yet never melted. Su Yi read the description. When infused with magic crystal by a runesmith, snow essence would undergo transformation, allowing the bearer to traverse molten lava unharmed. Pretty badass, he mused. Some underground cities in the outer wilderness extended thousands of meters deep, with churning lava. One wrong step, and you'd be reduced to ash. With this item, he could go wherever he pleased. As for what exactly magic crystal was, he'd need to find opportunities to inquire with runesmiths. So far, he had two types of materials that required specialized professionals to handle. 1. Platinum-grade leather. 2. Snow essence. As the thought passed, he continued bending down to collect loot. Suddenly, a book with a dark blue cover fell into his palm. A skill book. Su Yi's eyes immediately lit up like two lanterns. In this world, besides learning inherent skills through leveling up, professionals could acquire two types of additional abilities through skill books. Universal skills identification, swift movement, illumination, slow fall, underwater breathing. All required learning from books like these. Class-specific skills such as an assassin's forced stealth in combat, also dropped by wilderness beasts and incredibly rare. When such books entered the market, every assassin would fight tooth and nail to obtain them. Su Yi rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation as he opened the skill book. Let me see what kind of skill book this is. The next second, Su Yi made out the text and gasped in shock. It was actually a summoner skill book. How could he, the guy his peers mockingly called a trash summoner, possibly find a skill book? To make sure he wasn't dreaming, he checked 3 times before daring to believe this book was indeed exclusive to summoners. The truth was, Su Yi originally had 4 skill icons in his professional skill panel: Summon Rat, Summon Fly, Summon Mosquito, and Summon Cockroach. Utterly pathetic. Since getting the system, he had never used them. Once who would want to summon these filthy little creatures for no reason? Even after leveling up, the best he could manage was summoning a snake, and that was the limit. Now, with this rare skill book in his hands, he eagerly opened it to read. Within moments, Su Yi's tongue nearly hung out a foot long as he gasped again. This defies heaven itself. Is this still a summoner? This is clearly a buff death master. The page clearly stated. Skill, Surging Battle Spirit. Effect, regardless of what battle pet is summoned. Once activated, each battle pet grants both the summoner and itself a 1 all-attribute buff. Even if battle pets are dismissed or die, the buff remains. Enhancement has no upper limit. Duration, 3 minutes, extended by 1 minute for every 5 levels gained. The killer part was that even a single fly counted as a battle pet. If he summoned hundreds or thousands at once, his attributes would explode. Su Yi's heart pounded. This was truly a summoner's divine skill. Though time limited at just 3 minutes, he was already level 16, and reaching level 20 would add another minute. Battles between job changers often ended in seconds, so 3 to 4 minutes was enough to turn the tide. Calming down, Su Yi understood that the buff required having battle pets. Currently, his only real fighter was Zhulong, which would only add 1 in the short term. If he switched to flies and rats, the numbers would depend on the environment. Cities had plenty, but extreme locations like deserts or underwater had almost none. Even so, more skills never hurt. So Su Yi immediately learned Surging Battle Spirit. Who knew when it might save his life? After learning the skill, he spent time scavenging the battlefield for supplies. Armor, gauntlets, war boots, nearly assembling a complete set, all golden tier, called Stone Crusher. The attributes were decent, but it had one special effect. Complete Stone Crusher set. For every 10 health lost, all attributes increase by 10. This was exactly the passive ability of the Snow Mountain Stone Crusher boss. Golden tier equipment that copied a boss's battle-hardened enhancement, absolutely heaven-defying. Su Yi gave it a thumbs up and equipped it without hesitation. The golden brown metal hugged his body with sharp lines, making him look like a humanoid tyrannosaurus wrapped in violent aesthetics. Having collected most of the spoils, Su Yi called Zhulong and headed toward the exit along the secret realm's path. The grass reached waist high, and wind whistled past his ears. After walking for just a moment, he unexpectedly ran into Uncle Zhang, Lu Tiao, and the others who had turned back, meeting them face-to-face around a bend in the grass. Su Yi, what a surprise. Su Yi had assumed that Lu Tiao and the others had successfully left the secret realm, yet here they were, returning once again. He raised an eyebrow and sized them up, thinking coldly to himself. Want the secret realm rewards? Feel free to pick up those worthless scraps on the ground. But as for sharing my spoils of war, whoever has the audacity to ask can get a taste of my fist. Su-yi stood silently in place, while the candle dragon on his shoulder crouched low and alert, its dark red vertical pupils fixed intently on the approaching figures. Uncle Zhang's group stopped before Su-yi, their expressions bitter. Su-yi, did you notice the system notification? Su-yi was momentarily stunned, had been so absorbed in examining the boss drops that he hadn't bothered checking the messages. Uncle Zhang had no choice but to explain. We reached the secret realm's exit, only to be forcibly blocked from leaving. The system notification said secret realm not completely cleared, departure forbidden. We had no choice but to turn back. Su-yi tilted his head. So they weren't here to claim spoils after all? How refreshing. He opened his interface and indeed saw the red warning. Secret realm refuses all departure. According to standard rules, when job changers team up to clear secret realms, they could freely enter and exit as long as they didn't engage the boss. But once combat began, there were only two paths. Either the boss wiped the team, or the team eliminated the boss. No one could escape in between. Simply put, it was kill or be killed, with only one side surviving. But there existed an extremely rare situation in the world: hidden stages triggered after boss elimination. The probability was as low as the sun rising in the west. Secret realms beyond the wilderness were already scarce, and hidden stages had even harsher requirements. Since the gods' manifestation and the demons' arrival, historical records showed only a handful of cases. Who would have thought that Su-yi would not only stumble into a difficult-level secret realm, but also trigger a hidden stage? With things as they were, Su-yi could only shrug. Secret realm not cleared? Then let's continue. Whether demons, ghosts, fierce beasts, or raptors, he'd punch straight through them all. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a bone-chilling black wind suddenly rose from the grassland. The gale swept through like a giant harvester, causing the three-metertal grass to fall in unison and automatically arrange itself, then compress layer by layer. In an instant, several walls of grass bales shot up from the ground, then curved and closed in a circle, forming a massive, bowl-shaped, structure-in arena. All the job changers found themselves trapped in the center, able only to watch in stunned amazement as the terrain transformed dramatically. Su-yi understood at first glance, a standard arena. The next second, system notifications thundered down. Welcome to the hidden stage arena of death. Here, you will face yourselves in combat, defeat yourself, or be defeated by yourself. Let us wait and see. Now, please welcome the Devourer to the stage. Please welcome the assassin Jiang Ren to the stage. The Devourer. Only then did everyone realize that the secret realm remained incomplete because of that disgusting creature. Uncle Zhang gritted his teeth. It was precisely this foul-smelling, slime-like monster that had cost them 3 job changers. Those were living, breathing comrades. What made it even more infuriating was that this thing lurked deep underground, making it impossible to attack. Everyone stared at the center of the arena as a viscous, semi-transparent devourer made its entrance. The spherical creature dragged wet, sticky tendrils behind it, writhing as it crawled toward the center of the arena, filling the air with a sour, putrid stench. Uncle Zhang patted Jiang Ren's shoulder, lowering his voice but unable to hide his excitement. Here's your chance for revenge. Kill this damn thing. Jiang Ren nodded solemnly, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement. Just a measly level 20 monster with stats so pathetic they're laughable. As long as it doesn't burrow underground, I'm guaranteed to win. With that, he immediately cast his identification skill. Devourer. Level 20, common monster. HP 1000. Attack 1. Defense 1. Speed 1. Spirit 1. Skill. Devour. After devouring an enemy, transports them to the saber-toothed tiger's den. Lines of data appeared on every spectator's retina, and the pitifully low stats made many burst into applause and laughter. This is basically a free win. It definitely won't burrow underground, Uncle Zhang said confidently. This is an arena. Burrowing would be cheating. If there's no clear winner, what's the point of competition? Go for it. Jiang Ren drew his dagger, cold light flashing as he flicked his wrist in a flourish of blade work, his arrogant laughter echoing through the stone seating. A sharp blade cuts through any wood, and there won't be any rotten fruit in my basket. Watch this. The crowd's emotions were infectious, with mocking voices rising one after another. This is supposed to be a hidden stage? I'm literally dying of laughter. We might not get a shot at the Stonecrusher boss, but this hidden stage is pure charity. I call this wave an act of love. I'm not bragging, but I could blow this devourer to death with one breath. On the arena platform, Jiang Ren touched down lightly on his toes, moving with the agility of a wildcat. Below, Su-yi stroked his chin with a slight frown. A hidden stage this week? Something doesn't add up. How is this any different from a handout? His keen intuition told him something was off. The next second, his premonition proved correct. Wisps of black energy suddenly descended from above, slithering into the devourer like ink serpents. Its originally round, gelatinous body began swelling frantically, dark patterns spreading across its surface as its outline became humanoid. Within moments, a Jiangren version of the Devourer stood in place, identical to Jiangrun in every way, even gelling out a perfect replica of his dagger. What the hell is that thing? The Devourer turned into Jiangren. Uncle Zhang, Lu Tiao, and the others nearly dropped their jaws as chaos erupted in the arena. Su Yi immediately cast his identification skill again, with others frantically following suit. Devourer. Level 20, Common Monster. HP 1000. Attack 98. Defense 12. Speed 20. Spirit 7. Special attributes below are collapsed. Click to view. Skill. Mimicry. The Devourer mimics its current enemy's form and copies their attributes and skills. Copied skills. Stealth, Poison Strike, 5-star combo. As the status panel refreshed, Su Yi's pupils contracted sharply. It changed. Not only did it mimic Jiangrun, but it copied all his attributes and skills too. And it has 500 more HP than Jiangren. No wonder the hint said defeat yourself. He took a deep breath. It literally means defeat yourself. Meanwhile, Uncle Zhang and Lu Tiao were completely stunned, their breathing frozen. Jiangren was even more paralyzed, sweat beading on his forehead and pattering onto the stone floor like raindrops. He stiffly turned his head, face pale as death, and gave his teammates below a bitter smile. This is straight-up cheating. It has more HP than me. Even if we just stood there stabbing each other, I'd have no chance of winning. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone had initially thought the Secret Realm's hidden stage was offering them a bonus, but before they could even celebrate for a few moments, the situation took a dramatic turn for the worse. Jiangren's face turned deathly pale as he let out a mournful cry, his heart plummeting into an abyss. There was no turning back now. Uncle Zhang, take care of my old mother, he shouted his final instructions, then roared in fury. Damn you to hell. With those words, Jiangren threw a smoke bomb first. Gray mist exploded outward, obscuring the Devourer's vision. He seized the opportunity to activate his stealth skill, flashing behind his opponent. His dagger gleamed coldly as he drove it deep into the Devourer's neck. Critical hit. Backstab. Poison application. 3-star combo immediately consumed 3 stars, choosing to trigger a stun. The stun took effect, and the Devourer stood frozen in place. This explosive combo from Jiangren dealt over 200 damage to his opponent. He had to admit, the damage output of a full attribute assassin was indeed impressive. However, the Devourer's total health was a staggering 1,000 points, making this damage nothing more than a flesh wound. After a few moments, the stun ended. The Devourer resumed action, striking swiftly with relentless stabs at Jiangren. After building up 5 stars, it didn't go for control. Instead, it triggered rapid attack directly. In an instant, the Devourer's dagger speed clearly outpaced Jiangren's by several notches. This is insane. Jiangren's chest churned, nearly making him sick with nausea. In normal PvP, building 5 stars meant prioritizing stun control to maintain rhythm, but the Devourer relied on its health advantage to force a brutal trade. For it, this was all about who would break first, and clearly, that person could only be Jiangren. With identical skills, the one with thicker health reigned supreme. Combined with its reckless fighting style, Jiangren found himself suppressed at every turn. The Devourer needed no technique. Relying solely on its superior health bar, it went all out with frenzied output, fighting to the bitter end. After a few more moments, Jiangren finally collapsed from exhaustion, falling into a pool of blood and meeting his end. No roosters crowed, no dogs barked. The arena was deathly quiet. In this moment of soul-crushing despair, there was nothing left but parting. The Jiangren who had set out with such high spirits and determination now lay as nothing more than a cold corpse. No, no, Uncle Zhang suddenly screamed. If this continues, we'll all die here. Someone think of something. The shadow of death loomed over everyone. They had to defeat the Devourer, or no one would leave this secret realm. Yet the creature cheated by copying their skills and equipment. Lu Tiao's teeth chattered as bone-deep cold seized her. She had no doubt the hidden stage would continue calling names. If her turn came, could she defeat herself? The answer was obviously no. She had come on this wilderness expedition hoping to coast through and level up easily. Her combat experience was far inferior to Jiangren's. If even Jiangren was dead, how long could she possibly last? As everyone wailed in despair, the secret realm's suspended beam of light called the next name the swordsman. The swordsman swallowed hard and reluctantly stepped onto the arena. The Devourer mimicked him once again, with identical attribute panels, but still higher health. The battle process needs no elaboration, and the outcome was inevitable. The swordsman joined Jiangren in death. Next, the light beam called the Qi Master. After a flashy display of techniques, the battlefield gained another corpse, bringing the death toll to 3. At this moment, only Priest Qiu Yu, Knight Uncle Zhang, Valkyrie Lu Tiao, and Summoner Su Yi remained on the field. The Devourer's record, 30. Su Yi remained expressionless, sighing inwardly. Worthy of a hidden stage indeed, opening with a triple kill, pretty impressive. He wondered who would be called next. Liu Tiao and the others were utterly panicked. From the battle situation, they could barely see any possibility of victory no matter how strong the contestants were. The devouring monster's health would always exceed theirs, which was simply an unsolvable setup. Chu Yue's eyes were red-rimmed, almost on the verge of tears. For a girl, waiting to be called to her death was more torturous than being suddenly killed in battle. The certainty of death, compared to the unknown nature of fear, was more like a dull blade slowly wearing down one's nerves. Liu Tiao completely lost her composure, her knees giving way as she collapsed to the ground, sobbing with her head down. Uncle Zhang clutched his disheveled hair, pacing in circles like a headless fly, not knowing what to do next. The next second, the hidden stage began calling names. Please welcome the devouring monster to the stage. Please welcome summoner Su Yi to the stage. Su Yi was called. The other three suddenly looked up, their gazes falling on him in unison. Su Yi remained as steady as Mount Tai, his expression so calm that not a ripple could be detected, as if the collapse of heaven and earth had nothing to do with him. Liu Tiao was stunned in such a desperate situation. Su Yi could still remain so composed? Was his heart made of iron and stone? Thinking of her own loss of control just now, Liu Tiao felt even more ashamed. Su Yi. Uncle Zhang opened his mouth, but before he could finish speaking, Su Yi raised his hand to signal him to stop and walked straight toward the arena with Zhulong. On the arena, the devouring monster blurred for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, it had completely mimicked Su Yi's appearance. But immediately after, its expression showed rare confusion, even revealing a hint of panic. Uncle Zhang was stunned. What's happening? The devouring monster is actually afraid? Su Yi's lips curved slightly as he raised an eyebrow and said to the devouring monster, "You can imitate my face, but you can't imitate my essence." Uncle Zhang. Liu Tiao. Cheer you up. Su Yi gestured with his hand. Come on, use my skills. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll wait for you to finish summoning before we fight. The devouring monster looked at Su Yi, then at the coiled Zhulong beside him, its gaze sweeping back and forth, its expression becoming increasingly bewildered. Why can the skills I copied only summon flies and rats? Even mosquitoes and cockroaches? Where's the summoning interface for that dragon? It was puzzled for a long time, almost beginning to doubt its existence. Su Yi snorted coldly. You piece of trash. Keep copying. You want to replicate my unique classic of mountains and seas system? Even if you could copy the system, tell me, have you completed any missions or earned drawing qualifications? You can only bully some garbage. His gaze pierced the devouring monster with disdain. Why aren't you so arrogant now? The devouring monster, taunted to the extreme, flew into a rage and suddenly gestured, only to summon a dozen buzzing flies. The scene instantly became awkward. Uncle Zhang. Liu Tiao. Cheer you up. Su Yi spread his hands. That's it? Just this? Then I won't hold back. With that, he gently patted Zhulong's scales. Time to work. This trash isn't worthy of me taking action personally. Zhulong nodded slightly, its dragon eyes lighting up as a thunderbolt struck down from the sky. The devouring monster couldn't summon Zhulong, so naturally it had no access to Zhulong's skills. It only copied Su Yi's trash profession, fly, and rat skills, along with Su Yi's basic attributes. Even worse, it didn't benefit from 1/10 of Zhulong's attribute sharing, and even when its fighting spirit surged, it only boosted its stats by a mere 10% or so. Under Zhulong's attack, it was completely outmatched. On the arena at this moment, Su Yi turned and walked away without looking back. Almost the instant he stepped forward, his battle pet Zhulong opened its mouth and unleashed purple lightning as thick as a mighty dragon, wrapped in frost and ice, slashing diagonally down from the sky, like a giant blade tearing through the heavens with earth-shaking power. The brilliant electric light instantly stole away the daylight, plunging the arena's surroundings into night-like darkness. Illuminated by the electric glow, Su Yi slowly walked toward the edge of the platform, his upright silhouette like a demon emerging from the night, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Crackling lightning rolled behind him as his figure was infinitely magnified in the electric silhouette, terrifying yet awe-inspiring. A real man never looks back at explosions. Boom. The thunder crashed down with the sound of collapsing heavens. The strike, powerful enough to instantly kill the devouring monster, mercilessly hit its target and cleaved it directly in half. Immediately after, a second explosion erupted in the air, the scorching shockwave tearing the remains to shreds and turning them into a rain of blood that fell like a downpour after violent thunder. Uncle Zhang stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant. Su Yi's godlike methods and strength felt like being pinned to the ground and repeatedly trampled. Against the backdrop of lightning, Su Yi slowly descended from the arena like a deity walking on air. Ah! Uncle Zhang screamed in complete loss of composure, his courage utterly shattered. The devouring monster had been nearly invincible with its mimicry ability, yet in Su Yi's eyes, It didn't even qualify as an opponent, just a casual strike from his battle pet snake had obliterated it. Such a stark contrast sent Uncle Zhang plummeting from heaven to hell, his heart barely able to withstand the shock. Why? Why does Su Yi's strength keep exceeding my understanding? Just how powerful is he? Has he not even shown his true cards yet? Layer upon layer of questions pressed down on Uncle Zhang until his vision darkened and he nearly fainted. Lu Tiao had already collapsed beside the platform, her face deathly pale, her chest burning with needle-like pain. The devouring monster's mimicry could perfectly replicate an opponent. Yet Su Yi had casually destroyed the mimic. This meant Su Yi could easily defeat her. An existence capable of defeating oneself was more terrifying than a god. Every move Su Yi made felt like a slap across her face, numbing her nerves. I'm such a fool. Lu Tiao's heart was torn open. She had personally thrown away even the qualification to be his girlfriend, and now she was less than a stranger. Her last bit of pride was ground to powder beneath Su Yi's feet. The top position? She no longer dared to dream of it, only hoping to maintain second place, while the championship undoubtedly belonged to Su Yi. Qiu Yu stood to the side, her entire body rigid as if struck by lightning. Su Yi had just killed the devouring monster like that? Too powerful, powerful beyond imagination. Su Yi's gaze swept over the three distinctly different faces below the platform as he spoke indifferently. I really don't understand how the previous people could have died to the devouring monster. I found it completely uninteresting. The secret realm is utterly boring, not thrilling at all. Sigh. Uffed. Uncle Zhang, driven to fury, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and nearly exploded with rage on the spot. Huh. He wailed inwardly. Those three who died weren't too weak, the devouring monster was too strong. But Su Yi being even stronger doesn't mean the dead were trash. Uncle Zhang opened his mouth, but ultimately found himself speechless. The next second, on the arena, a flash of yellow light appeared, revealing a treasure chest. Zhulong promptly stepped forward, carefully gripping the still glowing chest in his jaws, then bounded over to Su Yi in a few strides and set it down. Is this the reward for clearing the hidden stage? Su Yi bent down to examine it. The chest looked ordinary enough, clearly containing fewer items than the loot dropped by the Rockbreaker boss. But he knew better. Defeating a devouring monster that was nearly impossible for others to handle meant that however small the reward, its quality would be exceptional. He grasped the lid and threw it open. Boom. Brilliant light shot skyward like a focused searchlight beam. When the intense radiance faded, everyone could see a crimson long sword lying quietly within. The blade was slender with a razor-sharp edge that gleamed coldly. Scarlet mist coiled around the sword like a living creature. At first glance, it seemed as though one could see the countless battlefields it had traversed, the mountains of corpses it had witnessed. Its oppressive aura was so heavy, it was almost suffocating. King Tier, one-handed sword, crimson, full moon. Attack, 180. Speed, 200. Critical hit, 50. Critical damage, 50. Penetration, 20. Instant kill, 10. Armor ignore, 30. Special effects, 40. Special effect passive: no matter where the wielder stands, a single call will summon the sword through the air. Special effect active: shape-shifting ability, can extend or contract, grow or shrink, with a maximum length of 39 meters. Special effect active can be commanded to patrol the battlefield, auto-hunt monsters, or guard a position. Note that damage taken by the sword is transferred to the wielder. Special effect twin blades synergy: when Crimson Full Moon and Dark Crescent Moon are equipped simultaneously, all attributes increase by 100. Currently not triggered. After scanning all the attributes, Su Yi had only 2 words in mind: overpowered. 180 pure attack points rivaled a level 40 full attack specialist. 200 speed points meant even basic strikes would leave after images. Not to mention the special modifiers he'd always dreamed of: critical hit, penetration, critical damage, armor ignore, all bundled together. The only disappointment was his current 0 critical hit rating. The 50 critical bonus was essentially waste if he had just 10 base critical points. This sword would instantly boost it to 15. But that was fine. His journey was far from over, and he'd eventually gather enough critical-focused equipment to truly take off. Compared to the stats, the special effects were even more outrageous. A single sword for maximum style points. A 39-meter blade length let enemies run an extra 38 meters first. Autonomous patrol and monster hunting. And while damage transferred to him, with his health linked to Zhulong's, who could claim they could one-shot him. Finally, the twin blade synergy hint suggested there was another sword called Dark Crescent Moon. Absolutely incredible. Su Yi didn't hesitate to grasp the Crimson Full Moon. Though not a swordsman, his combat training hadn't been for nothing. This sword was definitely his. The surrounding players watched enviously, their hearts turning sour. They'd also appraised the weapon's attributes immediately, reaching only 3 conclusions: shocking, terrifying, horrifying. Secret realms truly could make specialists soar to new heights, and Su Yi had already flown nearly into orbit. Just as their jealousy began to brew, before it could fully ferment, a system announcement suddenly rang out. Congratulations on clearing the death arena. The secret realm will collapse in 5 minutes. Please exit promptly, or face complete annihilation and return to nothingness. The secret realm had 5 minutes before collapse. Any job changers who failed to evacuate before the collapse would be reduced to nothingness. Su-yi led the group in a frantic sprint, their footsteps scattering debris across the rocks as they rushed toward the realm's exit. Just as everyone burst out of Falling Stone Valley, the massive light curtain that stretched across the mountain wall like a giant scroll suddenly shattered, dissolving into countless points of light that vanished in an instant. From this expedition, only 3 members of Uncle Zhang's team survived, having endured a hellish ordeal of cutting winds, lashing rain, and thunderous explosions overhead, a devastating loss of troops and commanders. In stark contrast, Su-yi emerged as the sole big winner. 1. 800,000 in cash deposited. 2. A complete rock breaker armor set. For every 10 health lost, all attributes surge by 10. 3. 1 essence of snow. When infused with magic crystals by a runesmith, it may produce unexpected effects. 4. Battle Surge Skill Book, practically a summoner's ultimate divine technique. 5. King Tier Weapon Crimson Full Moon, sharper than ever before, truly heaven-defying. This secret realm expedition was like planting 1 grain in spring and harvesting 10,000 in autumn, tide rising just 1 foot, yet filling the granary with silver fish dancing in waves. Absolutely exhilarating. In contrast, Lu Tiao watched helplessly as the gap between her and Su-yi widened into an unbridgeable chasm. She wanted to slap herself, wanted to turn back time. But it was too late now. Su-yi had no intention of looking back, and a good horse never returns to old pastures. Uncle Zhang then focused his attention on the black and red snake beside Su-yi, his tone humble yet filled with curiosity. Su-yi, does your strength come from this snake? As a veteran hunter, he knew summoners could gain bonuses from battle pets, but he couldn't understand how a snake could be this powerful. The moment he finished speaking, Zhulong took offense. It raised its sleek body, hissing with its forked tongue extended, scales rustling with a low, sandy sound clearly warning. Who's a snake? Your whole family are snakes. I'm a dragon. Uncle Zhang stumbled back 2 steps, frantically waving his hands. Su-yi, quick, control your battle pet, don't let it hurt anyone. Su-yi burst into laughter, making no move to intervene. He knew that while Zhulong could be lazy at times, it would never harm innocents without his command. Zhulong was a highly intelligent species. If it actually started cursing, Uncle Zhang and the others would probably be scared senseless. He composed himself, his voice steady as the deep sea. That's right. But I need to correct one thing, this isn't a snake, it's a dragon. A dragon? Uncle Zhang froze. Lu Tiao stood rigid, and Xiaoyu even laughed out loud. Uncle Zhang scratched his head. A legendary dragon? Oh well, okay. Though I really can't see how it resembles a dragon. The name does sound pretty cool. Dragons only exist in ancient people's fantasies, right? He had originally thought Su-yi was quite capable, but hearing such mystical talk left him both amused and bewildered. Su-yi shrugged. Believe it or not, I don't have time to argue with you. He checked his watch. Only 2 days remained until the college entrance trial. With this brief window, he needed to sell his harvested materials and get all his equipment properly crafted, just in time for pre-exam preparations. At this thought, his eyes blazed bright as lightning. The college entrance trial was his key to competing for provincial champion status, and completing the mission would reward him with a chance to draw a divine beast from the classic of mountains and seas. How could he possibly miss that opportunity? As for Lu Tiao, with Uncle Zhang's team now devastated and barely able to protect themselves, they no longer had the capacity to carry her for easy experience. The group left Falling Stone Valley and headed to the nearest outpost, planning to take the bus back to Jiang City. Upon arriving at the outpost, Su-yi immediately noticed the guards' tension. Several fully armed soldiers stood atop the concrete fortress, their eyes fixed on the western ridge, occasionally exchanging brief hand signals. Below the fortress, countless adventurers huddled together in dense clusters, their breathing visibly labored. Su-yi pushed through the crowd and finally made out the chaotic chatter. Damn it! I told you we should have come back earlier. Great, now the buses aren't coming. Who could have predicted a beast-tied ambush? The fortress can't hold all of us. Where can we run? There's nowhere to run. I heard this wave has burrowing beasts. Even underground bunkers aren't safe. We're dead either way. Might as well take some down with us. Screw that. Every second I stay alive counts. I am out of here. Several adventurers abandoned their backpacks on the spot and sprinted eastward in panic, their footsteps mixing with curses before quickly disappearing into the dust. Su-yi felt a jolt of shock. A beast-tide attack. Since arriving in this world, he had witnessed numerous beast tides, but typically the city lord would issue evacuation orders days in advance, organizing professionals to intercept the beasts at the perimeter. Even so, history recorded only one instance of a beast tide reaching the city walls, that one led by the Spider Queen, one of the 8 beast kings at level 99, who forcibly broke through the defenses, causing over 10,000 civilian deaths and more than 1,000 professional casualties before departing. This time, something had clearly gone wrong. The beast horde had formed too quickly. By Su Yi's estimation, the front lines had likely detected their presence only an hour ago, leaving virtually no time for adventurer evacuation. Now they were trapped in this frontier fortress. Fleeing meant death, staying meant death. A typical beast tide consisted of at least tens of thousands of fierce beasts, sometimes hundreds of thousands. Individual professionals were meaningless against such numbers. Uncle Zhang had also gathered information from the soldiers, his face pale and legs trembling as he whispered to Lu Tiao, "Miss, the buses won't be coming. I mentioned your father's name, and the captain agreed to let us into the fortress first. But even inside isn't necessarily safe. This wave has burrowing beasts. I'll fight to protect you." Lu Tiao nodded numbly, her fingers clenched white. Having barely escaped the secret realm only to face a beast tide heathen, she felt as if iron bands were constricting her chest. Good fortune never comes in pairs, but disasters always do. Guard Captain Tian Mai approached briskly, his armor clanking, and bowed to Lu Tiao. "Miss, please follow me into the underground fortress. The beast tide will arrive within 10 minutes. If we can hold out, there's hope." Thus, Lu Tiao, Uncle Zhang, and Xiaoyu were escorted into the fortress for shelter. But the other adventurers weren't having it. Why? Why do they get to go in first? We're all job changers here. Who gets in and who doesn't? Twhy won't anyone explain? This is favoritism, isn't it? Playing favorites. We want in too. Open the door. Let us in. At the fortress entrance, dozens of adventurers crowded before the heavy metal gates, their voices rising like crashing waves, each one louder than the last. Dust swirled beneath their boots as restless emotions blazed like oil-fed flames. Everyone knew the truth. Staying outside meant certain death from the beast tide, but getting into the underground fortress, even with just a sliver of hope, was worth fighting for. Lu Tiao and her companions, basking in Lu Qinghai's influence, were escorted by soldiers and given priority entry into the underground fortress. In that moment, fury erupted completely. Tian Mai drew his weapon, blocking the entrance, and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "How dare you? Do you know who that girl is? 10 of your worthless lives wouldn't equal a single hair on her head. Stand back. Stand back. I'll have soldiers select the best among you to enter the fortress." His words hit like scalding oil thrown on ice water. With a sharp hiss, the crowd's anger only blazed hotter. "Screw you. Are you saying our lives are worthless? I'm giving you one more chance to choose your words carefully and speak properly. You piece of trash, I don't care who that girl is. Let me in. This is your fault to begin with. You failed to spot the beast tide forming in time, and now you're dismissing our lives. Tian Mai, I think you've lived long enough. Come on, tell me who she is. If you can't give me a proper answer, don't blame me for losing it." Tian Mai snorted coldly, his eyes sharp as blades. "That's Lu Qinghai's daughter. Any of you got a problem with that?" The moment Lu Qinghai's name was spoken, the air seemed to be sucked away. Every adventurer's face darkened. Their breathing quickened. That name carried enough weight to silence crying children. At the back of the crowd, Su Yi stood with arms crossed, watching coldly. He hadn't followed Lu Tiao and the others into the underground fortress confident in his own survival skills. But seeing Tian Mai invoke Lu Qinghai's name, he sneered. This guy had been in his little circle too long and truly didn't understand what people on the edge of death were capable of. Sure enough, the next second, an adventurer crossed his arms, threw back his head, and burst into maniacal laughter, his voice hoarse yet piercing through the entire scene. "Lu Qinghai. Oh, what a great Lu Qinghai. So what if it's Lu Qinghai? Today we're all facing death anyway, and you're still worried about kissing ass, Tian Mai. You're treating us like garbage. Playing favorites. You deserve to die. If Uncle can tolerate this, and he sure as hell can't. We're all going to die anyway, so Lu Qinghai can go to hell." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his weapon and charged from the crowd, his blade flashing straight toward Tian Mai. In an instant, the other adventurers erupted in fury, joining the assault. Fireballs, arrows, blade lights, axe shadows, various skills and cold weapons merged into a surging torrent, chaotic but overwhelming in force. Chaos, complete chaos. No matter how strong Tian Mai was, he couldn't withstand the combined assault of over 100 adventurers. In one breath, he was struck down. After 2 breaths, his life was extinguished. But this was only the beginning. The out-of-control adventurers now saw all the fortress soldiers as Tian Mai's lackeys and slaughtered them all without mercy. Then, they pushed open the gates of the underground fortress and dragged Lu Tiao and his companions out, beating them mercilessly before throwing them outside. Immediately after, the heavy steel door slammed shut with a thunderous boom, the locks falling into place, sealing off the inside world from the outside. Su Yi stood atop the watchtower, witnessing this scene firsthand, and couldn't help but frown. The adventurers didn't finish them off. After a moment's thought, he understood. These people wanted to watch Lu Tiao get trampled into bloody pulp by the beast tide with their own eyes. Vicious enough. Outside the fortress, only the scattered corpses of soldiers remained, along with Su Yi. Uncle Zhang, Qiu, and Lu Tai bruised, battered, and staring blankly in shock. Uncle Zhang's gaze was twisted with rage, as if blood might drip from his eyes. He roared at the gate. Damn you! Damn you all! May you die horrible deaths! Inhuman bastards! Mocking laughter came from behind the door. Go to hell! What right do you have to talk about humanity? We want to watch you die first. Uncle Zhang furiously kicked at the door, but the iron gate didn't budge an inch. Finally, he slumped down beside a corpse, his voice hoarse as he laughed bitterly. Miss Sai. Qiu looked panicked, then suddenly looked up and spotted the figure on the watchtower. She grabbed Uncle Zhang's sleeve urgently. Uncle Zhang, look at the watchtower. What's there to look at now? Uncle Zhang followed her pointing finger and looked up, his tone instantly changing. Su-yi? He didn't go into the fortress with them? Qiu lowered her voice. Uncle Zhang, do you think? Could Su-yi possibly? Before she could finish, Uncle Zhang was already shaking his head. Impossible. Though Su-yi is strong, the beast tide is stronger. There's no hope. He knew in his heart that Tian Mu-yi had only given 3 spots back then. He had to bring Qiu, and Su-yi was ultimately a stranger, so he had left Su-yi outside when he wasn't paying attention. Su-yi saw through it clearly too. In life or death situations, everyone protects those closest to them. Uncle Zhang's underhanded method just really ticked him off. Suddenly, rolling clouds of dust rose from the distant earth, sweeping toward them like a brown tsunami. Su-yi squinted and made out a massive black beast tied various fierce beasts mixed together in a thundering stampede that shook the ground. At the front, dozens of wolf-like demon beasts over 10 feet long, covered in blue scales, charged forward with their heads low. Their claws scraped against rocks, sending stone chips flying with ear-piercing grinding sounds. In the sky, a clear, piercing cry exploded as a purple giant bird broke through the clouds as a blacked, growing in just 3 breaths into a massive creature with a wingspan of 30 feet. Even aerial forces are involved. Su-yi patted the candle dragon beside him, a smile playing at his lips. Time to get to work, experience points delivered right to my door. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple giant bird reached the airspace above the fortress first. Its sharp eyes caught sight of the figure on the watchtower, and it let out a greedy screech, suddenly folding its wings and diving down like a high-speed fighter jet. Boom! The watchtower's railing was smashed apart. Su-yi, caught off guard, was sent flying by the tremendous force and crashed to the ground. After rolling several times, he got up covered in dust and spat. Damn! The giant bird skimmed the ground before pulling up, circling again, its shadow looming over the tower. It banked sharply and dove down once more. Su-yi looked up, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He drew his crimson full moon single-handed sword, lightly tapped the blade with his palm, and said in a low voice, "Cut down this fly for me." Buzz. As soon as Su-yi finished speaking, the single-handed sword suddenly burst forth with crimson light, as if rejoicing at its master's command. Su-yi gripped the hilt tightly with his 5 fingers, swung his arm, and hurled the sword violently into the sky. In an instant, the blade streaked across the heavens trailing crimson flames, its piercing shriek cutting through the air as it collided head-on with the circling purple giant bird. The moment they made contact, the crimson full moon flashed 6 times in succession through the air, slash, thrust, lift, slice, shatter, cleave. Each strike was swift as a gale and fierce as raging fire, the sword light leaving countless afterimages as it swept past, like a streak of flowing lightning tearing through the sky. Dazzling blood-red radiance rolled through the void, the clear ring of the blade like a hungry cry, striking directly at the giant bird's vital points. Swoosh swoosh. The giant bird's wings were instantly shredded in the rain of sword strikes. It had no chance to struggle as its body was cleaved into several pieces midair, tumbling to earth like a broken rag doll. Sword return. Su-yi spread his 5 fingers wide as the crimson full moon transformed into a blood-red streak, shooting back to settle firmly in his palm. He raised his hand to wipe away the foul blood dripping from the blade, commenting coolly, "Not bad skills, well done." The previously dumbfounded Lu Tiao suddenly snapped back to reality, his scalp tingling. He had actually slain a level 28 fierce beast with a single sword, and a flying type at that, the most troublesome kind. Flying fierce beasts were extremely agile, impossible to reach in close combat, and they easily dodged ranged skills, making them a nightmare for players. Yet Su-yi, with just 1 sword, had accomplished the impossible aerial hunt in a completely overwhelming fashion. Lu Tiao stood frozen in place, muttering repeatedly, "Too insane. That weapon is too insane. A flying sword has ever seen such a thing." At this moment, Su-yi stood with his robes billowing, holding the crimson full moon, alone blocking the beast tide's inevitable path. His silhouette appeared to Uncle Zhang like a fearless warrior, or perhaps a deity whose expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed. What is he trying to do? Uncle Zhang's voice trembled. Qiu Yu's eyes widened. Su-yi is about to unleash his power. Uncle Zhang shook his head frantically. No, impossible. That's a beast tide. When fierce beasts gather together, each individual becomes stronger. He's only in his teens. There's no way he can stop them. The two watched that lone figure, feeling only bitterness at his act of facing the enemy alone. In their view, rather than struggle futilely, it would be better to wait quietly for death. Just then, a powerful, cold, merciless will swept out from within Su Yi's body without diving into the great sea. How can one catch a dragon? Killing intent spread like frost, the air seeming to freeze instantly, bone-chilling cold covering everything. Lu Tiao and Xiao Yu shuddered, their faces turning deathly pale. Even Uncle Zhang's breath caught, gripped by inexplicable terror, not daring to utter another word. Flood reversal. A phantom of the candle dragon soared into the sky, its massive maw gaping wide as torrential floods rushed forth, stirring up tremendous angry waves. Death approached the fierce beasts amid the flood's sinister laughter. The water gradually surged upward, brazenly lapping at the waists of the fierce beasts. Waves rolled and crashed, instantly submerging the shorter creatures as their dark corpses bobbed with the current. The vast expanse of water spread like a gigantic spirit mirror covering the earth, reflecting a deathly cold gleam. Zhulong's water column continued its furious spray, swallowing the entire underground fortress in the blink of an eye. Muddy water poured through the door cracks like a swarm, and the adventurers trapped inside could only hear the thunderous roar, completely unaware of what was happening outside, able only to guess that some water-type beast in the horde was unleashing its abilities. Uncle Zhang, Lu Tiao, and the others were forced to float on the surface, witnessing most of the beast tide being annihilated before their eyes. Yet massive monsters still pressed forward through the surging waves. Sui fixed his gaze on those still struggling figures, took a deep breath, and began counting down. 10, 9, 8. The countdown mingled with the sound of waves. 3, 2, 1. As the final number fell, those beasts that hadn't yet surfaced were pressed down as if by an invisible giant hand, crashing to the ground in unison as their lives were simultaneously extinguished. Su Yi's mind stirred as he immediately channeled the massive experience he'd just gained to Zhulong. As long as Zhulong is strong, I am strong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The deaths of countless beasts transformed into a torrent of experience flooding into Zhulong's body, its level shooting up like a lever being yanked. Level 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Su Yi's pupils contracted. It didn't stop at level 20. Level 21, 22, soaring all the way to 29. Level 30. The experience torrent finally ceased at level 30. A full 15 level increase. Su Yi gasped, his entire body trembling slightly with excitement. Simultaneously, Zhulong's body rapidly expanded, its crimson scales growing ever deeper in color. The 3-meter juvenile form instantly swelled to over 30 meters, undulating like a colossal serpent from hell. Standing beside it, Sui appeared as tiny as an ant. As the floodwater began to recede, Sui immediately pulled up Zhulong's status panel, the data leaping before his eyes. Battle Pet, Zhulong Master, Sui. Level, 30. Health, 50,000. Attack Power, 4,500. Defense, 4,800. Movement Speed, 4,700. Attack Speed, 4,600. Skills. 1. Deadly Storm blows enemies into the air, dealing attack power 10, damage, upgradable. 2. Thunder Strike releases lightning causing paralysis, plus 50,000 base damage current level 10, coefficient damage, upgradable. 3. Flood Surge raging floodwater engulfs enemies. Failure to break free within 10 seconds results in instant death, ignoring level and defense. 4. Day and night reversal each blink adds fatigue to enemies. Rapid blinking can accelerate time flow, even causing targets to die of old age. 5. Heaven and Earth creation Zhulong carries its own dimensional space, becoming immune to all external damage while inside. New skills. 6. Size control can freely control its own size. 7. Freeze can freeze floodwater to restrain enemy movement. Passive abilities. Immunity to wind damage. Immunity to lightning damage. Immunity to water damage. New passive. Cloud walking can move freely through the air. Universal passive. Battle Pet can share 1/10 of its attributes with its master. Holy cow. Su-Yi scanned the entire panel from top to bottom, feeling that each skill was more overpowered than the last, with the new abilities adding layer upon layer of enhancement. Feeding all the experience to Zhulong had indeed been the wisest decision. This was absolutely incredible, one amazing ability after another. Su-Yi, Summoner. Level 16. Basic attributes. Health, 6,500. Attack, 690. Defense, 750. Spirit, 12. Movement speed, 710. Attack speed including casting, 690. Special attributes are collapsed. Click to view special attributes. Critical hit 30, armor penetration 40. The pale blue status panel floated in midair, data scrolling line by line. Su Yi stared at the 6,500 health value, feeling like he'd been struck by lightning. I actually have 6,500 HP? This is terrifying. Even if same-level professionals ganged up on me, they'd need ages to whittle that down. Next, his gaze shifted to attack, 690, and a surge of excitement flashed through his mind. That means without even using skills, just casually swinging the Crimson Full Moon Sword, I can instantly kill level 20 beasts on the spot. He knew that other professionals at the same stage had to carefully kite level 20 monsters while casting skills. But he could obliterate beasts with a single sword swing. Zhulong is amazing. Su Yi enthusiastically praised the classic of mountains and seas system, growing more excited by the moment. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, Uncle Zhang, Qiu Yu, and Lu Tiao remained frozen in stunned poses. They had just witnessed Su Yi summon a torrential flood that instantly engulfed thousands of beasts. Uncle Zhang, like a baby suddenly realizing it could breathe, sharply inhaled. Gah! His mind crashed, leaving only one thought. This isn't right. Instantly killing level 25 monsters in secret realms was one thing, but this beast tide contained level 30, even level 40 creatures. Forget him, as a level 28 knight going up would be suicide. Even if several people teamed up to hunt a level 40 beast, it would be a near-death experience. So why could Sui one-shot them? The thought flashed through his mind, and Uncle Zhang suddenly had an epiphany. Could that flood reversal skill ignore level and defense? Ishi was dumbstruck again. The Sui before him was more monstrous than a monster. This skill was absolutely game-breaking. Even more spine-chilling was how Su Yi's battle pet had grown several times larger in under a minute, its massive form blotting out the sky, emanating an aura that made Uncle Zhang feel like he was facing a deity. Yet even so, several giant beasts still roamed the depths of the beast tide. Like that terrifying mutated long-necked beast over 30 meters tall, level 32, whose next sweep meant instant death on contact and severe injury from a graze. Uncle Zhang thought, Su Yi probably can't handle that thing, right? The next second, reality slapped him in the face. Su Yi mounted Zhulong and gave it a gentle pat. Boom, the massive body surged, scales and wings spread, and it shot straight into the clouds. Lu Tiao's legs went weak, nearly collapsing. What? It can fly? A flying serpent? His mind went blank. Su Yi circled overhead on Zhulong, then dove straight into the beast tide. The surviving beasts that hadn't drowned in the flood saw him as delivered prey, roaring as they charged. Flying ones from above, running ones from the ground, crawling ones from below, all attacked at once. However, Su Yi was the drift king of Mount Akina. No matter what skills the ferocious beasts employed, none could touch even a thread of Su Yi's clothing. Zhulong coiled in midair, appearing lazy yet moving like lightning. Each shift left afterimages, so fast the naked eye could barely track it, leaving the beasts unable to even touch Su Yi's shadow. Standing atop the dragon's back, Su Yi raised his hand and unleashed thunderous power lightning bolts, as thick as barrels crashed down with deafening roars. With each strike, a beast collapsed like an avalanche into pools of blood, their corpses gradually forming hills. Suddenly, a level 32 long-necked beast spotted an opening and went berserk. Its neck, dozens of meters long, swept across like a massive pillar, creating howling winds and tearing the air with explosive sounds as it charged straight at Zhulong, as if to knock this aerial sovereign from the sky. Crash! The heavy blow landed, yet Zhulong's hovering form didn't even sway. It tilted its head downward, regarding the attack like a piece of paper slapping against its body, its gaze full of disdain. Su Yi chuckled softly. Little guy, what are you doing? Got rocks for brains. With 4,800 defense points, forget one long-necked beast 10 couldn't break through. Though Zhulong hadn't fully evolved into a god, how could mere beasts hope to shake it? While the long-necked beast hadn't yet retracted its neck, Su Yi drew Crimson Full Moon. With all martial techniques embedded, lightning wreathed the blade. In the next instant, dozens of sword lights crisscrossed from all directions, forming a laser net woven from lightning. Crack! As the sword light swept through, the long-necked beast was sliced into pieces of varying sizes, scattering across the ground with steaming blood. Su Yi sheathed his sword and looked down. At that moment, the steel gates of the fortress below burst open with a thunderous crash. A group of blood-soaked adventurers stumbled out, screaming in panic. Run! Burrowing beast attack! Damn it! Fight back! Just 5 burrowing beasts. Only level 26 we run. Hell, we've got over 100 people. That mysterious flood killed 30 plus. Then the burrowing beast got 60 more, 90 dead in the blink of an eye. Cowards. Running outside means death too. They rushed through the gates, but suddenly stopped in their tracks. Huh? Where's the beast tide? His corpses everywhere, piled like mountains. What happened here? Before them lay carnage heaped as high as hills. They couldn't believe their eyes. But they had no time to think, as 5 burrowing beasts emerged from the fortress ground, their cold fangs gleaming. Squelch! In an instant, 2 more adventurers were torn apart. In a corner of the fortress, Uncle Zhang stood with arms crossed, watching coldly. He felt satisfaction seeing these people panic, forgetting that danger could fall upon him at any moment. Within moments, all remaining adventurers lay in pools of blood. The burrowing beasts licked their lips and turned their gaze toward Uncle Zhang and Lu Tiao's group. Uncle Zhang's heart jumped. Oh no! He'd been too busy watching the show, now it was his turn. He desperately looked up, shouting to the sky, Su-yi, save us! Unexpectedly, Su-yi merely watched with the same cold indifference. Su-yi, Su-yi, Uncle Zhang screamed hoarsely. However, Su-yi simply patted Zhulong's scales, signaling to turn around. But Su-yi just patted Zhulong and left directly. Su-yi completely ignored Uncle Zhang's plea for help. He cursed silently to himself. Damn it! Now you remember me? When you could get into the fortress, why didn't you think of me then? He turned and walked away, wielding the candle dragon, continuing to clear the remaining beasts tied among the ruins and flood debris. No matter what level the fierce beasts were, as long as they were caught by the deadly storm and thunderous high damage unleashed by the candle dragon, those that didn't die from the first strike couldn't survive the second. Whether Uncle Zhang, Lu Tiao, and the others lived or died was none of his damn business. Seeing Su-yi ruthlessly leave and charge alone into the beast horde, with lightning crashing down and killing one fierce beast per strike, Uncle Zhang's eyes blazed with fury and his face turned pale with shock. Why? He could clearly handle the burrowing beasts easily, yet he deliberately refused. This question plagued Uncle Zhang's mind from beginning to end, but the 5 burrowing beasts forced them to retreat step by step, leaving no time to think. Cornered with nowhere to retreat, Uncle Zhang's throat tightened as he choked out in a low voice. Miss Qiuyu, I'm afraid this is as far as we go. Su-yi, before he could finish, a black shadow suddenly descended over the fortress, as if someone had pulled down a pitch-black veil, blocking out the sky and sun. Everyone stood up in unison, squinting desperately. Lu Tiao was the first to see clearly. It wasn't a veil, but a pair of pitch-black wings, a giant bird with wings that seemed to hang from the heavens. The giant bird slowly descended, and wherever it passed, sunlight dimmed, as if night had been dragged into daylight. Lu Tiao felt a chill in her heart. This darkness wasn't from blocking light, but from the nocturnal aura emanating from the giant bird itself, like a messenger of the night. As the distance closed, a clear and melodious cry pierced the sky. The next second, countless copper coins poured down from above, clattering as they fell like a golden rainstorm. The moment the coins hit the ground, they became scorching hot, like red-hot iron blocks dropped into ice water, instantly piercing through all 5 burrowing beasts. The 5 monsters exploded into blood mist with a bang, leaving not even bone fragments behind. The black bird circled and folded its wings, slowly descending to the ruins. An elderly man with white hair but a baby-like face, dressed in pitch-black robes, leaped down from its back. Uncle Zhang's pupils contracted sharply. City Lord Ming Zhongshui, level 90, with the profession heaven-reaching divine abacus. The city lord of Jiang City had finally arrived. Ordinary rookies might not have heard of heaven-reaching divine abacus. During job changes, everyone was familiar with mages, warriors, knights, and archers, but the higher the level, the more job branches there were, and the stranger the titles became. Take warriors for example. After level 25, they could branch into berserker, weapon master, defense, or mobility paths. While their skills were largely similar, their core focuses were completely different. Defense warriors tanked damage, while weapon warriors focused on burst damage. Ming Zhongshui's profession path was Mage Wizard Arcanist Fortune Master Heaven-Reaching Divine Abacus. As for what specific skills Ming Zhongshui possessed, Uncle Zhang wasn't quite sure what abilities Ming Zhongshui had. However, he knew that Ming Zhongshui possessed a unique skill. He could predict what would happen in the next 10 seconds. He could even deduce how long a person's fate would allow them to live. In short, this lord of Jiang City dabbled in all things mysterious and incomprehensibly profound. At this moment, Ming Zhongshui stood proudly, his posture straight as a pine tree, his dark eyes radiating coldness and authority. Lu Tiao, please give my regards to your father, he said indifferently. Lu Tiao swallowed nervously and nodded woodenly. Just then, Ming Zhongshui suddenly realized that the raging beast tide that should have been surging outside the fortress had vanished without a trace as far as the eye could see. There were only piles of beast corpses stacked like mountains, with blood seeping along the stone slabs to form dark red rivers. His expression grew stern, and his voice carried an unusual tremor. What happened here? Who killed them? It was Su-yi, Lu Tiao said with his head lowered, his tone utterly submissive. Su-yi? Who is this person? Ming Zhongshui searched his memory for this name, but found nothing. Lu Tiao pointed toward the distance, where a figure was crouched down looting corpses. That's him. Ming Zhongshui's eyes narrowed slightly, and in a flash, he appeared before Su-yi. At this moment, Su-yi had just completed the magnificent feat of slaughtering the beast tide. He first had Zhulong shrink back to its normal size of less than 3 meters to avoid people thinking he had become his war pet's pet, then buried his head in searching for loot. As he rummaged through, he cursed, "What garbage, nothing good drops." Then he simply started cutting meat. "Fine, I'll just take some beef back." "Huh? Who are you?" He suddenly noticed an elderly man with white hair standing before him. "Lord of Jiang City, Ming Zhongshui." Oh, I've heard so much about you." He merely nodded politely, then lowered his head to continue harvesting beef. Zhulong lay nearby, too lazy to even lift an eyelid. For the first time, Ming Zhongshui experienced being completely ignored. He cleared his throat twice and raised his voice. "I said, I am City Lord Ming Zhongshui." "I know, move aside, you're standing on it." He didn't even look up as his blade rose and fell. Soon, over 1,000 pounds of fresh red beef were stuffed into his backpack. In this world, as long as you had enough slots, weight wasn't an issue. Ming Zhongshui frowned deeply. "I'm asking you, did you really stop this beast tied all by yourself?" He wiped the blood from his hands and replied calmly. "No, I couldn't have done it alone. I had my war pet too." Ming Zhongshui glanced at Zhulong, a crimson little snake less than 3 meters long, lazily dozing and showing no hint of power. His mouth twitched. "You're a summoner?" "That's right, a truly worthless profession." Yi laughed self-mockingly. Ming Zhongshui stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps summoners needed to be re-evaluated. The previous person who chose this class probably never grasped its essence. Maybe this was actually an incredibly powerful profession? Will I be recorded in history? He suddenly looked up, his eyes shining with anticipation. "I was talking about evaluation, but this beast-tied incident is indeed worth recording." "How boring." He shrugged, sheathed his blade, and casually grabbed Zhulong's tail, preparing to leave. "Wait, what level are you now?" Ming Zhongshui squinted. He couldn't see Su Yi's hidden status panel, but with his abilities, reading someone's fate shouldn't be difficult. Yi waved without turning back. "Level 16. Level 16. These words exploded like thunder in Ming Zhongshui's mind. He instinctively didn't believe it. After absorbing so much experience from those beasts, only level 16? Watching Yi walk away, Ming Zhongshui snorted coldly. "Let me divine the truth." With that, he pulled out a yellowed abacus, his fingers flying. Instantly, the copper beads clacked rapidly with crackling sounds. The next second, then, the abacus shattered with a crash, scattering across the ground. Ming Zhongshui stood there, completely bewildered. Ming Zhongshui was utterly stunned. For the first time in his life, while reading someone's fate, his divine calculation abacus shattered inch by inch, crumbling into fragments on the ground. This level 90 lord of Jiangxing City, the renowned fortune teller who commanded respect across the region, was completely bewildered. After a moment, he regained his composure, his curiosity about the young man growing even stronger. "I can hardly wait to witness your performance in the college entrance trials." Ming Zhongshui composed himself, smiled, and whistled. A massive black bird with a wingspan of several meters swooped down from the sky, stirring up fierce winds as it carried him into the air. With the beast tide dispersed, he had no reason to linger. As for the countless bodies of adventurers and soldiers scattered across the ground, all he could say was, "May the departed rest in peace." Since the gods manifested and demons of all races descended, the life and death of those who chose this profession had become commonplace. Once you walked this path, spilling blood on the battlefield was inevitable. Such was destiny. The blackbird spread its wings and flew away. He waited a moment before the suburban bus came rumbling along, picking him up along with Lu Tiao and the other survivors to return to Jiangxing. When they left the city, the bus had been packed to capacity, but on the return journey it felt as empty as a hollow shell. Row after row of seats reflected against the dim windows, creating an eerily surreal atmosphere. Once in the city, Lu Tiao's complex gaze remained fixed on Yi, but Yi couldn't be bothered to acknowledge it. He got off the bus directly and strode quickly toward the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild remained as magnificent as ever, with enormous crystal chandeliers illuminating the entire hall where crowds bustled about in lively chatter. Electronic screens on the walls scrolled through the latest intelligence reports, with the most prominent headline reading: "Beast tide has vanished. Wilderness is safe." What the hell does that mean? Were they wiped out? Or did they move somewhere else? Couldn't they add one more line of explanation? Who cares? Anyone heading to the wilderness? Let's team up and split the loot. Let's go, let's go. I feel restless when I'm not working. Yi looked up at the screen and rolled his eyes internally. Ming Zhongshui was indeed no pushover. If his name had actually been posted up there, the trouble would only multiply. He refocused his attention and stopped at a vendor stall, dumping all the materials he'd gathered from the wilderness onto the counter: iron fire ant boss carapace, azure wind bull boss horns, frost crystal from the mountain splitter. The terminal quickly calculated the total: over 5 million. This figure made Yi's breathing lighten with relief. Combat professions really did pay well. Now he could finally breathe freely. Through college after all, University was expensive too. After clearing out the miscellaneous items, he turned his attention to the two most precious materials before him. 1. Azure Wind Bull Platinum Grade Leather. 2. Essence of Snow. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to that piece of platinum leather after all. He already wore a complete set of mountain splitter equipment with devastatingly powerful effects. For every 10 of health lost, all attributes increased by 10. Unfortunately, the set was missing gloves, and while this platinum leather could be used to craft gloves, using Azure Wind Bull Platinum Grade Leather for gloves would be an enormous waste. Generally speaking, crafting armor would offer better effectiveness and value for money. However, after weighing his options repeatedly, Sui still decided to use the platinum grade leather dropped by the Qingfeng Bull boss to craft gloves. Once the completeness of the Stonebreaker set was compromised, the entire equipment would become worthless scrap metal. Had no other choice. He walked along the spacious hall of the Adventurers Guild, pushing open the wooden doors of the side rooms one by one, until he finally found Lu Xingtao, a renowned leather craftsman. Brother, this is quite extravagant of you. Lu Xingtao's eyes lit up as he repeatedly caressed the leather that gleamed with a greenish light. Platinum-grade materials are perfect for armor. I guarantee I can preserve at least 3 special effects. But if you make gloves, at most 1 effect will remain. This assessment matched Su Yi's expectations closely, yet he remained firm. Make the gloves. As you wish. The crafting fee is 100,000. Deal. Su Yi immediately transferred the money without hesitation. Pick it up in 2 hours. Lu Xingtao collected the materials and bowed before retreating to the back room. 2 hours passed in a flash. The curtain lifted, and Lu Xingtao emerged with a bitter expression. That look made Su Yi's heart sink, and anger flared up within him. Equipment crafting had a failure rate. If it were ordinary materials, that would be one thing, but this was platinum grade. Could it really have been ruined? But Lu Xingtao waved his hands frantically. Brother, the gloves are finished, but I can't lift them. You'll have to get them yourself. Can't lift them? Su Yi was puzzled, vaguely suspecting it was related to the special effects. He stepped into the back room and saw the green gloves lying quietly in the center of the wooden table. Checking their attributes, Su Yi was completely stunned. Gravity gloves. Owner, Su Yi. Crafter, Lu Xingtao. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Attack speed, 0. Seeing the 000 attributes, he almost wanted to draw his sword and strike someone down. But the next line of special effects made him gasp. Special effect. These gloves weigh 100,000 pounds and can only be worn by their owner. 100,000 pounds. What kind of concept was that? If dropped from a great height, forget about a level 50 boss. Even city walls could be smashed to pieces. No wonder the attack and defense stats were all zeroed out. All the essence had been concentrated into this single special effect. Su Yi picked up the gloves, and their weight felt as light as ordinary leather to him. But when he casually tossed them aside, a thunderous crash echoed as the solid stone floor instantly cracked into a spider web pattern, dust flying everywhere. If he had really thrown them in the Adventurers Guild main hall, he could have turned the place into an adventurer's abyss in minutes. What an unexpected delight. Su Yi silently celebrated his luck. The Qingfeng Bull's leather was truly bull tough. He returned to the front hall and nodded to Lu Xingtao. Excellent. I'm very satisfied. I'm glad you're pleased. Lu Xingtao looked curious. Would you mind sharing what the special effect is? Craftsmen can't inspect finished product information due to professional restrictions. Su Yi shook his head. No comment. He then turned and left. Afterward, he found a rune master on the other side of the hall, took out the snow essence, and straightforwardly asked for an embedding solution. The rune master adjusted his glasses. If you provide your own magic crystals, the labor fee is 100,000. Without magic crystals, you'll need to add another 3 million. 3 million. Su Yi felt as if his money was depreciating like toilet paper, with only one question remaining in his mind. What exactly were magic crystals, and why were they so astronomically expensive? After some investigation, Su Yi learned that magic crystals originated from underground dungeons beyond the wilderness. More precisely, these items weren't dropped by ordinary monsters, but had an extremely small chance of appearing when adventurers who had perished in the dungeons long ago were corrupted by dark magic, resurrected as undead, and then slain again by later explorers. Upon reflection, he finally understood why magic crystals commanded such high prices. Few brave souls dared venture into the underground dungeons in the first place, and those blue star zombies who had died and been revived had to die a second time, a fate so tragic it sent chills down one's spine. In the end, he gritted his teeth and paid 3 million to have the runesmith complete the Essence of Snow. Essence of Snow, legendary tier item. Special effect: the wearer can move freely through lava without sustaining any damage. Trading 3 million for such a treasure made Su Yi's heart bleed. In critical moments, it could save his life, but if he never had occasion to use it, it would likely just gather dust in his inventory. After collecting all his gains from this expedition beyond the wilderness, Su Yi headed straight home to prepare for the next day's college entrance trial. During this time, Ming Zhongshui paid him a visit, personally delivering 300,000 in cash as payment for eliminating the beast tide. In Ming Zhongshui's view, he couldn't fathom why this summoner was so ridiculously powerful, but he never skimped on what was owed. Before leaving, he solemnly warned, the chief examiner for this year's college entrance exam is Xia Erjiao, nicknamed King of Hell. You'd better prepare yourself mentally. Xia Erjiao. Su Yi was slightly taken aback. King of Hell Xia Erjiao was dubbed the college entrance exam reaper by students from previous years. Whenever he served as chief examiner, the questions were guaranteed to be sadistic, with a pass rate below 10%. He showed no mercy when tormenting students. However, Su Yi wasn't worried had the classic of mountains and sea system in Zhulong. No matter how sadistic the exam, it couldn't be more formidable than Zhulong. Typically, the college entrance trial consisted of just one challenge, clearing a solo secret realm set up by the chief examiner, with the fastest completion time determining the winner. Most chief examiners only raised the difficulty slightly, allowing students to pass with a bit of effort. But Xia Erjiao was different, had no intention of letting ordinary people pass. Only true powerhouses could escape the secret realms he designed. The next morning, Su Yi left home and headed to Jiangxing First High School. The area outside the campus was packed with people, so crowded it was impenetrable. First, the entire province's college entrance exams were centralized in Jiangxing. Second, local residents treated this major exam as the year's biggest event, especially upon hearing that Xia Erjiao was the chief examiner. Everyone wanted to watch the spectacle. Add to that the recruitment teachers from various universities lurking in the crowd, hoping to snatch up promising candidates at the first opportunity, and the scene became even livelier. Su Yi found his class and stood at the back of the line. Lu Tiao glanced back at him, her eyes filled with wariness. The homeroom teacher was taking attendance, frowning as he muttered, "Where's Wang Hao?" Su Yi chuckled inwardly. If he showed up, that would be seeing a ghost. The homeroom teacher waved his hand to gather the group. Never mind him. Students, this time the examiner is Xia Erjiao himself. You must be serious, and more serious. Your goal isn't to race against time, but simply to pass the secret realm assessment. That would be the best possible result. You have to understand that those who can pass through Xia Erjiao's secret realm are truly 1 in 10,000. They're guaranteed to be favored by all the top universities. As soon as these words were spoken, as if to give the examinees no chance to catch their breath, the lights on the main platform suddenly blazed bright. Chief Examiner Xia Erjiao, the provincial education director, principals from high schools across the province, university admissions officers, and Jiangxing City, Lord Ming Zhongshui, all stepped onto the stage together. The crowd was a sea of black, yet Ming Zhongshui's gaze landed precisely on Su Yi. Su Yi looked up, and their eyes met. Ming Zhongshui silently curved the corners of his mouth in a smile of unclear meaning. Xia Erjiao took the microphone and opened with a classic insult. "You bunch of trash." Boom. The adults in the audience erupted in thunderous cheers, while the students turned red with shame and anger, shooting resentful glares toward the platform. The other leaders had grown accustomed to such openings and could only shake their heads with bitter smiles. Everyone knew that although Xia Erjiao hadn't made it into the first tier, he still possessed level 85 strength. Those stronger than him, he dared to curse all the same. Those weaker, he cursed even more viciously. "Trash. Meeting me as your chief examiner means you've had 8 generations of bad luck." He let out a piercing, maniacal laugh. "This time, I'm going to crush your pride into fragments. If anyone can pass through my secret realm challenge, even just one person, I'll never serve as chief examiner again. Please, I'm begging you to let me retire, Kikik. You poor souls, a nightmare-level secret realm awaits you, huh?" As his words fell, the field instantly erupted in wails of despair. "What? Not a single person can pass. Oh my god, what do we do now? At least there used to be a 10% pass rate. But now he's staked his entire career on it. What's the point of even taking the exam? I want to repeat the year. Repeat 1. Running into this maniac is truly terrible luck." The lamentations of students across the province rose and fell, but scattered throughout the crowd were also a few expressions of disdain. The most conspicuous among them was Yi Tian from Chaozhou City. "It's just bluffing," Yi Tian whispered to his companions. "He likes messing with people. There's no way he'd actually create an unsolvable secret realm. Otherwise, how would they calculate exam scores? How would universities recruit students?" Hearing this, his classmates still looked grim. "But he staked his entire career on it. Doesn't look like he's joking. Yi Tian, you're a warrior. Do you have a shot?" Yi Tian's lips curved upward, making no effort to hide his arrogance. "I'm not bragging, but warriors can fight, tank, and heal. This year, not just in our province, but in the entire country, I'm the only warrior among all the job changers. Just wait and watch me crush Xia Erjiao's arrogance. Get him. Make him retire." Everyone gave him thumbs up, and the constant praise made Yi Tian feel elated. It had to be said, warriors were indeed the most versatile among all professions. Yi Tian had every right to be proud. Just then, Yi Tian caught sight of Lu Tiao not far away, and his eyes lit up. He pushed through the crowd and walked over quickly, waving in greeting. Lu Tiao. Yi Tian. Lu Tiao looked stunned. Yeah, you still remember me. Yi Tian grinned foolishly. Lu Tiao was feeling quite irritated at the moment. Over the past few days, Su Yi had repeatedly stolen the spotlight, completely crushing her confidence. And with the college entrance exam approaching and the notoriously twisted examiner Xie Zhao in charge, her anxiety had reached its peak. She could easily ignore her grades with her father Lu Qinghai's influence. What prestigious university wouldn't open its doors for her? But she was determined to prove herself. She didn't necessarily need to be better than Su Yi, but she absolutely couldn't be worse than him. It was in this state of mind that Yi Tian approached her. What do you want? Lu Tiao looked up, giving Yi Tian a cold glance. Yi Tian rubbed his hands together, trying to lighten the mood. You look really tense. Don't overthink it. Xie Zhao exaggerates everything. The exam isn't that hard. Are you done? Lu Tiao's voice was icy. Yi Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Lu Tiao, let's make a bet. If I pass the exam, you go on a date with me. How about it? You? Lu Tiao scoffed. I'm a warrior. Yi Tian puffed out his chest defiantly. Lu Tiao was momentarily stunned. Yi Tian had actually changed his class to warrior, which was indeed a formidable profession. However, she remained dismissive. Still can't compare to a summoner. Do you hear yourself? Yi Tian burst into laughter. Summoner? The most useless class. You think it can compete with me? Frog in a well. Lu Tiao dropped those 4 words with an icy tone. Huh? Who are you talking about? I'd love to meet this person. Yi Tian frowned and pressed for an answer. Lu Tiao couldn't be bothered to respond and lowered her head to continue with her work. Having been given the cold shoulder, Yi Tian felt frustrated. His approach wasn't born from infatuation with Lu Tiao, but rather his interest in Lu Qinghai's strongest candidate for the next human emperor, known as the man closest to godhood. If he could pave the way through Lu Tiao, wouldn't that be advantageous for his future? With this calculation in mind, he left in a sullen mood. Before long, he discovered that the summoner Lu Tiao had mentioned was none other than Su Yi. Yi Tian sneered. That guy? I heard he can only summon flies and rats and he's supposed to be impressive? Who's the real frog in the well? Lu Tiao is completely short-sighted. The exam secret realm was quickly set up. The magic array formed by intricate magical patterns glowed with brilliant blue light, like a giant gem embedded in the center of the venue. Xie Zhao stood on high ground, his voice booming like a hammer. Trash, begin your college entrance exam. The crowd below erupted as students formed a long line to enter the secret realm one by one. This exam was a solo secret realm speedrun challenge, but the examiners on the main platform knew the truth. Forget speedrunning Ganyan, who could clear it would be considered promising material. When it was Su Yi's turn to enter, he happened to be right behind Yi Tian in line. Yi Tian turned around and flipped Su Yi the middle finger. Su Yi was bewildered. He cursed in wordliest, this guy insane. Who are you? Where are your manners? He raised his thumb in return, giving as good as he got. Humph. Yi Tian snorted coldly and stepped into the secret realm. The moment he entered, he realized the secret realm wasn't very large. He could see the end at a glance. About 30 monsters were scattered ahead, with regular monsters and elite monsters distributed throughout, and at the far end stood a massive fire elemental boss. The ground was pitted and uneven, with each crater bubbling with scorching lava, foam constantly bursting, and waves of searing heat carrying the pungent smell of sulfur rushing toward him. Yi Tian curled his lips into a smirk. That's it. In Yi Tian's view, the monsters in this secret realm were generally around level 15, with the highest level boss only reaching level 17. Such trivial stats didn't even make him furrow his brow. Just as I thought, all bark and no bite. Shiliao is just trying to scare people. Stepping on the soft soil along the edge of the lava pit, he moved swiftly around the crater's rim. Fire waves surged between the rock walls, and the air was scorching hot. Each step had to be placed with pinpoint precision. One misstep could send him plummeting into the boiling lava, which would mean instantly losing most of his health bar and failing the test outright. Within moments, he stood before the first monster. The creature was composed of stacked stone slabs with molten lava dripping through the gaps, resembling a burning stone giant. The interface information immediately appeared. Lava stone monster. Level 15. Health 500. Attack 50. Defense 80. Skill. Pound deals double damage to enemies. Yi Tian threw back his head and laughed wildly. This is supposed to be a test? If I don't ace this, there's no justice in heaven. He lowered his shoulder and gathered his strength, then unleashed a devastating, tiger-style golden bell breaker. His fist blazed with golden-white light, and the force wave tore through the air like a sharp blade, roaring like 1,000 charging soldiers. Immediately after, he followed up with heat and iron palm. What looked like a casual push of a door actually delivered a terrifying 300 damage. Boom. The lava stone monster didn't even have time to counterattack before its health bar hit 0, and it exploded into scattered rocks. Yi Tian dusted off his hands with an indifferent tone. This is supposed to be the king of hell's entrance exam? Were the previous students really that pathetic? Before he finished speaking, there was a sharp sizzle beneath his feet, like red-hot metal dropped into ice water. A pungent burning smell hit his nostrils. Looking down, he saw the surrounding lava pits beginning to erupt, with rolling magma rapidly spreading across the surface, instantly transforming the area into a crimson sea. The heat waves distorted the very air. His health bar began dropping rapidly. Damn! Yi Tian leaped up, using the tips of his toes to touch the scalding lava and propel himself onto a slightly elevated rock platform. But the lava continued rising and would soon swallow his remaining foothold. Shuliao, that's really dirty. The monsters aren't the threat, this lava is the real killer. He glanced at his interface. His health was down to just 300 points. She wouldn't last 3 seconds in the lava before being instantly killed. The flame of defiance ignited within him. Yi Tian roared. Bull-style Zen meditation. A halo covered his entire body, reducing all damage taken by 50 for 1 minute. Soul body split, activate. His soul remained in place while his physical body charged forward, splashing through the scalding lava. He closed in on the next monster and pummeled it with a flurry of punches and palm strikes until it exploded, then flashed back to his soul's position with 250 health points remaining. But the lava had already risen past his ankles, and the situation remained dire. Yi Tian smiled bitterly. Looks like this test isn't as simple as I thought. I'll kill as many as I can. The terrain continued to sink, and he no longer hoped to clear the stage, just wanted to take down a few more monsters before being consumed. Spirit Dragon Style? Activate. The Spirit Dragon Style allowed Yi Tian to recover a certain amount of health with each attack. The higher the damage, the more he healed. At this moment, Yi Tian charged forward with a Dordai mentality as scorching lava splashed around his feet in the secret realm, with thick waves of fire rolling beneath his boots. His figure darted through the flames, dodging left and right, slaying monsters with each strike. The health bar on screen fluctuated like a roller coaster, nearly empty 1 second, then restored to more than half by the Spirit Dragon Style the next, creating heart-pounding suspense. The lava continued rising, completely swallowing the ground. Yi Tian could only leap through the air in the gaps between fire waves. The system notification, 100 per second, flashed in bright red at his current level. This was lethal. The final wave of monsters charged at him, but the boss remained deep within the lava, completely unreachable. Hurricane spin. Yi Tian roared as his swirling blade energy formed a tornado, pulling several monsters in front of him closer. Immediately following with 7-star flash, he transformed into an afterimage, striking 7 cold gleams through the enemy group in a flash. After these 2 skill combinations, only 3 elite monsters remained on the ground, swaying unsteadily. His performance in Shuliao's insanely difficult trial was already remarkable. However, before he could even approach the boss's shadow, the lava consumed him. The moment his health dropped to 1 point, the system forcibly ejected him. A tremendous force threw Yi Tian out of the secret realm, and he crashed heavily onto the examination hall's stone floor. The college entrance trial regulations stated, when health drops to 1 point, automatic ejection occurs to prevent actual death. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and stood up, looking around. The plaza was filled with dejected students hanging their heads like frostbitten eggplants. Clearly, they had been ejected even earlier with worse results. Lu Tiao and Su Yi were also outside. Yi Tian smirked. Looks like I was the last one out? Even without clearing it, I killed the most monsters, so I'll still be highly sought after by top universities. Meanwhile, Lu Tiao stared at Su Yi through the crowd, her mind full of questions. She had eliminated quite a few monsters in the secret realm, with only 4 elite monsters remaining. Though she hadn't reached the boss, it was still a decent performance. But Su Yi had been ejected even earlier than her. This didn't match his abilities. Had Su Yi made a mistake? Lu Tiao couldn't figure it out, but secretly felt pleased. At least this proves I'm stronger than Su Yi. So what if you stopped the beast tied you still failed the college entrance exam? Humph. Su Yi casually picked his ear, playing with a snow essence between his fingers, his expression indifferent. This exam is really boring. Meanwhile, on the main platform, Shuliao and numerous examiners stared dumbfounded at the replay footage. Only they could view the secret realm recordings, and at this moment, everyone was petrified. Especially Shuliao, whose face looked as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. Jiang City's mayor Ming Zhongshui gloated beside him, patting his shoulder with a grin. Little Xia, does your face hurt? Shuliao's mouth twitched, his previous arrogance completely gone. I must admit, Su Yi is a monster. The principal of First High School burst into laughter. Gentlemen, you're too kind. I never expected our Jiang City First High School Su Yi could actually clear it. And in just 1 minute. I guess we've just been teaching too well. As soon as those words left his mouth, the faces of all the other high school principals in the audience turned dark in unison, their hearts clenching as if someone had grabbed them. What the hell do you mean you've been teaching too well? Are you saying we're all trash schools that can't cultivate good students? Someone muttered through gritted teeth, feeling utterly humiliated. The large screen on the side of the podium was repeatedly playing footage from the secret realm. Xie Erjiao crossed his arms, squinting as he watched, then suddenly asked, "What's this kid's class?" The principal of number 1 high school was caught off guard when called upon. Let me go ask. Everyone. You don't even know what class this prodigy is? Why does it feel like Su Yi is some kind of wild student? Soon after, Su Yi's homeroom teacher rushed onto the stage, panting heavily. Seeing the row of important figures, he immediately bowed and scraped, his voice respectful yet tinged with pride. "Greetings, everyone. You must all be interested in Lu Tiao's performance, right? I asked around, and she did quite well. Although she didn't reach the boss, there were only 4 elite monsters left in the area, so her score should definitely be acceptable." The homeroom teacher thought to himself that the principal had called him over because of Lu Taiwo, the student with the most potential in the class and daughter of Lu Shanghai, a talent that all the top schools would fight over. However, the next second, the principal flicked him on the forehead, his beard trembling with anger. "Who asked you about Lu Tiao? We're asking about Su Yi." Su Yi. The homeroom teacher's jaw nearly hit the floor. He frowned, his tone resolute. "Are you all mistaken? Su Yi was the first one ejected from the secret realm. His performance must have been terrible, probably didn't even kill a single monster." Xie Erjiao smiled mysteriously. "Why do you say that?" "Because Su Yi has a useless class as summoner," the homeroom teacher blurted out. As those words hit the ground, the podium fell instantly silent. Xie Erjiao, the various principals, and the university recruitment teachers all froze like they'd been struck by acupuncture needles. Even their breathing became lighter. Only Ming Zhongshui maintained his smile, quietly enjoying the spectacular expressions on their faces. "A summoner? Are you sure? That's impossible. We didn't see him summon any flies or rats, and the Fudaji was clearly punching his way through." Voices of doubt arose everywhere, confusion filling the venue. The footage was rewound to the beginning, and everyone crowded around the screen, including the homeroom teacher who couldn't help but crane his neck. In the video, Su Yi stepped into the secret realm and, without summoning any battle pets, walked directly toward the first wave of monsters. He raised his hand, boom, one punch, and a monster exploded on the spot. The homeroom teacher was dumbfounded. A summoner? The class that struggles to kill chickens? One-shotting monsters? This defied all logic. The footage continued. Rolling magma surged from ground fissures, the firelight painting the sky crimson. Yet Su Yi walked as if strolling through a peaceful garden, his feet treading on the scorching lava without suffering any burns, his health bar remaining completely unchanged. Hiss! The homeroom teacher sucked in a sharp breath, his scalp tingling. Is this magma fake or something? Boom! Boom! As the recording progressed, Su Yi still didn't use any skills, yet small monsters and elite monsters alike crumbled before him like paper. Finally reaching the boss's lair, Su Yi drew that crimson full moon longsword. As the blade tip lifted, lightning danced along the sword's edge, and the air was torn apart by violent sword energy with explosive sounds. In the next instant, the fire elemental boss was killed with a single strike, the screen flashed white, and Su Yi was judged as having cleared the realm and ejected by the system. The footage stopped. 1 minute, flawless clear. The homeroom teacher's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. So Su Yi being ejected from the secret realm wasn't due to a crushing defeat, but because he had achieved an extreme speedrun. This. The homeroom teacher was utterly shocked, his legs gave out, and he collapsed directly to the ground. "You're telling me this is a summoner?" Xie Erjiao pointed at the recording. "Where are the battle pets? Where are the flies? Where are the rats?" The footage showed figures darting and weaving through the air, sword light blazing skyward and illuminating the entire examination room in brilliant white. Xie Erjiao's anger shot straight to his head as he turned to the homeroom teacher beside him, his voice scraping like metal on glass. "As a homeroom teacher, you don't even know what profession your own student is? Incompetent." The homeroom teacher's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. "Su Yi really is a summoner. Absolutely no mistake. As for why a summoner could be this powerful, I have no idea." Xie Erjiao snorted coldly, his expression grim. Teachers these days are so unreliable. What kind of summoner has this explosive power? He's clearly a swordsman. Sloppy, utterly sloppy work, it's infuriating. Just as he was grumbling internally, Ming Zhongshui, the city lord of Jiangqing, stood firmly at the front of the platform and spoke with the weight of a falling hammer. "Su Yi is indeed a summoner. I've checked the records, his profession information is correct. As for why he's so strong, perhaps he's mastered advanced techniques and gameplay." The city lord's declaration struck like a decisive gavel. The crowd below first froze in shock, then exchanged bewildered glances. If it weren't for someone of Ming Zhongshui's high position stepping forward to confirm it, they would never believe that a supposedly pathetically weak summoner could achieve such results. But the facts were undeniable. Su Yi's performance in this college entrance trial had completely shattered everyone's understanding. Among the tens of thousands of candidates across the province, not one had cleared the dungeon. Under Xie Erjiao's brutally difficult exam questions, they had all failed. The best score came from Ming Wanqiu of Shinshui City, who had barely reached the boss. Yi Tian from Chaozhou and Lu Tiao from Jiangxing followed close behind. Yet Su Yi had not only cleared it, but completed it within 1 minute. This speed was mind-numbing, absolutely incomprehensible. Xie Erjiao shook his head with a bitter smile. The younger generation surpasses the old to think I'd be slapped in the face by a summoner. Sigh, perhaps it's time to retire. Laughter rippled through the examination panel, but everyone's attention was quickly drawn to the imminent announcement of results. The university admissions officers on the main platform were already rubbing their hands together, eager to secure the top students. Xie Erjiao exchanged glances with the other examiners. No need for further discussion, announced the results based on scores. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon after, the large screen in the center of the examination hall lit up, its blazing white light reflecting on every tense face. They're announcing it. Who's the provincial champion this time? I'd be happy with city champion. I only killed 10 small monsters. I am probably going to fail. Look, 10th place is up. The candidates buzzed with discussion, their clenched fists slick with sweat. They understood that the lava damage from the monsters in this exam was far beyond what current students could withstand. Scores could only be determined by kill count and completion time. The screen first displayed 10th place, followed by the city, Yaozhou, then the school, 3rd high school. Next came the name, Xiaohe, profession, illusionist, score, 22 monsters killed. Additional data noted, 8 monsters remained uncleared, but performance was commendable. 9th place, 8th place, and so on rolled out in sequence. The students whose names didn't appear on the list watched the displayed names with a mixture of awe and envy. The massive holographic screen flickered with white light as new rankings refreshed. 4th place, Jiangxing First High School Lu Tiao. Class, Valkyrie. Score, 26 monsters defeated. Lu Tiao instinctively straightened her spine, lifted her chin slightly, and cast a condescending glance towards Su Yi's direction. As that line of text appeared, she could almost hear her own heart pounding. Her confidence instantly restored. Su Yi, did you see that? This is what real results look like. 4th in the entire province. Students from First High School swarmed around Lu Tiao, surrounding her in the center. Wow, getting 4th place in the province on Sheldon's exam questions, what a beast. Like father, like son, this has got to be Jiangxing's strongest performance. City champion for sure. Congratulations to Lu Tiao for becoming Jiangxing's top scorer, truly worthy of a Valkyrie. Amazing. Applause, screams, and high fives merged into chaos, making Lu Tiao shine like a queen under spotlights. Outside the crowd, Su Yi simply stood with arms crossed, his gaze indifferent. The numbers on the screen jumped again. 3rd place, Chaozhou 5th High School Yi Tian. Class, warrior. Score, 27 monsters defeated. Yi Tian froze, momentarily forgetting to breathe. What? I'm only 3rd place, he muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. He was clearly the last one to exit the secret realm. How could he be 3rd? Damn it. Who stole my top spot? This is infuriating. His classmates looked equally bewildered. Could there really be someone more fierce than Yi Tian? Just as the murmurs began, the rankings continued scrolling. 2nd place, Shanxing Second High School Ming Wanqiu. Class, Ice Mage. Score, 30 monsters defeated. The moment that name appeared, the entire examination hall exploded like a high-explosive grenade had been thrown in. Ice Mage? No wonder her score is so high, speeds fire. Perfect counter to the monsters in that secret realm. But this doesn't make sense. Isn't Ice Mage a second-tier mage specialization? You need to be at least level 25 to unlock branches. You guys spend all day watching adult videos instead of reading the news. Someone rolled their eyes. Ming Wanqiu awakened and changed classes at 13. 13 years old. That's right. Her father is 5-star General Ming Qingzong. He arranged her early class change. What's even more terrifying, she has triple element talent. Boom! As the informed student's explanation landed, the entire venue erupted again. Triple element talent meant Ming Wanqiu could pursue ice magic, fire magic, arcane magic, or any other branch. While ordinary mages were locked into their chosen specialization for life, she could switch at will. For such a prodigy, even the word genius seemed inadequate. Yet even such a monster-level talent only achieved 2nd place. Everyone was even more confused. The monsters in the secret realm had been almost entirely cleared by her, leaving only the boss. Could the 1st place score possibly be from defeating the boss, or even completing the entire dungeon? Would that twisted exam creator Sheldon actually allow students to clear the whole thing? Doubt, anticipation, and fervor, emotions pushed to their breaking point, ignited instantly. Every gaze locked onto the big screen in unison, breathing seemingly synchronized. They had to see who this 1st place winner was, and what kind of score they had achieved. The atmosphere at the exam venue was incredibly tense. Not only the examinees, but all the teachers, students, and parents watching from the sidelines were glued to the big screen, eager to see the top scorer's name revealed first. The progress bar seemed frozen, refusing to budge, making everyone so anxious they wanted to rush up and smack the screen. The massive auditorium fell dead silent. Even blinking felt like a luxury. In the crowd, Ming Wanqiu stood quietly. Her snow-white hair cascaded to her waist, complementing her pristine white dress like eternal snow. With her rosy complexion and tall, graceful figure, she commanded such presence that others could only admire her from afar. Standing beside her, the homeroom teacher's face was ashen, his voice barely a whisper, yet unable to hide his fury. "We're only second place. How is that possible?" Ming Wanqiu's lips parted slightly, her tone icy. "Teacher, I've always said there's always someone better out there. Despite my triple element talent and being a level 25 mage, I still couldn't clear it. If someone really took first place, they're either cheating or a complete monster." The teacher was so frustrated he stomped his feet in his mind. If even Ming Wanqiu wasn't the top scorer, then no one in this world deserved that title. Ming Wanqiu paid him no more attention, her eyes fixed intently on the screen as intense curiosity churned in her chest. Who exactly was this first-place winner? Just how powerful were they? Finally, the progress bar began to move. First place, Jiang City. Whoosh. The moment Jiang City appeared, the Jiang City spectator section erupted in deafening cheers, while the Jiang City examinees stood frozen in shock. What? The top scorer is from our Jiang City. Holy crap. Which monster is that fierce? Ming Wanqiu came in second, and there's someone even more brutal than her. They quickly thought of Lu Tiao, Jiang City's most promising candidate, but she was only ranked fourth. Lu Tiao's eyes widened as she looked around for answers. Her gaze swept past Su Yi, then she shook her head. Can't be him. Su Yi got eliminated way too early. Restless murmurs rippled through the auditorium as the big screen continued scrolling down. First place, Jiang City, First High School. The First High School students stared at each other in disbelief. The top scorer was actually from their own school? First place, Jiang City, First High School, Su Yi. Class, Summoner, Score, Cleared. Time, 1 minute. The text froze on screen, and the entire venue turned to stone. First High School was initially stunned speechless. The top scorer was actually Su Yi. Students from other cities, though unfamiliar with the name, were shaken to their core by the word summoner. The dead silence lasted a full 5 minutes, with many people rubbing their eyes and reading each word carefully, especially summoner, nearly rubbing their eyeballs raw. BOOM, the auditorium exploded. What? The top scorer's class is summoner. Am I freaking dreaming right now? I can accept someone clearing it, but a summoner clearing it? Are you kidding me? How could a trash class like summoner possibly clear it? This is absolutely insane. I'm speechless, completely speechless. Is this cheating? This has to be cheating. I could accept it if even a priest cleared it, but a summoner clearing it? I absolutely cannot accept this. Su Yi's name hung high in first place on the big screen. Yi Tian stared at that 1-minute completion record and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Fear shot up his spine to the back of his head, and his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Lu Tiao's words, "frog in a well," echoed harshly in his ears. Not only had he underestimated Su Yi, but he'd been completely crushed. Clearing it in 1 minute, was this even humanly possible? Let alone for what everyone considered a trash profession summoner. Smack. He slapped himself hard, the stinging pain reminding him this wasn't a dream. In the distance, Su Yi walked toward the classroom with the light behind him, his shadow stretching long under the lights as Yi Tian's teeth chattered. In the crowd, Lu Tiao's mouth hung open for a long time. Only now did she truly understand. Real powerhouses never fail because of so-called professional weaknesses. Su Yi had left so early not because he gave up, but because he'd already cleared it. On the other side, Ming Wanqiu's eyes were filled with confusion. She stared fixedly at those achievement numbers, unable to comprehend how a summoner condemned to death by both textbooks and teachers could clear faster than all the department's prodigies. On the main platform, Chief Proctor Xia Erjiao grabbed the microphone and slammed the amplifier. Kids, I'm sure some of you suspect the first place cheated, thinking it's impossible for a summoner to clear this. But we've reviewed every frame and second from the monitoring room, and we confirm. Su Yi showed no signs of cheating whatsoever. Xia Erjiao pumped his fist. Is he strong? Not just strong's the strongest at this stage. He's mastered the summoner class. His voice echoed through the microphone as he announced on the spot. This year's top scorer, Su Yi. The exam officially ended, and according to procedure, the admissions office teachers should announce policies. But the crowd below had already erupted. Who wanted to listen to regulations now? A group of university teachers rushed down from the platform with a whoosh, all with one target: Su Yi's classroom. A provincial top scorer, who was also from a rare profession. Whoever snagged him would have the entire summoner teaching foundation in their grasp. Universities weren't afraid of few students, but of poor foundations. A prodigy like Su Yi could directly elevate a school's competitiveness. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen teachers had formed an encirclement. Su Yi, I'm from Zhonghai University. We sincerely invite you to enroll. I'm from Beijing University, free room and board included. Just room and board? National University wave room, board, and tuition. The female teacher from Tsinghua University pushed through the crowd, raising her voice. Forget room, board, and tuition. Diamond your equipment or treasures. Pick one. Diamond tier? We'll give king tier. Everyone back off. Our school's treasury, a legendary weapon. You can use it until graduation. The teachers grew more frenzied, like an auction scene. Other examinees in the testing hall watched with reddened eyes, shocked and bitter, their hearts souring. A summoner had made universities offer their treasured artifacts. This is insane. There are over 10 other provincial top scorers nationwide, but none of these teachers went this crazy for them. Amid the commotion, everyone held their breath, waiting for Su Yi's answer. Su Yi watched as the recruitment teachers continued their bidding war, throwing out increasingly attractive offers one after another: full scholarships, spots with top-tier mentors, and some even promised guaranteed government positions after graduation. As the conditions became more and more outrageous, Su Yi suspected they'd soon be willing to give away their shirts. Even more absurd was when one teacher publicly promised to set him up with a girlfriend, truly pulling out all the stops. Unfortunately, after all the resources were thrown around, the terms offered by the major universities were virtually equivalent to all ranked among the top nationally, so choosing any of them wouldn't be a loss. This happy dilemma left Su Yi momentarily unable to decide. Just then, Lin Wanner, the recruitment teacher from Huaqing University, gently tugged at his sleeve and beckoned him with her finger. Come here, let me talk to you privately. The two walked to a corner of the gymnasium. Lin Wanner was young, but carried herself with a mature charm. She got straight to the point. I watched your competition footage. That weapon you used, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Oh, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Identical. The design is the same, but the patterns on the weapon are different. Lin Wanner lowered her voice. I suspect it's another piece from the same weapon set. Crimson Full Moon is part of a complete set. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat. He knew the other piece of that weapon set was Dark Crescent Moon, but he'd had no leads and didn't even know where to begin looking. What's the name of the one you've seen? Lin Wanner shook her head. The name is unknown, it can't be identified. Won't even peel an apple. It's been gathering dust in Huaqing University's storage. This answer both surprised and intrigued Su Yi. Anything that could render identification equipment useless was clearly extraordinary. Lin Wanner caught the shift in his expression, becoming even more certain of her judgment. The Crimson Full Moon in Su Yi's hands, and the weapon in storage must be a pair. She struck while the iron was hot. Huaqing University ranks among the top nationally, with full tuition and accommodation covered. That weapon comes with it too, as long as you enroll. Su Yi didn't rush to agree, frowning. Could I see a photo? Lin Wanner immediately made a call, asking a colleague to go photograph the weapon in storage. Minutes later, the photo arrived. In the image, another moon blade appeared almost identical to Crimson Full Moon in shape, but it was dull and lifeless, covered in dust so thick it looked like rust, appearing like nothing more than scrap metal. Yet Su Yi recognized those lines and proportions. It could only be Dark Crescent Moon, though he wondered why it had fallen into such a state. After much consideration, while other universities had maxed out their offers, this one piece of scrap metal might be his only chance to complete the weapon set. Su Yi took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. All right, I choose Huaqing University. Lin Wanner's eyes lit up. That's the wisest decision you could make. Rest assured, Huaqing University will spare no effort in nurturing you. We'll depart for the capital together in 3 days. The other recruitment teachers around them sighed collectively upon hearing the result. Lin Wanner was incredibly lucky to have tricked Su Yi away with a piece of scrap metal. Someone grumbled indignantly. Scrap metal? Our university's storage has plenty. We've got tons of it. With the matter settled, the teachers returned to the podium to begin selecting from the remaining outstanding candidates. Lu Tiao was recruited by Beijing University, Yi Tian chose National University, while Ming Wanxiu fell into Huaqing University's embrace, once again making the other teachers green with envy. Great. Lin Wanner had sweet-talked away the top scorer and now claimed the runner-up. The rest of us universities have become mere spectators. Actually, Ming Wanxiu wasn't recruited by Lin Wanner at it was Ming Wanxiu who actively sought admission to Huaqing University. The college entrance exam recruitment scene had been chaotic all day, finally winding down by evening. As the crowds dispersed, Su Yi followed the last group of classmates back to their classroom. This would be their final gathering as high school seniors. In 3 days, they would all scatter to the 4 winds. The homeroom teacher stood at the podium, awkwardly rubbing his lecture notes between his hands, his toes grinding against the wooden platform as if trying to bore a hole through the floor. When he looked up and spotted Su Yi in the back row, he couldn't even muster the courage to make eye contact. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. No one had expected Su Yi, the guy they'd mockingly called Trash Summoner, to suddenly claim the provincial top score. All those who had previously spread various versions of cold ridicule now found themselves brutally slapped in the face, their cheeks burning with shame. Some hung their heads low, others stiffly flipped through books, as if Su Yi's casual glance was death's icy scythe pressed against their backs. Ahem. The teacher cleared his throat, his voice rough as sandpaper. Well, there's nothing much to say. Go your separate ways. Dismissed. Normally, he would have delivered an inspiring speech about fighting for the country, eliminating monsters for our families. But today, facing Su Yi, he simply couldn't bring himself to say those words. His pride hurt too much. In this frigid atmosphere, Su Yi's chair scraped as he stood up. The young man's posture was straight, his expression defiant, those narrow eyes sharp as blade edges. Since the teacher has nothing to say, he strode toward the podium, his voice cold and clear. I'll say a few words. Standing before the teacher's desk, his tone remained perfectly steady. A bunch of snobby trash. You'll never amount to anything in your entire lives. Dismissed. With those words, he turned and strode out, his coat tails cutting a sharp arc through the air. That phrase, a bunch of snobby trash. You'll never amount to anything in your entire lives, continued echoing through the classroom like thunder crashing into everyone's hearts, reverberating again and again. A bunch of snobby trash. You'll never amount to anything in your entire lives. A bunch of snobby trash. You'll never amount to anything in your entire lives. As Sui stepped out of the school building, he felt completely refreshed. He remembered clearly every disgusting expression his classmates had worn 10 days ago. Today's verbal lashing was already merciful. If this weren't a civilized society, if they were in the wilderness, he would have gone on a killing spree long ago. Outside the school gates, he hailed a taxi and headed straight home. Once inside with the door closed, he summoned Zhulong. The massive crimson body coiled above the kitchen, golden pupils fixed intently on the beef on the cutting board, drool dripping steadily. It had only eaten one proper meal in recent days and was starving. Su Yi skillfully got to work. Braised beef with rich dark sauce, pan-fried beef sizzling with oil, red-cooked beef fragrant and aromatic, various flavors lined up in a row. Dig in, he commanded. Man and dragon devoured everything like a whirlwind. The current Zhulong was no longer the small snake it once was. Dragon horns were beginning to sprout, and it could spread wings and soar through clouds. Its appetite was terrifying. Hundreds of pounds of beef vanished in moments. Satisfied, it let out a massive yawn, flew to the bed, coiled into a ball, and began snoring thunderously, immediately off to dreamland. Sui shook his head with a wry smile. This guy is basically a pig. He wiped his hands and sat at his desk, opening the classic of mountains and seas system interface, his heart full of anticipation. Wonder what kind of mythical beast I'll draw this time. The system screen appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving provincial top score and completing the mission. Ding! You have earned 1 draw reward. Please click the wheel to draw. Sui took a deep breath and pressed down firmly with his finger. Whir! The wheel began to spin. Whoosh! Under Su Yi's watchful gaze, the classic of mountains and seas system began drawing a divine beast. After just a few moments. Ding! The draw has been completed. Please check your results. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat. The classic of mountains and seas contained hundreds of divine beasts, and what he'd get was entirely up to fate. If it was just an ordinary fierce beast, this opportunity would be completely wasted. He held his breath and focused on the battle pet housing area, tapping it with his finger. Instantly, his vision was flooded with brilliant red light. The radiant glow rippled outward in waves like ocean tides, causing Su Yi to instinctively blink twice. As the red light faded, the silhouette of the divine beast emerged. A chicken? Su Yi's jaw dropped as he rubbed his eyes. A chicken? Since when did the classic of mountains and seas include chickens in its roster of divine beasts? Suppressing his confusion, he looked more carefully. This closer inspection sent chills down his spine. This wasn't a chicken at all, but a young phoenix. A phoenix. A real phoenix. Though only the size of a wild fowl with crimson plumage covering its body, its elegant neckline, graceful crest, and magnificent frame that was nothing like ordinary birds made it worlds apart from common poultry. Su Yi was so excited he nearly jumped up. He already had Zhulong, and now with a phoenix added to the mix, this was absolutely incredible. The phoenix's combat power ranked among the top in ancient mythology. While it might be slightly inferior to Zhulong, it certainly wouldn't be weak by any measure, not to mention its appearance absolutely top tier. Summon, he commanded without hesitation. The next moment, a small phoenix with brilliant crimson plumage burst forth. Its feathers refracted rainbow light in the illumination, with an elegant neck, slightly arched back, and a beak resembling a chicken's but much sharper. Its gorgeous plumage and forked tail feathers trailed 7-colored light, creating a dazzling arc through the air. The little phoenix circled above Su Yi's head, chirping melodiously. Its voice was crisp and pleasant, like silver bells. Su Yi looked up, transfixed. The little phoenix finally dove down to perch on his head, gently scratching at his hair before lazily settling down. Are you nesting? Su Yi chuckled. The little phoenix responded with a few cheerful chirps. At this moment, Zhulong also awakened, whooshing up to the phoenix's head and examining it from left to right. The phoenix raised its proud head, not even bothering to spare Zhulong a sideways glance. Feeling snubbed, Zhulong made a couple of dismissive sounds before shrinking back to sleep. Sui rubbed his hands together. Let me check your attributes. Phoenix. Master. Sui. Level 10. HP 10. Attack 10. Defense 10. Movement speed 700. Attack speed 600. Special attributes. Critical hit bonus 100 points. Critical resistance bonus 200 points. Damage bonus 200 points. Defense penetration 300 points. Critical damage bonus 200 points. Healing received bonus 10. Skills 1. Nirvana rebirth. The phoenix fears no death. Each time it dies, it is reborn through nirvana. Simultaneously, HP, defense, and damage each increase by 10. 2. Flame breath breathes intense flames at targets ahead, creating a path of fiery death. Each enemy touched by the flames suffers. Attack 3. Burning damage per second for 10 seconds. If the enemy survives the full 10 seconds, they will take additional explosive damage equal to the total burning damage accumulated over those 10 seconds. Upgradable. Vertical strike. The phoenix spreads its wings and launches feather attacks at all enemies within a 20-meter diameter on the ground, dealing 20 of their health as damage with a piercing effect that ignores defense and level. This skill can be upgraded. Rebirth through borrowed shell. Once the master dies, the phoenix can resurrect them. This ability has a 30-day cooldown and can be upgraded. Sharing. The phoenix can share 10 of its attributes with its master. Sui scanned through all the information and was instantly dumbfounded. On the starting interface, the phoenix's health, attack, and defense stats were absolutely pitiful, nearly spat blood. This was supposedly one of only 2 creatures in the classic of mountains and seas that possessed divine authority, yet its basic stats were merely attack power, 10 points. This was utterly pathetic. However, as he scrolled down further, countless special amplifications and bonuses filled the panel with dazzling complexity. Sui grew increasingly puzzled until he noticed the first hidden passive ability, Nirvana Rebirth. Each time the phoenix dies, all its attributes permanently increase by 10, with no limit on the number of times. So this is where the core lies. Sui suddenly understood. The more it died, the stronger the phoenix became, and there was no upper limit. If it truly died thousands upon thousands of times, wouldn't its attributes skyrocket beyond imagination? At this thought, he couldn't help but gasp. In this world, whether for job changers or battle pets, life came only once. When the health bar emptied, it meant eternal farewell, and even Zhulong, who wielded divine power, was no exception. Yet the phoenix treated death as casually as eating, practically wishing it could die 3 times per second. Sui looked down at the young bird in his arms. The little creature was flapping its fiery red wings, curiously observing its surroundings. He suddenly realized that this seemingly weak phoenix might possess unimaginably vast future potential. Next came the second active skill, Flame Breath, continuously burns enemies for 10 seconds. If the enemy survives after the burning ends, it immediately receives equivalent damage for another 10 seconds. 100 points of burning damage plus 100 points of explosion damage, totaling 200 points. Absolutely devastating. The third skill was somewhat similar to Zhulong's Flood Reversal, yet completely different. Zhulong's technique emphasized instant kills, while the phoenix's Vertical Strike had no additional conditions. It directly deducted 20 of the opponent's health and could be upgraded further, making it equally terrifying. What Sui valued most was the fourth skill, Rebirth through Borrowed Shell. The phoenix could actually grant its master a second life. In other words, as long as the skill's cooldown was ready, he essentially had an extra full health resurrection in this cruel world. Even if gods dared to show their health bars, they could potentially be overwhelmed by human wave tactics, yet he could rise from the dead. This was practically cheating. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Sui was overjoyed. Although the phoenix's early combat power was lacking, as long as it died a few more times, everything could be compensated. He also discovered unexpectedly that the experience required for the phoenix's leveling could be adjusted proportionally with his own experience. With the same 100 experience points, both could grow by splitting at 5,050, unlike Zhulong, which had to monopolize experience to level up. This was undoubtedly another pleasant surprise. Let's go. Sui looked up at the time. I haven't reported to Huaqing University yet. Perfect timing to go out for some training. He stored both Zhulong and the phoenix in the system, pushed open the door, and once again boarded the bus heading toward the wilderness beyond. Beyond the wilderness, Sui stepped off the bus. When he arrived at the frontier outpost fortress once again, the ravines carved out by the beast tide had been filled in, and even the smell of gunpowder had completely dissipated. Only a squad of soldiers with unfamiliar faces remained on duty. Sui didn't linger and headed north alone. The leveling area he had chosen was populated with fierce beasts around level 20, perfect for him and Phoenix to hone their skills. As for Zhulong, that guy was still sleeping, already at level 30, so there was no need for him to take action anytime soon. Soon, he reached the River of Death. It was a wide river where nothing grew on the banks, and the surface wasn't clear flowing water but a purple, viscous liquid, supposedly toxic water that had gushed forth from some underground city. This place was home to netherwolves, creatures that resembled giant wolves with scales on their backs, silver horns on their foreheads, golden eyes crackling with electricity, and silver arcs of lightning coiling around their four legs. Sui could see a pack of netherwolves prowling among the rubble from a distance. Netherwolf, level 20. HP, 800. Attack, 100. Defense, 112. Movement speed, 150. Attack speed, 130. Skills. 1. Claw strike every 3 attacks. Adds an additional claw strike, dealing 200 damage. 2. Bloodlust enters berserk state upon smelling blood. All attributes 20. 3. Greed, each attack provides life steal equal to 10 of damage dealt. With those stats, the netherwolves were indeed troublesome, especially against melee classes that couldn't kite. Once they inflicted bleeding, the wolves would immediately go berserk and heal while fighting. But for Sui, these wolves were ultimately just leveling fodder. Forget Zhulong. He could kill them instantly himself. He raised his hand to summon Phoenix. 7 colored fire feathers beat through the air as Phoenix cried out and soared into the sky. Attack! Phoenix's shadow swept over the netherwolves, spitting blazing flames from its beak like tilted incendiary bombs. The fire spread across the sky and earth, instantly turning the ground into a crimson sea of flames. The netherwolves caught in the blaze had their fur charred black, crispy on the outside and tender inside, yet they still howled and leaped, trying to bite their airborne prey, unable to even touch a feather. Over 100 fierce beasts could only run wildly through the sea of fire, their howls echoing helplessly. After 10 seconds, though the netherwolves weren't dead yet, each had taken 300 points of burning damage plus 300 points from the flame explosion, totaling 600 points of damage. Phoenix circled in the sky and swooped down to breathe fire again, causing the rocks and soil to crackle and explode from the heat. In just a few breaths, Suyi's interface was flooded with notifications. Your battle pet has killed a netherwolf. You gained 1,000 experience points. Your battle pet has killed a netherwolf. You gained 1,000 experience points. Experience points poured in like crazy, and his level shot straight up to 17. Phoenix also rose with the tide, reaching level 12. Sui gave a thumbs up, laughing heartily. Air-to-ground attacks are absolutely awesome. The beast can only take a beating passively, huh? Afterwards, the Phoenix circled above Su Yi's head, following him along the River of Death as they continued deeper into the Northern Territory. Along the way, the air was thick with the stench of decay and sulfur, and the levels of various fierce beasts kept rising. The first netherwolves they encountered were only level 20, which the Phoenix could incinerate with just 2 flame breaths. But soon, new enemies blocked their path. Level 25 hushy beasts. The hushy beasts had bizarre appearances: sheep heads, bear bodies, and bat wings, covered in long emerald fur, their low growls carrying waves of foul-smelling heat. The Phoenix dove first, its vertical strike, skill landing precisely and forcibly removing 20 of the opponent's health. Then it used its aerial advantage to circle around, spitting blood flames repeatedly, taking 5 or 6 attacks to finally wear down the target. The battle dragged on terribly, and Sui frowned. This won't work. If Zhulong sees this, he'll laugh his dragon teeth off. He immediately changed strategy. Stop killing them, let them kill you instead. Little Phoenix, leveling up only improves your skill damage, but your true foundation comes from maxing out your attributes through your core skill, Nirvana Rebirth. The Phoenix understood and dove straight into the pack of hushy beasts without hesitation. Smack! One slap turned it into a ball of flames. The next instant, it transformed into a completely crimson egg. Crack! The eggshell shattered, and a phoenix with even more magnificent plumage spread its wings and soared. Nirvana Rebirth. Sui watched in amazement. Before rebirth, it was like plain water. After rebirth, it was like delicious seafood soup, a complete transformation. He secretly compared how Zhulong changed form through leveling, while the Phoenix evolved through rebirth. Two divine beasts with completely different approaches. The Phoenix cried out and dove again. Smack! Death! Crack! Life! This cycle of suicide runs left the hushy beasts completely bewildered. Sui laughed heartily from a distance and noticed that after each rebirth, the Phoenix's attributes skyrocketed. Originally, the hushy beast could kill the Phoenix with one slap, but now it took 7 or 8 hits to be effective. That's enough. Little Phoenix, finish them off. Let's move to the next area. Sui waved his hand. The Phoenix rolled and dove, vertical strike, removing another 20 health, followed immediately by a blood flame that turned all the hushy beasts to ash. When the battle ended, Sui's experience bar hadn't moved at all, but the Phoenix had successfully leveled up. Sui held it, his eyes crinkling into crescents as he smiled. Powerful. Although your growth isn't as simple and brutal as Zhulong's, as long as we properly combine leveling up with Nirvana Rebirth, your incredible attributes definitely won't lose to his. What's more, you can provide me with special attributes that Zhulong can't match. With that, he continued deeper north while opening the Phoenix's data panel. Phoenix, owner, Su E. Level 14. Health 275, attack 275, defense 275, movement speed 950, attack speed 850. Special attributes remain extraordinary. Critical bonus, 100 points. Critical resistance, 200 points. Damage bonus, 200 points. Defense penetration, 300 points. Critical damage bonus, 200 points. Healing received bonus, 10. Skill 1 Phoenix Rebirth. The Phoenix fears no death. Each time it falls, it is reborn in flames with health, defense, and damage each increasing by 10. Skill 2 Flame Breath breathes scorching flames forward, creating a path of death. Any enemy touched by the flames suffers, attack 5, burn damage per second for 10 seconds. If the target survives, it will take additional explosive damage equal to the total burn damage accumulated. Upgradable. Skill 3 Aerial Strike with a wing beat. Feather blades rain down within a 50-meter radius, dealing damage equal to 30 of enemy health with piercing effects. Ignores defense and level, also upgradable. Skill 4 Vessel Rebirth. When the owner dies, they can be reborn through the Phoenix's body. 28-day cooldown, upgradable. Skill 5 Sharing. The Phoenix can share 10 of its attributes with its owner. His Su E drew a sharp breath. After quick calculations, he was delighted to discover that Flame Breath could now deal 1-3-7-5-1-3-7-5 double-stage damage in one strike. Though the Phoenix was only level 14, it could instantly kill level 25 beasts, matching the power of the level 14 Candle Dragon from before. While the enhancement method was peculiar, the power was undeniably real. Who would complain about their battle pet being too strong? What excited Su E even more was Vessel Rebirth. Upon reaching level 14, the cooldown dropped from 30 days to 28 days. If he could ever reduce the cooldown to 0, he'd be a god, or at least half a god. At this thought, his whole body trembled with excitement. The Phoenix, gifted by the Classic of Mountains and Seas system, was truly full of surprises and benefits. Amazing. Snapping back to reality, Su E opened his attribute panel. Su E, class, summoner, level 17. Basic attributes. Health, 6,627.5. Attack, 727.5. Defense, 797.5. Spirit, 12. Movement speed, 710. Attack speed including casting, 785. Expanded special attributes. Critical hit, 30. Defense penetration, 40. Critical bonus, 15 points. Critical resistance, 24 points. Damage bonus, 20 points. Defense penetration, 30 points. Critical damage bonus, 20 points. Healing received bonus, 1. Among these, critical hit and critical damage were further boosted by several points thanks to the Crimson Full Moon, one-handed sword. Su E nodded with satisfaction. The Candle Dragon's attributes were there, and the Phoenix's shared attributes were now his as well. If he could truly assemble a divine beast army in the future, even gods would probably get trampled under his feet. The Classic of Mountains and Seas system was truly lawless. Combined with his summoner class, he could summon whatever he wanted to fight. Who would dare oppose him? At this moment, Su E was holding the Phoenix while searching for beast gathering spots along the forest edge. Suddenly, a group of strangers appeared and instantly surrounded him. Su E calmly narrowed his eyes, observing the group of strangers with ill intentions. In the wilderness, murder and robbery were commonplace. However, 30-plus people surrounding a lone player was still quite rare. Su E, who found himself encircled, secretly curled his lips in disdain. Had been too lazy to collect materials while leveling with Phoenix, so he carried nothing of value. What could this group possibly want? The human wall parted, and a middle-aged man emerged wielding a chain hammer, its iron ball's barbs gleaming coldly in the twilight. A vicious smile twisted his lips as his killing intent became almost tangible. Su E, right? I'm Wang Xingtao, and I have some business with you. Su E shrugged with a half-smile. Highway robbery? I'm afraid you've got the wrong guy. As long as you're Su E, that's all that matters. Wang Xingtao's smile carried an eerie, sinister quality. Su E glanced around and asked casually, "What business?" Wang Xingtao rubbed his nose. "I heard you crafted some equipment at the Adventurers Guild. I'm curious. I'd like to see it." Equipment? Su E raised an eyebrow. He had only crafted 2 items at the guild. The snow essence, which had proven invaluable during the college entrance trial, and the gravity gloves, whose properties remained undisclosed. Logically, no one except himself should know about the gloves' effects. Yet Wang Xingtao seemed confident. Where had he gotten his information? Su E tilted his head back, his voice playful. "Want to see it? Aren't you afraid you'll go blind?" Haha. Wang Xingtao's steps were steady, his gaze brutal. "Who's going to go blind?" He suddenly raised his voice. The material for that equipment was leather from the Qingfeng bull boss, wasn't it? So what if it was? Su Yi's expression remained unchanged. "That proves you killed Wang Hao." Wang Xingtao's facial muscles spasmed instantly. as if he were enduring tremendous pain. You killed my brother Wang Hao. I'll tear you to pieces. Su Yi's pupils contracted slightly as realization dawned. When he had killed Wang Hao that day, no one nearby had survived. By the time Wang Xingtao arrived, only corpses and the Qingfeng bull boss's remains littered the scene. If someone investigated at the guild, they could easily discover that Su Yi had used that boss leather to craft equipment, naturally connecting it to Wang Hao's death. His heart remained calm and untroubled as he spoke evenly. Here for revenge? With this bunch of small fry? Small fry. A flash of blood-red light flickered in Wang Xingtao's eyes as he sneered coldly. Let me show you my level. He waved his arm, projecting his personal status panel for all to see. A prominent LV.30 floated above. Su Yi glanced at it dismissively. A mere level 30 dares to seek revenge? Who gave you such courage? His tone was like a lion regarding a challenging sheep, tinged with mockery. So what if you're level 30? Wang Xingtao was stunned for a moment, then let out a sinister cackle. Stop putting on airs. Time to send you to meet my brother. Attack. Chop up this bastard who killed my brother. As the command fell, the encircling group simultaneously drew their weapons, cold steel flashing as killing intent surged. Sword shadows, arrows, fireballs, and blade gleam skills from various classes thundered towards Su Yi. As wild winds whipped up sand, Su Yi threw back his head and laughed, his laughter rolling like thunder across the wilderness. You're all courting death. Su Yi calmly summoned the Zhulong. Azure green scales unfolded segment by segment in the air as the massive dragon, stretching over 100 feet long, suddenly raised its head. Its serpentine body resembled a living dragon bridge, and with a gentle step, Su Yi mounted it as the giant serpent carried him soaring skyward with a thunderous roar. In an instant, all ground-based skills missed their targets. Explosive light effects found no landing in midair, leaving only rippling aftershocks. What the hell? Wang Xingtao and his companions looked up, the same question flashing through their minds simultaneously. A mere summoner could actually ride his serpent pet and fly? Unbelievable. However, Wang Xingtao quickly suppressed his surprise. Wasn't the only professional who could control flying pets. Level requirements? Unnecessary, just catch one. You could even buy them from the Adventurers Guild, though the prices were astronomical. With this thought, he simply stared coldly at Su Yi in the air, his heart filled with hatred. At that moment, Su Yi sat cross-legged on the Zhulong's raised belly, chin propped on one hand, looking down at everyone with a lazy yet crystal-clear voice. If any of you can even touch a hair on my head, I'll consider it my loss. How should I kill you all? This provocation thundered into Wang Xingtao's ears like lightning, making him sneer involuntarily. The others joined in with curses. What? You want to kill us? I could crush you with one toe. Come down here if you dare, trash. Unless you fly away today, we're definitely getting our revenge. You killed Wang Hao and think you can live peacefully? Look at this blade in my hand. He commanded the range professionals. Draw your bows. Shoot that bastard down. A violent, cold gleam flashed in Su Yi's eyes. I've decided I'll burn you all to death with my phoenix. As his words fell, he flicked his wrist. A blinding seven-colored light cone tore through the sky as the phoenix dove down, its massive wings spread wide, trailing brilliant, blazing afterimages while the air screamed with sharp whistles. Laughter erupted from the ground. Holy shit, a flying chicken. Would definitely taste good stewed. Who doesn't love braised chicken legs? Before the mocking voices could fade, the phoenix suddenly stopped above the crowd and launched a vertical strike. Countless blazing white feathers fell like an inverted blizzard. Thud, thud. Each feather struck like a red-hot steel nail, precisely pinning all 30-plus players in place. Everyone's interface simultaneously displayed 22 health deduction warnings, their bodies rigid and immobile. Wang Xingtao's heart pounded wildly, veins bulging at his temples. What kind of skill was this? Why did their defenses feel like paper? Before he could recover, the phoenix opened its beak slightly, and hellish flames poured forth, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. The air twisted from the heat, the scorching temperature almost becoming tangible. Opriest, heal us. Druid, dispel the burn. Fuck, losing over 200 health per second. Ranged attackers. Shoot that chicken. They screamed desperately, but the 10-second burn duration passed in a blink, and several lower-level members were burned to ash first. Most had barely caught their breath when the next second, it felt like explosives had been stuffed inside their bodies. Boom. Boom. Blood mist swirled as the phoenix's damage exploded a second time. From the original 30-plus people, only 5 now barely clung to life. Even Wang Xingtao was pale with shock, completely stunned. A flying chicken had nearly wiped out their entire team? What kind of monster had Su Yi summoned? He'd never heard of such devastating damage. To avenge his brother Wang Hao, Wang Xingtao had painstakingly assembled this team, with members generally around level 30, with only a few casual players joining for fun. Though their equipment varied and health pools differed, they shouldn't have been something Su Yi could team wipe. At this moment, Wang Xingtao's face turned ashen as he fell into a deathly silence. His henchmen, who had been jumping and roaring just seconds ago, now lay scattered across the ground, their blood seeping into the dirt in dark stains while the air filled with the mixed stench of burning flesh and blood. A chill crept up from his feet, racing along his spine straight to his skull, causing Wang Xingtao to tremble from the depths of his soul. High above, Su Yi sat leisurely cross-legged on Zhulong's broad back, gazing down at the corpses littering the ground and shaking his head gently. Phoenix, you really need to learn from Zhulong when it comes to killing. Before his words had even finished, Zhulong opened its massive jaws and activated its skill, Thunderous Strike. A bolt of lightning as thick as a giant python roared down from the clouds, tearing through the sky as if splitting the dark clouds in half, striking precisely atop the head of a trembling man beside Wang Xingtao. After the crackling explosion, a charred corpse and a crater were all that remained. The remaining men were scared out of their wits, their souls scattered to the winds as they dropped their weapons and fled in all directions, crawling and stumbling for their lives. Revenge? What revenge? They finally understood Wang Xingtao's intelligence was completely wrong. Su Yi wasn't some low-level novice, but a living demon. Wang Xingtao was even more horrified to realize that the flying serpent beneath Su Yi's feet wasn't an ordinary flying pet, but a terrifying battle companion whose aura was far more frightening than that turkey-like phoenix. Only now did he fully comprehend that Su Yi's ability to kill his brother Wang Hao while surrounded by numerous thugs was no stroke of luck. This was someone not to be trifled with. Run? I must run. The thought flashed through his mind as he sprinted away, faster than anyone else, hoping that outrunning his teammates might save his life. From midair, Su Yi's lips curved into a slight smile as he drew his single-handed sword, Crimson Full Moon. With a flick of his wrist, the blade left his hand. The curved blade reflected the sun's rays in a bloody cold gleam, its wind-cutting shriek like a night owl swooping through the air. Wang Xingtao felt his spine turn cold as a fierce wind rose behind his ears, the suffocating sensation of death filling his nose and mouth, like drowning. Just as he was about to turn around, something struck the back of his head. Bang! Stars exploded before his eyes as the world spun around him. He tumbled to the ground like a kicked ball with a thud, then fell silent. Crimson Full Moon pierced through his body, the blade carrying blood and white fragments of flesh, giving itself a light shake in the air to scatter the filth. Don't stop, continue. Su Yi's voice drifted down from above. Crimson Full Moon transformed into a red streak of light, darting across the wilderness and harvesting the lives of all the fleeing professionals within seconds before whooshing back to its master's palm. Su Yi untied a cloth strip and carefully wiped the blade clean, whispering, "Well done." The sword responded with a gentle trembling hum. Truly loved this stylish weapon with its impressive attack power. Apart from being unable to upgrade, it was nearly as valuable as a battle pet. Even if he ever replaced it, he would treasure it always. After tending to his weapon, Su Yi guided Zhulong to descend slowly. Stepping through the blood and dismembered limbs, he strolled among them and sighed softly, overestimating themselves such a waste of life. He then spat on the ground. After storing Zhulong away, he cradled the phoenix in his arms and continued northward, planning to level up while traveling. The phoenix's strength was severely mismatched with its level and needed time to develop. He spent the entire day in monotonous grinding. When the dark moon hung high, Su Yi reached the vicinity of the Death River, pitched his tent, and prepared to spend the night in the wilderness. In the dead of night, Su Yi was suddenly awakened from his deep sleep by a thunderous roar. Su Yi was deep in slumber when the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. He snapped his eyes open as the shaking intensified. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance, starting like waves crashing against the shore, then escalating into an earth-shattering din that seemed as if ancient floods were battering the continent. A chill instantly crept up Su Yi's spine. Without hesitation, he leaped from his tent and summoned the candle dragon with a thought, which materialized from the void and carried him into the air. By moonlight, he followed the sound and peered down, nearly gasping in shock. Along both banks of the River of Death, a brilliant white line surged upward at tremendous speed, as if a colossal torrent had materialized from thin air, instantly swallowing the original River of Death. The newly formed waters gleamed bright yellow, churning and raging as they flowed. Flowers and grass withered instantly along their path, trees rapidly withered away, and birds and beasts dropped dead one after another. This poison was even more lethal than the River of Death itself. Underground city disturbance? Su Yi frowned, touching his nose as he reached a conclusion. Official records documented similar phenomena, typically caused by toxic water erupting from underground cities that would recede on their own before long. This place was clearly no longer safe to remain. He patted the candle dragon's neck. Let's go. Night winds howled as the candle dragon soared toward a nearby hilltop. Atop the mountain stood the ruins of a century-old temple. Since the manifestation of deities and the arrival of myriad demonic races, Buddhist and Taoist faiths had long been abandoned. The temple, weathered by wind and rain with peeling walls and broken eaves, made for a decent temporary shelter. Su-yi circled the temple's perimeter, confirming no fierce beasts lurked nearby, before dismounting the candle dragon and pushing open the doors. Inside, debris littered the floor. Among a pile of rubble, a hexagonal ancient well was visible. Its mouth was pitch black, seemingly bottomless, with a thick black iron chain hanging down the well wall, its other end disappearing into the depths. Su-yi grasped the chain and tested its chain was suddenly yanked back by some force below. His spirits immediately lifted. Something alive was down there. Recalling the beast taming methods of Beast King, hunters chaining adult fierce beasts in wells and feeding them regularly until their wild nature was broken, Su-yi couldn't help but feel curious. Perhaps someone really had kept a war pet here. After confirming the surroundings were safe, he summoned the phoenix. A crimson full moon hung overhead, while one weapon and two war pets stood ready for battle. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the chain with both hands, veins bulging. Rise! Clanking echoed as the iron chain scraped against the black well walls with harsh metallic sounds, while whatever lived at the bottom struggled violently. Moments later, he had pulled the entire chain out. Su-yi looked down at the end, his mouth twitching involuntarily. It was actually a bell. The bell had a peculiar appearance, about the size of a palm, emanating a faint glow and occasionally producing crisp chimes. An iron chain passed through the center of the bell, with a heavy iron hook dangling from its end, as if someone were using this small bell as fishing bait. Su-yi scratched his head, thinking to himself, who would be crazy enough to fish for bells? He had originally thought they were fishing for beasts. He removed the small bell and immediately activated his skill appraisal. Vajra bell. Item level. Attributes. Special effects. Note: this item is in a dusty state and requires brightening powder for polishing before inspection is possible. Dusty state. Su-yi's eyes widened like saucers. Simply put, it couldn't be appraised at all right. No, it was pure gambling. Brightening powder was both expensive and rare, and there was a popular saying among job changers. One dust makes you poor, one dust makes you rich, one dust leaves you in rags. Madmen buy, madmen sell, and more madmen wait in line. This was the thrill that dusty items brought. A naked gamble. Su-yi shrugged and stuffed the small bell into his backpack. It was free for the taking, and as for opening this mystery box, that could wait for another day. After securing his find, he turned his attention to the hexagonal well nearby. Since the iron chain was fishing with bell sounds, there must be something hidden at the bottom of the well. Su-yi pulled out a glow stick, snapped it with a crack, and green light plummeted into the darkness. The faint light flickered, revealing patches of dark iron-colored scales at the bottom of the well, slowly sliding and showing the outline of a massive body. Su-yi pressed against the well's edge, holding his breath. Suddenly, those scales stopped moving and parted with a splash. From the pitch-black depths, a blue vertical pupil filled his entire field of vision, coldly locking onto him. Shit! Su-yi leaped back several meters, his heart nearly jumping into his throat. In just that instant of eye contact, he felt a chill from the depths of his soul and dared not show the slightest disrespect. Even more terrifying, his status bar frantically displayed negative conditions: confusion, terror, decay, poison, humiliation, trembling, dizziness, bleeding, disorientation, organ damage. Over 100 conditions, all negative. His head felt heavy and feet light. His health plummeted, his thoughts grew chaotic, and his vision became blurred. Su-yi bit down hard on his tongue tip, using the pain to dispel the approaching unconsciousness, and recalled both his battle pets into the system within a second. This is seriously bad news. Roar. A tearing roar erupted from the well opening. Immediately after, a sharp triangular giant maw emerged from the water's surface, the red six-pointed star brand on its forehead glowing ominously, its mouth full of fangs reflecting the moonlight. The serpentine massive body rose from the ground, its shadow covering the entire clearing. Su-yi swallowed hard, his eyes wide with shock. This was the god of the netherworld abyss. The netherworld abyss. Hidden 8,000 miles beneath the Earth's surface, the great serpent quivered coiled within its depths. Among all the gods, its power swept across all rivals. The six-pointed star branded upon the serpent's forehead served as its most distinctive mark. The moment Su-yi glimpsed the giant snake through the well opening, all doubt vanished from his mind. This was indeed the god of the netherworld abyss. No wonder a single glance caused his negative status effects to instantly spike. Any class-changed warrior below level 95 who dared to look directly upon a deity would die on the spot. In the next second, Quigard showed no interest in the ant outside the well opening. Its massive serpentine body contracted and rolled, sinking back into the abyss. The well mouth immediately spewed forth torrents of bright yellow poisonous water, surging up before receding. Gone. Before Su-yi could finish speaking, his health bar instantly emptied. Ding. You have died. Ding. Phoenix skill rebirth through borrowed shell, activated, cooldown 28 days. A brilliant white light flashed, and he revived with full health. Su-yi cursed furiously. Damn it. Which bastard is fishing for gods here? Are they insane? If I didn't have that trump card, I'd be truly dead. After calming his racing heart, he finally pieced together what happened. The river of death had flooded without reason because someone had used the small bell's sound to lure Quigard upward. As the giant serpent crawled through the underground passages, it carried the deeply buried toxic liquid with it. Quigard's body was as thick as a mountain range. Each movement was like a Category 10 hurricane stirring ocean waves, naturally forcing the poisonous water to the surface. Su-yi roared at the well opening. Just wait. When I become powerful, you'll be the first one I kill, Quigard. He spat, summoned his candle dragon, and transformed into a streak of light, speeding away. Whether Quigard would return was unknown, and the mysterious angler behind this was certainly no benevolent figure. Retreat was the wisest strategy. Shortly after Su-yi's departure, a black shadow landed on the ruined temple's eaves. Skeletal hands reached into the well to pull the iron chain, only to discover the suspended bell had vanished. Another failure, he muttered hoarsely. The rising poisonous water clearly proved that Quigard had responded to the sound. Hunting gods was indeed arduous work. Even the Vajra bell was lost. Have to start planning from scratch. The black shadow dropped the chain, transformed into a night bird, and vanished into the pitch-black sky. Gale Plains. 3 days had passed since that terrifying night at the mountain temple. During these 3 days, Su-yi had been frantically leveling with his phoenix, constantly employing suicidal rebirth. The phoenix's mechanism was brutally simple. Die once, grow stronger once. However, its growth rate was painfully slow. Half the time was spent on suicide, and only the other half could be used for monster hunting. At this moment, he sat in the branches of the only large tree on the grassland, watching his phoenix alternately dive-bomb monsters and self-immolate for rebirth. If anyone else witnessed this, their jaws would surely drop in amazement. Su-yi shook his head. The phoenix isn't as good at finding opportunities as the candle dragon. The candle dragon can charge into beast hordes, but the phoenix can only hunt fierce beasts one by one. How pitiful. After another day, he decided to return to the city. University was about to begin, and he hadn't packed his luggage yet. While the school provided meals and accommodation, he needed to bring his personal items. Su-yi called out, and the distant crimson feathered fiery figure soared toward him, landing before him with joyful cries. Su-yi could no longer easily carry the phoenix around. The divine bird now stood over 2 meters tall, its iridescent feathers shimmering under the lights, every movement graceful, like a fairy stepping out of an ancient painting, radiating an otherworldly aura that was impossible to look away from. He raised his hand and pulled up the status panel. Phoenix owner, Su-yi. Level, 17. HP, 2,300. Attack, 2,300. Defense, 2,300. Su-yi nodded to himself. Pretty well balanced stats. Then, remembering how the phoenix gained attributes through free deaths, he couldn't help but sigh. Those deaths weren't in vain. The more it dies, the more overpowered it becomes. Below was a long string of impressive numbers. Movement speed, 950. Attack speed, 850. Special attributes. Critical bonus, 140. Critical resistance, 240. Damage bonus, 240. Defense penetration, 340. Critical damage bonus, 240. Healing received, 20. These values were finally breaking through their previous limitations. With each improvement, Su-yi also received his share of benefits. He squinted and whispered, beautiful. The skill list unfolded. 1. Phoenix Rebirth. The phoenix fears no death. Each time it dies, it immediately resurrects while gaining 10 increases to HP, defense, and damage. 2. Flame Breath breathes fire forward, creating a burning corridor. Affected enemies take attack 6 burn damage per second for 10 seconds. If they survive the full duration, they suffer an explosion, dealing the total accumulated damage. Upgradable. Su-yi still couldn't figure out the pattern behind this ×6 multiplier, only noticing it would suddenly change at certain levels. 3. Aerial Strike spreads wings and launches feather blades covering a 10-meter diameter, dealing 30 of target's current HP as damage and applying pinned status, ignoring defense and level. Upgradable. 4. Vessel Rebirth. When the owner dies, can resurrect through the phoenix. 28-day cooldown. Upgradable. Seeing the cooldown hadn't budged at all, Su-yi shrugged. How exactly did they design this classic of mountains and seas system? Still, its power was undeniable, and he silently vowed. Once his divine beast legion grows strong enough, Quigard's lair would be the first target. After several hours of testing, he returned to the wasteland outpost fortress, then squeezed onto a bus for the bumpy ride back to Zhulong City. Once home, he stuffed his personal belongings into a suitcase, preparing to report to Huaqing University the next day with his high school teachers. That evening, he personally cooked the last family feast. His spatula danced as aromatic scents filled the air. Upon hearing dinner's ready, Zhulong opened its massive maw and gulped everything down in one go. completely wasting Su Yi's carefully prepared seasonings. The phoenix, however, ate like a refined young lady next door, chewing slowly with gentle, elegant Minersa's stark contrast. After dinner, Su Yi lay back on his bed, fidgeting with the Vajra bell between his fingers. His heart itched with curiosity. Should he buy some bright light powder to unlock it? Reason quickly doused his enthusiasm, revealing the bell's secrets would require at least 5 grams of bright light powder, and at 2 million per gram, it was beyond his budget. He'd have to wait. Dawn was breaking. Su Yi stored Zhulong and the phoenix in his system space, strapped the crimson full moon to his waist, and took one last look around his small home. The table with leftover dishes, slanted light through the roof tiles, everything etched into his memory. He smiled warmly and locked the door. Time for university. A new day, a new journey. Su Yi strolled leisurely toward First High School. Before he even reached the school gate, he spotted Lin Wanner, a recruitment officer from Huaqing University, standing by the roadside with over 20 high-spirited college-bound students clustered behind her, clearly all waiting for him. The National College entrance examination had recently concluded, and Lin Wanner had been traveling tirelessly from province to province these past few days, seeking to recruit the most exceptional talents. In just a short time, she had already secured 5 provincial top scorers nationwide, with countless city-level top scorers as well. Those she personally escorted were all elite students from the pinnacle of their respective provinces. Candidates with slightly lower scores, though also admitted to Huaqing, had to report on their own. What an attitude, keeping us waiting for so long. The moment Su Yi stopped walking, someone in the group spoke up. The speaker was a burly, muscular young man with his arms crossed and a dark expression on his face. Lin Wanner waved her hand to mediate. You'll all be classmates soon, and you're all provincial elites, so tone down the attitude. This little wait isn't worth getting worked up over. Su Yi glanced down at his watch, was right on time, then looked up and asked the muscular guy indifferently. Who are you? I'm Bai Ze, runner-up in Lingnan province. Uft, just a runner-up and you're already putting on airs. Su Yi's expression remained blank. Trying to establish dominance in front of new classmates? What time zone are you living in? Am I late? Bai Ze sneered. Not being late is your excuse? We arrived half an hour early and have been waiting for you. Su Yi's eyes turned cold, his tone dropping. So you're looking for trouble? Bai Ze's lips curled up, his eyes full of mockery. Exactly. I'm using you, you unlucky bastard, to make my point. Everyone admitted to Huaqing is a provincial or city elite when they left home. Parents and teachers all came to see them off with drums and gongs celebrating. But you, Su Yi, came alone, no family, no teachers, cold and lonely. If I don't pick on you, who should I pick on? As his words ended, he flexed his shoulders, seeming ready to make a move. Lin Wanner's eyes flashed dangerously as she stepped between them. Bai Ze, do you have a death wish? With that single sentence, the air seemed to instantly drop in temperature. The nearby students either watched the drama unfold or looked confused. Was Lin Wanner angry, or was she warning Bai Ze that making a move would cost him his life? Bai Ze shrugged, and seeing Lin Wanner's icy expression, finally realized he couldn't afford to provoke her. With a forced smile, he pulled back his fist. Just kidding around. Since we're all classmates, we need to pick a leader. I was just being a bit too eager. Su Yi, no hard feelings. A faint smile appeared on Su Yi's stern face. Right, since we're classmates, we should definitely look out for each other. But inwardly he made a mental note to treat me like a pushover. If I let this slide, I wouldn't be worthy of the name Su Yi. Teacher Lin, see, Su Yi is quite reasonable after all. Bai Ze burst into hearty laughter. Lin Wanner's expression darkened as she solemnly warned everyone. Anyone who dares cause trouble will be severely punished. Let's go, we're departing now. With that, she led the group of students on foot toward the nearby teleportation array. Ever since the gods descended to Earth, the planet's surface area had expanded 10,000-fold, with savage beasts rampaging through the wilderness, making conventional travel both time-consuming and perilous. Humanity was forced to explore spatial realms, ultimately giving birth to teleportation gates that became the only safe and efficient passage between cities. When the group reached the teleportation array entrance, the students lined up in order. Su Yi stood second to last, with Bai Ze bringing up the rear. When Su Yi's turn came, he paused mid-step, suddenly turning around to stare at Bai Ze behind him. Bai Ze's disdain was written all over his face. What's the matter, brother? Got something on your mind? In his eyes, Su Yi, an orphan ostracized at school, had no right to confront him. The moment those words left his mouth, Su Yi's right arm exploded into action. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched into a fist that tore through the air with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. Firecracker-like explosions erupted in rapid succession above the group. His fist struck Bai Ze square in the face with a dull crack of breaking bone, like snapping wood. His nose bridge shattered instantly, facial bones caved in, and blood splattered everywhere. Bai Ze didn't even have time to blink before the devastating punch sent him flying. His entire body launched skyward like a cannonball, trailing a faint afterimage as his agonized screams faded into a black dot on the horizon, his fate unknown. Sui raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blazing sun, watching the distant speck. Good luck to you. He smiled faintly, dusting off his hands. Trash, you dare mess with me? Like I always say, who knows who'll end up dead. With that, he stepped through the teleportation gate. The next second, Sui appeared in the capital of China, thousands of miles from Jiang City. Beneath his feet lay a massive plaza, surrounded by gleaming teleportation gates connecting to major cities nationwide. The innermost high-energy gates were heavily guarded, linking to overseas destinations. Though demons from myriad races had descended and nations were busy cultivating job changers to combat beast tides, international trade remained necessary. Thus, international teleportation gates were born. The plaza was packed with people. Adventurers pushed floating carts loaded with supplies, shuttling between different gates for trade. In the distance, skyscrapers rose in dense clusters, piercing the clouds, far more prosperous than Jiang City. Sui had heard that in the capital, whether above ground or underground, every form of entertainment imaginable was available to satisfy humanity's every desire. Lin Wanner looked around for a moment, then suddenly turned back. Why hasn't Bai Ze come through yet? Sui shrugged. How would I know? Lin Wanner stared at him for 2 seconds, noting his calm expression, and assumed Bai Ze had simply delayed himself, completely unaware that he had already been blasted into the stratosphere. Forget it, we won't wait for him. She called to her classmates. Come on everyone, get on the bus, we need to report to the university. The bus slowly made its way through the capital city. Through the window, Sui gazed at the rows of shops lining both sides of the street: restaurants, weapon stores, potion shops. Even the red light district signs were brightly lit in broad daylight, their ambiguous glow making him marvel, truly befitting the capital, where even at noon they were so dedicated to their craft. These ladies really worked hard for their money. He was calculating his comingafage ceremony budget when a crisp female voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Hello, Sui. Sui looked up to see an elegant young woman standing beside his seat. If he remembered correctly, she was the provincial runner-up in this year's college entrance trial. Ming Wanqiu. Ming Wanqiu, right? He asked for confirmation. Yes, that's me. The girl's bright black eyes fixed on him steadily. After seeing your exam results, I finally understood what it means that there's always someone better out there. You flatter me, Sui replied flatly. Ming Wanqiu continued. You're excellent at summoning. Would you like to spar sometime? Aren't you a mage? The essence is the same, she said, her eyes sparkling. Any profession yields new discoveries when explored deeply, and you're a perfect example of that, Sui. Experience is always the most useful tool, don't you think? Sui stroked his chin. Exchanging knowledge is fine. If it's in-depth guidance, I'll do it for free, but if you're just looking for handouts, there'll be a fee. Ming Wanqiu froze, her delicate body trembling slightly. A hint of confusion flashed in her moist eyes as her legs unconsciously shifted, and she murmured softly. Why does it feel like you're being suggestive? Sui grinned mischievously. Don't crowd in the back row, there's space up front by the driver. Don't just stand there, come sit by my side. Could you enunciate more clearly? You sound creepy. Her red lips pressed together lightly, as if struggling internally, and she spoke more slowly. When we have time, we can exchange ideas. As soon as the words left her mouth, her cheeks flushed red and she hurried back to her seat. Sui chuckled quietly, had done it on purpose. He instinctively resisted sudden attempts at familiarity. Unless the other party showed their cards first, why would he help selflessly? 2 hours later, the bus finally came to a stop. Students filed off the bus and immediately saw one of China's top institutions, Huaqing University. 100-meter-wide stone staircase stretched upward from their feet, with several hundred steps leading to a magnificent classical gate. The golden plaque above bore the 4 characters Huaqing University in flowing calligraphy, radiating an imposing presence. The entrance bustled with activity, shops and vendors selling various materials and equipment, teachers and upperclassmen busy welcoming new students. When Lin Wanner led Sui and the others off the bus, they immediately became the center of attention. Look, the new prodigies are reporting in. I'm so jealous they get the goddess Lin Wanner personally escorting them while we have to find our own way. That girl with the cool temperament and pink cheeks is Ming Wanqiu, right? You know her. You might not know Ming Wanqiu, but you've definitely heard of her father, 5-star General Ming Qingzong. So that's her. I heard there's also Lu Tiao, Lu Qinghai's daughter. I wonder if she chose Huaqing University this time. Lu Tiao didn't come, someone whispered. According to the rumors I heard, she was so mentally devastated by someone that she nearly had a breakdown. To avoid running into that person, she went to Beijing University instead. Who would dare mess with Lu Qinghai's daughter? I heard that person is actually a freshman at our school this year, but those in the know refused to reveal the name. The onlookers grew more excited as they talked, sizing up the arriving freshmen while chattering away. Everyone understood that those personally escorted by Lin Wanner were either provincial champions or runners-up, or at the very least city-level champions, all prodigious talents from across the country. They had to get a good look now, because once these people soared to great heights, such opportunities would be rare. Just then, a tall, thin teacher walked along the neat stone path, his gold-rimmed glasses glinting coldly in the afternoon light. He stopped in front of Su Yi and the others. "Teacher Lin, thank you for your hard work," he said in a gentle voice. "Professor Rowe too, don't just say nice things," Lin Wanner pouted. "You were supposed to handle recruitment yourself, but you wore me out instead." It turned out that this professor named Rowe Tu was originally supposed to represent Huaqing University for recruitment, but he had last-minute business and had to pass the task to Lin Wanner. At this moment, Rowe Tu's face showed a serious and sincere expression. "I'll cover all your bubble tea this semester." Only then did Lin Wanner smile sweetly. "That's more like it." Rowe Tu scanned the new students and nodded with satisfaction. "Your spirits look good, huh? Why is someone missing?" Bai Ze wandered off somewhere. "He can come or not. I don't care. That guy seems like a troublemaker anyway." Lin Wanner rolled her eyes at him. Rowe Tu didn't ask further and clapped his hands. "All right, let me introduce myself. I'm Rowe Tu, the head professor of your elite class, and Teacher Lin is the assistant instructor. Whether it's academics or daily life, come find us anytime if you have problems. Teacher Lin, please take everyone to the dormitories first. I need to attend a meeting with the principal." As they watched Rowe Tu leave, Su Yi felt a chill, and not just him, all the freshmen simultaneously gasped. Though Rowe Tu appeared tall, thin, and scholarly, his hands holding the lecture notes were clearly a pair of gray-white skeletal palms, completely devoid of flesh. Noticing everyone was frightened, Lin Wanner spoke to comfort them. "Don't be nervous. Professor Rowe Tu isn't a skeleton, just lost the flesh on his hands." Someone gathered courage to ask, "How did that happen? Didn't he think about using flesh restoration magic to cover it up?" "It's terrifying." Lin Wanner led everyone into the tree-lined path, explaining as they walked. "It said that Professor Rowe Tu once fought against a deity, and his hands were cursed. No matter how advanced the magic, they can't be restored." Su Yi's eyes widened. According to rumors, many professionals overestimated their abilities and tried to challenge deities, only to either disappear without a trace or be completely destroyed. Yet Professor Rowe Tu was standing right before them, alive. Su Yi remembered being killed instantly just from Quigard's gaze, so seeing someone who had actually survived an encounter with a deity made his scalp tingle while secretly resolving to uncover Rowe Tu's secrets in the future, preparing for the day he would destroy Quigard's stronghold. The group of freshmen passed through a small forest and arrived at an independent residential area Huaqing University's dormitories. The first section consisted of massive dormitory buildings with 4 students per room, as orderly as military barracks. The second section featured 2-story villas scattered among flowers and trees, housing former provincial and city champions. The contrast between the two accommodation standards was enormous. Lin Wanner took out the roster and began assigning room numbers. "Su Yi, Chong Lu, you'll stay in Villa number 1. The others are." Before she could finish, Chong Lu suddenly shouted, "Birds of a feather flock together. I refuse to live in the same villa as this loser Su Yi." Chong Lu was a student who had chosen to specialize as a Qigong master. He had ordinary features, but his stubborn eyes revealed a sharp determination that refused to give up or compromise. When he learned that teacher Lin Wanner was planning to house him and Su Yi in the same villa, a surge of inexplicable anger instantly flared up in his chest. "I, Chong Lu, a Qigong master, the city's top scorer, with unlimited future potential, should be among the strong." His inner monologue grew more intense with each thought. What's Su Yi's profession? A damn summoner. How does a summoner even qualify for Huaqing University? Such a trash profession. If I hang around with him every day, won't all my ideals and ambitions be worn away? Wouldn't that make me a complete loser? He firmly believed that environment determined growth, preferring to be the weakest sick lion in a pride rather than a guard dog among sheep. Lin Wanner felt a headache coming on seeing his flushed face and asked, "Do you think Su Yi isn't worthy of living with you?" Chong Lu lifted his chin high and nodded vigorously. "Fine, then you'll stay with Suizhushi." "Thank you, teacher." He maintained a stern expression with a stiff tone, yet still forced himself to be polite. Su Yi, standing nearby, burst into laughter and said teasingly, "Please, I'm begging you all not to room with me. I'm much more comfortable living alone." The other freshmen couldn't be bothered to respond and just rolled their eyes. After finishing the villa assignments, Lin Wanner turned to Su Yi. "When Bai Ze returns, you two will live together. Don't cause any trouble, understood?" "I never cause trouble," Su Yi replied with open hands and a frank attitude. Lin Wanner remained silent for a moment, her mature and charming voice carrying a hint of coldness. "Let me give you all a heads up. Huaqing University has strict discipline. This isn't a place where you can run wild whenever you feel like it. I'll only say this once, so figure out the rest yourselves." With that, she handed out a small booklet. The cover showed a campus map with a black chip card tucked inside. "Huaqing University operates on a point system," she explained. "The card will record your grades and task completion. Points can be spent at designated stores, though the items might be a bit expensive. Now disperse. In 1 hour, follow the booklet's directions to the main auditorium where the principal will give a welcoming speech and discuss further arrangements. He carried his luggage into his standalone villa. The two-story building had a compact layout, with floor-to-ceiling windows making the interior bright and fresh. He threw himself onto the living room sofa and flipped through the booklet. The campus was enormous, with the map's densely packed building labels making his eyes swim. He definitely couldn't lose this booklet until he'd lived here for a while, or he'd easily get lost. An hour later, he followed the map's directions to the main auditorium. Along the way, he encountered other equally young-looking freshmen walking in the same direction, looking up at the unfamiliar academic buildings and tree-lined paths. The main auditorium resembled a grand opera house, magnificent and ornate with elaborate decorative beams and painted rafters. Inside, quite a few freshmen had already taken their seats. This year's elite freshman class was seated at the very front, with chairs that were half again as large as those for regular freshmen, making them considerably more comfortable. The wide armrests and soft leather cushions perfectly highlighted their innate sense of superiority. The elite class students sat upright in their seats, with only Su Yi's chair conspicuously empty. Chang Li leaned back casually, eyeing Su Yi with contempt, as if watching a clown who wouldn't be dancing much longer. Su Yi's expression remained cold and stern, completely unfazed by Chang Li's provocation. He had encountered plenty of people like this before. Lin Wanner had originally raised her hand to wave Su Yi over to the front row, but she watched in disbelief as he walked straight past the wide aisle, heading directly toward the regular freshman section and casually taking a seat in the very back of the auditorium. Lin Wanner was stunned. What the hell? The elite class is supposed to be looked up to by everyone, so why are you hiding in the back? Are you afraid of being seen? Just as she opened her mouth to speak, the principal and his entourage entered the auditorium, forcing her to fall silent and sit properly. On the main stage, Huaqing University's principal Lin Guodong stood straight, first surveying the elite class students with obvious satisfaction in his eyes. Then, like a doting elder, his gaze lingered affectionately on Lin Wanner for a moment before sweeping over the regular freshmen in the back rows. Students, I am Lin Guodong, principal of Huaqing University. His voice boomed, echoing throughout every corner of the great auditorium. Welcome to all of you who have chosen Huaqing University. Here, you will receive China's finest education and experience the fastest growth. He raised his hand in a crisp gesture. I won't waste time with pleasantries, I prefer to get straight to the point. Now, please take out the cards you received along with your orientation packets. A rustling sound filled the auditorium as students searched through their materials. Principal Lin also held up an identical card as a demonstration. This card is not only your pass for Huaqing University, but also serves as your credential for checking points and purchasing special items. Points are the hard currency at Huaqing University, which can be exchanged for dungeon slots, equipment, materials, potions, skill books, and more. Now, you may check your initial points balance. He paused briefly before explaining. Initial points vary from person to person. Our school has comprehensively evaluated students based on their performance in the college entrance trials across different regions, fully considering regional differences. Everything is authentic and fair, no questions needed. The atmosphere in the auditorium instantly ignited. Some students were delighted and excited, others looked puzzled, and still others had frozen expressions, as if wearing masks of pain. In the back row, Su Yi placed the card in his palm and lightly touched the chip with his fingertip. Initial points 18,000. He weighed this mentally, unsure whether it was high or low. His seatmate, a boy named Shirkei, turned his head and whispered, Dude, how many initial points do you have? Su Yi asked back, What about you? 1,200. Is that a lot or a little? Shirkei scratched his head, his eyes full of innocent confusion. Su Yi chuckled, That should be pretty good. I got 1,800. Shirkei nodded with relief, showing a relaxed smile. Though he hadn't known Su Yi long, he already considered him a brother. Thank goodness it wasn't 18,000 otherwise. How could anyone survive? Shirkei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, wasn't afraid of his buddy doing worse than him, just afraid of his buddy far surpassing him. With such a small gap between them, he felt much more comfortable. What do you think the elite class up front might have? Shirkei's voice carried a tinge of envious sourness. Su Yi's lips curved upward as he let out a low, arrogant, and disdainful chuckle. My guess? Around 12,000. Impossible. Shirkei snorted heavily. Though he agreed, he stubbornly refused to admit it. The gap between us and them can't be that ridiculous. On the main stage, Principal Lin's tone suddenly shifted. On the main stage, Principal Lin's tone changed as he began discussing the next phase of plans regarding initial points. Principal Lin stood on the podium, his gaze sharp and penetrating. I'm sure you've all seen your initial point scores, which were determined based entirely on your performance in the college entrance examination trials. However, Principal Lin paused dramatically before announcing loudly, The points you currently hold are only temporary. In 1 month, our school will conduct a freshman assessment, and during this period, your points will continue to fluctuate. When that time comes, students who manage to rank in the top 30 will be admitted into the elite class. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue erupted. What? We can actually get into the elite class too. Holy cow, this is forcing us to start accumulating points. Our kings and nobles born to their stations. Elite class, whatever it takes, I'm going for it too. Wow, looks like we need to take on more missions and earn points within the month, then ride the assessment wave to break into the top 30. I'm fired up. The regular students were so excited they were rubbing their hands together, while the elite class members sitting in the front row suddenly turned pale. They can do this? So our elite class is like a permanent barracks with rotating soldiers. One student muttered under his breath, while someone nearby agreed. It'd be a lie to say there's no pressure, with all those regular students eyeing our spots like hungry wolves. Although the elite class had a head start with higher initial points, if the other students went all out in a crazy sprint, one moment of carelessness could lead to being overtaken and then unceremoniously kicked out. Thinking about this, their hearts sank. This is absolutely terrifying, as if they weren't here to study, but forced to participate in some ultimate rat race. Principal Lin pressed down on the microphone, silencing the noisy chatter. I hope the elite class students don't become complacent, as you could be surpassed at any time. Regular students should also give their all, because the elite class enjoys numerous privileges: access to academy dungeons not open to the public, priority exchange for skill books and weapons, and the coveted right to live in the luxury villa district, among other benefits. Opportunities abound, and the rewards are plentiful. These words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly making the regular students howl with excitement, their eyes blazing as they stared at the elite class seats, wishing they could immediately drag those students down and take their places. Principal Lin continued his announcement. Now, I'm introducing another measure. To further stimulate potential, the Academy has decided, in addition to earning points through completing missions, we're adding challenge matches. All students can use their points as stakes to challenge each other. The winner takes the loser's points. Those being challenged can choose to refuse, but this rule only applies to regular students. The elite class is different. Each member must accept at least 3 challenges per month. No excuses, no evasions, or they'll be directly expelled from the elite class. With this proclamation complete, the scene erupted once again. Students were flexing their muscles, eager to try. For them, challenge matches represented a much faster path to points than doing missions, especially since the elite class couldn't avoid challenges. This meant that defeating just one of them would virtually guarantee promotion to the elite class after a month. What an honor and thrilling opportunity this was. After all, the elite class was the most treasured entity in the entire school. All the most advanced teaching resources, training facilities, and equipment would be allocated there first. As long as you could squeeze into the elite class, even a fool could soar to great heights. Principal Lin stood at the center of the podium, surveying the entire auditorium, his voice resonating powerfully as he delivered his final remarks. Although the elite class is currently full, if you settle for mediocrity, you'll be ruthlessly abandoned by your peers, thrown to the ground while they step on your proud faces as they climb upward. Regular students must also recognize the gap between themselves and the elite class. They distinguished themselves in the college entrance examination trials and became the cream of the crop, which isn't something you can catch up to overnight. To do good work, one must first sharpen one's tools. A sharp axe fears no gnarled wood. The school has now distributed your initial points. Those who want to train should train, those who want to tackle dungeons should do so, and those who want to buy equipment should purchase it immediately. Do everything possible to improve yourselves. Of course, you can also earn additional points through sparring challenges. Everything will be determined by point rankings for elite class admission. I hope to see regular students break into the elite class, and I also hope elite class members maintain their positions. In 1 month, we'll have our assessment. As his words ended, the auditorium erupted. Everyone clenched their fists and whispered among themselves. No one who entered Huaqing University was mediocre. They were all top 50 students from their respective cities. Even if they had slipped during the college entrance exam due to a single mistake, their true abilities hadn't fallen far behind. After the principal left, Instructor Rutu, who oversaw the elite class, stepped onto the podium. His towering figure immediately commanded attention, using his steady presence to quiet the commotion. Rutu seemed to already envision the coming month of new students eagerly competing for points in fierce battles. With a subtle smile playing at his lips, he began. You all come from provinces across the nation. You might not even recognize your own province's top scorers. To help you get acquainted faster, I'll now invite the elite class students to come forward one by one. If anyone here feels confident enough, feel free to prepare over the next month and challenge them. As the elite class instructor, I always welcome truly capable students to join. So first up, Dongbei province's top scorer, Zhuajushi. The crowd stirred slightly. The projection screen displayed his information. Zhuajushi, professional illusionist, level classified. Zhuajushi, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, walked steadily toward the front. Though his face still showed youthful features, he carried an intimidating presence. He stood firm, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue, his tone cold yet tinged with amusement. I'm Zhushi. Remember my face well. I welcome you trash to challenge me anytime. The rule is 3 challenges maximum per person, but for me there's no limit. 1 points? Want to enter the elite class? Come on, challenge me. With that, he turned gracefully and stepped down decisively. The new students below immediately erupted. Damn, this kid's pretty arrogant. No limit on challenges? Fine, we'll wear him down with a war of attrition. What a show-off. I'll be the first to challenge him. I'd advise you all to take it easy. This guy isn't just posturing, he's actually got skills. So what? We need to knock the elite class down a peg. Zhuxi's single word, trash, ignited everyone's fury. Who didn't have a head on their shoulders? Why should they be looked down upon? While frost might kill a single blade of grass, strong winds can't topple an entire forest. No matter how capable someone is, they'll become an idiot under the collective assault of the masses. However, Zhuxi remained steady as a mountain, standing with his hands behind his back, proud and defiant, seemingly completely indifferent to everyone's hostility. Instructor Rutu nodded slightly and continued calling names. Next up, the runner-up from Ning Province, Chong Lu. Profession, Qigong Master. Chong Lu strutted onto the stage with his chest puffed out, walking with that everyone owes me money swagger. With a casual wave of his arm, he left behind a flippant remark. I've got 12,000 points. Come at me if you want them, I'll take on 10 of you at once. Before he even finished speaking, the auditorium erupted. What kind of attitude is that? Take on 10 people. I'd slap that smirk right off his face. A Qigong Master. Who knows which specialization he follows? If he's ranged, one assassin could take him out instantly. His arrogance is certainly perfected, but his actual strength is questionable. Are all elite class students this cocky? No class whatsoever. If they're all like this, maybe we regular students actually have a shot. Mixed in with the crowd came a stern warning. Pride should not grow unchecked. Desire should not run wild. Ambition should not overflow, and joy should not reach extremes. Just wait and see. Next, Bishop Butcher introduced the remaining provincial champions one by one. Some continued their arrogant provocations. Others remained so composed they didn't say a word, but without exception, the atmosphere in the hall was heated to a boiling point. Rather than a freshman meet and greet, it felt more like pick your elite class student from the buffet, except every dish came with either thorns or poison, and none were easy prey. In the regular class seating area, Shirkei rubbed his arms and whispered into Su Yi's ear. Bro, which one do you want to take on? Made your choice yet? Which one looks easiest to handle? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Was there really such a rush? Based on the initial point rankings announced so far, he was sitting comfortably in first place. He could coast for a month and still make the top 30. But Shirkei was completely oblivious to his internal monologue and kept chattering away. Don't even think about touching Ming Wonk. Your connections run terrifyingly deep. We can't afford to mess with her. Su Yi let out a casual, oh, and smiled nonchalantly. Actually, I really do want to take her on. Shirkei looked like he'd been struck by lightning, grabbing Su Yi's shoulders and shaking him violently. Dude, are you out of your damn mind? That's Ming Wanqiu. Even if you got incredibly lucky and beat her, could you handle the consequences? Pick someone else. Listen to my analysis. He counted on his fingers. 28 elite class students have already appeared on stage, with 2 still left. Logically speaking, those last 2 must be the bottom tier losers. We each pick one, crush them, and get into the elite class together. Su Yi looked at him like he was watching an overconfident little animal. How did this guy get the courage to take him on? Bai Ze had been sent flying with a single punch and was probably still somewhere in the deep mountains looking for his way back. Su Yi was the only vicious remnant left in the elite class. The next second, Shirkei stared at the stage with anticipation as Bishop Butcher announced loudly. Bai Ze has not yet reported. Next up, the champion from Lingnan Province, Su Yi. Profession, summoner. The words summoner hit like a sledgehammer, shattering the silence throughout the hall. Holy shit, a summoner? Isn't that profession bottom tier? And he's the provincial champion? Must be cheating. Connected from the top? Blatant favoritism. Amid the commotion, Bishop Butcher called out several times. Su Yi. Su Yi. In the back rows of the great hall, a young man slowly stood up. Shirkei froze, quickly grabbing his sleeve. Dude, what are you doing? They're calling for Su Yi to go on stage. Why are you standing up? The young man shook off his sleeve, turned around with a bewitching smile. Sorry about that, you never actually asked my name. I'm Su Yi. Shirkei was utterly stunned on the spot, standing there like a stone statue, speechless and dumbfounded for what felt like an eternity. After a few moments, a sharp, piercing cry erupted from behind Su Yi. Su Yi, I'm not trying to be unreasonable, but you've got to take care of me. Let me challenge you first. Give me some points. Su Yi nearly slipped and tumbled down the steps, inwardly cursing. Holy crap, is this guy Shirkei trying to fleece me? Has he lost his mind? He's a provincial champion, for crying out loud, and yet he looks down on summoners this much? He steadied himself and continued toward the main platform. Along the way, his classmates stood up one after another, their eyes gleaming with a complex mixture of gratitude and desperate longing. Dude, I'm not trying to bully you, but could you let me challenge you? Bro, please just show off like Zhushi did. We only get 3 challenge opportunities a month, it's really not enough. Hey there, classmate, if you accept my challenge, I'll warm your bed for you. Buddy, my surname is Su Turi family from 500 years ago. Give me some face and share some points with me. Wow, a summoner. I could beat you with my nostrils. How did such a loser even get into the elite class? Either he's got connections up top, or connections down below. Could it be he swings both ways? The chattering voices sounded like a flock of sparrows in chaos, but Su Yi ignored them all, leisurely stepping onto the main platform and gazing down at the entire assembly. At this moment, whether from the elite class or regular classes, everyone's eyes gleamed green as they looked at him. Summoners were universally recognized as the easiest profession to bully, and Su Yi was carrying a massive amount of points, practically begging to be picked clean. Everyone saw him as a stepping stone, eager to trample all over him. Su Yi flashed a fox-like, cunning smile. Everyone, I'll leave you with just one piece of advice: chicken feathers shouldn't test fire, and dung beetles shouldn't try to push Mount Tai. If you want to challenge me, please register in advance with teacher Lin Warner. Registration fee is 50,000, and bring your point wagers. Then wait patiently for your challenge. Lin Warner was initially stunned, then burst into delighted laughter, her voluptuous figure shaking with mirth. A summoner charging fees for challenges beyond the regulated limit? What a brilliantly twisted mind. She secretly concluded that Su Yi was about to make a killing. After all, official textbooks literally labeled summoner as useless, a trash profession everyone avoided. Now that Su Yi was carrying such a massive amount of points, he would naturally hook both his classmates' competitive spirits and their wallets. However, those who had witnessed his true abilities at the Jiang City examination grounds knew better. Summoners were actually quite powerful, with virtually limitless potential. During the college entrance trial, Su Yi had cleared challenges barehanded without even summoning his battle pets. If he actually released his companions, he'd be nearly invincible at the same level. Lin Warner was already looking forward to watching her students get thoroughly humiliated by Su Yi. Before leaving the platform, Su Yi added, "Oh, by the way, I've got 18,000 points and nowhere to spend them." With that, he puffed out his chest and walked down, taking a seat directly in the front row of the elite class. The entire hall instantly erupted. A summoner dismissed as trash was actually carrying 18,000 points. He immediately became a walking treasure trove, making everyone's mouths water with greed. The Butcher Bishop then recited all the challenge rules one by one. The moment he finished speaking and announced dismissal, bang! A student shot to his feet, shouting loudly, "Su Yi, I challenge you." A thunderous roar erupted, causing all the students who had been noisily preparing to leave to turn and look. Su Yi raised his head and saw Chong Lu standing in the center of the crowd. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "You want to challenge me?" Chong Lu crossed his arms, his tone arrogant. "What's wrong? Are you scared? Or do you think I'm not qualified?" Su Yi chuckled softly. "Of course you're qualified. I'm just surprised you moved so quickly. Can't you see that all these students around us want to beat you up?" Chong Lu let out a confused "hmm" and glanced around. He saw his classmates with fire in their eyes, as if they were about to pounce on him the next second. The onlookers cursed silently. This guy has no shame. Su Yi, this point-giving boy, was supposed to be the school's gift to us. We haven't even had a chance to challenge him yet, and Chong Lu beat us to it. And he calls himself an elite class student? Disgusting. Chong Lu snorted. If you're slow to speak up, you only have yourselves to blame. In his eyes, Su Yi with his useless profession was nothing but a point-dispensing machine. Elite class friendship was worthless in the face of points. As long as his ranking didn't drop, he could still live comfortably. If he didn't grab Su Yi's points now, when would he get another chance? In his view, challenging Su Yi required no skill even a dog could win. Although he was somewhat worried that Su Yi's ability to become the provincial top scorer suggested he wasn't completely without talent, Chong Lu convinced himself otherwise. Different provinces had different exam questions, and maybe the summoner profession just happened to suit that particular theme. Hunting fierce beasts, exploring secret realms, focusing on PK battles. The question types varied greatly, and anyone could rise to the top with good luck. So Su Yi was nothing. This was also why he had refused to share a villa with Su Yi during the housing assignments. Birds of a feather flocked together. Seeing Chong Li's arrogant expression, Su Yi couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. "Fine, I accept your challenge." Chong Lu burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the hallway. "Great. You've got guts. Come on, let's go to the arena. It's only a 10-minute walk." Huaqing University's arena was massive and well-equipped, with walls made of special materials that could withstand intense bombardment. It was the most commonly used battleground for professionals. However, Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Too far. By the time we get there, I would have beaten you 800 times already." "What? Chang Lu acted as if he'd heard the joke of the century, pointing dramatically at Sui. 800 times? Did you all hear that? He's going to beat me 800 times. I'm laughing so hard my teeth are falling out. He doubled over with laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face. The surrounding students were eager to watch the drama unfold, still talking tough at a time like this. There really isn't a single normal person in the elite class. If they were summoners, they would definitely hand over their points obediently to avoid getting beaten up. Chang Lu laughed until his stomach hurt, then turned to Lin Wanner. How about we spar in the open space outside? Lin Wanner didn't respond, but her laughter became even more grating. Her face contorted as her body shook uncontrollably with each burst of laughter. She simply nodded, as Lin Wanner was also curious to see Su Yi's PK skills in action. In the auditorium, many students who knew they had no chance at the elite class were originally planning to slip away. But hearing there was excitement to be had, they immediately changed their minds and noisily followed the crowd to the open space outside the auditorium. Su Yi and Chang Lu stood at the very center, completely surrounded by a tight circle of onlookers. Chang Lu raised an eyebrow. How about I wager 3,000 points? Sui glanced at him and sneered. That's it. You're not doing so well yourself, are you? Sure, even a fly is still meat, but aren't you Chang Lu supposed to be all high and mighty? You're only putting up that many points? Don't make me look down on you. Chang Li's face darkened. I only have 5,000 points total. Isn't 3,000 enough? The surrounding students nodded. 3,000 points was an astronomical figure for ordinary people. Some even jeered. Bet less and leave some scraps for us. Chang Lu glared back. Leave some for you? Like hell. With those words, he gritted his teeth. All in. I'm betting all 5,000 points. Su Yi burst into laughter. Excellent. Easy money. Today I'll expose the truth about Lingnan province's top scholariery. Nothing but trash. Chang Lu let out a low growl, his arms trembling as a translucent shield instantly covered his entire body, a Qigong master's protective barrier that could absorb 800 points of damage and restore 400 health when shattered. The watching students murmured among themselves. Does Chang Lu really need to be this cautious? A Qigong master could knock Su Yi flat with one energy blast. Why bother with the shield? What can a summoner do besides summon random creatures? Completely unnecessary. But others nodded in understanding. Chang Lu had a habit of going all out against any opponent, even low-level beasts, always using overwhelming force. Chang Lu rubbed his palms together, violently compressing the air as an increasingly bright and dazzling orb of light formed in his hands. His expression remained calm, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Yi, don't blame me for finishing you in one-shot energy blast. Boom. The light orb shot from his palms with a sonic boom, accompanied by rolling waves of force. The brilliant white light made the entire space seem to darken by comparison. Chang Lu threw back his head and laughed maniacally. Su Yi, just surrender now. The spectators let out collective sighs. Does Su Yi even know how to PK? He actually gave Chang Lu time to charge up an energy blast. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Those 5,000 points are free money. Even I could do that. This is it. This is what the elite class produces. However, Su Yi simply watched the approaching energy blast and yawned. How utterly boring. I thought Chang Lu might actually use his ultimate skill. This pathetic energy blast thinks it can take my points? That's more wishful than dreaming. The next second, he suddenly crouched and stepped forward like a high-speed train crushing fragile porcelain. The ground beneath his feet cracked extensively, sending debris flying. Lightning crackled along his form, violent and blinding. Martial technique enhancement. Thunder's fury. Chang Lu had been absolutely confident of victory. He believed unwaveringly in his own strength, throwing down 5,000 points without hesitation, as if he could already see the doubled rewards of triumph. Su Yi was nothing more than fish on a chopping block, ready for the blade to fall. Chang Lu even felt that using an energy blast against Su Yi was already showing him plenty of respect. If he had used martial arts instead, knocking him down instantly would have at least preserved Su Yi's last shred of dignity. The energy blast erupted forth, a blazing white orb screaming through the air. In the next instant, every eye in the arena widened in shock. Su Yi suddenly stomped down, shattering the ground beneath his feet. Debris scattered and dust billowed as that terrifying force made people think he was a berserker who had lost all control. Lightning then surged through his meridians, brilliant arcs of electricity lifting his entire body into the air before his form exploded into afterimages and vanished completely. Chang Li's energy blast shot straight through empty space, not even grazing Su Yi's clothing. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the stands. Where did he go? Am I dreaming? My whole worldview just collapsed. In everyone's mind, Su Yi was supposed to be a summoner, yet the power he now displayed was that of a berserker warrior. With the speed of a shadow assassino, one could figure out where he had allocated his attribute points. Chang Li's mind buzzed with confusion. What script was this following? The promised weakling summoner somehow had movement speed comparable to a bullet. Before the shock could fade, Su Yi's figure materialized like a phantom behind Chang Lo. The air was torn apart, and a sky-splitting shriek pierced their eardrums. That patch of space seemed to lose all weight as tiny particles were shredded to dust in midair. Martial technique enhancement thunder's fury. The low voice whispered like a demon in his ear, making Chang Li's hair stand on end. He never could have imagined that in just the blink of an eye, Su Yi had not only dodged the energy blast, but had already seized his blind spot. A chill shot from his feet to the back of his skull, and before Chang Lu could turn around, an agonizing scream tore from his throat. Su Yi's fist slammed into his spine with a dull crack of bone, launching Chang Li's entire body off the ground like a feather caught in a hurricane. Lightning crawled along the force of the punch, covering his whole body with crackling electricity as he tumbled through the air like a colorful light bulb illuminated by electric current. Simultaneously, shockwaves exploded outward from Su Yi's feet in all directions, pulverizing every stone and grain of sand within a 100-meter radius. As the dust settled, he stood wreathed in an aura of cold, mysterious energy, like a demon god stepping forth from the underworld. Su Yi casually rolled his neck, his eyes becoming pitch-black abysses as he spoke with indifference that seemed to negate all meaning. Boring. So boring. This devastating technique that had completely destroyed Chang Lu and shattered everyone's preconceptions was apparently tedious to him. Several students in the stands collapsed in shock, their former pride and confidence crushed by that same overwhelming force. If such a powerful summoner finds this boring, what kind of battle would actually interest him? Maybe he should go slay some gods. Having this kind of monster attend the same university is an insult to him. Those who had looked down on Su Yi with disdain were now being ruthlessly ground into the dirt by him. You're so strong. How are we supposed to survive? The watching students completely gave up any thoughts of snatching points from Su Yithi, simply didn't have what it takes. Chang Lu stumbled out of the deep crater in the ground, his hair standing on end. The residual electricity in his body made his scalp tingle continuously, and his joints ached as if he had Parkinson's disease, leaving his entire body out of control. He collapsed at the edge of the pit, gasping heavily, his eyes filled with awe and pleading. Su Yi, I lost. I admit it, you're strong. Even if I use my ultimate move, I'd probably only have a 50% chance of winning at best. Please, can you get rid of this electricity? It hurts so much. Su Yi merely glanced at him indifferently. Enjoy it slowly, it'll dissipate soon. I'm taking the points of bet's a bet. Chang Li's face was ashen, looking like a beaten dog. However, many students in the elite class remained unconvinced. Zhujushi was the first to speak, his tone disdainful. It's just being a bit faster and having some electricity in his punches. What's the big deal? Right? I think it's nothing special. Chang Lu is just too weak himself. He deserved to get his face slapped for showing off. How could the top scorer from Lingnan province not have some skills? Though it's strange a summoner taking the mixed route of Berserker plus Assassin plus Lightning Mage, biting off more than he can chew. The discussions rose and fell. Ming Wanqiu from the elite class had lively eyes that seemed to hold half a city's worth of misty rain. Seeing Su Yi's swift and decisive moves, she raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled with pursed lips. Interesting, could Su Yi have won first place in the college entrance exam with just these fighting skills? Where are his battle pets? She firmly believed this man was still hiding his trump cards. Fists alone wouldn't take him very far. On the other side, Lin Wanner was greatly disappointed. She had hoped to use Chang Lu to get a glimpse of Su Yi's battle pets, but Chang Lu was knocked down with one punch without even getting a chance to summon anything utterly pathetic. She sighed. If he can't even force out the opponent's trump cards, what chance does he have against Su Yi? In the end, this sparring match concluded with Su Yi winning 5,000 points. Chang Lu was carried away by medical staff, but unfortunately, there was an unscrupulous doctor who, seeing that he was still electrified, directly plugged in an electric scooter. Chang Lu was so angry he spat blood on the spot, cursing, "You're no son of man." Everyone dispersed with complicated feelings. They had thought Su Yi was a fat sheep ready for slaughter, but he had shattered all their illusions with a single punch. Lin Wanner was about to leave when Su Yi suddenly grabbed her wrist. The young man's gaze was intense, and she blinked, her heart skipping a beat. What? What is he trying to do? Could it be? Wu's cheeks instantly turned red. Su Yi lowered his voice. Teacher Lin, aren't you forgetting something? Huh? Lin Wanner gently pinched her earlobe, not reacting immediately. What you promised me. Su Yi's expression grew increasingly mischievous. What did I promise you? She blinked. Weapon. 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 Su Yi growled 3 times in succession. The dark crescent single-handed sword. I'm still waiting to pair it with the crimson full moon. Don't play dumb. If you want it, just say so, demanding it right away. Lin Wanner finally remembered and playfully hit him in mock anger. The passing students were all stunned. He got the principal's daughter on the first day of school? Su Yi's speed was faster than an airplane. Come on, let's go to the warehouse. Lin Wanner led Su Yi toward the warehouse. The onlookers widened their eyes. That place is dirty and remote, and easily watched why not spend money to get a room. Several male upperclassmen were moved to tears. Su Yi, please be gentle. Su Yi's request for the Dark Crescent one-handed sword wasn't driven by greed. The terms had been clearly stated in Huaqing University's original promise, and he was simply following the agreement. Su Yi and Lin Wanner walked side by side through the spacious academic district, slowly making their way along the cobblestone path toward the warehousey, a gray building wrapped in ivy with weathered walls. At Huaqing University, there was a clear distinction between the treasury and the warehouse. The treasury housed rare materials and equipment deemed priceless, while the warehouse was filled with items that teachers and students considered too valuable to discard, yet too worthless to cherish. The Dark Crescent sword lay buried in a corner of the warehouse's depths, covered in a thin layer of dust. Along the way, Lin Wanner kept pestering him with questions. What's so special about that broken sword? It looks rusty all over, and even its magic runes have faded. Su Yi simply shook his head with an indifferent expression. Just because you can't see its value doesn't mean I can't. Lin Wanner was left speechless and indignant, her long eyelashes fluttering as if she wanted to glare him to death. Soon, the two rounded the corridor of the academic building and ran into Principal Lin and Archbishop Butcher. What was more surprising was that a group of young people stood beside the principal. They had black hair tied in high ponytails and school uniforms with cherry blossom patterns embroidered on the sleeves, clearly not Chinese attire. Su Yi glanced at them and raised an eyebrow. Their clothing resembled that of students from the island nation of Blue Star. Lin Wanner tilted her head and whispered, Principal, who are these people? Principal Lin pulled her aside and spoke in a serious, lowered voice. Exchange students from the island nation. They'll be staying in our elite class for 3 months, and then we'll send students there in return. Is it really necessary? Lin Wanner couldn't help but frown. These little people used to love copying our homework, and now they're here openly. Principal Lin immediately gestured for silence. This comes from above. Don't speculate carelessly. There's a lot of political maneuvering involved. Political maneuvering? Lin Wanner remained puzzled. Principal Lin nodded, his gaze drifting past the corridor toward the distant sky. Since the gods manifested and myriad races brought chaos, after a century of conquest and integration, Blue Star now had only 5 legitimate nations remaining. 1. Huaxia. 2. America's Union. 3. European Commonwealth. 4. African Alliance. 5. Japan-Korea Alliance. Among them, the original Japan and Korea had been pressed together by crustal movements, forming the current Japan-Korea Alliance. The most unfortunate of the 5 was the African Alliance, positioned right on the front lines against alien races. They had to deal with not only fierce beasts, but also alien invasions. The people remained impoverished, little different from the Africa Su Yi knew before his transmigration, with frequent warfare, making it essentially a natural buffer zone for Huaxia. Huaxia also had territory bordering alien lands, the northern desert region, which was like a never-stopping meat grinder. Fortunately, Huaxia's job changers were renowned for their courage and tenacity. Not only had they not lost an inch of territory, but they were even gradually encroaching on enemy land. In contrast, the America's Union and European Commonwealth had it easiest. Crustal movements had shifted these continents behind Huaxia, so they barely faced alien races and only needed to deal with fierce beasts. They even had the leisure to occasionally stab Huaxia in the back. Lu Qinghai, who guarded the rear, was legendary for his simple principle. Anyone who dared to come would get beaten. As for the Japan-Korea Alliance, their territory was level with Huaxia's, located at the southern end of the continent. Surrounded by sea on 3 sides with few fierce beasts, they lived quite comfortably. Perhaps because life was too easy, the Japan-Korea Alliance's job changers constantly looked for opportunities to exploit Huaxia. After all, job changers needed to level up to become stronger, and leveling up required fierce beasts. The Japan-Korea Alliance faced a shortage of fierce beasts within their territories, while the oceanic creatures proved too powerful to handle. Naturally, their attention turned to China's vast lands teeming with fierce beasts, resources that seemed within easy reach. Meanwhile, China had long coveted the Japan-Korea Alliance's years of experience and materials from hunting oceanic beasts. The deep seas held countless resources, and rumors spoke of the ultimate secret of the world hidden at the ocean's end, though none had ever reached it. Thus, both sides began cautious probing amid their mutual need and distrust. On the surface, they maintained dignity through exchange students, but deep down, everyone knew China would eventually settle both old grudges and new grievances. Before departure, Principal Lin Lan personally instructed Lin Wanner, treat the Japanese and Korean exchange students with proper courtesy on the surface, but you must keep track of every subtle movement behind the scenes. Lin Wanner nodded solemnly, then led Su Yi toward the academy warehouse. Along the way, after hearing about the exchange students, Su Yi scoffed. If they dare put on an act, I'll cut them down with one sword. What dignity? Do those guys deserve to stand as equals with China? His tone dripped with contempt. A race with such deep-rooted flaws, what kind of humans are they? Outside the warehouse, Lin Wanner quickly completed the requisition procedures. After the security system unlocked, she granted Su Yi access and let him enter alone to search for the dark crescent moon. The warehouse door creaked open with metallic clanking. Su Yi froze in place. The vast space was filled with all kinds of scrap, scattered tank shells with loose parts, dust-covered old generators, incomplete mecha components. It looked like a mountain of steel garbage with dust floating in the air. The dark crescent moon was buried in such a place? Thinking of this legendary artifact keeping company with such junk day and night, he felt sorry for it. After searching for a full half hour, Su Yi finally lifted a tarp in a corner and grasped the legendary one-handed sword, the dark crescent moon. The blade shared the same design as the crimson full moon he had previously obtained, but with completely different patterns, overall dark gray and dull, without luster. Su Yi immediately tried to examine its information, but it was like throwing stones into a black hole, no feedback whatsoever. He drew the crimson full moon, and the two swords collided in his palms. In an instant, the crimson full moon burst with scarlet light. The dormant dark crescent moon was simultaneously activated, surging with dark halos. Accompanied by humming, the dull gray outer layer quickly peeled away, revealing a kind of dreamlike black with colorful ripples. The blade seemed to devour light, yet reflected subtle flowing colors. Success! Su Yi's eyes filled with wild joy as he cast identification again. King tier, one-handed sword, dark crescent moon. Attack, 200. Speed, 180. Critical hit, 40. Critical damage, 40. Penetration, 30. Instant kill, 20. Ignore defense, 30. Special effects, 60. 1. Special effect active. Regardless of the sword master's location, the dark crescent moon can be summoned to hand at any time. 2. Special effect passive precise strike. Ignores all evasion skills such as enemy, block, deflection immunity, guaranteeing hits, and dealing base damage too. 3. Special effect passive inflicts suffering. When enemies are in continuous bleeding states such as burning or bleeding, each attack deals base damage 5. 4. Special effect twin sword unity. When both crimson full moon and dark crescent moon are equipped simultaneously, all attributes increase by 100. Currently not triggered. Su Yi gasped, his heart pounding wildly. The stats were similar to the crimson full moon, but the series of heaven-defying passive abilities made his blood surge. Precise strike guaranteed hits with double damage. Inflict suffering was terrifyingly powerful if enemies were in bleeding or burning states. Damage multiplied by 5. This perfectly complements the Phoenix's abilities. I have to say, the Dark Crescent Moon Sword special effects are a perfect match for the Phoenix. Once the Phoenix's burning effect ignites, it causes continuous damage for a full 10 seconds, while Dark Crescent Moon's inflict pain ability accumulates exactly 10,000 damage points during those 10 seconds. The damage display is crystal clear, with terrifyingly impressive numbers. In comparison, the Crimson Moon that Su Yi once treasured so much now pales in significance. With both single-handed swords finally in his possession, his overall combat power skyrocketed. Exhilarating. Su Yi threw back his head and laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the warehouse. If I don't defy the heavens, who dares to? Lin Wanner stood nearby, staring blankly at him as he wielded the short swords like priceless treasures. Her crystal-clear eyes held only a trace of indifference. Don't get too cocky. Regular class freshmen might be shocked by your performance and not dare to challenge you, but elite class students won't go easy on you. If someone defeats you one day and raids all your points, you know the consequences. I suggest you spend your points now and head to the school's prepared dungeons to level up. Staying stable is the top priority. Leveling up. Su Yi pondered seriously. That glutton Zhulong, once it starts grinding, devours all the experience. If it hadn't already consumed all the massive experience from Jiangqing's Beast Tide, he really couldn't carry it. The Phoenix is currently level 17, same as him, and only takes half the experience. After weighing his options, he decided to level up with the Phoenix in this world. Aside from transcendent beings like deities, level is the hard currency for all job changers. Having made his decision, he left the warehouse and headed straight for Huaqing University's dungeon hall. The hall was spacious and bright, with many freshmen eagerly queuing at the entrance while upperclassmen calmly formed teams in small groups. Around the walls, over 100 teleportation gates flickered with runic patterns, each leading to an independent dungeon. At a glance, Huaqing University controlled usage rights to more than 100 dungeons, a luxurious resource that was unique even among the nation's top universities. Of course, the teleportation gates weren't free to use. Entering any dungeon required spending points, and the higher the dungeon level, the more points needed, with correspondingly richer rewards. The dazzling array of dungeon names scrolled rapidly across the light screens, making Su Yi dizzy with choices. Just then, someone gently tapped his shoulder. Su Yi, are you planning to run dungeons? He turned around with a smile. Ming Wanqiu? You're here to run dungeons too. Ming Wanqiu's voice was crisp and cold as she brushed aside the hair by her ear. Yes. I don't want to lose points after being challenged by someone. Leveling up is crucial. Su Yi raised his eyebrows dramatically. So you level up personally too? In his impression, even someone like Wang Hao hired people to carry him through dungeons, let alone Ming Wanqiu, daughter of 5-star General Ming Chengzongshul. She have an entire team escorting her through levels? Ming Wanqiu almost lost her composure, feeling like he was asking her, do you also eat personally? She crossed her arms and snorted coldly in embarrassment. I prefer doing things myself. Su Yi shrugged. That must be tough. Ming Wanqiu suppressed her emotions, took several deep breaths to calm herself, then asked, so which dungeon are you planning to run? There are too many choices, I haven't decided yet. Su Yi rubbed his chin. However, I'm thinking of running Shadowfang Keep. Shadowfang Iron Fortress. Ming Wanqiu was utterly shocked. She knew the dungeon system inside and out. Tsinghua University's dungeons ranged from level 20 to 50, with difficulties progressing from easy, normal, elite, hard, to nightmare. If freshmen just wanted to level up, normal difficulty was sufficient. To challenge elite required top students forming teams, each with exceptional skills. As for hard, that was pure fantasy for current freshmen. Yet this Shadowfang Iron Fortress was nightmare level. Could freshmen clear it? Impossible. Even many upperclassmen wouldn't dare touch it lightly. What made it even more ridiculous was that entering the dungeon required a whopping 5,000 points hard currency that could be exchanged for massive amounts of supplies, equipment, and enchanted gems. What freshman would dare gamble with that? However, Su Yi stood there completely alone. Ming Wanqiu looked at him, full of suspicion. This guy was either pretending to be crazy or genuinely insane. You're really joking around. She finally voiced her thoughts. Su Yi pressed his lips together, his rich and gentle voice carrying a stubborn edge. I want to challenge my weak spots. Ming Wanqiu shot back immediately. If you have too many points, you can give them to me. What are you planning to trade for them? Su Yi asked with a slight smile. She sighed. Are you really going to challenge Shadowfang Iron Fortress? You think I'm just messing around with you? Before she finished speaking, Su Yi had already walked to the service desk in the lobby, handing over his personal card. I want to run Shadowfang Iron Fortress. The process was clear. Students selected their dungeon, handed their card to the receptionist, had the corresponding points deducted, then could enter the teleportation gate. The receptionist stared blankly for a full minute, his jaw nearly dropping to the counter. You're a freshman, right? Do you really understand this dungeon? What happened to you? Don't be impulsive. In his view, Su Yi shared Ming Wanqiu's prospective freshman simply couldn't clear nightmare level. Charging in was just burning points without even hearing an echo. Su Yi responded calmly. I don't know about other things. I only know this is nightmare level, which suits my taste perfectly. The receptionist rolled his eyes, thinking how this batch of freshmen had such a stubborn fool. But since the other party insisted, he could only deduct the 5,000 points, then asked, where are your teammates? A faint smile appeared on Su Yi's stern face. Don't need any. Don't need any. These 3 words hit the receptionist's heart like a heavy hammer, nearly making him spit blood. It's not about whether you need them or not. This dungeon requires teammates to enter at all. Su Yi froze, looking down to recheck the Shadowfang Iron Fortress information. The last line of small text clearly stated, this dungeon requires a 5-person team to enter. Damn, he cursed internally. Even solo runs were blocked by the rules. What made it worse was that he only wanted to run Nightmare. Other difficulties were completely pointless. Just as they reached an impasse, Ming Wanqiu slammed her own card on the counter with a smack. Let's do it. I want to see exactly how certain people plan to clear a nightmare-level dungeon. Ming Wanqiu slammed her card into the receptionist's hand, demanding that the receptionist swipe it so she could also enter Shadowfang Keep. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, not expecting her to actually want to team up with him. You want to team up with me? Ming Wanqiu kept her pretty face stern, her husky voice mixing annoyance with softness. Yes, I want to see with my own eyes how you're going to lose those 5,000 points. Then you'll lose your points too. Su Yi deliberately provoked. I don't care. Ming Wanqiu lifted her chin. Do you know who my father is? He's not my dad, so I couldn't care less, Su Yi sneered. Ming Wanqiu was so stunned that her face twisted slightly, her mouth agape for a long moment without words. The receptionist timely reminded them. We still need 3 more people. Su Yi frowned, wondering where to find 3 suckers, when 2 men and 1 woman walked into the lobby. The girl in front wore a gray-fitted trench coat with a British-style cap pulled low, tight jeans, and brown riding boots that clicked as she walked. She immediately recognized Ming Wanqiu. Ming Wanqiu, sister Bai Ze. Ming Wanqiu was overjoyed. Bai Ze looked her up and down. You've gotten even prettier after all these years. I always said you'd definitely get into Huaqing University as the top scorer. I was right, wasn't I? Ming Wanqiu smiled bitterly. Only half right. Huh? You weren't the top scorer. The top scorer is standing right next to me. Bai Ze's gaze fell on Su Yi, exclaiming in surprise. The summoner is the top scorer? Su Yi inwardly sighed. This Bai Ze looked exactly like a combination of Sister Lotus and Sister Phoenix, but his lips still curled up arrogantly. That's right. I'm the top scorer. The top scorer is me. Got a problem with that. How unexpected, Bai Ze muttered. What are you guys doing? Getting ready to run Shadow Fang Keep. Ming Wanqiu replied. Nightmare mode? Are you crazy? Even we sophomores don't dare run that dungeon. Bai Ze was shocked. Su Yi cleared his throat. That's because you guys aren't skilled enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two male students immediately bristled. Li Bai, with his rugged features and mountain-like presence, sneered. We're not skilled enough? How ridiculous. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. Did Liang Jingru give you that confidence? Wang Jinxiang, thin and pale-faced, laughed loudly. If it were any other class challenging Nightmare Shadow Fang Keep, I'd respect that, but you're a summoner. Didn't you have any self-awareness? Bai Ze glared at the two men. How can you talk like that, so sarcastically? Although Su Yi's class is trash, his courage is admirable. We should encourage him. With that, she also slammed her card on the receptionist's desk with a smack. Count me in. I especially love watching stubborn fools get beaten black and blue by Shadow Fang Keep. Li Bai and Wang Jinxiang exchanged glances, immediately understanding her scheme when running multiplayer dungeons at Huaqing University. Every team member had to spend points. After completing the dungeon, the system would score based on performance, distributing experience and loot, and along with that, what could be redistributed were the points. For this Shadow Fang Citadel run, each person paid 5,000 points, creating a 20,000 point prize pool. The Academy first took a 10 handling fee, leaving 18,000 points for the final reward pool. The rules were simple. As long as the team could kill any boss, the remaining points would be split equally among participants. If they couldn't take down a single boss, all points would go back into the Academy's pocket. Given Shadow Fang Citadel's difficulty, the first boss could be taken down with some effort, but the later ones were nearly impossible. Only 3 teams had ever cleared it completely, and every one of them consisted of absolute prodigies among geniuses. Bai Ze's calculations were lightning fast. How much damage could a mere summoner possibly deal? The real firepower would have to come from the 3 of them. As long as they performed the best in the team, they could still split the 18,000 points 3 ways, and after deducting the entry fee, they'd still profit handsomely, practically free money. Once this idea clicked, Li Bai and Wang Jinxiang immediately jumped on board. Count me in. Take me too. Swipe the card. In moments, Su Yi's team was formed. As for who his teammates were, Su Yi couldn't care less whether they were there or not. Made no difference. Did they really think he was easy to bully? Wanted a freeload? Well, he'd let them taste what it meant to try to steal a chicken but lose the rice. Lose the wife, but catch no wolf. Ming Wanqiu was equally indifferent. She was simply curious about Su Yi's trump cards. Points meant nothing to her. After all, her reincarnation skills were as excellent as her family connections. The commotion of team formation immediately drew the attention of other students in the hall. Upon learning the details, the onlooking students were all stunned. Damn, too late. Otherwise I could have picked up some points too. Talk about stubbornness, a nightmare-level dungeon. In all of Huaqing University's history, only 3 teams have ever cleared it. No way this works, right? Only Ming Wanqiu with her tri-element mage status has any real prestige. Hilarious. I actually see a summoner in there. How did such a useless class even get into Huaqing University? Lowering the overall quality. Mocking voices rose one after another, with people predicting this team would at most take down the first boss. To them, these people were treating points like air. The ultimate winner seemed to be Bai Ze alone. At this moment, Bai Ze cleared his throat. Let me introduce our classes first. Before he could finish, Su Yi raised his hand and cut him off, his tone casual yet tinged with pride. Doesn't matter. I won't need you anyway. Bai Ze nearly choked with rage, biting his lip with tears in his eyes. Won't need us? Who do you think you are? Li Bai made a retching sound. I've seen plenty of show-offs, but someone as clueless as you, Su Yi, this is a first. Wang Jinxiang threw his head back and laughed, his face full of disdain. Without our effort, all the points go to the Academy. You'd better have some self-awareness. Ming Wanqiu watched Su Yi's stubbornness, simply staring in a daze without saying a word. Su Yi's expression remained gentle, yet his words were resolute. When I say I don't need you, I don't need you. Letting you ride my coattails and make a name for yourselves without charging a fee is already a benefit. As for my confidence, open your dog eyes and see clearly. As his words fell, he raised his arm. Instantly, winds and clouds churned above the hall, as if 2 ancient divine shadows descended from the depths of the clouds. The candle dragon emerged, its scales glinting coldly in the shifting light. The phoenix spread its wings, its fiery feathers cutting through the air. This was. All the students in the hall gasped in unison. At this moment, Su Yi unleashed his power without restraint. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as dark clouds rolled overhead, fierce winds swept across the hall's dome, and it seemed as though thunder would strike at any second. The candle dragon made its entrance. That massive blue-black head tore through the clouds, gazing down upon all living beings, its natural kingly aura instantly freezing the air. Su Yi chuckled coldly, his gaze wild with arrogance. Look down on summoners? Think I can only conjure up flies and rats? Today, I'll open your eyes. Su Yi, will redefine what it means to be a summoner. As his words fell, the candle dragon dove down with thunderous roars, its entrance effects at maximum intensity. However, whoosh, the dragon's body flashed and coiled around Bai Ze's neck like a whip. Its vertical pupils narrowed into crescents as the candle dragon spoke in a sleazy yet magnetic tone. My lady, would you care to join me for dinner? What type of fierce beast do you prefer? Steel-fanged rats, or perhaps wandering chickens? Su Yi, Bai Ze, Ming Wanqiu, everyone present. After a brief, deathly silence, discussions exploded. What the hell? Such an earth-shattering entrance. And it turns out to be just a snake? Holy crap, this snake can talk. Europe has Medusa, Japan and Korea have the Yamatano Roki. Don't make such a big deal. The problem is this snake isn't proper, and its taste is bizarre. Bai Ze looks, never mind. Bai Ze looked at Su Yi with a wooden expression. So what you summoned is a perverted old creep. Su Yi's original show-off script instantly collapsed. He had only known that the candle dragon was lazy and would sleep if not prodded, but he never expected this creature to be a perverted old lecher. Even worse, candle dragon, can't your taste be normal? With Bai Ze's looks, who could bear to take a bite? Furious with embarrassment, he grabbed the dragon's tail. Get down here. The candle dragon protested. I finally met a beauty. Don't ruin my lifelong happiness. Su Yi lowered his voice and scolded. Are you blind? This is a beauty? Put yourself in my shoes. If I were a dragon, I'd like faces full of pits and bumps. Ugly as sin. Smooth skin looks hideous to dragon eyes. Get lost. He forcibly recalled the candle dragon into the system. Even the ugliest girl wouldn't be interested in a snake like you. Awkward silence spread through the surroundings. Su Yi laughed dryly. That was a mistake just now, let me try another one. Bai Ze quickly hid behind Ming Wanqiu, secretly vowing. If another perverted creature gets summoned, I'll immediately report Su Yi for improper intentions. Su Yi took a deep breath and raised his hand to summon flames shot skyward as a phoenix descended. This time the commotion was even greater. 7 colored wings cut through the air, feathers fell like a meteor shower, and the entire hall was filled with a dreamlike radiance. But the glory lasted only a second. The phoenix saw the dense crowd of upturned faces and instantly, poof, shrank to the size of a palm, becoming a small chick that perched on Su Yi's head, wings trembling, desperately avoiding all gazes like a sheltered young lady from a noble family. Su Yi. What the hell? He was completely dumbfounded. The phoenix actually has social anxiety? Oh my god, you're a divine beast with godly powers. How can you have human psychological disorders? The surrounding students couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. Can this chicken play basketball? Such a grand entrance. Why couldn't it keep it up? Damn. For a split second, I actually thought it was a phoenix. Scared the hell out of me. What a mess. The snake's a total pervert, and the phoenix has social anxiety. And they think they can clear Shadow Fang Keep with this? Li Bai's complaint echoed through the training room. Su Yi rubbed his forehead and dragged his hands down his face in exasperation. Who would have thought that divine beasts would come with personality disorders, or more accurately, divine character flaws? Still, in his eyes, divine beasts were divine beasts, and no matter how ridiculous their personalities, it didn't affect their combat output. With that thought, he decisively abandoned the idea of summoning Zhulong. That thing would turn the whole dungeon into a speed dating event the moment it appeared, bringing everything to a halt for spectators. Better to stick with the phoenix and play it safe. So he pulled the fired phoenix into his arms, cleared his throat, and declared, Let's go. Go? What position are you planning to play? Li Bai scoffed. Home run. Su Yi couldn't be bothered to explain and headed straight for the portal, his retreating figure resolute. Bai Ze seized the opportunity to lay out tactics. Wang Jinxiang tanks, Li Bai heals, I'll DPS. Ming Wanqiu, just watch the show. We'll farm some points. You don't need these points anyway, right? Ming Wanqiu shrugged and nodded indifferently. As for Su Yi, Bai Ze lowered her voice to add, as long as he doesn't summon that snake, I promise I won't bully him on campus anymore. In Bai Ze's view, this hastily assembled team would be doing well if they could clear the first boss of Shadow Fang Keep. The group entered the teleportation hall leading to Shadow Fang Keep. Above the entrance hung a metal display screen scrolling through Nightmare Shadow Fang Keep clear records. First place, Yi Xian, Yi Tian. Time, 5 days, 10 hours. Second place, Xiao Sa, Xiao Ting. Time, 6 days, 15 hours. Third place, Gu Ziyuan, Gu Zhihai. Time, 7 days, 1 hour. After scanning the leaderboard, Su Yi chuckled softly. Heh, all family-style teams, with no records beyond the top 3 since Huaqing University's founding. Only these 3 teams had survived nightmare difficulty, showing just how challenging this dungeon was. Bai Ze introduced them with great ceremony. Yi Xian and Xiao Sa's teams have already graduated. I heard they're doing incredibly well working with 5-star generals. Gu Ziyuan is still a senior, so handsome, the dream of countless girls. Getting worked up, pink stars practically sparkled in her eyes as her delicate body trembled and her legs unconsciously rubbed together. Su Yi felt nauseated watching this. If Gu Ziyuan knew you were getting all hot and bothered just from hearing his name, he'd probably pack up and flee in the middle of the night. While internally complaining, he secretly calculated, maybe Zhulong really does have a chance. Gu Ziyuan is truly my idol, Li Bai sighed. Wang Jinxiang nodded solemnly in agreement. Absolutely. That divine archery of his, such impressive shots, so majestic. Amid the chatter, the portal flashed blue light, and the group officially entered Shadowfang Keep. The system panel automatically appeared as Su Yi reviewed his teammates' information. Ming Wanxiu, level 18, Trialement Mage. Bai Ze, level 24, Swordsman. Wang Jinxiang, level 24, Warrior. Li Bai, level 23, Paladin. Su Yi himself, level 17, Summoner. As the teleportation light faded, the level 25 Nightmare Shadowfang Keep spread out beneath their feet. The entire castle was forged from dark steel, with towers rising everywhere, winding walls, a half-lowered drawbridge, and air thick with the mixed scents of motor oil and blood, and extremely terrifying monsters. At this moment, Su Yi stood before the infamous level 25 Nightmare Dungeon, the Shadowfang Iron Fortress. The highest entry level for this dungeon was 25, and so far, only 3 elite teams from the Yi, Shao, and Gu clans had managed to clear it, each taking a full 5 to 6 days. However, if it were the top-tier experts Bai Ze, Li Bai, and Wang Jinxiang, they estimated they could finish it in just 3 hours. The reason was simple. They could handle the first boss, the frenzied beast, and after defeating it, quickly collect points from the score pool before leaving immediately. Now, everyone was standing in front of the first checkpoint of the Shadowfang Iron Fortress. Before them was a structure resembling a prison. It was divided into a safe zone and a holding area by a row of indestructible iron bars. Su Yi and the others were on the outer safety side, while the prison interior was segmented into several rows of cells, each containing a menacing monster. These monsters were covered in white fur, with protruding fangs and a gorilla-like physique. They had dragging arms, a massive mouth that nearly took up half their face, and a grotesque, tumor-like head, complemented by blood-red eyes the size of copper bells and an imposing size that radiated menace. Su Yi raised his hand and cast an identification spell, a faint blue light sweeping across the iron bars. Name, Frenzied Beast. Level, 25 Nightmare. Health, 20,000. Attack, 500. Defense, 1,000. Attack speed, 200. Movement speed, 800. Skills. 1. Shockwave slams the ground, causing a 3-second stun. 2. Head toss removes its own head and throws it, dealing 1,000 damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius upon impact. 3. Blood recovery consumes the corpses of its kind to restore health. The stats were clear, and Su Yi couldn't help but exclaim. The monsters in this nightmare dungeon were comparable to outdoor bosses. Their health, attack, and defense were all extremely exaggerated, and what was even more outrageous was the skill combo. First a stun, then a head toss. Players with subpar gear would be taken down instantly. As for the blood recovery, it was practically a moving perpetual motion machine. At that moment, Bai Ze, with a serious expression, issued commands. The strategy is simple. Everyone stay outside the iron bars. There's no need to go through the small door. The cells will periodically release monsters, and we will deal damage from behind the bars. We should be able to clear the small monsters in about an hour, then face the boss directly. His plan was indeed sound. The bars were sufficient to block the frenzied beast's head toss, which couldn't reach them. We need to be quick, Bai Ze continued. Drag the corpse over immediately after killing one. Don't let the other monsters recover health. Everyone, let's go. Just as he finished speaking, a crisp sound echoed. One of the small iron doors connecting to the prison was pushed open. Bai Ze instantly erupted in anger. Who opened the door? Close it immediately, you idiot. Ming Wanxiu trembled as she pointed at a figure that had already stepped into the depths of the prison. It's Su Yi. Bai Ze's expression froze, his mouth twitching violently, his teeth grinding together, fists clenched and trembling, his chest heaving with rage. Gripping the iron bars, he nearly forced his head through, his face a mask of fury. Her voice became particularly shrill and piercing. You bastard. Didn't you hear my strategy explanation? What are you going in there for? Come back. Don't mess up our rhythm. Su Yi turned his back to everyone, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I don't like your rhythm. What? Li Bai's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat, his voice trembling. You'll get us all wiped out, and the school will take all our points. Come back. Wang Jinxiang blurted out in terror. Holy crap. Bro, you're like a brother to me. I'm begging you to come back. Bai Ze screamed hysterically. We're done for. Someone's broken into the inner area. All the monsters from every room will swarm out to attack us. Even the iron bars can't withstand the frenzied ape's hammering. My points. Ming Wanxiu tilted her head, her gaze following the reckless Su Yi. In this dungeon, losing even 1 HP would result in forced ejection. So she wasn't worried about life or death, she just wanted to see what price Su Yi would pay. The next second, accompanied by Bai Ze's anguished cry, the iron doors deep in the prison thundered and shook. Over 30 cells opened simultaneously, and more than 100 frenzied apes came pouring out. These three-turtle apes had blood-red eyes, their roars merging into rolling thunder that shook the very foundations of Fang Fortress, causing cracks to spread through the stone slabs. Bai Ze opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Li Bai and Wang Jinxiang's legs went weak as they collapsed to the ground, their pupils fixed on the monster horde beyond the bars. Inside the cage, Su Yi held the phoenix with an expression so relaxed it was almost mocking. Just over 100 wilderness bosses, that's all. Bai Ze's heart lurched, nearly fainting. Damn you, Su Yi. You knew the frenzied apes were boss level, and you still dared to charge in? You're screwing us out of our points. What possessed me to team up with you in the first place? Before he could finish speaking, a scene that left everyone's jaws dropping occurred. Su Yi tossed the chicken-like phoenix high into the air, his tone as certain as a verdict. 2 seconds, I want to see the boss. The phoenix let out a clear cry, its 5-colored plumage suddenly exploding in a dazzling rainbow of light. The next moment, it opened its beak and spewed forth torrents of blazing fire. The sea of flames descended like a bursting dam, overwhelming the 100-plus frenzied apes from above. The scorching heat turned the iron bars red-hot, and the dancing flames seemed ready to melt through the entire prison. The roaring firelight reflected in everyone's eyes, burning their pupils and searing an indelible shock into their minds. Due to shared party vision, everyone could see the damage numbers caused by the phoenix's endless stream of 10,000 flashing frantically across their screens, nearly filling them completely. 10,000 damage per second. And its area effect. Li Bai's jaw hit the stone floor, his eyes bloodshot. Wang Jinxiang clutched his head and pounded the ground. It's fake. It has to be fake. I'm hallucinating. Bai Ze's nostrils flared violently, his voice hoarse. What the hell kind of summoner is this? Ming Wanxiu appeared calm on the surface, but still took 2 steps back, massive waves surging in her heart. Is this the foundation of Su Yi's championship victory? How terrifying. In just a brief moment, merely 2 seconds, Su Yi's phoenix had instantly slaughtered over 100 berserk apes. In the nightmare-level Fang Iron Fortress dungeon, these berserk apes posed a threat nearly equivalent to wilderness bosses. The 3 clearing teams led by Yi, Xiao, and Gu didn't dare step foot inside the prison. They could only grind slowly through the iron bars, as Bai Ze had described, finishing off 1 ape at a time and dragging away each corpse, proceeding with extreme caution even then. Yet Su Yi had charged in alone, facing over 100 of them heated in direct combat, reducing them to ash in an instant without even his robes being touched, truly effortless and with the lightest touch. At this moment, everyone could see crystal clear. Those elite minions that required a 5-person team and hours of effort were as fragile as paper before Su Yi's phoenix, burning to nothing in an instant. Su Yi cradled the phoenix wreathed in golden flames, his fingertips gently stroking its feathers, with only 2 words in his heart: overwhelming power. The status panel showed Phoenix attack 2300, burn multiplier 6x, dealing 13,800 damage per second. Even after accounting for the berserk ape's defense, it could still consistently output a terrifying 10,000 damage. In terms of overall performance, it was already on par with the Candle Dragon. While the Phoenix lacked the level-ignoring instant kill bug of Flood Reversal, its sustained damage output was equally heaven-defying. Su Yi exhaled deeply, silently giving the Classic of Mountains and Seas system a thumbs up. He wondered when the next mission would arrive, and which even more outrageous mythical beast he might draw. The next second, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding, new mission published, please check. Ding, please achieve first place in the freshman competition 1 month from now. Ding, reward, 1 chance to draw a Classic of Mountains and Seas mythical beast. Speak of the devil. Su Yi raised an eyebrow with a smile. First place in the freshman competition? He had to claim it. Anyone who dared compete with him could bring it on. After a brief calm, the harsh scraping of chains and shackles dragging across the floor echoed from the depths of the prison, followed by thunderous trembling of the ground, as if the entire cell block was experiencing an earthquake. A nearly 5-meter black shadow slowly emerged from the darkness. A boss. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, remaining motionless as he waited for his prey to appear. Behind him, the other players were already stunned speechless, especially Bai Ze, who was beginning to question reality itself, slapping himself hard. His sit hurts. This isn't a dream. Bai Ze's voice trembled. Ming Wanxiu, what exactly is this guy's background? How is his battle pet's damage so high? Ming Wanxiu's white robes fluttered, her hair brushing her face as she raised her hand to tuck loose strands behind her ear, her voice crackling like chestnuts bursting over coals. He's a summoner. How could I not know he's a summoner? What I'm asking is, what the hell did he summon? Li Bai stood nearby with stinging eyes, smiling bitterly. Bai Ze, won't you admit it yet? The answer is already in your heart. That's the legendary phoenix. Wang Jinxiang collapsed to the ground, pounding his fists against the floor, still unable to believe what he was witnessing. Bai Ze fell silent, his gaze slowly shifting towards Su Yi as an indescribable fear crept through his heart. She had to admit that Su Yi was terrifying, but the phoenix was even more so. Oh right, he also had that perverted old snake who knows if it might be even more powerful. Bai Ze's heart sank, had just spoken rudely and slandered Su Yi in every way possible. Would this guy fly into a rage and kill him later? He shuddered violently and was about to apologize when he saw Su Yi still staring intently at the boss ahead, his eyes blazing with focus. A five-meter turtle monster slowly emerged from the shadows, its head as large as a barrel, resembling a berserk ape with bulging muscles all over its body. Bai Ze immediately cast his identification skill. Level 25 Nightmare Boss, the Slaughterer. HP, 50,000. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 3,000. Attack speed, 2,000. Movement speed, 1,200. Skill 1 Ground Slam. 3 consecutive ground strikes, each dealing 1,000 damage. Skill 2 Shockwave. Roars and knocks back the current target while clearing all aggro. Skill 3 Rebirth. Enters second phase when health reaches 0. Second phase description. Ignores aggro values. HP increases 10-fold. Attack increases 100-fold, but movement speed drops to 10. As the data appeared on his retina, Bai Ze gasped. The first phase was merely a test of the healer's reaction speed and the damage dealer's ability to stop attacking in time. The real danger lay in the second phase with skyrocketing health and explosive attack power. Anyone who got hit would die instantly. But the boss would be sluggish enough that the team would need to spread out, kited in rotation with perfect coordination room for even the slightest error. Bai Ze stared hard at Su Yi. How would he handle the second phase? Could he actually win? Before his doubts could settle, Su Yi had already patted the phoenix's back. You're a mature battle pet now. Time to learn how to fight monsters on your own. Chirp. With a crisp cry, the phoenix suddenly spread its wings and transformed into a streak of fiery light, diving straight at the slaughterer. Blazing breath. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. The health bar dropped like a punctured water balloon. In less than 5 seconds, the slaughterer triggered its rebirth. Boss, where the hell is my health bar? Boom. Fury erupted as the slaughterer rose again. Second phase stats refreshed. HP, 500,000. Attack, 100,000. Touch it and die. It roared and charged at the phoenix, its massive fist whistling down in a devastating blow. The watching Bai Ze, Ming Wanqiu, and others were drenched in cold sweat. 100,000 damage. No one could survive that. But Su Yi remained perfectly still, his tone calm. 500,000 HP, 100,000 attack. Still not enough to face the phoenix. The phoenix soared and dove down, unleashing vertical strike. Countless fire feathers transformed into blade-like projectiles that rained down, piercing the boss's body with a binding spike effect. 100,000. The striking red numbers exploded across the screen. Ming Wanqiu's eyes nearly popped out. Not only did it immobilize the boss, but it dealt 100,000 damage directly. His too terrifying, too terrifying. She trembled all over, her voice hoarse. 100,000 damage, 100,000 damage. This is a summoner? This is a freaking god. When the phoenix's skill, vertical strike, activated, countless colorful feathers whistled down from the sky, their tips carrying mountain-crushing air waves, snow-like freezing currents, and sonic boom-level vibrations, instantly pinning the boss in place while dealing a devastating 100,000 points of damage. Except for Su Yi, who remained standing with his arms crossed and an expression of complete calm, everyone else's jaws nearly hit the ground. 100,000 damage. This was a number that Ming Wanqiu, Bai Ze, and the others wouldn't dare dream of even in their sleep. Bai Ze's pupils contracted sharply as terror swept through his entire body. According to conventional game mechanics, any skill with a built-in control effect, even just a slow, would have its damage significantly reduced. Not to mention a pinning spike that immobilizes targets, which should theoretically only deal minimal damage. Yet Su Yi's battle pet Phoenix not only completely controlled the boss, but also dealt off-the-charts damage, completely shattering Bai Ze's understanding of the game world. How is this possible? A control skill, why does it deal such massive damage? Bai Ze muttered to himself. Li Bai finally snapped back to reality, swallowing hard and speaking with obvious envy. This is the Phoenix. It really is powerful, I admit defeat. After we finish this boss, I need to give Su Yi a proper apologia, sincere one. No half measures, or I might get beaten up by him someday. Nearby, Wang Jinxiang was still banging his head against the ground, creating a crater as he tried to clear his mind. Ming Wanqiu stared blankly at the Phoenix's damage output, his atoms apple bobbing up and down. When the pinning effect ended, the Phoenix's passive ability drained 20 of the boss's health, instantly dropping its health bar to 300,000. It immediately opened its beak and breathed out searing flames. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. The boss writhed helplessly under the burning effect, its health bar bleeding out like a punctured artery, visibly plummeting. When the pinning effect finally wore off, the boss roared and charged straight at Sui. But Sui remained standing in place. With his 710 movement speed against the boss's pitiful 10 points, it was like a full-grown cheetah versus an unemployed high school student could kite it effortlessly if he wanted. However, he couldn't be bothered to move, casually picking his ear while watching the Phoenix's performance. Everyone was startled by his composure. Sui, run. Don't let the boss touch you. Kite it. Move. It's dangerous without control skills. Bai Ze was certain that the Phoenix's pinning skill must be on cooldown after just being used, and if Sui didn't run now, he'd be throwing his life away. But the next second, the Phoenix spread its wings again, and vertical strike descended once more. Ding ding. The boss was pinned in place again. What the hell? Chirp. The Phoenix let out a mocking cry, breathing another stream of fire that turned the boss into a fireball again, with damage numbers exploding in rapid succession. What? Bai Ze's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Does the pinning control skill have no cooldown time? Ming Wanqiu's mind had gone completely blank. A control skill with no cooldown time. Where's the logic in that? Li Bai trembled all over, his heart churning like a stormy sea. No, I must apologize to Sui, or I'll have no place left at Huaqing University. Beside him, Wang Jinxiang felt increasingly frustrated, pounding the floor with his fists bang, 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 hammering his anger into the stone cracks. Meanwhile, Sui remained standing in place, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calm, yet commanding, as if surveying the entire world. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at the boss lying at his feet. Though Shadow Fang Iron Fortress was a nightmare-level dungeon, to him it was merely a casual sightseeing trip, killing monsters in passing, leveling up effortlessly. In less than a minute, the Phoenix's sky-burning flames and vertical strikes rained down alternately. It wasn't even a warm-up before the boss's health bar was instantly depleted. Roar! The boss let out an incredulous wail as its massive body crashed to the ground, dying instantly in the blazing flames. Boss, I had 0 damage output the entire fight? Where did this freak come from? Please show mercy. Its dying system dialogue still echoed in the channel. Congratulations on clearing the first stage. Please proceed deeper. Only when the system notification sounded did everyone snap back to reality. According to Bai Ze's original plan, this tough battle should have taken at least 3 hours of grinding, but Sui had ended it in 1 minute with a mere wave of his hand. Too fast, brother, you're just too fast. Li Bai was the first to rush through the iron gate to Sui's side, clasping his hands together and bowing repeatedly, his eyes glowing with reverence. Sui raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. You're the fast one. Your whole family is fast. Oh my, this mouth of mine. Li Bai shuddered and quickly apologized with a forced smile. I meant you're too amazing, brother, divine powers that shake the heavens and earth. Sui found him annoying and waved him aside. Bai Ze was completely conquered by Sui. She secretly compared him to Gu Ziwan, the senior she once admired, who now seemed like trash in comparison. She pressed her hands tightly to her chest, her eyes full of stars. Sui. Shut up. Sui raised his hand to cut her off. The crowd surrounded him like he was nobility, radiating brilliance. This is my moment to show off, don't ruin it with your disgusting behavior, Bai Ze. He pointed a finger at Ming Wanqiu. I'm giving you a chance to become my little fangirl. Limited spots available, first come, first served. Bai Ze. Ming Wanqiu. Ming Wanqiu rolled her eyes. That was just the first boss. Even without you, we could have ground through it. The real test is still ahead, don't get too cocky. Sui was in high spirits, as if towering above all things. Let's go. Next stage. He thought to himself, today I'll show you what a real summoner can do. Due to the dungeon's special mechanics, all rewards were calculated at the final settlement, so everyone saved time on looting and headed straight through the prison to the second stage. The inner courtyard of the Iron Fortress came into view. What should have been a garden blooming with flowers was now a scorched wasteland. Scorching heat waves rolled through the air, leaving everyone drenched in sweat, with distorted thermal currents making their vision seem like looking through water. The next second, the charred earth began bubbling like boiling water, with patches of ground bulging and exploding. Countless fire elemental monsters crawled out from the cracks, their crimson magma-like flesh glowing with intense heat. Bai Ze's face turned pale as she sighed regretfully. We're done for. This is as far as we go. These are all fire elemental monsters, they're immune to fire damage. The Phoenix can't deal any damage at all. Bai Ze was absolutely right. In the scorching corridors of Shadowfang Iron Fortress, the air was so thick with fire elements it seemed to warp and twist. The blazing magma spirits before them were completely immune to fire damage. Even if a player could hurl fireballs capable of slaying gods, they wouldn't deal a single point of damage. Such was the cruel reality of elemental resistance. Su Yi's Phoenix companion specialized in fire-based burning attacks, but here it was as useless as trying to blow your nose by pulling your ears, completely ineffective, like a mute person watching a fire, desperate to help but unable to speak. Li Bai glanced at his teammates and suggested quietly, "What about Ming Wanqiu? She's a tri-elemental, major ice talents should counter them." Ming Wanqiu shook her head gravely. "I could fight them, but there are at least 1,000 monsters, each with 20,000 health points. My mana is limited. Fighting while managing mana recovery, how long would that take? Other teams that cleared this must have ground through it the same way, right?" Li Bai persisted. "It's different though," Bai Ze sighed. "They brought massive amounts of recovery potions, basically threw money and points at the problem. Fire elementals trigger chain reactions when disturbed. You can't fight in bursts. It has to be one continuous push. We're neither prepared nor willing to spend that many points." She looked around at everyone. "I think we should just give up and head back. No point wasting time." When faced with elemental counters, even the strongest could only surrender. It was like the animal chess game where elephants dominated everything except mice. The group shrugged, resigned to disappointment. But the next second, everyone's spine went cold. "Miss, have you decided what you'd like to eat?" The slimy voice exploded right next to Bai Zihuan's ear. She stiffly turned her neck. A dark green scaled serpent had raised its upper body, meeting her gaze directly. Its serpentine eyes gleamed with perverted excitement, tongue flicking rapidly in and out, reminiscent of those Animal Kingdom documentaries that begin with "Spring has arrived." "Ah!" Bai Zihuan shrieked, her pitch nearly drowning out the fire elemental's roar. How did Su Yi let this old pervert out again? Su Yi, her rage shot straight to the top of her head. "I'm reporting you for letting your pet harass this fairy maiden." Su Yi awkwardly scratched the back of his head. What was wrong with this candle dragon? It always fixated on Bai Zihuan. He'd summoned it to deal with the fire elementals, but it immediately started acting perverted. Then again, Bai Zihuan was like a fly in a spider's web. Her skin was so thick that needles couldn't pierce it and blades couldn't cut it. Only a creature with twisted aesthetics like the candle dragon would bother hitting on her. "Get back here." Su Yi grabbed the candle dragon's tail. "Deal with the problem in front of us first." Li Bai looked at the serpent and couldn't help asking, "Su Yi, I don't mean anything by this. I know you're strong, and I genuinely respect that. But it's just a snake. Your other pet is at least a phoenix. Won't this snake get roasted into jerky if it charges in there?" His question made Bai Zihuan nod repeatedly. "Just an old pervert," she snorted coldly. "Forget about animals. Even if it were human, what could someone obsessed with perverted behavior possibly accomplish? True powerhouses maintain strict self-discipline and moral boundaries. It's so small it wouldn't even make decent kindling." She waved dismissively. "Don't waste time. These fire elementals aren't something we can handle." "All right, that's it. Su Yi, you can have all the points. We're completely convinced." At this moment, Zhulong first glanced at the blazing fire elemental, then turned to look at Bai Zihua, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "Miss, are you having some trouble?" Bai Zihua snorted coldly. "None of your business. If I could help you solve this, would you honor me with dinner?" "You? What a joke." Bai Zihua raised her hand and pointed to the sky. "I'd say you're nowhere near as good as the phoenix." Zhulong responded with an expressionless "oh," muttering to himself. "I didn't expect my ranking to drop so much from barely appearing." As his words fell, his form suddenly began to expand. 1 meter, 10 meters, 30 meters. In an instant, he transformed into a massive crimson dragon that blotted out the sky. His enormous dragon head reared up, releasing a thunderous roar toward the heavens like a scarlet sword piercing the firmament. Wind rose from the earth, clouds emerged from the mountains, clouds churned tenfold, toppling peaks. Thunder from 1,000 li and lightning from 10,000 li exploded simultaneously. The towering Zhulong commanded respect without anger, his domineering presence making Ming Wanqiu, Bai Zihua, and the others feel suffocated. Wang Jinxiang had the most dramatic reaction, dropping to his knees with a thud and kowtowing repeatedly. "A dragon! A legendary dragon!" Li Bai swallowed hard. "Holy shit! What a master of deception! I need to properly apologize to this Dragano faking it. No games, a sincere apology." Ming Wanqiu's face went pale with fright, nearly falling over. "This completely changes my understanding of Su Yi again." Bai Zihua stood with her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. The next second, Zhulong dove down and breathed forth torrential floods. The waves rose high as city walls, surging like 1,000 charging cavalry, instantly engulfing the fire elemental completely. Then, his eyes focused and cold air emanated from his pupils. In just one breath, the towering flood froze solid. The massive ice block appeared ethereally white and piercingly cold, with flames sealed inside, creating the spectacle of fire burning within ice. The overwhelming chill made everyone struggle to breathe, their hearts cold and eyes stinging. After the transformation, Zhulong's form suddenly shrank back to about 1 meter, coiling around Bai Ze's neck with a smile. Miss, may I now invite you to dinner? My master is quite skilled at cooking, and he lives alone, so it won't be inconvenient. Bai Ze replied. Are you never going to stop? You didn't even kill the fire elemental. What's the point of just trapping it? Though still awed by the dragon's form, she raised an eyebrow pragmatically. That's it? Using bullets as cannonballs and wash basins as cooking pots, not much skill there. Trapping the fire elemental is useless. We still can't clear the stage. The others nodded in agreement. Exactly. So what if your battle pet is a dragon? Where's the damage? If you can't kill the fire elemental, stop showing off. All flash and no substance. Zhulong burst into laughter. Don't rush. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as the countdown ended, a thunderous boom shook the heavens. The entire ice block instantly shattered. Countless ice crystals scattered in all directions, covering the entire inner courtyard in a layer of snow white. And that fire elemental that had been giving everyone such a headache was completely annihilated. Shock, terror, bewilderment, horror. If life is a series of shocks, then Phoenix's strike just now had nearly depleted Bai Ze and the other's entire lifetime quota of astonishment in one go, while Zhulong had even overdrafted their shares for the next life. Seas of fire surged, floods poured backward, and frost instantly crystallized into sharp spikes. Zhulong's triple elemental fusion took merely 10 seconds to obliterate over 1,000 fire elementals on the battlefield into dust. Li Bai's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, as he squeezed out a hoarse cry from his throat. Even more monstrous than Phoenix. There wasn't even elemental restraint at play. While Phoenix would need some effort to clear the field, this dragon only needed 10 seconds. Mind you, they were tackling a nightmare-level dungeon that should have been nerve-wracking at every step. Yet now there was no tension whatsoever. Wang Jinxiang continued his devout kowtowing, as if the spectacular scene had nothing to do with him. Ming Wanqiu's face turned pale. Phoenix, who had defeated the first boss in 1 minute, was already demonic enough. Now an even more ferocious Zhulong had emerged, constantly breaking new ground in absurdity. Bai Ze's expression changed drastically, as if a sharp arrowhead had pierced her heart, making her breath catch. She stared blankly at the fire elementals littering the ground, her mind screaming. What just happened? How is this snake so overpowered? She instinctively looked up at Su Yi, only to see him holding Phoenix with complete nonchalance. Bai Ze swallowed hard. Had Su Yi already become numb to this? As for herself, she was truly stunned. My lady, may I invite you to dinner? Zhulong's courteous voice echoed through the air. Bai Ze looked dazed. Ah, excellent. I'll take that as a yes. Zhulong was pleased with himself. Su Yi rolled his eyes. Whatever floats your boat. Ming Wanqiu approached Su Yi, pointing at Phoenix and asking cautiously, may I hold it? Su Yi shrugged apologetically. Unfortunately, he has social anxiety. What the hell kind of social anxiety? Could you come up with a more believable excuse? Ming Wanqiu nearly rolled her eyes. Su Yi persisted. However, you could hug me, which would be like indirectly hugging him. It's called striking the mountain to hit the bull. Hey, don't leave. Ridiculous. Ming Wanqiu huffed and walked straight toward the interior of Shadowfang Keep. The group crossed the scorched courtyard, stepping on the gravel path into the keep's great hall. Long tables were arranged in rows, plates stacked high, with steam and the aroma of meat filling the air. In the center of the hall sat a man in a high-backed chair, rugged features, presence like a mountain. In stark contrast to his steady demeanor, dark liquid continuously seeped from around his body, dripping down the chair legs and pooling at his feet into a writhing mass of viscous black water, as if alive. The second boss had arrived. Su Yi raised his hand and cast Identify. Blackwater Executioner, Nightmare-level boss. Health, 80,000. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 1,200. Movement speed, 500. Attack speed, 700. Skill, Assimilation. Blackwater Executioner releases black water. Once enemies step on it, they become entangled by the dark liquid, losing control for 5 seconds and automatically attacking allies. Skill, Race Against Time. The Blackwater Slayer releases a spherical black liquid that, upon hitting an enemy, will envelop them. If teammates cannot break the sphere within 5 seconds, it will result in an instant kill. Skill, Split. The Blackwater Slayer uses black liquid to create duplicates of itself and hides among them. Su Yi scanned through all the skill descriptions and instinctively drew a sharp breath. Though this boss had a short health bar, every single move was torturous. The third skill, Assimilation, was particularly deadly. If someone slipped and stepped on the black liquid, they would immediately turn around and stab their teammates in the back. If Assimilation stacked with Race Against Time, any team would face total annihilation. The final split skill made all veteran players grit their teeth in frustration. Just when you thought you defeated the boss in front of you, you discover it was merely a complete waste of effort, like encountering a fake Monkey King with Flash. In summary, this stage tested positioning, teamwork, and a bit of luck you had to ensure you killed the real boss. Bai Ze adjusted his glasses and transformed into a dungeon encyclopedia, adding, according to intel from previous clearing teams, this boss gives no preparation time after falling. The next one immediately takes over. It's a relay battle. As his words fell, everyone turned to look at Su-yi in unison. Originally, the group had planned to take down just one boss and retreat, but Su-yi had led the team to the second stage in mere minutes. Naturally, everyone wanted to hear his opinion. Could they fight? How should they fight? Su-yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze carrying lofty contempt, full of mockery, mischief, and curiosity. I don't need teammates. Bai Ze nearly choked on those words, internally roaring. Fine, fine, fine. You, Su-yi, don't need teammates, but if we disband, the system will eject you from the dungeon too. Li Bai forced a humble smile. We seem somewhat redundant. Wang Jinxiang simply dropped to his knees. Say no more, let me bow to you. Ming Wanqiu crossed her arms, her tone icy. Should I leave then? Su-yi burst into laughter. What I mean is, you all stay far away. Killing bosses is as easy as waving my hand. But if any of you steps on assimilation and turns to stab me, I can't guarantee I won't lose my temper. Let me be clear, when I'm angry, I really will fight back. You understand, right? Li Bai immediately grasped the essence and raised his hand. We'll retreat from the hall right now and leave the entire stage to the master. Quick retreat, don't hold him back. Bai Ze snorted but could only give up, kicking Wang Jinxiang as he went. Stop bowing and get out of here. With the teammates gone, only Su-yi and his two divine pets remained in the dungeon. Zhulong and Phoenix. The Blackwater Slayer emerged from the shadows, its hoarse voice echoing through the hall. Are you here for business or pleasure? Su-yi hadn't expected the boss to have an opening line. He sneered. I'm here to wreck the place. With a casual wave, he commanded, attack. After we finish this one, the next won't escape either. Before his words finished, the Blackwater Slayer launched split first. Black liquid exploded, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 identical figures filled the battlefield. Guess which one is me? Su-yi couldn't be bothered to respond and crudely shouted. Guess my ass. Kill them all. Zhulong roared, and thunderbolts crashed down from the heavens. It was frantic with worry, still thinking about Bai Ze, who had been kicked out of the dungeon even a second apart, was unbearable. Phoenix immediately spread its wings and soared high, blazing flames sweeping across, turning the entire hall into a sea of fire. Kill, 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 rumble. A thunderbolt from Zhulong pierced through the air, striking down from above. Lightning danced wildly like serpents tearing through the sky, crackling and striking the bosses overhead, instantly weaving a deadly electric net, while explosive roars echoed between the stone walls. Immediately after, a piercing screech cut through the thunder. The phoenix spread its wings as flames engulfed everything, fire waves surging like angry tides, sweeping across the entire battlefield wave after wave, distorting even the air with their heat. The crimson flames burned so intensely they turned a wild black. Su-yi stood at the storm's center, a cold smile curling his lips. I don't care which one's real or fake. Wherever I, Su-yi, go, all life withers. The combined assault of Zhulong and the phoenix was like mountains collapsing and seas raging. The boss's health bars visibly plummeted. In panic, the Blackwater assassin spewed endless black liquid, instantly flooding the entire hall until there was nowhere left to stand. Su-yi remained motionless. There was nowhere to hide anyway. He had already evacuated all his teammates. Otherwise, chaos would have erupted. Now, he alone remained in the arena. The black liquid crept up his boots, quickly assimilating and briefly taking control of his body, but found no targets to assassinate. With its attack failing, the Blackwater assassin flew into a rage, forming a pitch-black liquid orb and hurling it down to completely engulf Su-yi. But before any transformation could occur, Zhulong's lightning pillar and the phoenix's sea of fire had already battered the boss to a pulp, killing it on the spot. As the boss collapsed, the spherical black liquid shattered with a bang, becoming powerless puddles on the ground. Su-yi disgustedly shook off the black liquid. Pathetic thing, just got me all wet. To others, a boss that would take an entire day, or even 2 days with bad luck, was nothing more than a corn chip, to him crushed in just a couple of cracks. If those 3 previous teams knew that Su-yi had solo killed the Blackwater assassin in under 2 minutes, they'd probably throw themselves in the trash from shame. Truly, comparisons make you want to throw things away, and comparing people can kill you. What a world of difference. Su-yi threw back his head and laughed. Zhulong, awesome. Phoenix, amazing. Classic of mountains and seas system, top tier. Then he shouted loudly. Give me a boss that can last 3 minutes, will you? This is so boring. At that moment, Bai Ze and the others rushed back into the hall. Seeing the massive corpse, they all stood slack-jawed. The boss is dead, they stammered. Li Bai gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're incredible. My admiration for you flows like the mighty yellow river, unstoppable. Dragon in your left hand. Phoenix in your right, what masterful control. Wang Jinxiang was even more direct, dropping to his knees. Nothing more to say, let me bow to you again. The next second, the entire hall suddenly shook violently, as if something weighing 10,000 tons was charging toward them. Creak-groan, a side door was pulled open. A short, fat youth under a meter tall, covered in grime, stepped out. With each step he took, he left footprints 5 centimeters deep in the ground. Boom, boom. The thunderous roar echoed through the hall as the ceiling lights swayed and buzzed. A short, fat man stood before the group, his mouth stretched into a grin that revealed a row of mottled yellow teeth. He clutched a greasy pig's trotter in his hand, chewing loudly as the nauseating smell of meat filled the air, making everyone wrinkle their noses in disgust. Su Yi's eyes sharpened. This was the third boss Bai Ze had mentioned earlier. Strangely though, there wasn't even a trace of a health bar above the creature's head. Bai Ze licked his dry lips and whispered, "Gluttony boss." Li Bai raised an eyebrow. "What's his deal? Why doesn't he have a health bar?" Teams that cleared this shared intel, Bai Ze quickly explained. "This guy can't be killed, all damage is useless. You can only crush him. We have to literally crush him to death with weight." "What do you mean?" Li Bai looked confused. Bai Ze pointed around the hall, which was piled high with burgers, cheese, fatty beef, and buckets of fried chicken, mountains of food everywhere. "See all this? It's all high-fat, high-calorie stuff. We need to eat ourselves fat so we can use our body weight to crush him into paste." Li Bai's eyes widened as he looked at the cracked and pitted floor beneath the boss's feet. He cursed. "Who's crushing who here? This thing might be small, but it's heavy as hell. How long would we have to eat to outweigh him? This is ridiculous." Bai Ze shrugged. "That's why I suggested giving up. The teams that cleared this level ate themselves into pigs. They couldn't look at food for a month without throwing up." Ming Wanqiu shuddered, protectively clutching his belt. "I don't want to get fat as a ball." The group exchanged glances. In this entire dungeon, Su Yi was the only one who could actually deal damage. The rest were basically extras. Getting no benefits while sacrificing their figures just wasn't worth it. However, boom, like tons of explosives detonating simultaneously or lightning striking as mountains collapsed, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted. Bai Ze and the others spun around to see. The gluttony boss was dead. Bai Ze, Li Bai, Ming Wanqiu. Wang Jinxiang instinctively raised his gun. Bang, bang, bang. What happened? How did the boss die? Li Bai's brow furrowed into a tight knot, his voice hoarse. Bai Ze's face went pale, his lips trembling. "Impossible. We didn't eat a single bite. How did he just drop dead?" Ming Wanqiu looked terrified, his voice shaking. I saw Sui kill him. But this boss is immune to damage." Bai Ze cried out. "Dragons, phoenixes, nothing works. She can only be crushed to death. It's written in the rules." Ming Wanqiu swallowed hard, his voice nearly breaking. He just threw a glove and crushed the boss flat." "A glove?" Bai Ze mechanically turned towards Sui. Sui was bending down, picking up a black glove from what was now a bloody, mangled meat pancake. He casually brushed off the chunks of fatty meat and calmly put the glove back on his right hand. The young man flashed a white-toothed grin. "This boss is pathetic. How'd even handle the weight of my glove and got crushed to death. Nightmare-level dungeon? What a joke." Bai Ze, Li Bai, Ming Wanqiu, and Wang Jinxiang were completely petrified. Su Yi chuckled softly, his fingertips tracing the patterns on the back of his hand as the system-inscribed text glowed faintly. "Gravity gloves. Weight of 100,000 pounds. A boss that couldn't be fought and could only be crushed by weight had literally walked into this thing's line of fire." After finishing off the boss, Su Yi continued deeper into the dungeon. Su Yi had already walked far away. Bai Ze and the others remained frozen in place, their minds buzzing with shock, pure, overwhelming shock. That boss, immune to all damage and supposedly only defeatable by crushing, had been turned into mincemeat by a casual flick of Su Yi's lightweight glove. How much could a glove possibly weigh? Probably not even an ounce. If that was all it took, then all those teams who had fought tooth and nail to clear this stage had been utterly screwed. Bai Ze swallowed hard. Looking at Su Yi again, he felt this person not only had explosive combat power but intelligence that left everyone else in the dust. If you could weigh that brain, it would probably be 2 pounds heavier than a normal person's. He shuddered violently, feeling his heart hanging by a thread from his rear and absolutely terrifying. Li Bai shook his head with a bitter smile. "We fear what we cannot comprehend. This guy's thigh is so thick and slippery, we can't even grab onto it." Seeing everyone standing around dazed, Ming Wanqiu quickly called out, "Hurry up and follow." Su Yi's already gone. Only then did everyone snap back to reality, hastily leaving the hall and squeezing through a side door into the dark spiral staircase. Footsteps and heavy breathing echoed in the narrow passage, the stone walls damp and cold. Moments later, they burst onto the city wall. The wall beneath their feet was about 2 meters wide, stretching 100 meters, with an isolated tower standing opposite them. Just then, suspended in midair, was a massive western dragon, its body a deep emerald green, spanning across the sky. The dragon's muscles were knotted and powerful, its neck as thick as an ancient tree, its horn skull adorned with menacing ridges. Rows of razor-sharp teeth gleamed coldly through its saliva, while its serpentine tail ended in bone spikes that glinted with deadly intent. Its limbs were like stone pillars, and enormous bat-like wings spread from its back. Scales layered upon scales covered its body, with only the neck and belly lacking armor. Golden vertical pupils fixed deadly on the group, blocking the essential path to the tower with perfect precision. A Western dragon. Bai Ze gasped. Hidden boss, this is trouble. There's a hidden boss. Li Bai's voice trembled. Bai Ze nodded. The previous clearing teams all encountered it. It breathes fire from the air flames hot enough to melt the city wall into lava. It never lands, has explosive damage output, and you can't even scratch it. They tried sprinting to the tower during its patrol gaps and still got chased around like headless chickens, nearly wiping out completely. Li Bai shivered all over. That fierce. This time is even worse. Bai Ze smiled bitterly. Look, it's not patrolling anymore, just hovering right in the middle of the path. One breath of dragon fire creates an impassable wall of death. Sui, did you hear that? It's got us in its sights. We should retreat, just chalk it up to bad luck. However, Sui completely ignored this analysis. He looked up at the dragon, his expression full of disdain, a cowardly creature that only dared to fight from air to ground, yet had the audacity to show off in front of a true Chinese dragon. He casually patted the Zhulong on his shoulder, his tone serious. Did you hear that? You're a dragon, and so is that thing. Someone says Western dragons are so powerful they're unbeatable. Do you accept that? Does it make you angry? Zhulong raised its head and roared, waves of fire rolling forth as flames lit up between its scales one by one. Sui sneered. When it comes to dirty tricks, we might not match those Western dogs. But in honest combat, even if China were just a mouse, we'd dare to take on their cat. The strong remain strong, no matter how much they boast. Let's settle this with real combat. Zhulong, you are the revered deity of ancient China. You cannot let the Western dragon's dominance remain buried in the souls of the Chinese people. I need you to destroy that Western dragon for me, burst its bubble of pride, and crush its arrogance underfoot. Do you have the confidence? Among all dragons, I alone reign supreme. Foreign barbarians die. Sui roared, and Zhulong responded with a thunderous howl toward the heavens. Instantly, dark clouds churned, and draconic might pressed outward like a tangible force. Its roar piercing the sky, the slumbering dragon had awakened, its cry shaking 1,000 mountains. Zhulong's scales bristled slightly, crimson light wreathing its body, its aura nearly tearing apart the very fabric of space. It locked eyes with the Western dragon, the air stretched taut like a bowstring, hatred crackling like lightning in the void. Bai Ze watched from afar, shaking his head silently. Why provoke it? Even other teams who've cleared dungeons wouldn't dare touch that Western dragon. What's Sui trying to prove? Li Bai sighed. I think we should hide for a while and wait for that beast to leave on its own. Why be so stubborn? Wang Jinxiang had wanted to kowtow and beg for mercy, but instead found himself staring up in a daze, his gaze darting between the two drastically different dragons. Ming Wanxiu was filled with doubt. Western dragons had existed in this world since ancient times, while Chinese dragons had always been mere legends. Though she witnessed Sui summoning Zhulong today, she still didn't favor the latter's chances. It was like a veteran champion boxer facing a rookie. Experience and skill would clearly show the difference. If everyone voted with their feet, they would naturally expect the Western dragon to win decisively. However, as a transmigrator, Sui knew the truth. Chinese dragons were the true rulers of dragonkind. Western dragons only dared bully mortals, and even dragon slayers could hunt them down. But Chinese dragons? From commoners to immortals, who could truly kill one? Unless they encountered some extraordinarily unlucky circumstance like having their tendons pulled and bones stripped. Moreover, Zhulong was a primordial dragon from the dawn of creation. How could any ordinary lesser dragon compare? Two mighty dragons from different civilizations faced off in the sky. The Western dragon struck first, its chest swelling like a furnace, light and heat gathering frantically behind its black fangs. In the next instant, a torrent of blazing fire erupted forth, so brilliant it seemed ready to burn the entire sky into a sea of flames. Scorching heat swept across the earth, everyone's hair standing on end, their hearts plunging into an icy abyss. With such coverage, Zhulong couldn't possibly dodge. Sui's dragon is about to be roasted into jerky. Before Bai Ze could finish speaking, Li Bai suddenly cried out, "Holy shit!" Sui's dragon disappeared. The Western dragon missed. As the flames dispersed, everyone was shocked. Zhulong had torn through dimensional space to emerge elsewhere. Bai Ze's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, rending space. This is nothing short of a miracle. The Western dragon was momentarily stunned, then its chest began to swell again. Zhulong laughed wildly. That's it? No other tricks? How boring. Die. It beat its wings, creating a tornado, the violent airflow lifting the Western dragon high into the sky. That massive body was like a plastic bag caught in the wind, losing all balance, its dragon fire spraying chaotically with barely a tenth of its original power. Thunder and lightning. Zhulong roared, and storm clouds gathered instantly, bolt after bolt of lightning crashing down. Each strike hammered against the Western Dragon's thick scales, blasting charred cracks across its armor. The Western Dragon convulsed violently, no longer breathing fire, only foaming at the mouth, its screams reaching a pitch of absolute agony. The final lightning bolt struck, thunder still echoing across the sky. The Western Dragon's eye showed only terror now, its massive body trembling and cowering. It mustered all its strength and fled. The crowd below stood frozen in shock. In their deeply ingrained perception, Western dragons had always represented invincibility. Yet this massive beast that had been roaring ferociously just moments ago was now being brutally beaten by the Zhulong that Su Yi had summoned, fleeing pathetically toward the sky. It had chickened out. Hiss impossible, absolutely impossible. Bai Ze gasped, his face written with disbelief. Its health bar isn't even depleted yet. Li Bai's face was paler than a corpse, his features twisted and body trembling violently, as if his soul had been forcibly ripped away. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. A Chinese dragon actually crushing a Western dragon. This is beyond belief. Dragon bro, let me bow to you. Wang Jinxiang suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, his eyes red with emotion. Ming Wanqiu felt his limbs go cold, terror washing over him from all directions. Chinese dragons were actually this powerful. Meanwhile, Su Yi simply looked up at the sky quietly, his heart completely calm. What was a Western dragon anyway? It was nothing compared to Zhulong. Su Yi, will not only redefine what it means to be a summoner, but Zhulong will also restore the reputation of Chinese dragons, he thought to himself with quiet determination. The Zhulong hovering in midair was also stunned. It never expected the Western dragon to turn tail and run in the middle of battle, without even the resolve to fight to the death rather than live in shame. How could it call itself a dragon? Even a dog knew to bite desperately to protect its master. Su Yi's deep, resonant voice rolled across every corner of the dungeon. Don't talk to me about not pursuing a cornered enemy. We're going to beat this dog while it's down. Zhulong nodded, swept its massive tail, and shot forward like lightning in pursuit. Bai Ze and the others rushed to Su Yi's side, only able to gaze at the golden-red dragon's silhouette in the sky and express their heartfelt admiration. Amazing, truly amazing. Who would have thought Chinese dragons were this incredibly powerful? That Western dragon was pathetic, haha. Su Yi stood with the composure of mountains and deep waters, his presence profound. Have some confidence. No matter what kind of monster it is, you only know its true strength after testing it. What you fear isn't the Western dragon itself, but the ideas others have drilled into you. Western dragons are nothing special, just paper tigers. Everyone nodded silently, pride surging in their chests. They had witnessed firsthand a Chinese dragon trampling a Western dragon into the dust. In the sky, a massive shadow dove downward. Zhulong dragged the barely alive corpse of the Western dragon and slammed it into the ground, the hurricane from its wings nearly knocking everyone over. What did I tell you? Said I'd step on your face, and I stepped on your face. Su Yi strode forward and planted his foot on the Western dragon's skull, his wild laughter deafening. Putting a Western dragon in this dungeon is basically giving away free experience. Zhulong spat out a mouthful of dark golden dragon blood with disgust. Absolutely worthless. Running away when losing, what a disgrace to dragons. Su Yi nodded with satisfaction. That's exactly the kind of disdain we need. With the hidden boss dealt with, everyone continued deeper. They descended from the tower and entered the iron fortress. Ghostly flames flickered in the corridors as various minions swarmed toward them. Su Yi's blade flashed once and crushed them all. Kill, kill, kill. What else? Save them for the new year. Zhulong and the Phoenix moved front and back like two terrifying bulldozers, eliminating enemies one by one, wiping out entire groups instantly. The fortress's stone walls cracked and blood mist scattered everywhere. Everyone watched numbly. These two divine beasts' combat power had long surpassed human imagination, and being surprised would only be embarrassing themselves. Especially Bai Ze, who wanted to copy other teams' strategies whenever encountering new situations. But none of that worked with Su Yi. Su Yi fought purely based on his mood, however he wanted, never even glancing at others' guides. With real strength, you could afford to be reckless and just have fun. Ever since Zhulong killed the Western dragon, Bai Ze finally shut up. They obediently followed behind Su Yi like walking corpses, which was perfectly fine. After all, Bai Ze and the others didn't need to lift a finger. The Candle Dragon and Phoenix had already cleared the path ahead so thoroughly that not even a single minor monster remained. On their way to the final boss, the team encountered two more blocking bosses, but the outcome was predictable. The Candle Dragon and Phoenix struck together, ending each battle instantly. Before long, everyone reached the basement of Shadow Fang Iron Fortress. This was a circular library combined with a chemistry laboratory. Bookshelves lined the walls, test tubes and distillation equipment crowded the long tables, and lamplight refracted eerie cold glimmers through the glass walls of potion bottles. In the center, an elderly man in a white lab coat rapidly flipped through books while comparing experimental data. The final boss, the mad scientist. Bai Ze's heart raced. If they could defeat this monster, his name would appear on the electronic screen in the dungeon hall for the entire school to admire. Although he had barely contributed throughout the journey, only gaining shock and chills, that sense of achievement still made him unconsciously lift his chin. He even wanted to immediately urge Su-yi, hurry up and attack, finish it in one wave. Su-yi raised his hand and cast identification, blue light enveloping the mad scientist as his attributes instantly appeared. Mad scientist, level 30, nightmare tier boss. HP, 200,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 1,500. Movement speed, 700. Attack speed, 500. Skill, when brave warriors meet on a narrow path, randomly designates an enemy target to drink either red or green potion, choosing one of two. One bottle contains deadly poison. If the chosen target drinks the poison one, they die instantly. The mad scientist himself is immune to toxins due to his special constitution. Skill, splash stacks poison on enemies. When 5 stacks accumulate, it immediately explodes, dealing 1,500 damage and spreading the same effect to surrounding areas. Skill, random potion randomly selects and uses one of 4 potions. Restore health, increase attack, increase defense, increase attack speed. Skill, release the hounds randomly revives one Shadow Fang Iron Fortress boss to fight alongside him. After scanning the attributes, Su-yi raised an eyebrow. Interesting. If the random potion draws attack speed and combines with the 5-stack poison from Splash, it'll explode incredibly fast. He speculated that teams who had cleared this before must have had decent equipment, with all members taking turns to accumulate 4 poison stacks while desperately preventing the 5th stack from triggering. Otherwise, the chain explosions would overwhelm any healer. As for Release the Hounds, they just needed someone tanky to absorb the damage while others focused on the boss. The real trouble was when brave warriors meet on a narrow path of 50-50 choice, pure luck, and whoever got picked was doomed. Su-yi, how do we fight this? Ming Wanqiu couldn't help asking. Su-yi shrugged. No strategy is the best strategy. Charge directly, focus fire, and push through to the end. Huh? That brutal? Aren't you considering his skills? What if you get picked to drink the wrong potion? Ming Wanqiu's eyes widened. Don't worry about all that. Let's finish this and go home. As long as I don't get picked, this boss is guaranteed. Su-yi's tone was light as he raised his sword and charged in first. Everyone understood they were essentially using their lives to dilute the probability. Let's go. Our strategy is chaotic slaughter. With this battle cry, Li Bai and Wang Jinxiang became fired up, howling with excitement. Wang Jinxiang charged forward first, shield bashing the mad scientist and successfully establishing aggro. The moment they made contact, the mad scientist raised his withered finger and spoke indifferently. Please choose a potion. Su-yi. Su-yi was completely stunned at this moment. Wang Jinxiang had clearly been the first to charge at the monster, yet the boss specifically targeted him to drink the potion, as if deliberately singling him out. What made it worse was that this time he couldn't even be a bystander. Everyone in the dungeon froze simultaneously. Their worst fear had come true. Su-yi had been called out, and right at the start of the fight no less. Su-yi took a deep breath, as if trying to exhale both the helplessness and rage from his chest. I choose red, he said through gritted teeth. Green? That color just looked unsettling. Incorrect choice. The system's cold notification flashed by. Without further hesitation, Su-yi simply threw both swords to the ground. Just as he was about to explain, his health bar instantly dropped to 0, and he was kicked from the dungeon. Holy crap! Li Bai exploded over the voice channel. Our leader just died like that. Bai Ze slumped his shoulders, his voice deflated like a punctured balloon. It's over. How are we supposed to fight now? The dragon and phoenix summons disappeared along with Su-yi, leaving the team down 3 fighters. Wang Jinxiang shouted at the top of his lungs. Don't just stand there. We've already engaged. Fight as much as we can. Everyone snapped back to reality, half-heartedly casting skills at the boss. Bai Ze sighed inwardly. Clearing the dungeon with their current setup was virtually impossible. The teams that had succeeded before all had full sets of activated gear, complete with gems, enchantments, and runes. In contrast, their group aside from Ming Wanqiu, who was barely decent, looked like a ragtag army in military surplus coats. He had originally fantasized about clearing the dungeon and making history, having his name appear in Huaqing University records, but now those hopes were completely dashed. Li Bai continued shouting. Old Wang, hold the line. I'll heal you. Obviously, I'm the tank. Wang Jinxiang's words were cut short as he caught sight of the 2 long swords slowly rising from the ground, their tips pointing directly at the boss. He jolted in shock, his voice cracking. What the hell is that? Weapons can fly by themselves. Bai Ze stared in disbelief, her voice deep with awe. Flying weapons? Those have to be at least king tier. Ming Wanqiu's pupils contracted sharply as she shouted. Those are the swords Su Yi dropped before getting kicked out. Li Bai was confused. What do you mean? He wants us to take them back to him. Ming Wanqiu shook her head. No, those two swords seem like they want to help us. As they spoke, Bai Ze quickly moved aside to clear some space. The two longs were sewn black, one red hovered in the air. The black blade was dark and cold, the red blade bright crimson. They unleashed waves of sword light, like falling snow. The black sword light was sinister and cunning, its sword energy creating visible ripples in the air wherever it passed, as if crushing the very atmosphere. In an instant, the expensive decorations in the basement were shredded to pieces, and a straight crack appeared across the wall. Under the dark, crescent moon-like sword intent, the world lost its color, the entire scene drained of light. Bai Ze's eyes widened, almost forgetting to breathe. After all, she was a swordsman herself. She could tell the quality of a blade at a glance. The damage unleashed by this black longsword made her, a swordsman herself, feel like she'd been living a lie. Dark energy surged along the blade as a single basic attack dealt a staggering 1,000 damage, hitting the boss's health bar like a cannonball. Even more terrifying was that the sword operated completely autonomously, circling the boss and slashing relentlessly, while Bai Ze stood there dumbfounded. But the next second, the damage suddenly dropped to 200. Bai Ze rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was seeing things. Just then, Ming Wanqiu applied a burn effect to the boss, and the black sword's damage shot back up to 4 digits. The wild fluctuations felt like riding a roller coaster. Bai Ze shifted her attention to the other crimson longsword. This blade emanated a steady, noble radiance, its crimson glow rising through the void like a full moon's light, accompanied by clear sword songs that sounded like bloodthirsty battle cries. The sword swept through the air, a red streak tearing through space with sharp whistling sounds as it struck the boss directly. The red light was mesmerizing, triggering critical hits with remarkable consistency and maintaining steady 400 damage. While it lacked the black sword's shocking volatility, it provided a reassuring sense of reliability. These two distinctly different longswords coexisted like ice and fire, complementing each other perfectly on the battlefield. Bai Ze's heart raced as an almost unbelievable thought crossed her mind. Could these two swords be from the same set? She forced herself to focus back on the boss. At this moment, the entire team was enduring 4-stack splash damage, and their overall equipment was mediocre at best. Fortunately, Li Bai, their paladin healer, was tough enough to pull the main tank Wang Jinxiang back from death's door with a well-timed invincibility spell. Meanwhile, Ming Wanqiu unleashed his full power. As a provincial top scorer and an unparalleled tri-element mage, all his premium equipment came from his 5-star general father. Ming Qingzong maxed critical gems and damage enchantments that represented the current level cap. Fire rings, ice spikes, and arcane missiles flew simultaneously, and even the naked eye could see the boss's health bar deflating like a punctured balloon. The team finally stabilized, their damage output flowing like a burst dam. Watching University Dungeon Hall, Su Yi stood with crossed arms outside the teleportation gate, his expression indifferent, showing no concern about being kicked out of the dungeon by the boss's 2 king-tier twin swords remained inside, dealing massive damage. And as long as Bai Ze's team didn't throw, and with Ming Wanqiu's help, clearing the dungeon wasn't impossible. What truly annoyed him was the circle of students around him chattering with cold mockery. Haha, I told you this team was just for fun. Wiped out after just half an hour? Couldn't even get past the first stage's berserk, ape minions. Summoners are such trash, yet he dared to run a nightmare dungeon. Ridiculous. Bro, I overestimated your standards, wasted 5,000 points for nothing. TSK. Watching University really admits all kinds of weirdos. Embarrassing. Su Yi's gaze remained clear as he met their stares and calmly uttered 2 words. Shut up. The upperclassmen were taken aback. This freshman had some nerve. Just as they prepared to unleash a verbal assault, upbeat music suddenly filled the dungeon hall as system announcements began flooding the screen. Everyone froze in shock. Announcements? What announcements? Just as the students in the dungeon hall were treating Su Yi with cold indifference and sharp sarcasm, explosive music suddenly burst from the ceiling above. The rhythm was intense and passionate, like a blazing fire rushing straight at them. The freshmen looked at each other in confusion, unsure what this melody signified, but all the upperclassmen froze in unison. This was the victory anthem that only played when a dungeon completion record was broken. Who is it? Who's that incredible? Holy crap, another prodigy has emerged. Huaqing's dungeons have been cleared countless times. To break a record these days is absolutely amazing. Excited chatter erupted through the crowd as someone speculated. Could it be that a nightmare-level dungeon was cleared? Don't be ridiculous. Another upperclassman flipped through his materials. Only Shadowfang Fortress is currently running, and Su Yi was already kicked out. Where would a nightmare-level completion come from? Haha, it's only been an hour. You're telling me Nightmare Shadowfang Fortress was cleared? That's not even enough time to finish the first wave of minions. Chill. Quiet. The announcement will come soon. Everyone perked up their ears. At that moment, several flashes of white light appeared beside Su Yiming Wanqiu, Bai Ze, Li Bai, and Wang Jinxiang materialized one by one. All four wore grave expressions and remained silent. Bai Ze especially had suppressed excitement written across his brow, as if he were both shocked and thrilled, stunned by some tremendous impact. Before the broadcast began, the surrounding upperclassmen were already laughing. See? They all got kicked out. Couldn't even pass the first wave of minions. What a waste of points. This year's students are really getting worse and worse. After Gu Ziyuan's class, there's been a real talent drought. They pointed at Su Yi and his group. Look at those expressions like their mothers died, completely questioning their existence. Su Yi raised an eyebrow with a cold smile and pointed at one of the male students with puffy eyes and a soft physique. The guy was covered in designer brands, but gave off an air of pretentious superficiality. What's your name, upperclassman? Su Yi asked. Gu Zixing. The man lifted his chin proudly. You can tell from the name Gu Ziyuan is my older brother. Third place in Nightmare level Shadow Fang Fortress completion, that's my bro. Su Yi sneered. There's about to be a fourth place. What? Gu Zixing was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You couldn't even beat the minions. What are you being stubborn about? The music suddenly cut off as the prelude ended. A gentle female voice came through the speakers above the hall. Attention, all students, congratulations. The Nightmare level dungeon, Shadow Fang Fortress, has been completed for the fourth time in Huaqing University's history. Whoosh. The air seemed instantly sucked out as shock, amazement, bewilderment, and trembling spread through the crowd of students. Those who had just been mocking Su Yi stood with mouths agape wide enough to fit a fist, souls scattered and spirits floating, unable to believe their own ears. As a sophomore upperclassman, Gu Zixing was still somewhat less capable than his senior brother Gu Ziyuan, but he had at least seen his share of the world. When the announcement declared that someone had cleared the Nightmare level Shadow Fang Keep, he fixed his gaze on Su Yi and his team. A buzzing sound echoed through the loudspeaker, and everyone fell silent. Gu Zixing looked toward the source of the sound and saw Su Yi standing with his hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, his arrogant gaze piercing into Gu Zixing's heart like a nail. Gu Zixing's teeth chattered audibly, as if his very soul was screaming, felt an indescribable terror enveloping the entire dungeon hall. It wasn't just Gu Zixing. The surrounding students all gasped in unison. Everyone knew that the only team currently challenging the Nightmare level Shadow Fang Keep was Su Yi's group. Since the broadcast announced the dungeon had been cleared, didn't that mean Su Yi and his team had actually succeeded? Is this for real? The Huaqing University announcer isn't pulling our leg, is he? Holy shit, cleared? How is that even possible? Exactly. Their equipment isn't even that good. How could they clear it? Did they adjust the difficulty without telling us? Discussions erupted everywhere as many people slapped their own faces, wondering if they were still dreaming. Suddenly, someone smacked their forehead and shouted a reminder. Everyone, I think the key lies with that junior girl. She's Ming Wanqiu, triple element talent, daughter of 5-star General Ming Qingzong. No wonder they could clear it. Had explains everything. Ming Qingzong probably gave Ming Wanqiu some game-breaking items that let them steamroll through. Wait, the guy who bet on doing a handstand hair washed and run. After the initial shock, the dungeon hall immediately transformed into a gossip scene. Everyone was convinced that Ming Wanqiu must have been the main force, dragging several dead weights through to victory. After all, she was not only a triple element mage, but also had a big shot father. Peidoan dominance had never been just a legend at Huaqing. Hearing everyone's analysis, Gu Zixing immediately straightened his back, as if he'd regained his dignity. With hands on his hips, he sneered arrogantly at Su Yi. They're just riding coattails, showing off and stealing the spotlights, all Ming Wanqiu's achievement. What are you so smug about? As soon as Gu Zixing finished speaking, mocking gazes throughout the hall locked onto Su Yi. However, the next second, the broadcast spoke again, the sound waves nearly lifting the roof. This team cleared the Nightmare level Shadow Fang Keep in 1 hour. Everyone suddenly remembered that while analyzing who had cleared it, they'd forgotten the crucial metric of time taken. 1 hour? They instinctively looked toward the electronic screen in the center of the hall. On the screen, those 3 previously record-holding teams had averaged 5 days. Comparing them now, the difference was like heaven and earth, a merciless crushing. Ming Wanqiu is incredibly powerful. Beautiful and strong, she might replace Lin Wan'er as the new goddess. Amazing. Amazing. She's my goddess. A prodigy. A prodigy. Huaqing has produced another prodigy, and that person is Ming Wanqiu. Like father, like daughter, impressive. All the flattery flowed toward Ming Wanqiu like a tide. But Ming Wanqiu was completely dumbfounded. Had these people lost their minds? She muttered to herself. You all seem to have issues. What does this have to do with me? The truly powerful person is standing aside, waiting to laugh at you all. At this thought, her cheeks flushed red, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The broadcast continued, now announcing the performance evaluation for this team's members. 5th place, Wang Jinxiang, overall performance, F. 4th place, Li Bai, overall performance, F. 3rd place, Bai Ze, overall performance, F. The voice stopped abruptly. The students in the dungeon hall could no longer sit still. The first 3 rankings were all the lowest grades. And Su Yi's name hadn't appeared yet. Didn't this mean that a summoner whom everyone called trash had actually performed better than the other classes? This was absolutely impossible. At this very moment, every student fell silent. The classroom was so quiet that even breathing was suppressed to barely audible levels, with everyone staring at the speaker on the ceiling, waiting for the next announcement. Bottom 3 Wang Jinxiang, Li Bai Ze. Overall performance, trash. As the cold electronic voice finished, everyone thought the same thing. These 3 were clearly just dead weight. Because of this, all eyes naturally turned to Ming Wanqiuth, acknowledged team leader from earlier. However, Su Yi's ranking hadn't been announced yet, and he had to be at least 2nd place. This gave some students a glimmer of hope. Maybe this summoner was decent enough to earn an F or E grade. After a brief static crackle from the speaker, the electronic voice resumed. 2nd place, Ming Wanqiu. Overall performance, E. Boom. The classroom felt like it had been struck by thunder. The previously confident students' faces turned deathly pale. Some had their jaw muscles tensed so tight they bulged, while others sat frozen in their chairs like instant ice sculptures. What? No way. Ming Wanqiu only got an E? Then Su E. Holy crap, has the world gone insane? This has to be fake. Definitely fake. Huh. Someone's lost it, take him away. And give me some heart medication while you're at it. This is way too intense. Gu Zhixing froze like someone had hit his pause button. In the deathly silence, he stared unblinkingly at Su E. After a full minute of stunned quiet, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor with a thud. His mind raced through every negative label associated with summoner: useless, cannon fodder, walking target, source of all problems, not a single positive trait. But now, with Ming Wanqiu in 2nd place, didn't that mean 1st place was Su Yi? Am I just ignorant? Or is Su Yi some kind of monster? Gu Zhixing began questioning his entire worldview. The next moment, the speaker delivered the final verdict. 1st place, Su Yi. Overall performance, SSS. Boom. Even though everyone had mentally prepared themselves, those 3 letters hit them like a bomb, shaking them to their very core. Throughout the classroom, faces contorted instantly, eyes nearly popping from their sockets as every gaze locked onto Su Yi. SSS. A summoner got SSS? Doesn't that mean he carried 4 dead weights? This was a nightmare-level dungeon. Even one person slacking off would mean total party wipe, and all 4 of them were basically useless the whole time. This feels like Sadako and Kayako teaming up to make a horror movie absolutely terrifying. Usually when someone broke records, everyone would crowd around to congratulate them. But today, there was dead silence. Not because they didn't want to, but because they felt unworthy. Many students hung their heads in shame, unable to look directly at Su Yi. Their faces burned with embarrassment as if they'd been slapped repeatedly, the stinging pain reaching all the way to their hearts. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't wrap their heads around it. How could a profession universally considered worthless be this incredibly powerful? Someone please explain this. However, some people tried to extract information from Bai Ze and the others, but they all remained tight-lipped. Their mysterious attitude of treating snakes as dragons and chickens as phoenixes left outsiders completely clueless about where to even begin. No matter what monsters they fought in the dungeon, everything was an instant kill. Even more outrageous were those 2 swords, the black and red twin blades that could merge together, slicing away 1/5 of the final boss's health bar with a single strike. The boss didn't even have time to use its summoning skill before crashing to the ground. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Yet the facts were right before them. Bai Ze looked up at the electronic screen in the center of the hall, where the leaderboard had been updated. 1st place, Su Yi, Ming Wanqiu, Bai Ze, Li Bai, Wang Jinqian. Completion time, 1 hour. 2nd place, Yi Xian, Yi Tian. Completion time, 5 days 10 hours. 3rd place, Xiao Sa, Xiao Ting. Completion time, 6 days 15 hours. 4th place, Gu Ziyuan, Gu Zhihai. Completion time, 7 days 1 hour. Bai Ze smiled knowingly. They made the list. His name would be recorded in Huaqing University's history for future generations to admire even though he hadn't done anything. Li Bai and Wang Jinxiang excitedly hugged each other and jumped around. This honor would be worth bragging about for years. Ming Wanqiu stared at Su Yi in a daze, her fox-like eyes slightly red and glistening. You said I could be your little fangirl, those that still count? Su Yi smiled arrogantly, the corner of his lips curling up. A man's word is his bond. Add me on WeChat. He immediately changed Ming Wanqiu's contact name to Fishpond number 1. Ming Wanqiu. She frowned at her contact name, then looked at Su Yi's name saved as male god, gritting her teeth and muttering under her breath. You're really something. Su Yi laughed even more cheerfully. I'm easy to get along with. If you can't get along with me, look for the problem in yourself first. Ming Wanqiu pouted. I really want to call my dad over to have a good talk with you. She huffed and turned her head away. At that moment, the broadcast boomed. Reward distribution will now begin. Please check your rewards. Kuosha, brilliant purple light descended from the top of the dungeon hall, with one beam flowing directly into Su Yi's body. In the blink of an eye, his level shot up from 17 to 20 before finally stopping. The other teammates didn't gain a single level, remaining completely unchanged. The second purple beam quickly condensed into a massive treasure chest that crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, making the entire hall vibrate, clearly indicating its substantial weight. The chest bore a heavy lock. Su Yi could have bent down to open it, but instead raised his hand in a grasping motion and called out, "Swords, come." Whoosh whoosh. Two sword shadows, one black and one red, shot out through the portal and landed steadily in his hands. The watching students collectively gasped. That casual "swords, come" was delivered so smoothly, and the two divine swords actually obediently appeared. This show-off move was executed with such seamless perfection it was almost despairing. Su Yi raised his sword and struck once, the lock breaking instantly as the chest opened. The first item skill book titled Chi Master, Planetary Devastation. He casually flipped through it and commented dismissively, "Trash." Then he carelessly tossed it aside. However, the Chi Master class students present were no longer calm. The God-tier skill book that Su Yi had discarded like trash was actually a priceless treasure in the eyes of these Chi Masters. As the pages fluttered in midair, the quickest Chi Master lunged forward with a textbook-perfect sliding tackle, catching the book steadily before it hit the ground. His face muscles trembled from the effort. "Brother, you're wasting heaven's gifts." He clutched the skill book as if holding a red-hot gold brick. "How could you just throw it on the ground?" Su Yi lazily glanced up. "I'm not a Chi Master anyway. I'd only use it as a table leg prop back home." "Brother." The man nearly spat blood on the spot. "You can't joke about this. If you don't want it, just name your price, I'll buy it." The other Chi Masters swarmed over upon hearing this, chattering excitedly as they surrounded Su Yi, all beaming with ingratiating smiles. Yeah, you can prop up tables with anything, but not with planetary devastation, okay? Dude, I spoke out of turn earlier. I was blind and foolish. A tall Chi Master began slapping himself repeatedly. "Give me a chance to bid. I want it so badly. Su Yi, I want to become family. Need a son? A grandson works too. I have a sister." Another pushed to the front, immediately showing photos on his phone. "Stunning figure. Gorgeous face. I approve of your marriage. Brother-in-law, sell me the skill book." The scene spiraled completely out of control. Dozens of Chi Masters with bloodshot eyes were ready to pocket their dignity, begging Su Yi to relent. After all, planetary devastation was one of the ultimate Chi Master skills, ranking in the top 5 damage abilities across all classes just by looking at its stats. Now that Su Yi had cleared the nightmare-level Shadow Fang Keep and actually obtained this item, but he wasn't even a Chi Master and had no Chi Masters in his team. How could these Chi Master students not go crazy? Having it versus not having it was the difference between heaven and earth. Su Yi smiled slightly, naturally understanding the book's importance perfectly well. Though it was regrettable he couldn't use it, since he was auctioning it off, he might as well hype the atmosphere to its peak. "Well then, let's start bidding." The moment he spoke, the crowd exploded like ignited dynamite. "I bid 10,000 points." "Screw off. Beggars shouldn't join the fun." "I bid 20,000. This is too intense. I'm going all out against you guys." 30,000. "You little trash really think Chi Masters are broke?" 50,000. When the big shots stay quiet, you all get cocky. 60,000. "Damn, you're forcing me on 100,000 points." The final bidder pounded his chest and roared. "Plus, if Su Yi ever needs help, I'm at your beck and call. Even warming your bed." The air seemed to freeze suddenly. Everyone stared blankly at Yinglong, who had made the bid, and even Su Yi raised his hand to clean out his ear, thinking he'd misheard. "Yinglong, are you causing trouble? Do you even have that many points? You dare shout 100,000? Everyone questioned whether his brain had short-circuited. At Tsinghua University, while upperclassmen had more points, most people only saved up a few thousand. Those who could bid tens of thousands usually had to go home and spend money to find ways to purchase more. The problem was that points were extremely important within Tsinghua University, so ordinary people were reluctant to sell them, let alone 100,000. But points were very important within Tsinghua University, so most people wouldn't sell them. This required tremendous financial resources and connections. Both were absolutely essential. In the center of the hall, Yinglong stood on the platform, his voice booming. 100,000 points. This bid instantly silenced the entire venue. Everyone knew that 100,000 points wasn't a number he could casually produce. All eyes turned upward to see Yinglong's chest heaving. After a moment, he looked down at the crowd and gritted his teeth. "I'll take out a point loan." Whoosh. Discussions erupted, then abruptly stopped. Taking a point loan meant borrowing credits from Huaqing University and signing a harsh service agreement. Interest compounded monthly, and any laziness would cause debt to skyrocket to despair-inducing levels. Moreover, any mission issued by the school, no matter how dangerous, had to be executed unconditionally. Others had tried this before. After more than a decade, they hadn't even paid back half the principal. That agreement was practically an indenture contract. Yet Yinglong seemed determined to die trying, all just to get earth-shattering star in his hands. The 100,000-point bid hung there with no one daring to compete. Mortgage their future to serve the school's commands? Most students sensibly backed down. University had just begun, and they weren't willing to lock away their lives prematurely. The auction ended, and Yinglong grinned widely. Buddy deal? Sui nodded. I only care about results. How you get the points is none of my business. Thank you. Yinglong carefully took the skill book with both hands, tucked it into his backpack, then rapidly submitted his loan application on his optical computer identity verification, contract scanning, fingerprint confirmation. In less than 3 minutes, 100,000 points were credited and transferred to Sui. The episode concluded. Sui checked the data on his wristwatch, joy bubbling up inside. 100,000 from a single book. Adding his original 88,000, plus the credits from the dungeon reward pool, he had just over 200,000 total. He might just be the richest student at Huaqing University. With this confidence, he immediately submitted an application to the point exchange. But the auction wasn't over yet. More items kept emerging from the treasure chest. First came a batch of diamond-level equipment. Since it couldn't compare to his Rockbreaker set, he put it up for sale without hesitation. After a round of bidding, he pocketed 20,000 points total. Equipment would eventually be outleveled, so everyone bid conservatively. This sale price was already quite good. Next, a shield and single-handed axe appeared, favorites of warrior tanks and knight tanks. Wang Jinxiang stared longingly at the table, constantly fidgeting with his clothes, while Bai scratched his head and quietly advised him not to dream. Bai Ze sighed softly and shook his head. Sui noticed this and, on impulse, casually tossed both weapons over. Here, take them. Really? Really? Wang Jinxiang's voice trembled with excitement, nearly dropping to his knees in gratitude. Come on, just take them. Sui waved dismissively. Wang Jinxiang didn't take them for free. He immediately transferred all his points, and though the amount wasn't much, he paid without hesitation. The treasure chest wasn't empty yet. Sui continued digging. Several rare ores, and some ownerless magic vines, all materials for crafting equipment. Since he had no use for them, he set only token prices, and in the end only a few classmates bought small amounts. Finally, a universal passive skill book lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. Sui casually opened it, and his breathing immediately stopped. Passive blooming garden. For each female member in the party, all members' attributes increase by 10. Hiss, this passive skill, what a brilliant design. What a wild twist. The last skill book left Sui absolutely stunned and thrilled beyond belief. The small text on the page, when teaming with female class changers, all party members receive attribute boosts, ignited his mind like flames. Sui instantly envisioned himself leading an all-female squad to take down bosses, mature beauties, adorable lolas, elegant ladies, and sweet maidens, all responding to his commands with enthusiastic battle cries. The scene would be absolutely electrifying. Despite the wild excitement churning inside him, his face remained perfectly calm. He gently closed the skill book, tucked it into his backpack, and silently reminded himself, can't lose composure now, hold it together, absolutely cannot break character. Just then, footsteps echoed from the dungeon hall entrance. The towering figure of Butcher, an elite class bishop draped in crimson robes, strode in. He had just received word that his students had actually cleared the nightmare-level Fang keep. His expression was wild with joy, though he struggled to maintain the composure befitting a bishop. He walked straight to Ming Wanxiu, placed a hand on the student's shoulder, barely containing his laughter. Ming Wanxiu, excellent work. Truly worthy of a tri-element mag. Your future achievements will be immeasurable. He squinted as he surveyed the team. So how was it? The nightmare-level dungeon rewards must have been generous, right? Butcher automatically assumed all the credit belonged to this tri-element mage. Ming Wanxiu was so embarrassed she could have dug a hole with her toes, internally screaming. What kind of judgment does this bishop have? Is he trying to bury me alive? She waved her hand dismissively. Bishop, I didn't get anything. Huh. Butcher froze. The next second, Sui smiled beside them, revealing an utterly captivating grin. Rewards? Bishop, you're asking the wrong person. You should be asking me. Butcher. The watching students facepalmed and sighed. Bishop or not, do you really not know how terrifying Sui is? After a brief explanation, Butcher stood frozen like a statue. Sui's comprehensive evaluation for nightmare-level Fang keep was actually SSS. He couldn't recover for a long while, stroking his chin with his skeletal hand, his expression complex as he stammered. No wonder Lin Wanner paid such a high price to recruit you into Huaqing University. I thought she was just smitten by your looks, but you actually have real skills. I'm looking forward to your performance in the freshman competition. Receiving the bishop's praise, Su Yi remained humble yet confident. Bishop, what exactly does the freshman competition involve? Butcher only revealed a few key pieces of information. This freshman competition is completely different from before. Previously, it was just internal to Huaqing, but this time it saw a national freshman competition. The format has also changed dramatically. It will be a brutal battle. After speaking, he glanced at the battle records on the hall's electronic screen and added, talent emerges from across the nation, so don't get cocky. Especially Rong Xiaorong from Lake University, a prodigy that even our principal couldn't recruit despite personal efforts. You'd better be careful. With that, he patted Su Yi's shoulder and left. Su Yi tilted his head, carefully analyzing the information just revealed. A national-level freshman competition? That's quite the scale. Prodigies and monsters from everywhere will probably show up. Just thinking about the numbers is mind-numbing. As for this Rong Xiaorong that Butcher mentioned, never heard of him. But Butcher's words are usually as meaningless as silent farts anyway, never providing proper introductions. But in Su Yi's eyes, there was only one first-place spot. If he couldn't claim it, he'd lose the chance to draw the classic of mountains and seas, inheriting something he absolutely would not allow to happen. Screw it all, he'd just steamroll his way through. Su Yi left the dungeon hall and returned to his villa dormitory. As soon as he stepped inside, he excitedly rubbed his hands together and eagerly pulled out the skill book, Blooming Flowers. A man's favorite passive skill. Su Yi whispered in admiration, immediately confirming his decision to learn it. Within seconds, the skill appeared on his panel, though the status column still showed inactive. After completing this, he directly opened his pet panel. The massive experience gained from clearing the nightmare level, Shadow Fang Keep, had already been allocated. The Candle Dragon's leveling was paused while the Phoenix consumed exactly half of the experience. Phoenix. Master, Su Yi. Level, 20. Health, 2,300. Attack, 2,300. Defense, 2,300. Movement speed, 1,000. Attack speed, 950. Special attributes. Critical bonus, 170 points. Critical resistance, 290 points. Damage bonus, 280 points. Defense penetration, 390 points. Critical damage bonus, 300 points. Healing received, 30. Skills. 1. Phoenix Rebirth. Each time the Phoenix dies, it undergoes rebirth, simultaneously increasing health, defense, and damage by 10. 2. Flame Breath spits blazing fire forward, creating a death fire line. Enemies touched by the flames suffer attack 10 burn damage per second for 10 seconds. If they survive the full duration, they take additional explosive damage equal to the total burn damage. Upgradable. 3. Aerial Strike flaps wings to shoot feather blades at all enemies within a 10-meter radius, dealing 35 of their maximum health as damage with piercing effects, completely ignoring defense and level. Upgradable. 4. Borrowed Shell Revival. When the master dies, can use the Phoenix's power to resurrect, 26-day cooldown. Upgradable. 5. All birds pay homage. New deals 50 increased damage to avian-type beasts, with a chance to make them flee in terror. Looking at the panel data, Su Yi nearly dropped his jaw. What shocked him most was that Flame Breath could now match the Candle Dragon's Thunder Strike in damage output. Thunder Strike could instantly burst for 50,000 damage, while the Phoenix's Flame Breath, though requiring 10 seconds to build up, dealt a total of 28,000. Remember, the Phoenix is only level 20 while the Candle Dragon is level 30. Incredible. Su Yi gasped, unable to contain his amazement. This socially anxious Phoenix is truly amazing. Looking at All Birds Pay Homage, 50 extra damage against avian creatures, plus a chance to scare opponents into fleeing. Su Yi chuckled with delight. Truly the king of all birds, bullying others without even trying to be reasonable. Next, he switched back to his own panel. Su Yi. Class, Summoner. Level, 17. Basic attributes. Health, 7,000. Attack, 800. Defense, 820. Spirit, 12. Movement speed, 730. Attack speed including casting, 800. Special attributes. Critical hit, 30. Defense penetration, 40. Critical bonus, 17 points. Critical resistance, 29 points. Damage bonus, 28 points. Defense penetration, 39 points. Critical damage bonus, 30 points. Healing received, 3. Perfect. My attributes keep climbing just by lying around. The classic of mountains and seas system is absolutely incredible. Thinking about the upcoming freshman competition, he felt even more confident about claiming first place and drawing a divine beast. Just then, the doorbell rang urgently. Su Yi walked to the door in confusion, and when he opened it, he was completely stunned. Standing outside, covered in mud and looking utterly disheveled, was Zhu Guangqian, the very person he had sent flying with a single punch. What are you staring at? Get out of my way. Zhu Guangqian wiped the mud from his face, his expression rigid and eyes blazing with fury as he snarled viciously. Su Yi, are you even human? You punched me and sent me flying hundreds of kilometers. I crawled through the damn wilderness for a whole day just to get out. You wait and see once I clean up. I'm going straight to the teacher to report you. Ever since being sent flying by Su Yi's punch in Jiang City, Zhu Guangqian's spirit had nearly shattered. Sure, some friction between freshmen was normal, but who punches someone all the way into the wilderness? He'd almost been devoured alive by wild beasts. For the first time, he truly realized that this seemingly ordinary summoner was far more terrifying than he'd imagined. But having already thrown down the gauntlet, he couldn't back down now. A man had his pride. So he steeled himself and returned to the Huaqing University villa, refusing to show any weakness. Now, standing at the villa entrance after delivering his harsh warning to Su Yi, he was about to head inside, when Su Yi leaned against the doorframe with a half-smile, glancing outside. Did you come back alone? Obviously. I just got back from reporting to Lin Wanner, and she actually assigned me to room with you. What rotten luck. Oh, that makes things easy. Su Yi's lips curved upward, his gaze defiant. Go to hell, keep flying. Wham! His fist slammed hard into Zhu Guangqian's abdomen. In the next instant, Zhu Guangqian was launched in an arc, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, leaving only a fading, miserable echo. Su Yi, damn your ancestors, ancestors, ancestors. Su Yi dusted off his hands and snorted coldly. Still want to share a room with me? There's no place for you here, fly farther away. With that little episode over, he returned to his room to organize his luggage. Various materials scavenged from Shadow Fang Iron Fortress were pulled from his backpack one by one and sorted into neat piles in the corner. When finished, he casually picked up the small bell he'd found in the Jiang City wilderness. Its surface was covered in dust and would need polishing with bright light powder to reveal its properties. Should I gamble on it? Or forget it? Su Yi's heart itched with curiosity. Had enough points, and the school sold bright light powder. What if it revealed a divine tier item? He could get rich overnight. But what if it was junk? He forced down the impulse and tossed the small bell into storage. Damn gambling addiction. With an hour left until dinner, he paced around his room, bored out of his mind. His gaze kept falling on that small bell, picking it up, putting it down, picking it up again, putting it down again. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Screw it. With that, he rushed out of the villa and headed straight for the Huaqing University treasury, which served as the points exchange center. As he hurried along, he suddenly heard the principal's angry scolding from ahead. Daughter, have you lost your mind? A summoner and you're giving him access to all the school's top resources. I never should have let you handle recruitment. Summoners are a useless profession, have you forgotten? You're driving me to an early grave. The principal hadn't bothered checking on the elite class situation these past few days, having been busy dealing with the matter of accepting exchange students from Japan and Korea. Now that things had calmed down, word finally got around that Lin Wanner's first recruited student was actually a summoner. The principal immediately flew into a rage and coughed up blood, slamming his desk so hard it shook, then dragged Lin Wanner over for a thorough scolding. You're still pouting? The principal's face was livid. Su Yi is strong? Strong my foot. Recruiting a summoner means our campus will be overrun with rats. Lin Wanner was too intimidated to step back, mumbling quietly, but he really is strong. Just then, Butcher, a deputy instructor of the elite class, strolled leisurely through the door. Hearing the principal's fury over the word summoner, he paused slightly, but steeled himself to speak up. Principal, Lin Wanner isn't wrong. Su Yi really is quite strong. His voice wasn't loud, but every word rang clear. Just now, at the nightmare-level Shadow Fang Iron Fortress, he not only cleared it, but got a comprehensive rating of SSS. What? The principal's eyes bulged. SSS? You're not joking. After all, Yi Xian, who had the best performance among his peers, only managed AB. Butcher nodded firmly. I saw it with my own eyes. It's already posted on the leaderboard. He added another bombshell. What's even more ridiculous, completion time? 1 hour. That 1 hour left the principal speechless. The nightmare difficulty of Shadow Fang Iron Fortress usually required ordinary teams to prepare for a week before even attempting it. Yet Su Yi cleared it in 1 hour before reaching level 25? Who would believe that? Lin Wanner also seemed frozen in place, her gaze unfocused, mouth agape enough to fit an egg. She had known Su Yi was capable, but never imagined he'd treat nightmare dungeons like daily quests. A chill ran through her. Good heavens, is he even human? At that moment, Su Yi walked past the three of them with his head down, moving briskly. Butcher quickly called out. Su Yi, come here, the principal wants to ask you something. The principal straightened up, trying to maintain his composure of remaining unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. However, Su Yi didn't even look up as he brushed past them, only dropping, I'm busy. Butcher. Principal. Lin Wanner. The deputy instructor, and the distinguished principal of Huaqing University, 3 pairs of eyes fixed on a student's retreating figure, all left hanging awkwardly. Butcher's mouth twitched. He's probably gotten too used to being undisciplined. I'll have to manage him properly later. Can't let a little success go to his head. Lin Wanner quickly added. Su, he probably really does have urgent business. The principal snorted coldly, his face stern. We must maintain proper academic discipline. What kind of behavior is this? Soon after, Su-yi came rushing through the corridor again, clutching a brown paper bag. Butcher coughed loudly. Su-yi, stop right there. Lin Wanner also nodded slightly. What's the rush? Come answer some questions. This time Su-yi didn't even turn his head, his pace even more urgent, muttering under his breath. Heaven spirits, earth spirits, may brother Ruinfa ensure my success. In a blink, he had vanished around the corner. Butcher. Lin Wanner. Principal. After a long silence, the principal sighed heavily, patted Butcher's shoulder, and said meaningfully, your task is going to be very challenging. With that, he shook his head and left. Butcher watched the principal's retreating figure, completely bewildered in all his years of teaching. This was his first encounter with such a student. Lin Wanner stood, equally stunned. Butcher gritted his teeth. Tomorrow's first class. I'm drilling military discipline. Especially for Su-yi. He better not drive me crazy. Ah! Open for me. Su-yi gripped the palm-sized bronze bell. Using 5 grams of brightening powder, he'd exchange from the treasury for 30,000 points equivalent to 3 million huaxia currency. He carefully polished the bell's surface, watching the powder shimmer like crushed silver under the light. His eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Opening dusty artifacts was pure gambling, and failure could happen in a heartbeat. But having plenty of points gave him confidence, so he swallowed his heartache and stepped up to the gambling table. The moment the brightening powder spread evenly across the surface, the small bell burst with colorful radiance, bands of light swirling and intertwining like the special effects when opening loot boxes in those penguin games. Su-yi almost held his breath, but after a moment, the brilliant light suddenly died, leaving the bell as dull and gray as before the awakening had failed. Having brightening powder didn't guarantee success. The failure rate was extremely high. However, experts knew that the more failures, the higher the item's grade usually was. But how many failures would it take for this higher grade to manifest? No one could say for sure. Maybe the next try? Maybe just the next try? Damn it. Su-yi rubbed his temples, his heart racing. Maybe it really will be the next time. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and rushed out the door. Soon after, he arrived at Huaqing University's treasury and slammed his card down. 5 more grams of brightening powder. The clerk recognized him and offered a friendly warning. Gambling addicts never end well, that's the truth. Only losers are called gambling addicts. Winners reach the peak of life. Su-yi waved his hand, took the powder back to his villa, and attempted the awakening again. This time, colorful light exploded outward, making him feel like he was frantically spending gems in some mobile game. When the light faded, the small bell remained covered in dust. Another failure. The fish got away with the hook. The noodle vendor knocked over his basket. Is my luck really this terrible? Su-yi stared blankly, blinked, and rushed toward the treasury once more. At the same time, Row 2 entered the treasury, caught a glimpse of Su-yi's departing figure, and casually asked, what did Su-yi just exchange for? Brightening powder. You know how it is, the clerk replied. Row 2 nodded knowingly. Ah, so he's a fellow gambler. The clerk smiled. Bishop Row 2, are you here to try your luck today too? No way. I've already blown all my points. Row 2 shook his head, his heart aching terribly. What were you trying to awaken? A small bell cost me 300,000 points. If it hadn't been snatched away by something, I would have nearly had to sell myself to Huaqing University. Row 2's eyes welled up with tears. You gave up after spending 300,000 points worth of brightening powder? What a shame. Row 2 waved his hand, half self-mocking, half sighing. Never believe that the next time will definitely work. Su-yi stared at the once again failed bell, completely losing his mind, bloodshot veins spreading through his eyes as he pulled out his card and charged back to the treasury. Arg. Failed again. At this point, there's no backing down. Continue. No way, no way. Am I, Su-yi, really this unlucky? Failed again? Damn it, keep going. I'm numb. I'm really numb, but at least give me some hope. There's no turning back now, go? Screw this. Endless failures. What a ripoff. One last try. Really the last one. Whichever deity controls luck, I'll punch you in the face. One more try. Just this one really. If suffering brings fortune, I must be as blessed as the eastern sea by now, right? With 30,000 points left, his final 30,000 points, should he save them for later? Or, of course, go all in. Su-yi swiped his card with swift determination, instantly draining every last point. A full 200,000, wiped clean. The treasury attendant's eyes bulged wide, his mouth hanging open for what felt like an eternity. He's lost it. Su-yi has completely lost. I'd even more reckless than that butcher guy. 5 grams of luminous powder. This is our last stock. There won't be any more, the attendant said, half warning, half trying to dissuade him. Su-yi nodded numbly, responding dryly. I can't afford any more anyway. With that, He pocketed the remaining 5 grams of luminous powder and hurried back to his villa. The living room was brightly lit as he carefully spread out a cloth on the table, placing the palm-sized bronze bell in the center and meticulously wiping away the surface dust. Taking a deep breath began. Brilliant multicolored light exploded outward as the small bell hummed and resonated. Su Yi's eyes widened in shock since he'd acquired this thing. Nothing like this had ever happened. Could it be success? Nervousness, excitement, and anxiety all surged through him at once, sweat beading in his palms. Don't forget, he'd bet everything on this single forging attempt. If it failed, when tomorrow's point rankings came out, he'd definitely be kicked out of the elite class. Crack, crack, crack. The grime on the bell's surface split and cracked inch by inch, peeling away like a snake shedding its skin. Its true color was revealed, a deep, bewitching purple that dazzled the eyes. Before he could catch his breath, a purple beam shot straight to the ceiling, followed by surging invisible currents. In that moment, light was no longer light, and wind no longer wind. It was something Su Yi couldn't explain with common sense. Violent air waves rolled and roared with ear-splitting shrieks, yet the purple aura remained gentle and soothing. This clash of ice and fire made every hair on Su Yi's body stand on end. After a few seconds, the phenomenon subsided, and he immediately looked down at his attribute panel. Ancient Divine Bell, Mythic Grade item. Seeing the words Mythic Grade, he sharply inhaled. Mythic Grade was the ceiling for item rankings in this world. The result of spending over 200,000 points just the prestige alone was worth the price. He continued reading. Attack power, 0. Defense, 0. Su Yi's head buzzed. These stats were just like those broken gravity gloves. Did this thing also rely on special effects to earn its keep? Special effect ultimate defense. Can withstand 1 fatal strike from a deity. Ring the bell for 1 hour daily for 30 consecutive days to gain 1 ultimate defense charge. No limit on charges. Hiss. The moment those words registered, Su Yi's whole body trembled, nearly dropping the bell. Absolutely broken, truly heaven-defying. It could actually tank a hit from a deity, and the charges could stack. Ringing a bell sounded weird, but with an effect like this, who could resist the temptation? Just imagine in the future, when facing deities, he could pat his chest and say, I'll give you 3 free shots. How awesome would that be? You have to understand, those who dared to arm wrestle with deities were at least level 90 top-tier professionals, and most of them still couldn't withstand a single divine strike. Yet now Su Yi could spit at deities and say, come on, for 2s and 2 jokers. 200,000 points totally worth it. He couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh, but just as his laughter began, he noticed a line of small text below the special effect description. His face instantly turned black as a pot bottom. Please note, this is just a scam. Su Yi screamed after reading it completely. Please note that when you attempt to strike the bell, it will draw the attention of deities and may even attract them to come. Su Yi stared at the information, his spine instantly soaked with cold sweat. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. To increase the number of defensive uses, he would need to ring the bell for a full hour every day for 30 consecutive days, and each toll would summon the deities. Isn't this basically a death sentence? Why not just write can only defend against 1 deadly strike from a deity and be done with it? Su Yi cursed inwardly. Forget about his current self. Even 5-star General Lu Shanhai, Ming Qingzong, or even the human emperor wouldn't survive under the endless surveillance and harassment of deities. First a sweet date, then a crushing blow. This thing was a complete trap. His face turned pale, and he felt deeply regretful. A mythical level item that could have allowed him to repeatedly provoke deities was now completely sealed off by this condition. What a waste. Su Yi clenched his fists, his expression so complex it seemed ready to overflow. Suddenly, he remembered where the ancient divine bell came from. He had taken it from a rope hanging down a well, which had disturbed the great serpent deity Quiggered at the time. In other words, the root cause was sound. It was precisely because of the bell's toll that deities were attracted. No wonder someone had used a small bell to fish for deities. Su Yi stroked his chin with a frown, then his eyes lit up. What if I hide in a dungeon to ring the bell? He slapped his hands together. Dungeons and wilderness secret realms were both other worlds, independent of reality, where sound couldn't escape. While deities could cross dimensions, if they couldn't hear the bell, they naturally wouldn't appear. The puzzle is finally solved. He let out a long breath and laughed heartily, looking up at the ceiling. Clever as I am, I must give myself a thumbs up. But a new problem quickly emerged. Had already spent all his points on the ancient divine bell. Entering the Huaqing University dungeon to ring the bell required paying points first, and without them, he couldn't get in. Su Yi's lips curved into a slight smile, showing no panic. Then I'll just have to challenge others and steal their points. Haha, which unlucky soul will become my lamb for slaughter? Just as this thought arose, urgent knocking came from outside the door. Su Yi was startled, his first reaction being that Zhu Guangqian had come looking for trouble again. But then he realized that couldn't be right. Had just sent that guy flying, and it would take 3 to 5 days for him to crawl back. It didn't matter who was knocking. Whoever came would get the same treatment. He was even planning to make Zhu Guanqian spend all 4 years of university in the air. He opened the door. The visitor wasn't Zhu Guanqian, but Meat Butcher. The man rushed into the room shouting, "Is there a fire? I saw a beam of light shooting into the sky and thought there was a fire. Where is it?" Su Yi shrugged. "There's nothing." Only then did Meat Butcher breathe a sigh of relief, muttering, "Studying away from home isn't like being at home. You have to be constantly on guard against fires." He turned to leave, but his gaze was caught by the small bell on the table. The design and patterns looked familiar. Meat Butcher shook his head. The small bell he had used to hook Quigard wasn't this color, so it was probably just the same model. But the sight still triggered a wave of sadness in Meat Butcher. He had spent over 300,000 points on that little bell, only to face a string of failures without successfully enchanting anything. Thinking about that disastrous investment, Su Yi felt his heart bleeding. Meat Butcher was obviously more nervous than him, repeatedly warning him to be careful about fire and never let his guard down. After speaking, he glanced back at the little bell once more before hurrying away. Su Yi was puzzled. Fire. The entire campus was full of job changers who could spray water like fire hydrants at will. Where was the fire hazard? Combined with Meat Butcher's parting words about where the thing is, he vaguely sensed something was off, but didn't dwell on it. During dinner time, Huaqing University's main cafeteria was brightly lit. Steam rose from over 100 food windows, with aromas mingling in the air. Su Yi picked his favorite fried silkworm pupae and fried mushrooms and turned with his tray to find a seat. Hey, swipe your card to pay for the food." The chef tapped the counter with his ladle handle. Su Yi instinctively reached for his card, then suddenly pulled back, casually dropping the words, "Wait till I go fight someone. I'll pay when I get back." The chef stood there stunned. Just as Su Yi placed his tray back at the window and took a few steps away, he heard a commotion of cursing and complaining behind him. He turned around, his face instantly darkening. Several Japanese and Korean exchange students had gathered around his tray, sticking their dirty hands right into the food. One grabbed a silkworm pupa and took a bite, immediately looking disgusted. He dry heaved and spat it onto the floor with a tui, then ground it under his shoe. Next, the tray was flipped over with a crash, scattering food everywhere. What garbage food! Not fit for human consumption. Even pigs wouldn't eat this. "Change windows. Let's go, let's go." Su Yi watched the mess on the floor, his mouth twitching. What the hell? Are these exchange students sick? If you want to taste it, fine, but why mess with my tray and throw it on the ground? Who spoiled you into these disgusting habits? Rage surged through him as he seemed to be shrouded in the shadow of a vengeful goddess, radiating murderous intent. He caught up in 2 steps, blocking the path of the exchange students. "Excuse me, do you have a problem?" Su Yi's voice was cold as steel. One of them, a young man named Park Yisheng, squinted with a dismissive tone. "So it was your food? We haven't even complained to you yet. Do you know we were almost poisoned? You Chinese just put toxic stuff in the cafeteria. What are your intentions?" Su Yi's eyes turned deathly cold. "You motherless pieces of trash, you flip my tray and think you can just walk away without a word." Park Yisheng laughed loudly, waving a card. "So what if we did? We're prestigious exchange students. We love watching you Chinese rage helplessly. Besides, aren't you just worried about the meal cost? This card has 100,000 points that Huaqing University eagerly gave us. Bark like a dog a few times and I'll give it to you. Then get lost, okay?" A cold, chilling voice like wind from the abyss emerged as Su Yi slowly said, "Plucking whiskers from the king of hell's mouth. You're really tired of living." He raised his hand, about to summon the candle dragon and phoenix, spiritual energy already beginning to fluctuate in the air. At that moment, someone shouted from above, "Stop! No fighting allowed here." Su Yi was just about to teach these shameless Japanese and Korean exchange students a lesson. After all, in his view, their arrogance was no different from flipping tables in public. This was clearly a provocation. What exchange students? In Su Yi's eyes, they were nothing but trash. He raised his hand, his fist about to strike, when a thunderous shout cut through the air, "Stop!" The voice boomed like muffled thunder, drawing everyone's attention. Su Yi's eyes sharpened, his body radiating a cold aura as he looked toward the source. The newcomer was tall and lean with handsome features. His eyes carrying unmistakable arrogant sight was Gu Ziyuan, the famous senior from Huaqing University. Gu Ziyuan deliberately lowered his voice, his hoarse tone filled with accusation. "What do you think you're doing?" "What am I doing?" Su Yi's lips curved into a sinister sneer. "I should be asking you what you're doing." Gu Ziyuan gritted his teeth. "Do you know who they are? Japanese and Korean exchange students. Can't you show a little courtesy when there's a conflict? This is Chinese tradition and etiquette." Su Yi was stunned for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed, his face full of mockery. "Screw your etiquette. When people step on your head and take a dump, you still think their shit is more nutritious than what you eat. You're truly pathetic." Gu Ziyuan's face instantly turned purple with rage. "You? How can you speak so crudely? This is crude. I'm already holding back." Su Yi's tone was defiant. "I'm definitely going to teach these exchange student bastards a lesson." It's none of your business, so get lost. I never expected a freshman to be so arrogant. Gu Ziyuan's face darkened, his anger flaring. Remember, if we take a step back today, we'll earn the exchange students' favor. When Huaqing University sends students to Japan and Korea, they'll treat us sincerely too. Don't you understand these beneficial relationships? Su Yi paused, looking at Gu Ziyuan as if he were an idiot. Huh, what kind of twisted logic is that? Japanese and Korean exchange students bully Chinese students, and not only should Chinese students endure it, but we should say, well done. Does your hand hurt? Then when we go to Japan and Korea, they'll be so moved they'll treat us sincerely. Ridiculous. Why are cowards cowards? Because they don't even dare to bare their teeth if they don't bully you. Who will they bully? He remained calm and composed, his face full of contempt. Tell me, senior, how old are you? 23. Why? Gu Ziyuan frowned. I thought you were 3. Su Yi's gaze grew colder. Living for 23 years, and you've lived like a dog. If you want others to respect you. He raised his fist. This is the only way in this world. Then he roared. Get lost, or I'll deal with you too. Unreasonable. Gu Ziyuan exploded with rage. For the greater good, I must stop you. Su Yi scoffed. Just you? Come if you're not afraid to die. I'll let you bootlicking bastard join them. He really didn't want to be polite anymore, no matter who it was. He was definitely going to deal with these exchange students. With his mind made up, Su Yi raised his hand to summon his battle pet. But unexpectedly, a withered hand reached out from the side, forcibly stopping his gesture. Su Yi was interrupted, anger flaring in his heart. He turned around. His instructor Ro-Tu was standing behind him. The man stood like a cold sculpture, his tone flat. Don't disturb the students' dining. Whatever personal conflicts arise, resolve them personally. Don't disrupt public order. After listening, Su Yi lowered his head in thought for a few seconds, then exhaled a heavy breath. Su Yi understood. Personal conflicts, resolve them personally. Don't fight so openly here. If you want to fight, find somewhere else to do it. The butcher bishop's voice was like an iron hook, forcibly reigning in the restless atmosphere. Su Yi nodded with a smile and acknowledgement. Across from him, Park Yixing completely missed the bishop's hint. He threw his head back and laughed, his eyes filled with twisted and cruel delight. Yeah, after all that squealing, you still can't do anything to us international students. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Su Yi's shoulder hard. Chinese students' courage is just like this. You've lived too comfortably, your backbone has gone soft long ago, huh? With that, Park Yixing swaggered through the center of the cafeteria with several Japanese and Korean exchange students, continuing his arrogant display. Gu Ziyuan glared darkly at Su Yi and warned in a low voice. Stay away from them in the future. Don't drag others down. Otherwise, you'll see how I deal with you. Su Yi was stunned for a moment. Pointing at Gu Ziyuan's retreating figure, he turned to ask the butcher, Bishop, is this guy sick? What does my business have to do with him? The butcher squeezed the finger bones of his skull gloves, making creaking sounds. There's actually some connection. Gu Ziyuan might go to Japan and Korea as an exchange student. He's afraid of being given a hard time there. So naturally he has to play politics here. If you bully the Japanese and Korean exchange students today, when he goes to their schools tomorrow, won't they retaliate? That's what he's worried about. You can fight and walk away, but he'll be left trembling with fear. Su Yi's face remained expressionless, but he sneered inwardly. This is Gu Ziyuan, who cleared the nightmare-level Shadow Fang Iron Fortress. He acts so cautiously and timidly, just like those small-town academic achievers, strategic in dungeons, but cowardly as a mantis shrimp when it comes to real confrontation, without a trace of fighting spirit. Just as he was about to collect his thoughts, Gu Zixing approached with his meal tray. He looked Su Yi up and down first, his tone contemptuous. You're finished. Tomorrow there'll be a school-wide public criticism, and you won't escape it. Su Yi instantly dropped his previous amiability and said coolly, Are you dreaming? Gu Zixing snorted coldly. My brother Gu Ziyuan is the student council president. Whether they deal with you tomorrow isn't up to you. Su Yi laughed. Such a tiny position, and you dare use it to intimidate people? Freshmen really are fearless. Gu Zixing scoffed. Wait until your reputation stinks throughout Huaqing University. Then we'll see how you cry. Don't expect to have any good juice to drink. Then you shouldn't eat either. As soon as Su Yi finished speaking, he had already snatched Gu Zixing's meal tray and slammed it down on his head with a clang. Hot soup, vegetable leaves, and meat sauce all spilled down, leaving him stunned. The blinding stimulation made Gu Zixing's pupils contract sharply, his entire face freezing like a stone sculpture. His brain completely crashed. Then he let out a piercing scream. Aw. Su Yi raised his hand and delivered a slap. Don't make noise. You're disturbing other students' meals. The butcher was stunned for half a second, then threw his head back and laughed. Gu Zixing was disheveled and furious, but didn't dare fight back. Had personally witnessed Su Yi clear the nightmare-level Shadow Fang Iron Fortress in 1 hour. A direct confrontation would be suicide. He directed his anger toward the butcher. Bishop, aren't you going to control your student? Does Huaqing University need a troublemaker? The butcher casually dropped a line. Huaqing University is exactly lacking a troublemaker. Then he turned and left. Su Yi patted Gu Zhixing's face, which was covered with vegetable leaves. Go home and find your mommy. Use whatever tricks you have. Su Yi, will take them all on. Under the night sky, Huaqing University buzzed with activity. Beneath the sycamore trees and deep in the grassy areas, young couples chased each other playfully, while ambiguous symphonies echoed intermittently from the woods, passionate, yet unrestrained. Meanwhile, in the villa complex at the farthest end of the main campus road, Su Yi tended to his grill, flipping skewers of sizzling, oil-dripping meat back and forth. Zhulong coiled nearby, his crimson tongue licking the corners of his mouth as drool nearly dripped to the ground. Hurry up, I'm starving. Su Yi rolled his eyes and handed the first piece of cooked meat to the phoenix beside him. Why don't you go mooch food from Bai Ze's dorm? You don't understand, Zhulong said, chewing beef while adopting the tone of a senior. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. This is called playing hard to get. You have to maintain some distance in the relationship, or it makes me look desperate. Su Yi was stunned. The mighty Zhulong, who wielded divine power, was not only a pervert, but also a master of romance. This was getting ridiculous. He glanced at the phoenix, secretly relieved at least this divine beast, aside from being socially anxious and economical with words, seemed relatively normal. Time to work after we eat, Su Yi said, his expression suddenly turning cold, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. After the meal, he led Zhulong and the phoenix away from the villa under cover of darkness, heading straight for the Japanese and Korean international student quarters. Along the way, Su Yi's chest burned with rage. Damn it, you flip my food tray and think you can just walk away? You think I'm some pushover like Gu Ziyuan? International students thinking they're so noble me ass. Today I'm going to take down these arrogant bastards. A few minutes later, the trio reached their destination. Su Yi was surprised to discover that the international student quarters was actually a traditional courtyard house hidden in the bustling area, complete with stone steps, blue tiles, and swaying bamboo shadows even more elegant than his own villa, supposedly the best on campus. Damn, Su Yi's anger flared even more. Why? Don't domestic students deserve good treatment? Do they have two heads or something? He spat, and was about to break down the door when he noticed it was already open. Two figures emerged side by side. One was Park Yisheng, and the other was surprisingly Gu Ziyuan, the student council president. Gu Ziyuan stood at the entrance with a fawning expression. I'm so sorry for the trouble. Su Yi doesn't know any better. I am here to sincerely apologize. Our two countries should maintain friendly relations. Park Yisheng smiled with amusement. Good that you know you're wrong. Reflect on it properly. We are noble international students coming to China is doing you a favor. I hope to see Su Yi publicly criticized by the entire school tomorrow, while praising us international students for our magnanimous attitude in not stooping to argue with petty people. Yes, 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 I guarantee it will be handled. Gu Ziyuan nodded and bowed, his eyes nearly squinting shut. By the way, if I ever go to Japan or Korea as an exchange student, please take care of me. Don't let this affect our relationship. That depends on whether you can satisfy us, Park Yisheng said with his nose in the air. My other classmates are out having fun. I'll discuss it with them later. Gu Ziyuan smiled even more obsequiously. Rest assured, I'll use administrative measures to severely punish Su Yi. I'll make sure he runs away with his tail between his legs whenever he sees Japanese or Korean customers in the future. Park Yisheng laughed heartily and patted Gu Ziyuan's shoulder. You can be taught. Now get lost. Gu Ziyuan didn't mind the tone, backing away while continuously bowing. To him, as long as he maintained good relationships, no one would give him trouble when he went to Japanese or Korean universities in the future, saving him a lot of hassle. After all, when you're away from home, sometimes you have to swallow your pride. Gu Ziyuan watched the gate close and let out a sigh of relief, cursing Su Yi in his heart. That short-sighted bastard. What a pain in the ass. Of all people to mess with. Why did he have to pick on the exchange students? In 3 months, Huaqing University would be sending exchange students to Japan and Korea. Wouldn't Park Yisheng and his group take revenge for the humiliation they suffered in China? As he straightened his back and walked away, he grabbed several students who were fooling around along the way and gave them a brutal scolding for half an hour, spraying saliva all over their faces. Then he docked them 10 points for good measure before walking away satisfied. Su Yi watched from a distance and gave his assessment in one sentence. The ultimate bootlicker. If even the student council president acted like this, could Huaqing really cultivate professionals with backbone? This was still campus life out in the wilderness. It was real combat with real weapons, and people died at the borders every single day. He sneered inwardly. If those Japanese and Korean exchange students wanted to mess with Gu Ziyuan's girlfriend, that guy probably wouldn't even bat an eye. Bootlickers never end well. After settling the score with the exchange students, he'd deal with that dog next. His gaze swept over the towering walls as Su Yi mounted the Zhulong and patted its scales lightly. Let's go. The Zhulong soared through clouds and mist over the wall, with the phoenix escorting closely behind. The courtyard had winding paths, artificial hills, and decorative ponds that were quite pleasing to the eye. In the night, only one room was brightly lit. Su Yi landed and pushed the door open. Park Yisheng was reading when he suddenly looked up, his face turning pale with shock. Who let you in? Get out. Sui pulled over a chair and sat down boldly, his presence cold as a blade as he chuckled darkly. I came uninvited. Are you unhappy? What a coincidence. I'm unhappy too. It's time we settled our score. Park Yisheng lifted his chin arrogantly, his smugness reaching its peak. Settle a score? What are you supposed to be? Go ask Gu Ziyuan who dares to settle scores with me. Sui flexed his fingers, his gaze blazing with intensity that seemed ready to ignite the air. You think I'm Gu Ziyuan? That I'll grovel before you? Huh, he added with sinister coldness. In my eyes, you're nothing but maggots in a latrine, utterly disgusting. How dare you insult the noble exchange students? A mere waste of a summoner, courting death. Park Yisheng roared hoarsely. Has China run out of people? Even trash like cannon fodder dares to be arrogant. Su Yi's expression turned ruthlessly cold, like a judge wielding the power of life and death. Word by word, his voice fell like ice shards. I hope you can maintain this arrogance until you die. Die. Park Yisheng's eyes blazed with an eerie crimson light, his hideous features twisting into a cruel and distorted expression. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. As a practitioner of a profession unique to Japan and Korea, a level 20 ninja specialist, would I fear a mere summoner like you? You want me dead? How arrogant and presumptuous. I'm an exchange student, a key protected individual in your huaxia. If you ask me, I'm the one who should be killing you. Since you've come knocking on my door, you'll be leaving horizontally. His voice was shrill and maniacal, dripping with ostentatious confidence. Sui half lowered his eyelids, his expression cold as frost, as if gazing upon a corpse that had long since stiffened. Ninja special profession independently developed by the Japan-Korea alliance after the gods manifested and demons from all races descended upon the world. They practiced both mystical arts and physical combat techniques, with unpredictable and ever-changing moves. Huaxia's knowledge of them was limited, having suffered losses in multiple encounters, so they simply launched the Exchange Student Observation Program, listing these ninjas as key protected individuals for covert study, preparing to thoroughly eliminate this persistent concern in the future. For most professionals, ninja skills were unfamiliar and unpredictable, capable of instant kills with the slightest carelessness, once putting Huaxia at a disadvantage. However, for Sui, the word ninja held no intimidating power in his eyes. The opponent was nothing more than a turtle waiting to be beaten. His thoughts raced like lightning, and he was about to signal Zhulong to deliver an instant kill, but Park Yisheng struck first. The air suddenly tore apart. Park Yisheng swung his arm and hurled a shuriken, its cold gleam like a thread, spinning rapidly and creating a series of sonic booms. Don't blame me for being ruthless when you're seeking death. An excited, sinister grin spread across his face. Sui stood perfectly straight, seemingly stunned by the shuriken. Huaxia professionals are all fools. The next instant, his pupils contracted sharply. Halfway through its flight, a chicken opened its mouth and spewed forth blazing flames, the fire tongue roaring past and directly incinerating the alloy steel shuriken with a melting point of 3,000 degrees into nothingness. Not even a drop of molten iron remained. Park Yisheng's face twitched, shock and terror churning in his eyes as he retreated 2 steps, staring fixedly at the unremarkable little chicken beside Sui, while the latter remained indifferent, as if the world had nothing to do with him. I did underestimate you. Park Yisheng suppressed the terror in his heart, his sinister grin returning. However, you're unlucky. This timey mystical arts happened to counter flames. He formed hand seals, brought them to his mouth, his cheeks puffing up like a toad's, and roared. Water release. Great dam repair technique. Boom. Water surged like a bursting floodgate from his mouth, condensing into a roaring water dragon that charged straight at Sui. This time, you're definitely dead. However, the scene reversed once again. Against such an assault, ordinary people would surely flee, but Sui remained planted in place like a stake, watching as if observing a madman performing a fool's magic trick. Zhulong snorted disdainfully and opened its mouth to spew forth an even more violent torrent, the two forces colliding heavily in midair, instantly shattering the water dragon. This scene directly shattered Park Yisheng's pride. You have to understand, this was his most powerful skill when the water dragon emerged. It could shake heaven and earth. But who could have imagined that the water dragon he had just summoned would be extinguished by a casual spit from a giant serpent? Park Yisheng's entire face instantly twisted like a pretzel, his whole body convulsing as if electrocuted. His bulging eyes seemed ready to burst as he stared fixedly at the serpent before him and its summoner Sui. After several consecutive attacks that couldn't even touch his opponent's sleeve, could this even be called a battle? It was nothing short of an execution. When did China produce such a monster? Park Yisheng's mind thundered. The Japanese and Korean archives had never recorded such summoning abilities. His worldview shattered completely at that moment, and he didn't even dare to look up at Sui, feeling only bone-deep coldness creeping through his organs. Finished with your clown tricks? Sui dusted off his sleeves and rose from his chair, squinting as he examined Park Il-seng with eyes sharp as blades. This is what you boast about as the ninja profession? Before China's heritage, you're not even worthy of carrying our shoes. I really don't know where Japan and Korea get their sense of superiority. Frogs at the bottom of a well. With a casual wave of his wrist, his tone light, as if shooing away a fly, he said, "Kill him. He's annoying to look at." As those words landed, Park Il-seng felt struck by lightning, his body rigid, pupils contracting to pinpoints as he screamed hoarsely. "No, you wouldn't dare kill me, I am." Boom. A bolt of lightning coiled like a silver serpent, striking down from the clouds. The candle dragon unleashed 50,000 points of true damage, instantly charring Park Il-seng to a crisp. Black smoke curled upward, filling the air with the smell of burnt flesh. Su-yi coldly glanced at the charred corpse, raised his hand, and the candle dragon opened its mouth to reveal a dimensional space. Swallowing the body, it might prove useful later. "Phoenix, burn everything down." Su-yi turned and commanded. Places where these disgusting insects have lived tend to develop a moldy smell. The phoenix cried out, its wingspan like a curtain of fire as it breathed forth blazing flames. The fire spread wildly, wooden structures crackling and exploding as rolling flames devoured everything. Real men never look back at explosions. Su-yi departed with the candle dragon and phoenix, considering even one more second there a contamination of his soul. In the night, a dormitory section of Huaqing University became a sea of flames. When the campus fire department arrived after receiving the alarm, pillars of fire were already reaching skyward. Meanwhile, Sui had returned to his villa, sprawled lazily on the sofa. The phoenix nestled in his arms with folded wings, dozing, while the candle dragon used its tail to hold Su-yi's phone, enthusiastically browsing nearby profiles. "Humanity isn't worth it," it muttered at the screen. "What's wrong?" Su-yi flipped through his class schedule without looking up. The candle dragon shoved the screen in his face. "Look at these profile pictures. Which one looks decent? They're painful to look at even through the screen." Sui glanced over. The profile pictures were indeed heavily filtered, though by human aesthetic standards they were considered attractive. Suddenly remembering that the candle dragon's aesthetic sense was completely different from humans, he stroked his chin and explained, "Actually, they're all quite ugly, just using beauty filters so heavily they've even fooled themselves." The candle dragon was delighted to hear this. "That's good then. Humanity still has some merit." With that, it happily resumed its flirting. Su-yi continued browsing his schedule, drowsily leaning against the sofa as he fell asleep. The next morning, urgent knocking woke him up, with what sounded like multiple people outside making quite a commotion. "Who is it?" Su-yi sat up, rubbing his eyes. When he opened the door, he froze completely. More than 10 girls were standing outside. What the hell is going on here? Early in the morning, Su-yi had just opened his front door when he was completely blocked by over a dozen unfamiliar female students carrying breakfast. Although they looked, well, he could only lament silently to himself. This monk has lost all such desires. "You've got the wrong place, haven't you?" He scratched his head and simply leaned against the doorframe to ask. "We didn't get it wrong." One girl waved her phone to confirm. "Isn't your WeChat name Su-yi? Wow, I didn't expect him to be this handsome in person. What a steal." "Move aside, I was here first." "You bitch. I was here first. I finally found my spring after years of waiting. Could you all please step aside?" The arguing voices rose and fell. One girl stuffed a bag containing a sandwich into his arms. "Su-yi, this is a love breakfast I made myself. Eat it while it's hot." The scene before him was like being struck by lightning, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Su-yi seemed to see over 10 girls picking their noses and crowding at his doorway all at once. Swallowing his saliva, he instantly understood. Last night Zhulong must have spent the whole night fooling around with his phone, and this guy actually used his WeChat account to hook up with over 10 girls who looked like society's rejects. "Sorry, I..." Before he could finish speaking, he decisively closed the door, grabbed a piece of clothing, and shouted, "Zhulong, Phoenix, assemble at the back door." "Why are we running?" Zhulong called back while rushing, looking back reluctantly. "Those were all the ones I worked so hard to catch." Su-yi almost spat out blood, wanting to give this bastard a good slap. "Don't use my account for your flirting in the future. Didn't you see those girls? They look like deep-sea titans. They could crush me to death just by rolling over." Zhulong's eyes lit up. "Do they have pockmarks on their faces? Bumpy and rough. Do they have bumps on their faces? They'd need to use an extra bottle of makeup compared to others. Oh my god, they're exactly my dream girls." Su-yi. In no time, Su-yi had arrived at Huaqing University's teaching building. When he walked into the elite class, the classroom was noisy with everyone gathered in a circle chattering. Seeing him enter, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Many classmates hadn't yet had time to go to the dungeon hall to level up, and only heard that Su-yi had broken the school record in a nightmare-level dungeon with an SSS rating. To them, this was simply unbelievable. Do you think Su-yi breaking the record is real or fake? Seems a bit fake. How could a summoner get SSS? I don't believe it anyway. A summoner couldn't possibly achieve this. Zhujushi crossed her arms with a gloomy expression. In my opinion, it's just that the dungeon difficulty was too low. I'll go clear it tomorrow too. What's so great about it? Su-yi waved his hand and cheerfully gave everyone the middle finger. Hello there, trash of the elite class. Don't just talk tough. If you're capable, then go break records yourself, loudmouth. The class students were so angry they started coughing, all baring their teeth. Ming Wanqiu sat to the side, her mouth twitching. This morning she had personally seen a group of girls surrounding Su-yi's door, carrying breakfast and knocking. Bah, what a scumbag. Su-yi settled into his seat. At this moment, the homeroom teacher Ruda strode in and pressed his hands down. Quiet. Listen to this broadcast first. The loudspeaker immediately sounded. Dear students and teachers, we're now broadcasting an urgent message. Yesterday, a fire occurred at the Japanese and Korean exchange students' residence, and student Park Yixing is missing. An urgent notice. We are looking for the student Park Yixing. If you have any information, please report to the Academic Affairs Office. In the meantime, please stay alert to fire hazards. This concludes the broadcast. Meat Butcher stepped up to the podium, pressed both hands on the desk, and spoke solemnly. You all heard the announcement, right? If anyone has any information on Park Yixing, go to the Academic Affairs Office immediately. He swept his gaze around and deliberately added, we have exchange students from Japan and Korea in our honors class. I hope everyone can get along peacefully. As he finished, his eyes flicked towards Su-yi's gut told him Park's disappearance likely had something to do with Su-yi. He chose not to push it, though. The remark was meant for the exchange students. Su-yi grinned, showing a flash of white teeth, amusement playing on his face. Suddenly, Nakajima, one of the Japanese and Korean exchange students by the window, shot to his feet. His chair scraped the floor with a piercing squeal. The boy's gaze was like a frozen sea, the chill sweeping the room. He slammed a fist on his desk. Is this your school's response? Just mobilize students to look for clues? We're exchange students. Our classmate vanished in Huaxia, and the school should form a special task force immediately. This is perfunctory. Halfway through, his tone sharpened, his eyes turning glacial. And you clearly know who did it. Yet you're sheltering the criminal. From the dais, Meat Butcher folded his arms, eyes shifting, cold and fathomless as a black hole. We don't even know if Park Yixing is alive or dead. On what basis are you naming a criminal? Humph, Nakajima sneered. Isn't it obvious? Yesterday in the cafeteria, Park clashed with Su-yi, and that very night he vanished. Su-yi, you moved fast. With that, every finger pointed at Su-yi. The room erupted. Classmates stared, stunned, every gaze locking onto Su-yi. Pick a fight with an exchange student on campus? That took some nerve. They didn't know the details between the two, but in their eyes, the Japanese and Korean exchange students were the cream of the crop, representing their country's image. Above lying, anyone could guess Su-yi was the culprit. Zhujushi was the first to lash out, jabbing a finger at Su-yi. Su-yi, you beast in human skin. The rest piled on. Are you insane? Su-yi, you're insane. Nakajima's word is solid. They represent Japan and Korea. What did you do to Park Yixing? Speak up, and maybe they'll go easy on you. Go easy? Huh. Scum like you should be expelled from Huaxia. Su-yi, you've started a diplomatic mess. Righteous fury filled the room as they hurled accusations. In their hearts, if they could hammer Su-yi down, the next 4 years would be a breezy as long as no one around them excelled. They could lie flat in peace. Meat Butcher looked at Su-yi with a half smile. Stand up. He'll allow you to defend yourself. Su-yi rose slowly. Everyone thought he was about to speak, yet in the next instant, his figure blurred and vanished. In a heartbeat, he was behind Nakajima. Smack. Su-yi's figure moved like a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind Nakajima and delivered a resounding slap crack. The air seemed to tear as Nakajima, with no time to react, was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. His body spun and tumbled through the air like a feather caught in a whirlwind before crashing through the window with a loud crash and plummeting to the ground below. Having disposed of this rotten apple, Su-yi casually dusted off his palm, his tone calm, yet dripping with contempt. Bishop, someone made baseless accusations against me and damaged my reputation. A little punishment isn't unreasonable, is it? At the front of the classroom, Rotu's previously impassive eyes showed the slightest ripple. He continued flipping through his book and replied with just 2 words, fair enough. Su-yi's lips curved into a smile that resembled a demon's grin. Since the bishop says so, before he could finish, he had already appeared ghost-like before Zhujushi. Zhujushi's hair stood on end as he roared. Su-yi, you dare. Those who aid tyrants should meet the same fate. Was Nakajima wrong in what he said? Without evidence, it's slander. Su-yi's eyes were ice cold. You can't distinguish right from wrong. You worship foreigners and despise your own people. You treat everything your foreign master says as gospel, groveling and servile. Your mistake is a kind of original sin. With that, his palm struck down again. Bang! Zhujushi felt as if a battering ram had struck his brain. His vision went white as he tumbled over the window ledge and fell with a thud to the ground below. Sui slowly turned around, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over every classmate, his voice booming through the classroom like a great bell. Will you jump yourselves? Or shall I help you? That cruelty and brutality made all the students tense up like they were facing a blood-drinking demon king, their eyes nearly bursting from terror. They all turned their gazes toward Rotu Bishop. Won't you control Sui? What did we do wrong? Wasn't there some truth in Nakajima's accusations? Rotu kept his head down, continuing to flip through his book, his tone terrifyingly flat. Hurry up, I still have class to teach. That single sentence crushed the entire class's hope. Some faces twitched, others growled silently, and a few began quietly edging toward the back door. When you do wrong, you must accept punishment. Don't act like orphans, Sui pronounced coldly, his voice carrying the chill of the 9 netherworlds into everyone's hearts, freezing them to the bone. He turned his palm, and the forms of Zhulong and Phoenix suddenly appeared. Zhulong's overwhelming presence felt like a living abyss, while Phoenix's single cry and proud gaze made people feel utterly ashamed. The invisible aura of these 2 battle pets nearly scared the crowd senseless. With this intimidation, the classmates gritted their teeth, but were helpless. Thus began the bizarre spectacle of zombies falling like dumplings, one body after another tumbled from the windows, screams rising and falling. Some hesitated and were kicked by Sui, others shrieked before covering their noses and leaping down. The lawn outside became chaos as everyone feared being too slow and suffering worse. Moments later, the vast classroom held only Sui and Ming Wanqiu. The latter sat pale as death, huddled motionless in her seat. Sui withdrew his aura and looked up calmly. Teacher, we can begin class now. Rotu acted as if nothing had happened, writing on the blackboard with swift strokes. Ming Wanqiu looked around at the empty seats surrounding her, thinking to herself, is this what university life is like? How thrilling. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Lin Wanner sat with her legs crossed, spearing bright red strawberries one by one and eating them with relish. Principal Lin paced back and forth on the carpeted floor, sweat beading on his forehead. How can you still be in the mood to eat? His voice rose with anxiety. Park Yixing has disappeared. This is a complete disaster. How am I supposed to explain this to my superiors? Lin Wanner lazily lifted her eyes. Dad, maybe that kid is just naturally rebellious and ran off to have some fun. Rebellious. Principal Lin snorted coldly. Japan and Korea have their pride too. Why would they send frivolous students? This must be connected to that fire. The flames were too strange, burning everything to ash with nothing left. The fire sprites we've been trying to catch around campus don't have that kind of power. At this point, he slapped his thigh in anguish. What a waste of my beautiful courtyard. Bang. A sudden thud came from outside the window. Principal Lin jumped. Someone fell from the building. The two rushed to the window and peered out to see a student on the lawn clutching his leg and wailing. Principal Lin's pupils contracted. Hissant at the exchange student Nakajima. Before he finished speaking, another figure tumbled down from above. Lin Wanner's mouth fell open. Zwajushi, from the elite class. The next second, a horrifying scene unfolded. Bang, bang, bang. Students fell like bags of garbage being dumped, scattered across the ground, all from the elite class. What's happening? Principal Lin's voice boomed like thunder. Has the entire elite class been beaten up? Lin Wanner's strawberry dropped to the floor with a splat. That's impossible. It's Butcher's class right now. Who would dare make a move? Fortunately, the building wasn't very tall, so most of the fallen students only had scrapes, with a few fractures still crawling around on the ground. The two rushed to the elite classroom and froze completely upon pushing open the door. Inside the classroom, Master Butcher stood at the blackboard, speaking eloquently. On the podium, a giant snake coiled up and slept soundly. From the ceiling light hung a white feathered rooster, head held high, eyes fixed intently on the blackboard. Below, Sui and Ming Wanqiu sat upright, listening attentively. This scene formed an absurd contrast to the carnage outside moments before. Principal Lin's anger flared as he kicked the door open. Master, haven't you noticed your students are missing? Butcher looked up, his gaze sharp as a wild beast's, yet his tone remained steady. None are missing. They're all here. What? Principal Lin pointed at the sparsely occupied desks. The class has 40 students, but you only see 2? Butcher's voice was low and unquestionable. From now on, the elite class has only 2 students. The others don't matter. The words hung in the air like ice. Principal Lin's forehead veins bulged, but he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Lin Wanner's eyes, however, lit up. It seemed those falls were the result of Butcher's tacit approval, which meant Sui must have stirred things up. Watching University had rarely seen fights or brawls in the past. Students only played political games. The principal had finally listened to Butcher's suggestion to introduce the point challenge competition, and now the elite class was leading the charge in creating major upheaval. The future Huaqing University would no longer be lifeless, but would pulse with passion everywhere. This is what job changers should be doing. The butcher's intentions were crystal clear. In his view, any student in the elite class who lacked backbone, had no independent thinking, and spent their days daydreaming about greener pastures abroad, could be tossed straight into the trash. Only those who dared to fight, kill, struggle, and strive were worthy of the title job changer. Job changers spoke only with their fists and battle records, and as long as their stance was correct, they were worth cultivating. He was sick and tired of all that social politicking nonsense. Now, he had finally discovered a promising talent among this group of students. Su-yi. This young man was vindictive, full of energy, and his strength was nowhere near its ceiling, practically a born battle maniac. But Principal Lin didn't see it that way. Students egging each other on, spending the next 4 years fighting and brawling, won't the entire Huaqing University be turned upside down? He rubbed his temples and muttered helplessly. Every student should be treated equally. Fine. The butcher didn't even look up as his chalk scraped across the blackboard with sharp crackling sounds, as if inscribing an iron law. The principal snorted heavily and stormed off. Lin Wanner blinked and waved toward the door. I'm going to the infirmary to check on those students who fell from the building and see how badly they're hurt. You all continue with class. Until noon, neither the elite class nor the international students returned to the classroom. In the infirmary, they hastily bandaged their wounds and collectively skipped class. Some pounded their fists on tables, discussing how to deal with that scumbag Su-yi. Others quietly conspired about whether to ambush Su-yi with a sack over his head in the middle of the night. Still others simply clutched ancient texts, frantically searching for ways to counter Su-yi's battle pets. After being publicly humiliated by Su-yi, everyone's fighting spirit was completely ignited. We won't rest until we take down Su-yi. We must restore order to Huaqing University. The chanting continued from morning to afternoon, with echoes constantly reverberating through the hallways. As soon as the lunch dismissal bell rang, someone from the elite class publicly stepped forward. Su-yi, meet me in the arena. Su-yi readily agreed. His points had already hit rock bottom. He had no afternoon classes, and he was planning to head to the dungeon hall to ring the bell and farm points anyway. This challenge was like a pillow delivered right to his doorstep. The challenger's name was Niobin. Those 3 characters could drive any perfectionist to madness, making even Su-yi want to complain about which genius parent came up with that name. Niobin, a level 22 beast hunter, possessed the extremely rare beast affinity talent. As long as they weren't humanoid monsters, when he walked past fierce beasts, they wouldn't even bother lifting an eyelid. Some would even wag their tails to curry favor. This clearly demonstrated his considerable abilities. With this talent, he had successfully been recruited by Huaqing University, becoming one of the chosen few. Niobin was certain that Su-yi's summoned creatures still belonged to the snake and chicken categories, not yet transcending biological classification. Since they were biological creatures, his persuasion skills could take effect. Once the persuasion succeeded, Su-yi would immediately become a sitting duck. For this battle, he had wagered a full 8,000 points and was determined to win. Outside the classroom, the spectating students were shouting at the top of their lungs. Niolu, go for it. Take him down. Get our dignity back. Catch Su-yi's snake and make soup out of it. Whether we can sleep tonight depends on you. Su-yi is too arrogant. Even the international students got bullied by him. Absolutely despicable. Niolu, you're the provincial runner-up and the ace of the elite class. You must crush Su-yi. The students cheered for Niobong while glaring at Su-yi with venomous hatred. Being forced to tumble down from the teaching building windows in such disgrace was an unprecedented humiliation. Everyone wished they could tear Su-yi apart on the spot. In the center of the playground, Su-yi grinned and patted the Zhulong coiled around his shoulder. You play with Niolu for a bit. I'm going to grab some food. When I get back, we'll leisurely enter the dungeon. Zhulong couldn't even be bothered to look at him, only staring at the female spectators while lightly tapping the ground with its serpentine tail. Hurry up and leave. Don't interfere with my business. Su-yi shrugged, tightened his hold on the phoenix in his arms, and walked away with swagger. The students were dumbfounded. What the hell? Niobong has issued a challenge, and this guy is going to eat. So disrespectful. This is blatant contempt. A few students whispered among themselves. Don't panic. It's actually better that Su-yi left no interference. Niobong can focus entirely on the taming. Right, abandoning his battle pet like that is definitely his miscalculation. On the other side, Niobong flexed his wrist and took a deep breath as gentle light emerged from his palm. Perfect. Since Su-yi is being so careless, don't blame me for winning everything he owns. As his words fell, a cyan green light beam shot from his palm, firmly connecting to Zhulong's taming had begun. Cheers erupted around the playground. Beautifully done. We've got this. Look at that snake acting all dumb. Once the casting is complete, it'll be ours. Awesome. Finally we can beat up Su-yi and get our revenge. However, the next second, the girl's screams drowned out the cheering. Zhulong twisted its serpentine body and slithered up to a row of female students, raising its head with golden eyes gleaming. Beautiful lady. Want to add me on WeChat? A phone number would work too. Niu face darkened. I'm trying to tame you. You're not supposed to be hitting on girls. Can you show some respect for my technique? He gritted his teeth and increased his magical output, making the light beam more intense. Time ticked by slowly as the taming bar approached completion. Niu face finally broke into wild joy, his voice rising. Everyone, 5 more seconds. Once these 5 seconds pass, this snake will be mine. I'll immediately sever one of Su Yi's arms. The crowd erupted. Niu is amazing. We've got it. Cut off his arm, and see if he still dares to act up. Let me be the first to kick him to death. Time to turn the tables. Defeating Su Yi is within reach. Niu threw back his head and laughed. He was absolutely certain his taming would be 100% successful. No creature could disobey his commands once the casting was complete. Su Yi, your arrogance ends today under my feet. Countdown voices rose from all around. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The light beam suddenly snapped, signaling the taming's completion. Niu's lips curved into a smug smile as he watched Zhulong slither directly toward him. He pointed at the crowd, his voice loud and boastful. Everyone behold. I have successfully tamed Su Yi's battle pet. Now, this creature is coming to Might's mine. The elite class students watched as the candle dragon twisted its body and moved toward Niu. In an instant, the entire venue erupted. The inducement had succeeded. Su Yi's battle pet was about to switch allegiances. The resentment that had been suppressed by Su Yi for so long burst forth like floodgates suddenly thrown open. The elite class students laughed maniacally, as if they had never felt such exhilaration before. After all, they had been the celebrated prodigies everyone admired during high school. But upon entering Tsinghua University, they found themselves completely overshadowed by Su Yi, a summoner. The massive gap left them questioning their very existence. They were clearly geniuses, yet they had encountered the even more monstrous Su Yuho. Could withstand that? Frustration, discomfort, irritation, depression, all of it weighed heavily on their chests. Now that Niu had stepped forward, dawn was finally within sight. But they had forgotten that old saying, the night is darkest before dawn. The candle dragon approached with a swish of its tail, its serpentine eyes gleaming coldly. Niu lifted what he considered his proud chin, ready to declare victory, when the next second, a mouthful of water splashed onto his face with a pop. The candle dragon shook its head in disgust. What's with all the gesturing? Move aside, you're blocking my view of the beauty. With that, it slithered past him, its tail brushing against his pants, and moved to the back row, grinning at an unattractive female classmate. Hey beautiful, wanna add me on WeChat? The embarrassment struck like lightning, instantly petrifying the entire venue. The elite class students stared in stunned silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Wait, what was happening? Wasn't this supposed to be 100% successful? This snake was even more arrogant than Niu. Niu, had you been bragging so much that even your patron saint looked down on you? This was supposed to be successful inducement? Niu's eyes bulged, his face contorted with rage, his complexion deathly pale. An indescribable emotion churned in his chest, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The inducement had clearly reached the completion stage, and theoretically, no creature should be able to break free from the control. The only exception would be if the target possessed divinity. Humans cannot control gods, unless they become gods themselves. The candle dragon's subtle but overwhelming pressure magnified his fear infinitely. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. The answer was crystal clear. This snake was a freaking god. He had actually tried to make a god his pet. This was a death sentence. He suddenly gasped, dropped to his knees with a thud, tears and snot streaming down his face as he wailed at the candle dragon. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll never dare again. His cries were pitiful, like those of a tormented soul. The surrounding elite class students were once again dumbfounded. Hey Niu, are you sick? Why are you kneeling? What kind of mental fortitude is this? You got spat on, and you're so scared you wet yourself? We're the elite class. If you kneel to this snake, aren't you basically kneeling to Su Yi? Niu, what's wrong with you? Tell us what happened. The afternoon training ground buzzed with commotion as onlooking students pointed at Niu kneeling on the ground, their eyes filled with shock and anger. Damn it. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Stand up. You coward, someone else shouted from the crowd. But Niu clutched the massive serpent with its dark red scales gleaming, kowtowing desperately with a hoarse, resolute voice. Screw that gold under a man's knees. With life and death hanging in the balance. What's wrong with me collecting some interest? You ignorant students don't understand its nobility. This isn't just any snake. When it meets wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Before he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from the cafeteria entrance. Su Yi emerged holding a phoenix wreathed in flames, glanced at Niu frantically kowtowing to the torch dragon, and smirked mockingly. This kid dares to mess with even gods, and now he knows fear? The moment Niu saw Su Yi, he lunged forward and desperately grabbed Su Yi's thigh, his eyelids twitching as his voice cracked with tears. Brother Su, Brother Su, I was wrong. Really wrong. From now on, I'll run with my tail between my legs whenever I see you, I swear. Su-yi sighed and gently patted his cheek. Niu, you brought this entirely on yourself. I get it, I get it. Niu Benlei immediately pulled out his student card without hesitation. I still have 10,000 points, take them all. Su-yi took the card without another word, grabbed the torch dragon's thick tail with one hand, and walked away. The school's point challenge competition had rules that must be followed. Watching Su-yi leave, Niu Benlei finally felt reprieved and let out a heavy breath. The elite class is too damn dangerous. With a monster like Su-yi around, I don't belong here. Time to transfer to a regular class and lay low. Just as Su-yi was heading toward Huaqing University's dungeon hall, a furious shout erupted behind him. Su-yi, stop right there. His steps paused slightly, and when he turned, his gaze was sharp as a blade, cold and merciless. Gu Ziyuan approached with a group of upperclassmen, radiating murderous intent. Su-yi raised an eyebrow and stood tall, as if he didn't consider them a threat at all. Su-yi, you troublemaker. Gu Ziyuan's face turned ashen with rage. Speak. Did you have something to do with Park Yixing's disappearance? I warned you repeatedly not to mess with international studentry guilty of damaging international relations. Shameful. Su-yi suddenly looked up, his voice like a raging wind. Show me proof when you make accusations. You foreign-worshipping lapdog. What? Gu Ziyuan's eyes bulged with bloodshot fury. How dare you insult me? I'm the student council president. What gives a freshman like you the right to be so arrogant? Today I'm dragging you to the academic affairs office. With what authority? Su-yi stood tall like a demon king and laughed wildly toward the sky. Gu Ziyuan, do you still have the backbone to face me in battle? You grovel before foreigners. Your spine is broken and your integrity is twisted. A student council president like you is nothing but a weakling. Gu Ziyuan's jaw trembled. Say that again. Say it again and I'll destroy you. Otherwise, I can't explain this to the Japanese and Korean universities. He waved his hand sharply. Chen Songzhou, issue a life and death challenge. Cripple him and hand him over to the Japanese and Korean university. Yes, if he dies, so be it. We'll deliver the corpse as explanation. A life and death challenge. At these words, all the students were shocked. A life or death challenge letter. The students watching from all around immediately gasped in shock. At Huaqing University, everyone originally just wanted to peacefully complete their 4 years and smoothly enter the national system, gradually climbing up to commander positions. Even if they had to go to war in the future, they would mostly stay in the rear command, hardly ever needing to personally rush to the front lines to fight for their lives. Wealth and glory lay ahead, while life-threatening crises rarely touched them. But now, someone had brazenly presented a life or death challenge letter. Once this death warrant was established, the arena would operate under life or death, no questions asked, with all consequences being self-inflicted. At Huaqing University, no one had initiated such a deadly challenge for a full 10 years. It was always, let's talk things through. Major issues could be mediated by the student council, minor disputes resolved privately among classmates, who would actually fight to the death with real weapons. Therefore, when the challenge letter cut through the crowd and landed before everyone's eyes, all were shocked by that chilling, murderous aura, their hearts pounding wildly. At this moment, Gu Ziyuan commanded Chen Songzhou to issue the life or death challenge. The student council president's sudden tough stance left the students who knew his peaceful nature completely stunned. Su-yi merely smiled coldly, his tone carrying a hint of contempt. Gu Ziyuan, you're hiding behind others like a coward while sending someone else to their death. How malicious. Gu Ziyuan responded with a resentful and sinister cold laugh. To their death? Who dies remains to be seen. Today I want you to pay with your life for that injured exchange student. As his words hit the ground, Chen Songzhou silently drew his massive axe, its blade gleaming with cold light. He stepped forward to face Su-yi, imposing and aggressive. The watching students erupted. Wow. It's Chen Songzhou, a level 30 berserker. I heard his equipment is maxed out, with over 10,000 HP. Don't be scared by the H5's real trump card is his attack. One axe strike deals 3,000 damage. No wonder Gu Ziyuan sent him out. He clearly doesn't want to give Su-yi any chance to resist, planning an instant kill. What's even more brutal is that once he activates berserk mode, he fears nothing, charging in and out like Zhulong. Awesome. Let's see how long Su-yi can hold out. Amid the commotion, behind Gu Ziyuan, a senior named Niu Xiao was about to cheer, "Go Chen Songzhou," when someone suddenly covered his mouth. He turned around, startled. Little brother? Why are you covering my mouth? The person was Niu Benben, his face pale as he whispered urgently. Bro, don't be stupid, let's get out of here. Why? I need to cheer them on. Niu Xiao was completely confused. Niu Benben hissed. If you want to die, fine. I'll inherit the family fortune alone. As a beast tamer, I even succeeded in luring, but still couldn't catch Su-yi's battle pet. And you dare get closer? This outburst startled Niu Xiao into alertness. his face filled with shock as he quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and Gu Ziyuan's group, fearing blood would splatter the next second. Su Yi picked up the pen and smoothly signed his name on the life or death challenge letter, then casually tossed it away. The thin paper spun through the air before landing. The death warrant was established. The air instantly became both frozen and scorching, weaving together bone-chilling coldness and boiling battle intent. No one had expected that a mere summoner, like Su Yi, would be crazy enough to actually accept Chun Songzhou's challenge. Talk about being stubborn. Su Yi. Oh Su Yi, you're about to become the first student to die from a life or death challenge in 10 years. In the front row of the crowd, the elite class students were so excited their souls trembled. That useless Neo Benlei failed to take down Su Yi, but now a senior student has come to help heaven itself, wants Su Yi dead. The next moment, Chun Songzhou chuckled softly, bowing slightly with perfect etiquette. Since you accept my challenge, I won't hold back. Please allow me to. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, thunder roared like 10,000 iron balls rolling across metal sheets, wave after wave assaulting everyone's eardrums. In the deafening noise, students felt as if they were witnessing the collapse of the universe. Thunder bellowed, lightning flashed its fangs, and a brilliant purple lightning pillar descended like divine punishment, exploding across the dark sky and crashing down with devastating force. The thunderbolt struck like an enraged python, swallowing Chun Songzhou whole while he was still mid-bow. Boom. After the second thunderous crash, the lightning scattered. Only a charred corpse remained, and with a gust of wind, the burnt flesh crumbled and scattered like ash. On the sidelines, Su Yi casually flicked his finger. Chun Songzhou, who had been alive and kicking just a second ago, was now reduced to carbon dust, skipping even the cremation process. Su Yi's eyes gleamed as his voice echoed across the field. Just now. Who said Chun Songzhou had 10,000 health points? Stop talking nonsense with your eyes wide open. In truth, the one talking nonsense was Su Yi himself. Chun Songzhou indeed had over 10,000 health points, but it meant nothing against the Candle Dragon's Thunder Strike dealing over 50,000 damage. Su Yi had deliberately spread false information just for fun. However, regardless of Chun Songzhou's actual health, all the students were now pale with terror, their spines chilled and hair standing on end. Hiss. He actually killed him in one strike. Hiss. Su Yi has no martial virtue. The guy was still bowing, and he launched a sneak attack. Hiss. This isn't even about sneak attacks anymore. One lightning bolt dealt over 10,000 damage. Hiss. Wait, Su Yi just said Chun Songzhou didn't have that much health. Hiss. Was Chun Songzhou not as strong as his reputation? Or is Su Yi just too powerful? I can't understand this world anymore. Hiss. What do we do? How are we supposed to deal with this monster Su Yi? Everyone was shocked, speechless. What was Chun Songzhou? A level 30 berserker. Su Yi's snake was also level 30, but for a battle pet to instantly kill a class-changed warrior was like something out of science fiction. Their worldviews were shattered by that thunderbolt. Incomprehensible, unbelievable, yet the fact lay before them. Chun Songzhou had been completely reduced to carbon dust. Fear, confusion, trembling, shock, terror, and bone-deep horror. Various negative emotions washed over everyone's nerves in waves. They stared at the not-so-large snake at Su Yi's feet, infinite shadows rising in their hearts, as if they would forever be jumping at shadows. The image of that snake would become their lifelong nightmare. Gu Ziyuan stood frozen in place, witnessing Su Yi's battle pet kill Chun Songzhou in one strike. His whole body trembled with cold penetrating to his bone. She couldn't tell if he wanted to cry or could only cry. It was he who had caused Chun Songzhou's death. His legs shook uncontrollably, instinct urging him to flee, but in the next second he saw a white paper floating down to his feet. Looking down, the large characters on the paper made his scalp explode with terror. Life and Death Challenge Letter. Challenger, Su Yi. Just when all the students thought this life or death challenge would end with Chun Songzhou's death, the gasps around the playground had barely subsided when an even heavier thunderbolt struck. Su Yi had publicly issued a life or death challenge to Gu Ziyuan, the student council president. The news spread like wildfire throughout Huaqing University. This campus, which had always prided itself on being civilized and rational, had rarely seen students shed blood over disputes in years, yet now 2 consecutive death matches were enough to make everyone's hearts race. Huaqing University, hailed as the most humanely comfortable ivory tower. But in just one day, blood and gunpowder had swept through. One Chun Songzhou had just fallen, and Su Yi was about to stir up even more bloodshed. Has he lost his mind? That's Gu Ziyuan, the student council president, the leader of the entire student body. If something happens to him, how will the school function? Discussions erupted everywhere. Even though Su Yi was shouting his challenge, everyone assumed the school would never approve. Its student council couldn't be without a leader for even a day. However, the true center of the storm was the direct confrontation between the two. In the center of the playground, Gu Ziyuan stood with his hands behind his back, wearing an expression of calm indifference. I am the student council president, and the organization cannot function without me for a single day. His voice was steady yet tinged with arrogance. Therefore, I refuse your challenge. Save your breath. Su Yi's response was a sneering, menacing laugh. His eyes seemed frozen in an ice cave, cold and determined. Coward, yet you talk big. Are you afraid to die? Su Yi stepped closer, his voice suddenly rising. A transcendent who fears death, what use are you? Is this what our nation's pride looks like? Transcendents either die on the battlefield or advance by stepping over others' corpses. Gu Ziyuan, you're nothing but hot air. How can you lead by example? Pure trash garbage. Gu Ziyuan recognized this as provocation, merely raising an eyebrow and coldly uttering 3 words. So what? Then he shifted his tone. I'm warning you. The matter with Park Yixing isn't over. Don't let me find evidence, or I'll personally drag you to the Japan-Korea alliance to beg for forgiveness. Ha ha, Su Yi threw back his head and laughed, his laughter boiling like scalding water. Everyone look. This is Huaqing University's student council president, ready to offer his own countrymen's heads to grovel before foreign devils. Gu Ziyuan. Oh Gu Ziyuan, can you no longer straighten your spine? Do those foreign students' toes smell that sweet? I'm just being realistic. Gu Ziyuan's anger flared. You killed Park Yixing, deserve what's coming. I'll say it again without evidence. Shut the hell up. Su Yi's pupils contracted sharply. Life or death challenge, will you accept or not? I won't. Gu Ziyuan refused loudly. You have no right to challenge me. I am the student council president. Before he finished speaking, something whistled down from above. Boom. A heavy figure crashed from the sky, creating a crater crisscrossed with cracks. As the dust settled, Butcher Bishop stood holding a dark heavy hammer, his gaze cold as ice. He shook out a white paper that fluttered in the sunlight. The school's latest decision, Butcher's voice rang like clashing metal. Your student council presidency is hereby revoked. You may run for re-election in 1 month. In that instant, Gu Ziyuan's scalp tingled with shock, his courage completely shattered. He stood frozen like a wooden statue, pupils dilating suddenly, his voice trembling. Butcher Bishop, you're not joking, are you? The student council has been running smoothly. Why would the school revoke my position? The butcher couldn't be bothered with small talk and slammed the resolution directly into Gu Ziyuan's face. See for yourself, the principal's seal and signature are right there. You can appeal if you have any issues, but the decision is final. Also, the butcher surveyed the surroundings, his voice ringing out clearly. In 1 month, the student council president position will be open for election. Both freshmen and upperclassmen can participate. All right, I won't disturb your entertainment any longer. Farewell. As his words fell, he stomped his feet hard and shot skyward like he had anti-gravity engines, reaching 100 meters high in the blink of an eye. Clouds drifted gently as he landed steadily on one of them. At the edge of the cloud, Lin Wanner sat swinging her legs, curiously gazing down at the playground below, unable to suppress her giggles. If the principal finds out you forged documents, let's see if he docks your points and salary. The butcher's skeletal hand rubbed his chin. I recall. You were the one who handled the seal and signature. I'm his daughter, who wouldn't dare lay a hand on me, would he? Lin Wanner raised an eyebrow. True enough. The butcher squinted, his expression gleaming with cunning light. But wasn't this going a bit too far? If we don't do something drastic, Huaqing University will truly suffocate itself. He pointed into the distance. Beijing University allows brawling every day. Their students emerge from seas of blood through brutal combat, their killing intent a cut above ours. I hear Lu Qinhai's daughter Lu Tiao comes back bloodstained daily, her battle presence terrifying. Then look at our Ming Wanqiasai, a 3-element mage, and I don't want Ming Qingzong cursing us behind our backs. If Huaqing University keeps coasting on past glory without producing fierce professionals, we'll eventually become second-rate, or even a diploma mill. He gazed up at the clear sky, his tone resolute. The right person in the right environment can lead an entire era. Lin Wanner blinked. And the person you're referring to is? Sui. The butcher's voice was decisive. Meanwhile, on the ground, Gu Ziyuan lost the butcher's protective shield and instantly broke out in cold sweat down his spine. The rules of a death challenge were clear. Once someone issued a challenge, it must be accepted. If refused, the challenger could still attack at will. The students surrounding the playground were all stunned. Caught completely off guard, Gu Ziyuan had just lost his student council president position at this very moment. What incredible timing. It seemed Huaqing University was encouraging students to stir up trouble with each other, completely unlike traditional campus atmosphere. Gu Ziyuan stood frozen in place, the document in his hands feeling heavy as 1,000 pounds, his breathing slowing by half a beat. His pale face was covered with ferocity, terror, and disbelief. A painful, furious shriek with an eerie frequency burst from his mouth. Someone's setting me up. It's me who's setting you up. Su Yi snorted coldly, his tone contemptuous. Gu Ziyuan jerked his head up, a vicious and agonized roar exploding forth. You think you can succeed this way? I may be a peaceful student council president, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Then sign it. Su Yi declared decisively. Stop babbling and wasting time. With no way out, Gu Yuan scribbled his signature on the challenge letter and hurled it back. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. His voice was like grinding steel, making people's scalps tingle. The next second, his aura surged violently as his hands formed seals rapidly, pulling a scroll and brush from thin air. The brush tip danced frantically, sketching a few strokes on the scroll, and countless birds of prey instantly burst from the paper, flapping their razor-sharp wings. Gu Yuan laughed maniacally. You thought I was a level 30 knight? Dead wrong. I possess Japanese and Korean secret arts. I can summon flying creatures. Gu Yuan's performance left all the students in the arena utterly stunned. After all, he was merely a retribution paladin in the knight profession system, specializing in damage output with smooth and fluid attacks. No one had ever heard of him practicing any other disciplines. Yet after being forced to accept Su Yi's life or death challenge, he suddenly twisted his wrist to form hand seals and forcibly executed the secret ninjutsu techniques of Japanese and Korean exchange students. While defending the rights of exchange students was understandable, secretly learning skills from others seemed rather underhanded. The crowd grumbled inwardly about hoarding knowledge, while looking up at the sky. The intersecting black and white ink lines instantly transformed into massive birds with wingspans of several zhong, blotting out the sun like a dark curtain pressing down upon the earth. The fierce momentum rushing toward them sent chills down the students' spines, as if Su Yi would be torn to shreds the moment those talons descended. What powerful sorcery! Now Su Yi is helpless, right? That lightning-spitting snake can't kill many of them. In less than a breath, these birds will capture Su Yi alive. The president is truly the president. His methods may be underhanded, but winning is what matters. What are you saying? This is part of the president's strength. Oomph, arrogant Su Yi has really shot himself in the foot this time. Discussions erupted everywhere. Facing the sky full of fierce birds, Su Yi merely squinted his eyes, his lips curling into a contemptuous arc. No wonder you're willing to be a lapdog for the Japanese and Koreans, he sneered mockingly. Instead of studying your own knightly abilities, you learn these foreign dregs. I deeply admire you've really licked up something worthwhile. Gu Yuan's face turned ice cold as he scoffed. As long as it can defeat you, it's good sorcery. Come then, show your divine powers. Su Yi pointed toward the sky, his voice chilling. How unfortunate. How very unfortunate your ancestor is here. He hurled the phoenix formed from spiritual fire high into the air and pointed with one hand. Mere birds sketched in ink and brush, begone. The phoenix spread its wings with a clear cry, and scorching golden flames transformed into invisible pressure that swept across the sky. While this pressure was weightless to the job changers, for all flying creatures, it was absolute terror from the deepest part of their bloodline. All birds pay homage to the phoenix. Activate. In an instant, those giant birds formed from ink first froze in unison, then fell into chaos. They trembled frantically, bearing claws and fangs yet not daring to approach even half a step, looking like a flock of chicks that had spotted a hawk. Then boom, 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 they exploded one after another into ink rain, some bursting directly into pitch-black splashes, others turning to flee frantically only to explode after flying for mere seconds, transforming into large splatters of ink that poured down from the sky. In moments, the entire sky seemed to rain black, a shocking sight to behold. Gu Yuan stood frozen, then his knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground. This secret technique he had painstakingly obtained by flattering Japanese and Korean exchange students, supposedly invincible throughout China once unleashed, couldn't even withstand a single encounter before Su Yi. The secret technique praised by exchange students as incomparably powerful thus crumbled before everyone's eyes. Even their battle pet didn't launch an attack, it merely let out a single cry, and the flying creatures fled in panic before dropping dead one after another. Gu Yuan's mind went blank as he could hardly believe his eyes. Overwhelming terror crashed over him like a tsunami, and he desperately tried to convince himself that he must have used the secret technique incorrectly. The exchange student would never deceive him. Around the playground, the student's pupils reflected nothing but horror. The phoenix hung suspended in midair, its wings ablaze with crimson gold flames, like a supernatural being capable of seeing into human hearts. Someone cried out in a trembling voice, "What? What just happened? My God!" Just one cry, and Gu Yuan's secretary literally exploded. Another couldn't help but compare this scene to Zhang Fei at Changban Slope, their voice quivering with fear. That's terrifying. This phoenix completely dominates Japanese and Korean secret arts. If this is all Japan and Korea have to offer, what do we Chinese have to fear? Under the firelight, Su Yi burst into laughter filled with mockery, like a father's satisfaction when disciplining a rebellious son. Gu Yuan, he sneered with overwhelming presence. If you have nothing to say, then today is your death day. No, I have something to say. Gu Yuan struggled desperately. Su Yi couldn't be bothered to listen anymore and waved his arm dismissively. I don't want to hear it. The next second, the phoenix opened its mouth and breathed out a blazing fire dragon. the flames forming a cocoon that wrapped around Gu Ziyuan layer by layer. The fire licked frantically at his skin like a burning flower of death. In the blink of an eye, Gu Ziyuan's student council president, ultimate bootlicker supreme, representative of the compromised faction, was reduced to ashes. Su Yi held the phoenix and swept his fierce gaze across the crowd, his voice cold and ruthless. Japanese and Korean secret arts are nothing special. Keep such embarrassing garbage out of China, it's an eyesore. And to all my fellow students, I, Su Yi, hereby announce my candidacy for student council president. My platform has only one point. If you don't vote for me, I'll beat you until you do. Meeting adjourned. With those words, he headed straight for Huaqing University's dungeon hall with his phoenix and another battle pet. I need to hurry and ring that bell. It's a mythical treasure that can block a god's fatal strike. I absolutely must get my hands on it. After Sui left, the playground erupted. Students cursed furiously. What? He wants to run for office? I'd vote for a dog before I'd vote for him. Trying to steal popular support, what a tyrant. We must resist. They completely ignored Su Yi's demonstrated power, their minds filled only with a sense of crisis they had to fight to the end. High above, Rutu observed everything and laughed heartily. I like this Su Yi's personality. He has the fighting spirit of a barbarian and strategic vision too. Control the student council, and you control the academic atmosphere. His thinking aligns perfectly with mine. Beside him, Lin Wanner simply shook her head, seemingly pondering something. Meanwhile, Su Yi arrived at the dungeon hall and slapped his point card on the counter. Receptionist, give me the cheapest dungeon you have. The receptionist? The receptionist was dumbfounded. When he heard Su Yi ask for the cheapest dungeon, he almost thought he'd misheard. That was the lowest difficulty, easy mode. He double-checked. Are you sure you want the cheapest dungeon? Su Yi merely nodded. The receptionist scratched his head, his gaze drifting to the electronic display behind the counter. On the screen, the words Nightmare, Shadowfang Iron Keep Su Yi. Overall rating SSS blazed like a spotlight. Someone who treated nightmare dungeons like daily errands suddenly wanted to start a run? Something didn't add up. He grumbled inwardly. What rattled this powerhouse? Wouldn't breaking a few more nightmare records be much cooler? In the end, he deducted 100 points from Su Yi on the system panel and granted access to the easy dungeon, Endless Prairie. A flash from the teleport pillar, and Su Yi landed in the center of the instance. His view opened onto rolling seas of grass. Wild bison and sheep grazed lazily, names in yellow floating overhead clear as day, non-aggressive mobs. The whole place felt like a vacation ranch. Su Yi casually threw a punch and blew up the nearest bison. System prompt. Gained 100 EXP. At his current level, that didn't even nudge his EXP bar. He couldn't be bothered. He let Zhulong and the phoenix chase each other across the prairie while he sat cross-legged, pulled out a palm-sized primordial bell, raised his arm, and struck it clang-clang. Why do I feel like a monk? Sui muttered, but he didn't stop. The bell's tone was ethereal and far-reaching, as if it pierced through from the primordial era or echoed back from the depths of the cosmos, low, yet pulsing without end. Su Yi gradually sank into it, as though drifting into a boundless void where everything around him stilled. No telling how much time passed before Zhulong's startled screech and the phoenix's piercing cry burst in his ears. Su Yi snapped his eyes open and froze on the spot. The lush green prairie was gone, replaced by scorched earth beneath his feet. The docile herds had vanished without a trace. At the far edge of the instance, two towering silhouettes blotted out the sky. A savage bullet's had a mountain ridge, eyes bright as lightning. Its twin horns were thick as iron towers, fangs jutted in rows, and corded muscles ran from head to tail. 100-meter mass of brute force sprawled across the plain. Opposite it stood a white ram fiend of equal size. Twin horns crowned its head. Its upper body, draped in long hair, was humanoid, while its lower half was the 4 legs of a goat. Standing upright, it looked down on all things. Su Yi scratched the back of his head. What's going on? Isn't this an easy dungeon? How did it turn into this? Zhulong lashed its tail and shouted, It's all because you rang the bell. The bell? Yes. The phoenix and I were playing just fine. Then your bell kept speeding up and swept the whole field with its power. The sky changed, the herds fused in an instant, and bam, no, we've got this mess. Su Yi frowned, glanced down at the small bell in his hand, then looked up at the bull and the ram. To get a read on things, he cast appraisal. World Shaker Savage Bull, Nightmare Boss. Level, 30. HP, 100,000. Defense, 1,800. Attack, 800. Skill, Heaven and Earth Transformation. The heaven-shaking bull randomly selects an enemy to mimic and attacks that enemy. Skill, Bull Demon. Each attack has a chance to summon a bull demon, with a maximum of 3 bull demons on the field simultaneously. Skill, Bull King's Fury. When attacked, has a chance to unleash flames at enemies, dealing 1,000 damage. Skill, Bull Charge. The Bull Demon King transforms into a fire bull and charges in a specified direction, pushing enemies to a designated location, dealing 600 damage and causing stun. Earth-moving White Goat, Nightmare level boss, level 30. Health, 70,000. Defense, 800. Attack, 600. Skill, shield grants shields to nearby allies, lasting 4 seconds. Skill, drain deals 500 magic damage while absorbing 500 health points from enemies. Skill, disruption when attacking, has a chance to redirect enemy attacks onto their teammates. Skill, war stomp stomps the ground dealing 700 damage while launching enemies airborne. If enemies don't land safely, they take an additional 1400 damage. Su-yi stared at the massive information panel before him, completely bewildered. Good grief, I just rang the ancient divine bell a few times, and somehow upgraded a simple dungeon to nightmare level. Even the bulls and sheep that were supposed to be minor mobs have been elevated to boss status. His fingertips gently traced the small bronze bell in his palm. So the ancient divine bell has hidden properties? It can actually force rapid growth? I definitely didn't see that coming. However, since the bell-ringing task was complete, Su-yi didn't intend to take responsibility for whatever the dungeon had become. Anyway, Huaqing University has plenty of dungeons. If I really end up turning them all into nightmare level, I can always go wreak havoc at other universities. With this thought, he felt considerably more relaxed. Ringing the bell was the main quest. The dungeon was just a soundproof room. He waved his hand grandly and commanded, Zhulong, Phoenix, I'm leaving this to you too. Once you're done, we're going home. In the past, he wouldn't have bothered with simple dungeons. But now that this simple dungeon had been upgraded to nightmare level, it was worth his while to take action. The next second, Zhulong and Phoenix obeyed his command and soared into the air. Seas of fire, lightning, dragon roars, and Phoenix cries filled the sky. The heaven-shaking bull had just activated heaven and earth transformation, but its mimicked image of Su-yi hadn't even lasted a breath before being instantly killed by the twin divine beasts. The earth-moving white goat fared even worse, unable to even cast a skill before letting out a terrified bah and collapsing backward. Su-yi shrugged. So this is all nightmare level amounts to? Looks like I need to venture into the deep wilderness and challenge higher-tier, fierce beasts. He quickly thought of a problem secret realms appeared extremely rarely beyond the wilderness, but the bell-ringing task had to be completed daily without interruption. If he couldn't return to the university dungeon hall in time, it would be like missing a daily check-in, forcing him to start over. If only I could carry a portable teleportation gate. Su-yi shook his head self-mockingly. Not realistic, there's no such convenient item available right now. After finishing off the bosses, he left the dungeon to collect his rewards. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation gate, a large crowd of students immediately swarmed around him, blocking the exit completely. Su-yi was stunned. What's going on? Are there still people wanting to challenge me? Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. He's out, he's out. Attendant, swipe my card. Reset the dungeon. I'm first. Let me in. Su-yi. Su-yi stared in bewilderment at the students scrambling to enter the dungeon behind him. Before he could even steady himself on the exit steps, a crowd of students began pushing and shoving each other, nearly crushing the teleportation portal. Su-yi frowned slightly, his mind full of questions. What on earth had gotten into these people? 1 hour earlier, on the teaching building rooftop. Su-yi is going to farm an easy-level dungeon, a sharp-eyed student exclaimed, his voice thundering across the entire academy like a bolt of lightning. In everyone's eyes, Su-yi was a monster-level class changer who could achieve SSS ratings even in nightmare-level dungeons. Yet now he was going to farm the most unrewarding easy dungeons. This seemed suspicious no matter how you looked at it. So various wild theories began to spread like wildfire. 1. He must have discovered hidden treasure in the dungeon. 2. He's probably got some insider information and wants to make a fortune quietly. 3. Anyone with half a brain can tell something's not right. Within minutes, the dungeon entrance was completely blocked. The top-ranked student pushed ahead of everyone else, calmly swiped his card for 100 points, and whooshed inside. The remaining students who couldn't squeeze through began complaining loudly. Damn, that was fast. Hope he's that quick in bed too. Stop arguing. The dungeon resets. There'll be plenty of chances. Convinced that Su-yi was trying to hoard benefits for himself, everyone grew more excited. When someone who can clear nightmare dungeons comes to farm easy ones, that's like putting up a sign saying, nothing suspicious here. Su-yi. He glanced at these students who were flushed with excitement and really wanted to pull out a blackboard to make them write down their wild theories. I'm just going in to ring a bell and stack up, resist divine fatal strike, defense layers. What exactly are you all on? Too tired to complain further, Su-yi simply ignored them and turned to settle his dungeon rewards. First was the experience points. Since the mutated dungeon only had 2 bosses left, the experience wasn't abundant, but it still leveled Su-yi up to 21. Next, a bronze-colored equipment chest materialized in a flash of white light. The moment the chest opened, Su-yi's eyes lit up. Though the interior appeared empty, it was actually packed with fist-sized gems. Red, yellow, blue, purple, orange, cyan, white, 7-colored radiance intertwined, reflecting off the chest walls in a dazzling rainbow display. These weren't decorative stones, but attribute gems that could be directly socketed into equipment. Red increases attack power. Yellow increases defense. Blue boosts spell damage. Purple improves critical hit rate. Orange enhances critical damage. Cyan adds lethal strike chance. White increases attack speed. Beyond these, there were also some rarer gems with special effects, neatly arranged and nearly filling the chest to capacity. Sui sucked in a sharp breath. I've hit the mother lode. By his estimation, this chest of gems would last him until the next major version update. In the world of class changers, equipment socketing was just as important as enchanting and inscriptions. The more gems you had, the more luxurious your attributes, and the more welcome you'd be in teams. Given the same class, people would naturally prefer to team up with someone whose equipment was fully optimized. It's safe to say that this chest of gems would keep Sui from worrying about equipment gem socketing for a very long time. As the heavy lid was lifted, the entire chest burst with brilliant light that instantly illuminated the narrow dungeon space. Red, blue, green attribute gems of every color were layered upon each other like an ocean of precious stones. Sui casually grabbed a handful, feeling the cool touch and the surging attribute power contained within, thinking to himself that he'd almost run out of socket slots in this lifetime. But just as he was collecting the top layer of gems into his backpack and preparing to close the lid, a streak of pitch black suddenly caught his eye. At the bottom of the chest lay a fist-sized black gem, like a deep, mysterious pupil silently staring at him. That profound darkness sent an involuntary chill through his heart, as if this wasn't an ordinary mineral but a living creature. Huh? I don't remember there being any black gems among the common ones. Sui cleared his throat softly, reaching out his hand in confusion. A flash of identification light swept across. Functional gem, Medusa's left eye. Collect the right eye to obtain unexpected effects. A functional gem. Sui's eyes lit up, nearly dropping all the other gems in his hands. Those red, blue, and green crystalline gems in the chest all belonged to the attribute category, while the word functional meant truly rare treasure. His mind quickly flashed through various items he'd seen. Lightning strike boxes, flame essence, water curtain pearls. Most required harsh trigger conditions or had limited uses. Once the usage count hit 0, they became little better than scrap metal. But functional gems were naturally immune to these limitations anytime, anywhere, activate at will, with unlimited uses. The only trouble was that they had to be socketed into equipment, and as equipment was constantly replaced with level progression, gems would be forced into obsolescence. But Sui wasn't worried. The corner of his mouth curved up. I've got the primordial divine bell. That was his current top-tier artifact that would never become obsolete. He'd long planned to craft the primordial divine bell into a necklace for long-term wear, and had been worried about lacking a core gem impressive enough to anchor it. Now the left eye had delivered itself to his doorstep, solving everything perfectly. Next, he just needed to get his hands on the right eye as well. As for the special effect, no need to think petrification. Imagining future battlefields where enemy armies charged forward in fury, and he would lightly trigger his necklace, sending a ghostly light sweeping across to petrify them all into statues. Slash with a blade or smash with a hammer. The choice would be his absolutely fantastic. Sui contentedly pocketed the black gem, having made a fortune from this dungeon run. However, his classmates outside the dungeon were already in an uproar. Look at that. Just as expected. Solid proof. A simple level dungeon dropping an entire chest of gems ridiculous. He cleared the green grassland dungeon too. How come I never saw any hidden stages? Even knowing that Sui was always flashy, they had to admit, the guy really did play better than them. What made it more urgent was that the dungeon entrance was still glowing. One classmate had tumbled in right after Sui, but hadn't come out yet. How come that guy inside still hasn't come out? Don't delay our treasure hunting, someone urged. Just then, a flash of light appeared as that classmate was forcibly ejected from the dungeon, landing on his knees with a face as black as the bottom of a pot, looking like he'd been stunned by life's heavy hammer. How was it? Any surprises? Sui got a whole chest of gems, his classmates egged him on. He nodded mechanically, his voice dry. There were definitely surprises. Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge in. The crowd was getting restless, but he let out a cold laugh, gritting his teeth and lowering his voice to roar out his final words. The damn surprise was that there were actually 2 nightmare-level bosses in a simple-level dungeon. When Sui left the dungeon hall, a long queue still stretched from the entrance, with many students anxiously waiting to enter the green grassland dungeon. The second student was ejected directly by the dungeon, looking disheveled and dejected, his face a mix of sorrow and confusion, yet he managed to force a smile at those behind him. Go ahead, there's really a surprise inside. He cursed silently to himself. I got screwed over, but I absolutely can't let others know. So the third, fourth, fifth, all the students were consecutively bounced back to the hall, each secretly thinking the same thing. If everyone gets screwed together, at least it feels fair. Meanwhile, the new residential area for international students. Ever since their exclusive courtyard was reduced to ash in a great fire, they had been temporarily relocated to regular student dormitories. The metal bunk beds, peeling walls, and creaking wooden doors infuriated the previously arrogant international students. Nakajima stood in the center of the narrow corridor, violently kicking the bed frame, making the metal rails clang thunderously. This is so disrespectful to us, making us live in this dump. We're prestigious international students. Why aren't we given villas? Ito, near the door, sighed helplessly. What else can we do? With Gu Ziyuan gone, no one speaks for us anymore. Our treatment has plummeted faster than a cliff. Nakajima's eyes turned sinister as he snorted coldly. When Huaqing sends exchange students to our country, I'll make them live in doghouses. Then he lowered his voice. But that's for later. Right now we need to figure out whether Piao Yisheng is dead or alive, and how we can pressure China. Thinking of that night's fire and the strange disappearance, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging on the back of his hands. No need to guess, it must have been Su Yi who killed Piao Yisheng. Gu Ziyuan's judgment can't be wrong. At Huaqing University, besides Su Yi, no one else would dare touch us, especially since he had a grudge against Piao Yisheng. That night, when the fire spread everywhere, Piao Yisheng disappeared. Everything points to him. His anger surged as he slammed the bedpost. What's even more infuriating is that none of those elite class students are worth anything. Even Niu Lu couldn't handle Su Yi. Gu Ziyuan is useless too. Even the Japanese-Korean secret techniques failed. Ito's expression grew even grimmer as he asked through gritted teeth. Since we're certain Su Yi is the killer, but Huaqing just stands by and watches, how should we get our revenge? Nakajima narrowed his eyes, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At noon, when I went to the principal's office to negotiate about Piao Yisheng's matter, I accidentally saw a document. Chinese universities usually hold freshman competitions among new students. But this time it's different. It's not just one school. All Chinese universities will participate. The international students immediately crowded around, breathing heavily. Nakajima lowered his voice but couldn't hide his smugness. The venue is in the mountains beyond the wilderness, accessible only through teleportation gates, extremely far away. That's the territory of one of the myriad races, the centaurs. He spoke word by word. The competition's mission is to hunt down these centaurs who cause trouble and harm humans. It's a real battlefield slaughter with blood spraying and heads rolling. When the chaos erupts, we'll unleash the ghoul with plenty of fresh corpses to feed on. Once it becomes powerful enough to obliterate Su Yi in an instant, we'll take his miserable life. Nakajima finished outlining the plan as the dim light cast eerie shadows around the room. The Japanese and Korean exchange students all wore sinister smiles, their suppressed laughter echoing through the cramped dormitory. They could already envision Su Yi lying in a pool of blood, victory within their grasp. The upcoming freshman competition would surely be a bloodbath with corpses strewn everywhere, a perfect breeding ground for a ghoul. The ghoul was a forbidden ninja technique that required multiple people to form an array and cast the spell together. Though weak when first summoned, it would grow exponentially stronger with each piece of flesh it devoured. If enough corpses littered the battlefield, it could even reach godlike power. With perfect timing and conditions, Nakajima felt supremely confident. Humph, as long as there are mountains of corpses, the ghoul will be invincible. Su Yi won't even leave behind ashes. Cunning and cruelty gleamed in his eyes. The other exchange students roared with excitement. Excellent. The plan is perfect. I can already picture Su Yi begging for mercy on his knees. How dare he humiliate our great Japan and Korea? Su Yi deserves nothing but death. Meanwhile, as the Japanese and Korean students plotted in secret, Su Yi's eyelids suddenly began twitching in his distant dormitory. He tore off a piece of white paper and stuck it on his eyelid, squinting as he muttered, "There, that's better." Then he yawned and crawled under his covers to sleep soundly. The next morning, Su Yi walked onto campus. Along the way, students of all kinds shot him hostile glares, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Are they insane? It's not like I dug up their ancestors' graves, he muttered under his breath. These were the unfortunate souls who had entered the Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf dungeon. Each had paid a full 100 points only to get brutally beaten by 2 nightmare-level bosses, losing everything. They directed all their resentment towards Su Yi, the dungeon's creator. On his way to class, he heard that Gu Zixing had dropped out overnight and transferred to Beijing University. Su Yi sneered. He ran fast enough. Next time I catch him, he'll meet the same fate as Gu Ziyuan. Entering the classroom, he noticed Niu Binbin's seat was empty. Someone told him the guy had gotten so scared he transferred to a regular class. Clearly, the Candle Dragon's imposing presence had left lasting psychological trauma. However, Zhushi remained active. He secretly formed alliances, calling themselves the Resistance, with one goal to bring down Su Yi. Su Yi may be strong, but he's not a goad, must have weaknesses. The road ahead is long and winding, but I will search high and low, Zhushi declared with clenched fists, completely unconcerned about when success might come. Over the following days, Tsinghua University appeared calm on the surface. During the day, Su Yi attended classes as usual, studying job transfer data and beast combat techniques. At night, he He punctually entered the Tsinghua University dungeon to ring the bell, turning the place upside down. Aside from the dungeon's misfortune, Su Yi had an exceptionally comfortable month. Until this day, when all freshmen were summoned to the auditorium. Principal Lin's expression was grave as he surveyed the assembled students, slowly beginning to speak. Fellow students, 1 month has passed, and now the freshman competition officially begins. The freshman competition officially begins. At the center of the podium, Principal Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his solemn gaze sweeping across the auditorium with mountain-like authority. All the freshmen had heard that this year's competition was completely different from previous years, but no one knew exactly how. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on him, filled with both tension and anticipation. In the crowd, Su Yi stood with his arms crossed, his expression indifferent to whatever the rules were didn't matter to him. He only cared about whether he could claim first place. This time, Principal Lin's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried clearly throughout the auditorium. What you will face is competition against freshmen from universities nationwide. Boom. The auditorium erupted like a powder keg, instantly boiling over. What? Nationwide? Are they crazy? Previous competitions were always within our school. This isn't fair. What's there to fear? We're a top-tier university. You don't know Jack. The freshmen from Beijing University next door train in blood and gore every day, mastering the most vicious combat techniques. So what? Why boost others' morale while destroying our own confidence? Fine, let me ask you, how many times have you participated in the points challenge? As the questioning voice fell, the auditorium quieted down. In fact, ever since Butcher Bishop had forcefully introduced the points challenge, the harmonious atmosphere left by Guziuan remained deeply rooted, and the campus hadn't truly embraced a martial culture. Only Su Yi went around issuing challenges, turning the campus upside down while students avoided him like the plague. In a short time, he had earned 100,000 points, practically ransacking both the elite and regular classes. Butcher was thoroughly pleased with Su Yi's performance. Even when other students protested repeatedly, he remained behind closed doors, ignoring all complaints. The commotion resumed, and Principal Lin raised his hand for silence before continuing his announcement. Not only that, this competition will take place beyond the wilderness, where death is a constant possibility. You must prepare yourselves mentally. Let me explain the specific procedures now. For the next full half hour, he dissected the rules crystal clear. 1. This mission is Centaur extermination. The Centaur tribe has repeatedly harassed and slaughtered civilians, and the nation has decided to use this competition as an opportunity to eliminate them once and for all. 2. Once in the wilderness, all freshmen will receive no external support whatsoever. Survival depends entirely on your own abilities. 3. The school permits team formation, but whether teams survive and how they coordinate is entirely up to you. As his words settled, the freshmen's faces turned pale, their bodies trembling. People actually die. This is terrifying. We came here to study, not to die. I heard centaurs are more cunning than fierce beasts. What's a healer like me supposed to do? Didn't the principal say we could form teams? It should be noted that Huaqing University freshmen typically trained by teaming up in dungeons, rarely engaging in real combat, let alone worrying about death. Now, stripped of their safety net, this harsh outdoor training struck right at their weakness, causing wails to rise and fall throughout the hall. Principal Lin spoke again, his voice resounding with authority. This operation serves both to eliminate threats to our nation and to test your abilities. Each centaur you kill will drop a token. Managers and leaders drop even more tokens. The number of tokens you bring back will be directly converted to points. In team situations, you'll distribute token ownership among yourselves. The school won't interfere. The top 10 rankings nationwide will all receive rewards, including attribute crystals, experience pills, precious materials, gems, runes, equipment, and more. As soon as these words fell, the entire auditorium seemed frozen in time. With thousands of freshmen staring wide-eyed in unison, the principal had actually offered rewards of this caliber. The appearance of attribute crystals especially made everyone's blood boil with excitement. Job changers only received fixed attribute points with each level up, and once allocated, no additional points could be gained. However, attribute crystals could stack extra attribute points on top of the existing foundation. With just one crystal in hand, a terrifying gap would immediately open up between players of the same level. Yet these items were extremely scarce, with prices but no market availability. Huaxia's decision to lavishly offer attribute crystals for this freshman competition demonstrated the government's serious commitment. Principal Lin paused briefly before dropping another bombshell. Huaqing University also has internal rewards. Anyone who breaks into the national top 10 can enter the school treasury to pick gifts. No grade restrictions. Take whatever catches your eye. Additionally, all the tokens you collect will be converted into points at equal value. The auditorium had barely been quiet for half a second when the principal delivered another blow. I'll announce one more thing. Whoever gets first place in points will immediately become student council president. Boom. Voices of protest instantly erupted through the roof. Isn't this too reckless? Shouldn't the student council president be elected by the whole school? What if they have character problems? Who takes responsibility? Will the sophomores, juniors, and seniors accept this? This clearly seems tailor-made for someone specific. Behind the podium, Meat Butcher surveyed the entire venue expressionlessly, his gaze finally settling on Sue-yi. Sue-yi grinned broadly, smiling casually. He understood in his heart that while this rule might seem abrupt to others, for him it was a fast track straight to the throne, saving him from having to beat up classmates one by one to force votes. In terms of points, he was already far ahead, with a lead that could lap the other freshmen several times over. But he didn't dare become complacent. Who knew if someone might get incredibly lucky and stumble into a centaur den, instantly becoming a token millionaire? Moreover, he was still eyeing the mountain and sea classic drawing qualification that came with national first place. Tactical contempt, strategic importance, he couldn't afford any mistakes. After announcing the main rules, Principal Lin explained a series of additional precautions. Then Meat Butcher issued the final command in a deep voice. You have 2 hours to prepare. Assemble at the sports field in 2 hours. The freshmen dispersed with thunderous noise, rushing back to their dorms with both anxiety and excitement, each packing dry rations and organizing their Gurno. One dared gamble on how long the competition would last. Sue-yi returned to his private villa, quickly stuffing compressed biscuits and energy drinks into his backpack, then opened his weapon rack to carefully sharpen his gleaming war blade and check every piece of equipment's fastenings. Creak, came a soft sound from behind. He turned around to see a shiny, oily head poking through the back door. Zhu Guanxian had once again snuck in stealthily. Over the past month, this guy had already been politely sent flying by Sue-yi several times. Their eyes met, and Zhu Guanxian quickly raised his hands in surrender. Buddy, let's talk this out, don't. Holy crap, screw you. Bang. Sue-yi gave no chance for explanation, throwing a punch that sent Zhu Guanxian flying like a broken rag doll, tracing a beautiful arc over the eaves before disappearing into the horizon. Sue-yi dusted off his fist and shouted upward. I keep my word. If I let you stay at Huaqing University one more day, I'll take your surname. He closed the door, inserted the bolt, and locked it in one fluid motion. Then he summoned Zhulong and Phoenix, both divine birds ruffling their feathers and scales with battle intent burning in their eyes. Sue-yi declared in a deep voice. This time, we're not doing anything else, just one word. Kill. 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 At this moment, Huaqing University's athletic field was packed with people. Over 2,000 freshmen stood in formation at the center. At the far end of the wide track, a massive teleportation array nearly 20 meters in diameter glowed with an eerie white light, its runic patterns crawling across the ground. The freshmen gripped their weapons tightly, faces pale as death, trembling despite the absence of any cold wind. This journey held uncertain fate between life and death. Around the field's perimeter, upperclassmen who had arrived early crowded together in a semicircle. Isn't this supposed to be just some wilderness assessment? Why do they all look scared to death? You don't know shit. This time they're being sent to slaughter centaurs. Think you could do better? Damn, they might not even survive. This batch of freshmen really drew the short straw. Back in our day, we just had to muddle through some easy tests. Wonder how many will make it back. This national assessment is way too brutal. It's practically throwing away talent. Amid the chatter, a particularly striking figure appeared. The person had a gloomy expression, disheveled dark red hair, and a ghostly blue crack running vertically down his forehead like a third eye, radiating an unsettling aura. His overwhelming life force felt as heavy as towering mountains, making him impossible to forget after just one glance. This was Duan Xinshan, a sophomore. Duan Xinshan squinted through his sunken eye sockets, his gaze like a lion sizing up sheep, both mocking and cold. I've always said talent is forged through killing, not coddling. That old stubborn fool Gu Ziyuan just wouldn't listen. Well, now Luke's dead, the clouds have cleared, and the sun is shining. Someone nearby immediately shot back. Do you have any idea how much good Gu Ziyuan did for the students? And here you are making snide remarks. Doesn't matter how much good he did, Duan Xinshan snorted. When students have conflicts, they should settle them with fists. What's all this emotional nonsense? This assessment proves my point, doesn't it? Several upperclassmen were so frustrated they threw up their hands, muttering, some people just love stirring up trouble. But Duan Xinshan just laughed loudly. Oh, and I'm running for student council president. Anyone who doesn't vote for me gets beaten into submission. And say, I didn't warn you. This speech sounded familiar, and everyone ignored him, continuing to watch the freshman. Bai Ze. The teleportation array suddenly roared to life, its light barrier rising high. The supervising instructor, Rutu, strode forward, his voice booming like a bronze bell. Life and death depend on yourselves. Complete the national mission and return bathed in blood, then you'll be heroes. Move out. The freshmen in the front row seemed to have lead in their feet, legs stiff with fear. Rutu's temper flared as he grabbed them by the scruffs of their necks, hurling them one by one into the light barrier. In the crowd, Sui approached the teleportation array with his staff strapped to his back. Duan Qianshan quietly sidled up to him with a grin. Sui, right? You've been quite active lately, really changed my perception of summoners. I like your style, direct and ruthless enough. When I become president, how about the vice president position? Sui turned to look at him. Where did this lunatic come from? He replied coolly. I've already reserved the president position for myself. Duan Qianshan's expression instantly turned cold as ice. Never think before you speak, do you? Suyi's gaze was profound, without a trace of jest. Do I look like I'm joking? After a few moments of silence, Duan Qianshan's brow furrowed tightly. Looks like I have a new competitor. No, you're not qualified to be my opponent. Sui said nothing more and stepped through the teleportation gate. Duan Qianshan was left completely stunned. Fuming with rage, he stomped his feet. What an arrogant freshman. I'd like to see if you can make it back alive. Sui stepped into the portal that emanated a ghostly blue glow. A buzzing sound filled his ears, followed by a brief moment of disorientation. When his feet found solid ground again and he opened his eyes, he found himself in a long, deep cavern. The rocky walls were jagged, with torches mounted one after another in the stone crevices. The flickering flames outlined the dim space in orange hues, barely providing enough light to see the path ahead. At the far end, near the cave's exit, several military officers had gathered. They spoke in hushed tones, pointing and gesturing at a map, occasionally glancing back to observe the students in the cave. Sui looked around and saw at least 20,000 freshmen from various universities crowded around him. The crowd displayed a range of emotions. 1. Some wore solemn expressions with heavy gazes, as if ready to charge into battle at any moment. 2. Others laughed and joked, treating this assessment like an outdoor field trip. 3. A few even pulled out small knives to carelessly carve "I was here" into the rock walls, sending stone chips scattering to the ground. Suddenly, Sui spotted a familiar figure deep in the crowd, Lu Tiao. At this moment, Lu Tiao's entire being radiated killing intent like an uncontrolled blade, each breath carrying a chilling edge. Their eyes met briefly. Sui remained expressionless, lifting his gaze and looking away. With another glance, he also spotted Yi Tian, the warrior class student. The guy made eye contact with Sui for less than a second before shrinking back and immediately burying himself in the crowd, as if he had keeping a low profile written on his back. There were quite a few candidates from Jiang City as well. These former classmates now wore complex expressions, their gazes towards Sui neither surprised nor hostile, but calm as mirrors. Just then, Ming Wanqiu quietly approached. I just saw some Japanese and Korean exchange students keep looking in your direction. Oh, Sui glanced toward the corner. Sure enough, those Japanese and Korean exchange students were craning their necks to look, but when they met his gaze, they all turned away in unison, pretending to admire the stalactites on the cave ceiling. Thanks for the heads up, Sui chuckled softly. I guess they haven't given up yet. Be careful, Ming Wanqiu shrugged, then asked. Have you formed a team yet? Not yet. What about you? My group is all girls, and we still have spots available. Want to join? She blinked at him. Sui glanced at his BFUU Blooming Flowers account friend list, and was indeed tempted for a moment. But considering that he possessed 2 summoned beasts Zhulong and Phoenix, no matter what dangers arose, most of the time it wouldn't be his turn to fight personally. That extra 40% attribute bonus was quite appealing. But if monsters appeared that even Zhulong and Phoenix couldn't handle, all he could do was run anyway. After thinking it over, he shook his head. Forget it, it wouldn't make much difference. Seeing this, Ming Wanqiu didn't insist further and turned to walk back to her team. She had barely taken 2 steps when steady footsteps approached from the distance. A student wearing a crimson cloak over gold-trimmed armor walked toward them with resolute steps, like a war god emerging from a mythical battlefield. The firelight reflected off his armor, casting cold metallic gleams. Ming Wanqiu. The newcomer called out flatly. Ming Wanqiu was startled at first, then recognized him and pointed. Rong Xiaorong, right? You still remember me? I do, Rong Xiaorong replied in a steady voice, his expression showing no emotion. Ming Wanqiu smiled brightly. Of course you do. Aunt Rong is my idol. Rong Xiaorong bowed slightly. My mother is honored. Ming Wanqiu giggled, then pulled Sui over for introductions. This is Sui. Sui. This is Rong Xiaorong from Hu University. Sui raised an eyebrow. So this was the Rong Xiaorong that Ro Tu had described as especially powerful. Why did he seem like he had facial paralysis? At such a young age, he had no youthful energy at all, excessively mature. Casually pulling up the other's information, the next second Sui felt like his mind had been struck by lightning and nearly cried out in shock. This guy was actually classless. Ming Wanqiu whispered in Suyi's ear, Rong Zairongi's mother Rong Guanyue is one of the 5-star generals. After saying this, she pursed her lips with a half smile and added, Don't ask me why his surname is Rong. I rarely pay attention to social affairs. As her words faded, she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and waved towards someone in the distance. I see Lu Tiao over there. I'll go say hello first. You two chat. Rong Xiaorong nodded at her and replied coolly, I just came from Lu Tiao's direction. At this moment, Su Yi's mind was in complete turmoil, the only son of a five-star general. But what made his stomach churn even more was the profession information that popped up beside his ear. No profession. This is fucking a hidden profession, right? Su Yi gasped, his mind racing through countless possibilities. No profession meant all professions. You could learn every skill as long as you were willing to put in the effort, becoming a true master of all trades. Imagine this. A warrior charges at you, then the next second hurls a massive fireball at your face, or goes invisible and heals himself. As long as your imagination was wild enough, a no-profession player could turn the battlefield into a circus act, not to mention the explosive damage output. Of course, heaven and hell were separated only by the thickness of one's wallet. The biggest nightmare for no-profession players was skill books. Some skills were interconnected, and if one book was missing, the entire skill chain would break. Skill books were like bottomless pits. Without financial support, no-profession players would instantly become the second most useless profession. Just think about it. For a single planetary devastation skill book for Chi Masters, Lin Yong had to practically sell his soul to get it. If a no-profession player wanted to develop all skill trees, the cost would be 10 or even 100 times more. But when Sui thought about Rong Xiaorong's five-star general mother, he immediately understood. Money was absolutely not a problem for this guy. So he sighed inwardly. Who's the best at reincarnation skills? Rong Xiaorong was a prime example. If it were an ordinary family, they simply couldn't afford to raise such a money-devouring beast. With this thought, Sui spoke first, his tone dripping with sourness. Hello there, money-devouring beast. Rong Xiaorong raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression remaining calm. Hello, Mr. Adu. A vein bulged on Su Yi's temple. Adu's most hopeless case in history, which was basically calling summoners the most useless profession. He licked his lips and forced a smile. You think you're hot shit? Smart. I've beaten up at least 800 arrogant guys like you, if not 1,000. Please provide an exact number, Rong Xiaorong said flatly. Su Yi. There was no way to communicate with this lunatic. He simply shut his mouth. Before long, the military officer at the front of the cave entrance suddenly bellowed like thunder. Everyone quiet down. The chatter instantly died, and all the freshmen turned to look at him in unison. The officer's expression was solemn, his voice crisp and commanding. You all know what the freshman competition entails, so I won't repeat it. I'll just remind you of 4 points. First, you can check all freshmen's kill scores on your electronic watches at any time. If you want to make it into the top 10, fight like your lives depend on it. Second, this is a forward observation post that humanity fought hard to establish. No matter what happens, even if you're being chased by the centaur race, you are not allowed to return. Violators will be executed without mercy. Third, there's only one way to survive: kill all the centaurs. Fourth, centaurs are not beasts. Centaurs are not beasts. Centaurs are not beasts. I'm saying this 3 times because it's important. If you use stupid monster grinding tactics, you'll only die faster. When facing the centaur tribes, you must be prepared for battle. The officer's voice echoed through the cavern as he raised his hand. All right, that was just a reminder. Take it or leave it. Just remember the second rule. After taking a deep breath, he continued with the mission briefing. It's already dark outside, which makes it perfect timing for travel. There are 3 routes leading out of this cave, and they all lead to centaur territory. Please check your electronic watch maps. Su Yi raised his wrist and activated the standard issue electronic watch. A blue holographic beam unfolded before everyone, displaying 3 routes that converged on the same centaur territory. The central path was the shortest but fraught with danger, while the other 2 were longer detours with relatively lower risks. The officer's gaze was sharp, his expression solemn. Return bathed in blood, and you'll be heroes. Move out. The heavy stone doors were pushed open. The elite freshmen charged into the night first, silent and swift. Then, freshmen from various universities burst forth like wolves breaking through a blockade, their eyes gleaming red as they descended like tigers from the mountains. Lu Tiao passed by Su Yi, pausing briefly with an expressionless profile. I won't lose to you. With those words, she raised her sword and rushed forward. Ming Wanqiu giggled. Such rivalry. Su Yi couldn't even be bothered to look at her. That's her own obsession. What does it have to do with me? The clanking of armor rang out as Rong Xiaorong adjusted his golden equipment and said solemnly, Mr. Ado, I hope our next meeting will be as pleasant as our first. He nodded to Ming Wanqiu, then like a war god adjusting his cloak, stepped into the darkness. Su Yi rubbed his temples. Is this guy sick? What first meeting? Is he implying I won't survive? Ming Wanqiu shrugged helplessly. He's just a bit stubborn. I'd say he's just stupid. Su Yi snapped, then gathered his equipment and followed the Huaqing University freshman toward the exit. Compared to other schools, Huaqing's momentum was noticeably weaker, with the freshmen looking tense and clearly underprepared. Su Yi, however, was boldly confident, his voice booming like a bell. What are you dawdling for? Make way, make way. Keep dragging your feet, and others will kill all the centaurs before we get there. How embarrassing. He pushed through the crowd while striding boldly out of the cave. The night sky scattered cold starlight as he looked up and patted the small dragon coiled around his arm. The seemingly tiny snake instantly expanded to over 30 meters, rising through swirling clouds and mist, carrying Su-yi into the sky. A phoenix spread its wings, its colorful feathers streaming with light as it followed closely behind. Standing atop the candle dragon with the fierce night wind whipping around him, Su-yi simply abandoned the 3 ground routes and chose a direct approach aerial assault. The freshmen below the cave entrance stood slack-jawed, some nearly collapsing to the ground. What? How is Su-yi's snake flying? Holy crap, that looks like a dragon. A dragon? Come on. Wait, is that chicken actually a phoenix? Ming Wanxiu watched the dragon's silhouette disappear into the distance and said flatly, "Congratulations, your intelligence is functioning." The freshmen looked at each other in confusion. That counts as intelligence functioning? Why does it sound like an insult? She gripped her staff tightly and sighed wistfully. Truly beyond reach. Then she raised her delicate eyebrows with a cunning expression. "Sisters of the Black Rose Squad, let's move out. We're here to do one thing, and one thing only: steal badges." Su-yi rode his dragon through the air. In no time, he caught up with a large group of freshmen from other universities ahead. He wasn't sure which university this team belonged to, but their marching strategy was quite innovative. Several heavily armored, high-defense warriors walked boldly at the front, holding blazing torches that exposed them in the darkness, while hundreds of freshmen followed 100 meters behind, all lights extinguished, advancing stealthily under cover of night. All 3 mountain paths led to the Centaur stronghold, but scattered Centaur sentries were posted along the routes. The high-defense warriors in the firelight acted like walking bait, quickly attracting centaurs lurking in the shadows. The centaurs roared as they charged through the darkness, hooves pounding as they prepared to tear these humans apart. But the moment they revealed themselves, hundreds of skills rained down from the hidden main force behind fireballs. Ice spikes, poison clouds, and lightning bolts filled the sky, instantly blasting the centaurs into bloody mist. When the dust settled, the freshmen rushed forward to collect the spoils, carefully gathering every distinctive badge from the centaur bodies and handing them all to a designated teammate for safekeeping. Watching from a distance, Su-yi couldn't help but widen his eyes. These rookies have pretty good coordination. The front line used high-defense torchbearers as bait, while the back line finished with area attacks, with all badges collected centrally, both safe and efficient, easily capable of breaking into the top 10 rankings. He figured that anyone who could get hundreds of freshmen to willingly follow orders must have extraordinary charisma. So he guided his candle dragon to descend slowly, wanting to see what kind of person this leader was. However, before he could land, he heard whispered conversations among several freshmen on the ground. "Stop dawdling. Give me all the points, and if it's not enough, make up the difference with Chinese yuan when we get back." It turned out to be a pay-to-win operation, buying loyalty with campus points and even cash. Su-yi nearly fell off his candle dragon's back. So it's just another rich kid throwing money around. Campus points could still circulate within the school, but once they left campus, everyone would have to rely on Chinese yuan for food, drink, and lodging. This team was the perfect example of money makes the world go round. Su-yi silently scorned. "I thought he had such noble character. Turns out he's just buying his way through." With his mind made up, he patted the candle dragon's spine and swooped down from the air to the front of the formation. After landing, he called to his candle dragon and phoenix, "Attack. Flush out all the centaurs along the path. I'll collect the badges myself. No need to trouble anyone else." The candle dragon and phoenix received their orders and swept into the mountain forest from left and right. Su-yi watched as his battle pets charged into the centaur hiding spots like foxes in a henhouse, instantly causing chaos with thunder roaring everywhere. The candle dragon raised its massive tail, electricity crackling around it as lightning tore countless white streaks across the night sky, like 1,000 depth charges exploding simultaneously. The phoenix swept past with spread wings, its scorching flames turning tree trunks red hot. Over a dozen centaur squads of levels 18 to 25 immediately fled in panic, but under the candle dragon's massive lightning damage, they couldn't even escape in time. With each blinding flash of lightning, another centaur fell dead. Some centaurs did draw their bows and fire arrows at the Zhulong in the sky, attempting to fight back. However, their arrows couldn't even scratch the dragon's scales, leaving the centaurs to meet their doom on the spot. Meanwhile, not far from Zhulong in the sky, a phoenix was also circling and searching. Upon spotting over a dozen centaurs, its throat trembled violently. A torrent of scorching flames poured down like a volcanic eruption. The blazing fire waves instantly engulfed the grassland, and any centaur touched by even a spark transformed into a shrieking fire horse, burning to charcoal within mere breaths. The firelight reflected on Su-yi's face as he rubbed his hands together gleefully. "Awesome, just awesome. With battle pets clearing the way, this is like a vacation for me. All I need to do is bend down and collect the tokens." With that, he walked to the battlefield beneath Zhulong, where over a dozen centaur tokens lay scattered on the ground. Just as he bent down to collect them, rustling sounds came from the grass ahead. Didn't kill them all. He looked up in confusion. A freshman emerged from the grass. Lu Pao Pao. The man had a head like a sauce block, shifty eyes, and a grinning, wretched expression. System information appeared simultaneously. Profession, Shadow Assassin. Level, 25. Fellow student. Lu Pao Pao licked his lips and waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself. I can pick these up myself. He raised an eyebrow. Since when does this freshman competition have a rule about splitting fines 50-50? Rules? Lu Pao Pao pointed at Zhulong in the sky and burst into laughter. It killed them. It's probably an official helper. So what gives you the right to claim you killed those centaurs? Su Yi's eyes held a touch of gentleness, a hint of coldness, and a trace of compassion as he spoke softly. Zhulong. The next second, the massive Zhulong suddenly shrank and landed on Su Yi's shoulder, coiling around his neck with its golden vertical pupils fixed on Lu Pao Pao. Lu Pao Pao's knees buckled as he collapsed on the spot, his face filled with terror and his breathing rapid. This dragon, is actually yours? How could a useless summoner possibly command a dragon? This doesn't make sense. He continued collecting tokens with his head down, his tone indifferent. Why do the ignorant not know reverence? Reverence my ass. Lu Pao Pao suddenly roared, his voice hoarse. Put down those tokens. I'm going to rob you. He paused his movements and looked up at him with an eerie smile. Rob me? Are you drunk on fake liquor? Were you blind when Zhulong showed its power? Lu Pao Pao gritted his teeth and drew a long iron rod, forcing himself to stand. Humph. It's just lightning output, so what? I'm taking these tokens, so get lost if you know what's good for you. Su Yi's face half disappeared into shadow. And what if I refuse? Then you're dead. Lu Pao Pao laughed maniacally in response. Sigh, courting death. Zhulong, strike him down. As the words fell, Zhulong opened its mouth, unleashing thunderous might. A thick purple lightning bolt crashed down from the sky, striking directly at the arrogant freshman. However, Lu Pao Pao's expression remained casual, a smile hanging on his lips as if he felt no fear. He raised his iron rod high and roared. Lightning rod. Su Yi watched Lu Pao Pao's bizarre behavior with curiosity. Lu Pao Pao tilted his chin up with an arrogant expression, raising a long, dark iron rod high above his head with one hand. Howling winds swept in dark clouds, and suddenly lightning danced wildly across the skyboom. A massive bolt of thunder, exceeding 50,000 volts, struck down precisely. Purple electricity surged down the iron rod, sliding along Lu Pao Pao's arm before finally sinking into the ground, completely absorbed by the earth. Su Yi was momentarily stunned, his pupils contracting sharply. What this guy was holding was a lightning rod. But he had never heard of such an item before. Lu Pao Pao glanced at Su Yi, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he sneered. Heh, who's the real frog in the well now? Looking at your expression, I bet you can't even recognize what this is, can you? Su Yi exhaled a stream of hot air and said, why don't you enlighten me so I can die knowing the truth? Lu Pao Pao's crimson eyes swept over the token in Su Yi's hand like a venomous snake, his tone growing increasingly smug. This is the lightning god iron. Forged by my Lu family's master craftsman through painstaking effort, it grants immunity to all lightning-based damage except divine thunder. Do you understand now? Put down that token. Your battle pet poses no threat to me anymore. And you're just a summoner. What can you possibly fight me with as an assassin? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, silently marveling at how fascinating the outside world truly was encountering such a rare artifact that granted lightning immunity in just a single freshman competition. However, his gaze instantly turned ice cold, his tone light, yet chilling. I'd very much like to have a good chat with that master craftsman of yours about his retirement, crippling his hands, or getting his coffin ready early. What? Lu Pao Pao didn't understand for a moment. Su Yi smiled coldly, his lips forming words as sharp as ice shards. Zhulong, destroy him. Just as Lu Pao Pao was about to mock him, before the words could leave his mouth, a violent tornado struck. Zhulong raised its head and roared, unleashing a tornado that swept Lu Pao Pao high into the air. Razor-sharp wind blades in the air tore at his cloak and leather armor. This is impossible. How can your battle pet still use wind-based skills? HHH. His terrified scream was cut short in midair. Su Yi bent down to pick up the scattered token, snorting coldly. Too much nonsense. Splat. Lu Pao Pao crashed down beside Su Yi's feet like a torn rag, his body mangled and bloody. Zhulong's tornado had a base attack power multiplied by 10, dealing 45,000 damage. Level 25 low-health assassin simply couldn't withstand it and died instantly on the spot. With all 13 tokens now in his possession, Su Yi casually picked up the lightning god iron and weighed it in his hand, feeling its heavy iron quality but unable to discern what materials had been mixed into it. His eyes gleamed coldly. This master craftsman cannot be allowed to live. Crack. He forcibly snapped the lightning god iron in half, leaving a jagged break, and casually tossed the fragments aside. Su Yi muttered to himself. If such a day really comes when everyone's carrying lightning god iron, how heartbroken would Zhulong be? After all, Zhulong's strongest signature move is Thunderstrike Tornado just can't keep up with his pace. Flood Surge is only for dealing with those mindless beasts. So Sui decided to look up some information when he had time and pay a visit to the Liu family's master blacksmith to have a good chat about life goals and ideals. He closed the panel and casually glanced at the treasures dropped by Liu Pei nothing but a pile of scrap metal, not worth bending over for. Then he pocketed the centaur tokens killed by the phoenix and once again commanded the candle dragon and phoenix to clear the area. In the dim forest path, flames and dragon breath intertwined as centaurs fell in droves. Occasionally, level 30 elites would appear, but they couldn't stop this terrifying pair of summoned beasts. Monsters that other freshmen would need teamwork and PK skills to defeat couldn't even finish a breath before Sui. Kill a batch, collect a batch. The tokens quickly piled up to over 80. Just as he was about to venture deeper, dense footsteps suddenly came from behind, mixed with angry shouting. You bastard up ahead, stop right there. Murderous aura spread around Su Yi as he turned back to see the 100-man team from earlier charging toward him aggressively. The leading freshman, Yuan Gu, pointed at his nose and cursed. Don't you have any morals? Don't you understand first come, first served? You killed all the centaur SWAT are we supposed to hunt? So what? Su Yi's gaze was ice cold, his voice like scraping ice. Who made the rule that I can't wipe them all out and have to leave some for you? Bullshit. Yuan Ji's face darkened. I hired all these people, and now there are no monsters to kill. Are you going to pay their wages? I'm telling you, we've contracted this path. Get lost if you don't want to die. Su Yi crossed his arms and sneered. What are you laughing at? Yuan Gu glared, suddenly noticing Su Yi's class identifier and shrieking, a trash summoner? So you do have a team? I really don't want to bully garbage like you, afraid of getting my hands dirty. His gang burst into harsh laughter. Truly the janitor classed the team, killing monsters ahead won't even let him play. Bro, how much is your team paying you? Want to come sweep floors for us instead? Haha. I thought some big shot was clearing out centaurs. Turns out it's just some broken team? I admire this summoner's courage. Does he know what he is? Even a level 10 could kill him against a lone centaur, right? This is the freshman competition, not a stroll in the park. Mocking voices rose one after another. Yuan Gu impatiently waved his hand. Enough. Call your team back and get your leader over here. Take your people and get lost from this path immediately, or don't blame me for being merciless. Su Yi's laughter carried thick mockery. Want to meet my team? Sure. He raised his finger to his lips and whistled sharply, the piercing sound cutting through the night sky. The next second, dark clouds churned and wind howled. The phoenix descended first, its 5-colored wings dazzling as it gazed down at everyone with proud eyes. Following closely, the candle dragon rode the clouds, a centaur corpse still dangling from its massive jaws, its dragon eyes cold and radiating overwhelming ferocity. Su Yi spread his arms wide and announced playfully, my team has arrived. If you gentlemen have anything to say, please go ahead. With the candle dragon and phoenix flanking Su Yi on either side as his guardians, an overwhelming bloodthirsty aura surged forth instantly, as if crimson mist was rolling through the air, and the killing intent was so thick it felt suffocating. Standing between these two ancient beasts, Su Yi seemed cloaked in a dazzling divine radiance that immediately silenced all would-be challengers. The air grew so quiet that only the sound of nervous swallowing could be heard. Fear was etched clearly on every face as bodies trembled, as if pierced by an invisible, bone-chilling wind. The numerous freshmen stared wide-eyed at the candle dragon and phoenix. The dark crimson dragon's massive body was as thick as a mountain ridge, its scales reflecting cold, menacing light. The phoenix's wings blazed with golden flames, its proud bearing radiating the arrogance of one who looks down upon all living beings. Sweat beads rolled down some noses. Others had their eyes frozen by that piercing coldness. Some stood with mouths agape and faces rigid, while others were so terrified their legs gave out, leaving a puddle on the ground that spread like a map. After a long moment, a freshman finally broke the deathly silence with a trembling voice. What is that? It looks like a dragon, and a phoenix. How is that possible? How could a summoner bring out legendary creatures? You're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? All I know is we've kicked the wrong hornet's nest. Damn, which academy is this summoner from? Why did they let him out? I have a sinking feeling we're about to get completely outclassed. Yuan Ji's previously arrogant expression completely froze, twisting into deep terror. His throat tightened, his face turned deathly pale, and his body shook uncontrollably. He could tell at a glance that these two battle pets were extremely dangerous. The candle dragon radiated murderous intent that made one's scalp crawl, while the phoenix's haughty indifference suggested that even a glance would be blasphemous. At this moment, Su Yi's gaze was as dark as an abyss as it fell upon Yuan Gu. Didn't you have something to say to my team just now? What's wrong? Cack out your tongue. Yuan Ji's hair stood on end instantly, terror filling his chest as he stammered. No, no, I never said anything like that. You do your thing. We'll go around. We'll go around right now. Did I say you could leave? Su Yi's explosive shout thundered across the entire area. The crowd that had been about to scatter froze in their tracks. Yuan Ji's neck stiffened as he spoke with a crying tone. We were wrong, really wrong. We were blind. Please spare us. Just let us go like a fart in the wind. Only then did everyone remember that this was the freshman competition, taking place in the wilderness outskirts with no life guarantees. The teachers and officers in the caves had never forbidden student infighting. In other words, if students fought to the death, it would just be bad luck, no different from being killed by magical beasts. Though Yuan Ji's group had superior numbers, they had no will to resist before the Candle Dragon and Phoenix, fear arising from the depths of their hearts. A flash of brutality and coldness passed through Su Yi's eyes. Huh. You seemed pretty pleased when you were mocking me earlier. Well then let the fun continue. As his words fell, he lightly snapped his fingers. An unprecedented sense of terror surged through Yuan Ji's heart. Looking up, he saw thunderclouds rolling across the sky with purple lightning dancing wildly. A massive dragon formed of pure lightning roared as it dove down, its maw gaping wide, electric light tearing through the air as it swallowed him whole. Electric current coursed through every limb and bone. Yuan Ge felt only heart-rending agony and an indescribable sense of powerlessness washing over his entire body, as if something was leaving his very being. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Ge didn't even have time to cry out before being electrocuted to a crisp, his health bar completely depleted as he collapsed dead on the ground. The freshmen witnessing this strike felt their souls being ripped from their bodies. One hit. Really just one hit, and he's dead. But Yuan Ge was a blade warrior with over 3,000 health points. That dragon's damage is absolutely insane. We told you it would be a dimensional beatdown, but you still mocked him. Serves you right. Look at his vindictive nature. He doesn't care if we're students or not. Run, or we're all dead. Someone's terrified shout triggered a mass exodus as over 100 freshmen scattered like startled birds, fleeing in all directions. The phoenix soared overhead and breathed down a torrent of flames, instantly creating a rolling wall of death across the ground. Students caught in the inferno were reduced to ash before they could even scream, while the torch dragon roared as it charged into the crowd, unleashing carnage on Su Yi's behalf. Su Yi couldn't be bothered to look up, crouching beside Yuan Ji's corpse to rifle through his backpack. Though the owner was dead, his storage pack remained intact. As the leader of a 100-person team, he might have hidden some valuable treasures. First item, over 20 tokens. Combined with what he'd collected earlier, his total token count exceeded 100. Next, he pushed aside some miscellaneous items when a dark gleam caught his eye. A black gemstone, none other than the legendary Medusa's right eye. What perfect timing, Su Yi muttered, holding the gem in stunned silence for a moment as the pieces fell into place. Yuan Ge had wanted his Medusa's left eye, while he needed Yuan Ji's right eye. The moment either party made their demand known, a fight to the death was inevitable. This battle had simply come earlier than expected. The outcome remained unchanged. He pocketed the gemstone, already planning his next move. Once the freshman competition ended, he'd immediately find a master craftsman to embed this treasure into the ancient divine bell. While the torch dragon and phoenix continued their hunt outside, Su Yi pulled out his electronic watch to check the real-time rankings. First place, Rong Xiaorong, over 300 tokens. Second place, Ming Wanqiu, over 200. Third place, Lu Tiao, 173. He ranked fourth with 113. Su Yi frowned. With his two battle pets capable of instant kills, the gap shouldn't be this wide despite the time lost dealing with those two groups. Suddenly, realization dawned. These three shared one irreplaceable advantage: powerful parents. China's only 3 5-star generals each happened to have a child in the competition. Even without forming teams, they couldn't stop opportunistic classmates from voluntarily offering tokens to curry favor. Many freshmen who knew they had no chance at the top 10 simply donated their tokens outright to earn goodwill. I'm literally cheating and still can't beat your collective nepotism? Su Yi nearly spat blood in frustration. Without first place, he'd lose the chance to draw rewards from the classic of mountains and seas. And with system missions being so scarce, he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. After a moment's consideration, he decided to change tactics. Time to farm monsters and extort other freshmen while I'm at it. It's a bit underhanded, booty like it. Su Yi threw back his head and laughed heartily, his laughter rolling across the wasteland and making every other freshman sneeze simultaneously. After Zhulong and the Phoenix returned, Su Yi raised his hand in a simple gesture and continued deeper into the Centaur territory with his two battle companions. The night wind swept past as they quickly reached a vast, open lake. Silver moonlight cascaded down, but the smooth water surface trembled gently as if dark currents were surging beneath, or some massive creature was stirring the waters from the depths. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, keenly sensing something amiss. and immediately commanded Zhulong and the phoenix to fly high and remain on guard. By the lakeshore, he wasn't alone. Dozens of freshmen around his age were also present, their eyes fixed on the water's surface with expressions both wary and curious. Under the moonlight, Sui could clearly see the forms and expressions of the other freshmen. A sinister smile curved his lips as dark mist rose around his cheeks like a menacing mask, and he slowly approached the group. With so many lambs gathered in one place, he calculated silently. These people must have fought their way here through the central route, so they surely had several tokens on them. A quick shakedown would be an easy path to riches. As he drew closer, a tall, thin figure jumped out from the group of freshmen. It was Yi Tian. Brother Su. Hello, hello. Yi Tian wore a fawning smile, his face full of flattery. His admiration for Su Yi was undisguised, a summoner who had actually become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. And when he'd checked the real-time rankings earlier, he'd discovered that Su Yi, fighting alone, had climbed to 4th place. Yi Tian knew well how many people had to grovel and flatter to help the top 3 accumulate their tokens, yet Su Yi had achieved this entirely on his own, showing just how formidable his strength was. Remembering how he'd nearly clashed with Su Yi during the college entrance exam, Yi Tian felt a chill down his spine, grateful they hadn't fallen out back then. Now he lowered his stance and greeted him respectfully, only to receive a casual, "Oh," from Su Yi. This dismissive response made Yi Tian so embarrassed he could curl his toes. He was the 3rd-place scorer in the provincial exam. Couldn't he get better than an "oh"? Though he grumbled internally, he maintained his humble demeanor. "Brother Su, you've noticed something's wrong with this lake too, right?" Su Yi's tone was lazy, yet every word dripped with greed. "What's wrong? There are too many freshmen here, I don't know who to start with first." Yi Tian paused, not quite understanding. Su Yi suddenly waved his hand dismissively, his voice turning cold. "I'll start with you then." "Huh?" Yi Tian was completely confused. "This is a robbery. Hand over your tokens." Under the interplay of moonlight and dark mist, Su Yi's eyes gleamed eerily without a trace of humor. Yi Tian swallowed hard, finally realizing the other was serious. He didn't dare provoke this prodigy who had turned the summoner profession into a path to top scorer status, so he could only grimace and pull out his tokens. "I only have 3 tokens left." Pathetic. Su Yi's disappointment was undisguised, his tone like a father scolding his worthless son. 3rd place in the province, and only 3 tokens? You think you're worthy of greeting me?" Yi Tian flushed with shame and hurriedly explained. "It's not like that I gave some tokens to my girlfriend." "What?" Su Yi's gaze grew even colder. "What gives you the right to give my tokens to your girlfriend?" "But she's not your girlfriend." Yi Tian was caught between laughter and tears, but didn't dare argue too much. He could only obediently hand over his remaining tokens. "Please take the tokens, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye." Yi Tian fled like a wisp of smoke. He thought to himself, if he didn't get the hell out of there right now, Su Yi would steal his girlfriend away. Yi Tian was frantically trying to escape, while Su Yi leisurely chatted with him. This scene immediately drew a large crowd of freshman onlookers. The crowd erupted in boos and jeers. "Who is this guy? How can he be so arrogant? Taking someone's badge for no reason? What kind of character is that? All his education went to waste." "Exactly, this is just bullying." "A summoner? Hissed the one who just ran away was a warrior. Is he really that scared?" "Heh, I'm afraid of rats too, those things are disgusting, ugh. Today's college students really need better moral education." The chattering voices sounded like a flock of sparrows, everyone condemning Su Yi verbally, wishing they could drown him in their spit. At that moment, a freshman with a gloomy temperament, narrow eyes, and thin lips stepped out from the crowd, blocking Su Yi's path. As if suddenly enlightened, after a moment of confusion his mind became crystal clear, and he said with a smile, "Oh my, brother, you've opened up a whole new way of thinking for me. If you can rob others, then can I rob you?" Su Yi shrugged. "Of course you can, am just a summoner. At least you know your place." The freshman's lips curled up as he extended his hand. "Hand it over." Su Yi snapped his fingers lightly. Boom, purple lightning descended from the night sky, thick as a barrel, instantly turning the man into charcoal and killing him on the spot. The watching freshmen were instantly petrified. What just happened? A summoner casting lightning? Isn't that something only lightning mages can do? Cough cough. I told you to study hard, but you insisted on slacking off. Can chi masters, druids, and swordsmen cast spells? Get lost. We're talking about a summoner here. He killed a freshman with 1 strike. Murder, murder. His killing someone over a disagreement. How arrogant. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, his voice carrying mockery and killing intent. Look at this mess, even robbery requires skill. He crouched down, rifling through the dead man's backpack while waving at the crowd. "Nobody move. Look up, then voluntarily take out your badges. Don't make me angry." The freshmen were stunned and instinctively looked up. The night sky was deep and vast. A dragon twisted its massive body, treading on clouds, its scales gleaming coldly in the moonlight. A phoenix circled beside it, each wing beat scattering colorful radiance. A dragon, a phoenix. I'm actually seeing a dragon and phoenix. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Someone slapped me to wake me up. Ow damn. Who the hell hit me with a shoe? Nothing more to say, this guy brings terrible luck. Better obediently hand over our badges, or the example he's making will apply to all of us. The dragon's roar and phoenix's cry made everyone's hearts race with fear. They obediently formed a line, one by one handing their badges to Sui. Sui counted the mover 100 in total. He beamed with joy. Wonderful. Awesome. As expected, those doing physical work can't compete with those playing finance. He gave himself a thumbs up. Then he looked disdainfully at the charred corpse on the ground. No sense at all. He kicked the body into the nearby lake. Splash. The lake's surface suddenly exploded with spray as a snow-white unicorn burst forth in fury, its hooves treading on the waves, cold light shooting like arrows straight towards Suyi's forehead. The freshmen who had been planning to quietly slip away saw this scene and were instantly reinvigorated, shouting in unison. Don't leave. This horse is vicious. Sui is surely doomed. It's karma. We can get our badges back. Sui had just thrown the corpse into the lake. In the next instant, the calm surface erupted like a pressure cooker valve being twisted open, with water churning and boiling as massive waves rose from nowhere. When the wave crests climbed to over 30 zhang high, they exploded thunderously, sending countless water droplets cascading through the night sky like scattered jade fragments. From within the shattered water, a colossal beast burst through the waves, pure white throughout, dozens of meters long, with a body resembling a qilin yet bearing the form of a dragon horse. Its single horn was razor-sharp, gleaming with cold light as it pointed upward. With 4 hooves suspended in air and a long tail trailing behind, it walked upon the water's surface. Suyi's heart pounded violently. Though he had known this lake held mysteries, he never imagined a dragon horse would emerge from its depths. This was centaur territory, and the dragon horse was their spiritual totem, holding a status equivalent to the true dragon of Blue Star's Hua Kingdom. The white dragon horse's hooves danced through the air, each step creating a crystalline lotus blossom on the lake's surface. In a flash, it lowered its head, its horn transforming into a cold gleam aimed directly at Sui. The freshmen, watching from afar, immediately began jeering. Haha. Good deeds bring good rewards. Evil deeds bring punishment. Thunder strikes. Let's see how Sui dies. Hiss, a level 35 dragon horse. Its attack power must be at least 5,000, right? More than that. It definitely has skills. After all, it's a totem. I gave Sui 100 tokens if he dies. I'm taking them back. Shameless. That's like a bank getting robbed of 300,000, but reporting 3 million. Stop arguing. The main event is starting. From the dragon horse's emergence to its attack reaching Sui, it took only the blink of an eye. It glided across the water's surface so swiftly that even the Zhulong and Phoenix in the sky were a beat too slow to react. Bang! Sui felt his chest struck as if by a meteor, his entire body flying backward. Fortunately, he managed to raise his sword with both hands in time, blocking the horn and preventing his heart from being pierced, though his health bar instantly evaporated by over 4,000 points. Luckily, his total health exceeded 7,000, so this strike wasn't fatal. At the moment of impact, Zhulong dove down to rescue him, catching Sui mid-flight. But the dragon horse wasn't finished. Its horn blazed with intensifying light, brighter than the blazing sun, instantly turning night into day. The dragon horse shot upward rapidly, and the white light on its horn actually detached and fired out like a falling meteor. Sui roared, dimensional space. Zhulong immediately activated its skill, tearing open a rift in the void, and Sui dove through without hesitation. Boom. The white light struck the ground, sending dust billowing and debris flying. The explosion thundered like 1,000 drums beating in unison, sound waves splitting the air and cracking clouds, the earth trembling as countless withered leaves, trees, and boulders shattered into fragments dancing through the sky. The watching freshmen were all stunned by the sonic blast, their heads ringing as if hundreds of bronze gongs were clanging beside their ears, leaving them frozen in place. But this wasn't over. The dragon horse regarded them as invaders, its horn once again bursting with blinding white light, continuously hurling attacks toward the ground. The dragon horse attacked like a bomber, unleashing wave after wave of devastating strikes. Boom, boom. Blinding white flashes erupted across the sandy ground, blooming into mushroom clouds one after another. The massive craters left by the explosions were scorched to a crystalline shine by the intense heat, resembling countless prisms embedded in the earth. Run. This is terrifying. That's not a dragon horsey, it's a bomber. We can't fight it. Flee for your lives. Sui caused this mess, and now we're all going to die. We're doomed. Who can survive after provoking the centaur race? Mommy, I want to go home. The freshmen screamed and scattered in all directions, only to freeze in unison the next second the relentless bombardment had suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at each other in confusion before gazing up at the sky. There, a massive white object was tumbling and plummeting through the night. Crash. The ground shook violently. As the dust settled, they gasped in shock. The white object was actually the corpse of a dragon horse. What just happened? It was so arrogant just moments ago. How did it die so suddenly? Who's ruthless enough to kill the spiritual totem of the centaur race? If it had died a minute earlier, we wouldn't have been bombed to smithereens. Hiss, a level 35 dragon horse, a nightmare tier boss. Which angel sister saved us? I'll kowtow to her right now. Go ahead and kowtow then. Su Yi's voice suddenly echoed through the night. Everyone looked up to see Su Yi standing atop a torch dragon, suspended beneath the full moon. Moonlight cascaded over him and the dragon's jet-black scales, casting silvery gleams. He appeared like a war god of the night sky, his figure towering majestically with an aura that spanned heaven and earth. Su Yi's dark, bright eyes blazed with defiance as he gazed down at everyone with contempt. Kowtow. His tone was supremely arrogant. The freshman who had earlier shouted about kowtowing looked uncomfortable. How arrogant? Just because you say you killed it doesn't make it true. Explain to me, how did you kill it? Su Yi sneered coldly. When I, Su Yi, do something, why should I need to explain it to you? As his words fell, he raised his hand and waved. A phoenix spread its wings, unleashing flames half a zhang high that instantly incinerated the freshman into charcoal. The acrid smell of burning flesh filled the air. Su Yi landed and drew his long sword. The blade sliced across the dragon horse's horn, bright steel meeting crimson blood. The horn was cleanly severed, and he casually wiped the blood droplets from his sword before speaking indifferently. Lustung Full mocked me repeatedly. My patience has limits. What do you all think? Well killed. That guy was obviously no good. You carry on, we'll be leaving now. Bah, a man who doesn't keep his word. If it were me, I'd definitely kowtow. After all, you saved our lives. He got what he deserved. I'm leaving too. Summoners are incredible. You really did kill that dragon horse. Goodbye. Brother Su, can I be your lackey? Su Yi glanced sideways. Scram. Yes, sir. As the commotion died down, the freshmen scattered like birds and beasts. Su Yi toyed with the horn, which was as large as a tiger's mouth, his eyes full of appreciation as he murmured softly. What a treasure. Su Yi carefully examined the dragon horse's horn. The pristine white horn before him had clear patterns and restrained cold light in his mind. It was nothing short of a masterpiece. If forged into a handheld cannon, it would surely replicate the dragon horse's terrifying firepower when unleashing white light. An image flashed through Su Yi's mind. Sword in left hand, cannon in right, slashing enemies up close in melee combat, bombarding targets from afar with a simple raise of his hand. Though the style might look somewhat bizarre, it would be absolutely exhilarating. At this thought, he couldn't help but throw back his head and laugh heartily, storing the horn in his backpack and patting it with satisfaction. Before his laughter had even faded, footsteps and the sound of rushing wind suddenly came from deep within the forest. A group of freshmen wearing Nanda University uniforms burst out abruptly. They only paused for a moment in shock at the craters covering the ground, then ignored Su Yi completely, rushing past him and charging straight toward the lake ahead. Waves exploded at the lake's edge. Some touched the water's surface with their toes, racing across like thunder. Others leaped into the air, with several tiers of cloud steps lighting up in succession. Still others glided across the water's surface on sword supports, their cold gleam trailing white lines. After the group of figures flew across the lake, they didn't stop, but continued racing toward the inland depths, as if rushing to handle some urgent matter. What are they in such a hurry to do? Su Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Immediately after, he snapped his fingers at the candle dragon and phoenix, his figure rising into the air as he pointed with one finger. Follow them. These walking point carts, we can't let a single one escape. Whoosh. The candle dragon's scales blazed with crimson flames as it carried Su Yi through the forest and across the sky. Before long, they had passed through the dense woods and over a mountain peak, when a grand battlefield suddenly came into view. At the foot of the mountain, over 1,000 freshmen were engaged in close combat with an army of just over 500 centaurs. Roars, clashing metal, and splattering blood created a deafening cacophony. Blood pooled into streams on the ground, and chunks of flesh piled into small mounds. Yet strangely, amid the fierce battle, no corpses could be seen, whether human or centaur, as if they had been instantly devoured by some force. Su Yi felt something was off, but his gaze was quickly locked onto a conspicuous general among the centaurs. The opponent was level 32, with a massive build and rolling muscles, his forehooves creating spiderweb cracks when they struck the ground. A 5-meter blood blade was gripped in his hands, surrounded by crimson killing intent, with a menacing longbow slung diagonally across his back. The long blade swept and slashed vertically, and like twisting off a bottle cap, a freshman's neck was twisted at a grotesque angle, his head flying several meters high before crashing back to the muddy ground. Each strike was accompanied by the dull sound of cracking bones and tearing flesh. When he drew his bow, an arrow tore through the air like thunder piercing the sky, skewering the freshman in a straight line like bloody candied fruit on a stick. Even more terrifying was his charge when his horse body reared up and his iron hooves came down. The freshmen's bodies were instantly crushed like eggs. TSK, this centaur general is pretty impressive, Sui muttered to himself with raised eyebrows. The battlefield situation was extremely unfavorable. Despite the freshmen having superior numbers, they were being steadily pushed back by the centaur army. At that moment, the commander Zhang Oren in the center of the crowd had a flushed face and was shouting hoarsely, "Where's the reinforcement?" A teammate beside him shouted back in despair, "They're already here, but they're gone as soon as they go in, all skewered by that centaur general." Damn, what the hell is happening? Why did a centaur general suddenly appear here? I heard from the arriving freshmen that a battle broke out by the Great Lake, alarming the centaur heartland, and now they've all come out in full force. Damn it, those troublemakers. This is infuriating. We can't keep fighting, we can't keep fighting. This isn't risking our lives, it's throwing them away. As soon as the angry curses ended, the freshmen on the battlefield collapsed like a tide. Armor and weapons scattered everywhere as everyone fled in panic, with the pursuing centaur general breathing down their necks, slashing relentlessly. Some ran while crying, completely powerless to look back. Zhang Aoren watched from afar, his heart filled with despair as he groaned softly. What a shame. That centaur general is worth 300 tokens. Let's retreat. We outmatched. Knowing the situation was hopeless, even if he gritted his teeth, no one would accompany him to certain death. In this battle, the centaur race lost over 200, while more than 400 freshmen fell, most dying under the centaur general's blade. That creature was like a running harvester. Wherever his blade pointed, freshmen fell like cut grass. As Zhang Aoren led his defeated troops in retreat, he suddenly saw a figure plummeting from the sky, landing directly in the centaur general's path. Both pursuers and fleeing soldiers stopped in their tracks, staring in shock. Who is this person? How can they be so reckless, daring to stand before the general? Zhang Aoren exclaimed. Do you recognize him? Which university is he from? He's got some nerve, but that general is no pushover. Hiss. Brave. Yes, but isn't this suicide? Wait, looks like a summoner? Has he lost his mind? Over 1,000 of us couldn't break through, and he's charging alone? He's either crazy or stupid. A mere summoner, what can he possibly use to fight the general? Youthful courage has its time and place, right? Can't he see the general has killed his way to an empty battlefield? Zhang Aoren was completely baffled. Anyone who could get into university wasn't a fool, but who could understand this person's strategy? Both textbooks and teachers unanimously agreed summoner was the most useless profession that was set in stone. Zhang Aoren could only sigh. Reckless bravery won't help anything. Standing before the god of death like centaur general was none other than the summoner Sui. The night wind howled as he stood tall, moonlight casting his upright figure, pride soaring to the heavens. That heavy, imposing presence made all the freshmen involuntarily stop in their tracks, somehow giving them a sense of security. The centaur general was extremely impatient, his blood-red eyes fixed deadly on Sui. In the howling wind, he suddenly erupted, his long blade falling like a crescent moon, silver light flashing as he aimed to behead Sui. All the freshmen thought Sui would surely become a gruesome spectacle, but suddenly a black shadow enveloped him. Then came the continuous ringing of metal on metal, sparks flying everywhere. Clang! The shockwave from the tremendous impact sent debris flying. The freshmen stared in unison. A dragon. The dragon blocked the long blade with its body, scales clashing with the blade's edge in a shower of sparks, while Sui remained standing in the moonlight, completely unharmed. I heard, you're worth 300 tokens, which suits my appetite perfectly. Sui looked down ahead, his voice calm yet rolling like thunder toward everyone. Then die. When Sui declared that he would make the centaur general die, the freshmen nearby who never learned their lesson and had already forgotten they were defeated soldiers began whispering among themselves again. Is this guy really a summoner? How does he have a dragon? And that phoenix in the sky, don't tell me that's his too? He's got some serious skills. But that's about it. Even though we don't know how powerful the dragon is, he's only level 30. He might not be able to beat the centaur general. Don't forget, the centaur general has over 300 backup troops. A fierce tiger can't fight off a pack of hungry wolves, especially on the centaur's home turf where they have every advantage. Exactly. It's not that we're too weak today. The ground wasn't level, the wind was blowing the wrong way, and we didn't eat sea cucumber for breakfast. That's why we lost. Zhang Aoren nodded in agreement. Right. Even though this summoner has blown my mind, the centaur general is no pushover. It's incredibly fierce. Sui can't win just by running his mouth. Especially that dragon. It looks like it has high defense, but at best it's just a high defense tank meant to absorb damage up front. It has no real damage output. Centaurs don't fall for taunts or provocation, so aggro management is useless against them. Snorting coldly to himself, he thought with self-mockery. Forcing what cannot be forced only leads to losing what's within reach. Sui was just showing off to make him lose face, all talk and no substance. The next second, reality slapped Zhang Aoren hard across the face. The massive dragon he had categorized as a tank suddenly spread its wings and unleashed a tornado that swept the centaur general into the sky. Immediately after, thick purple lightning bolts struck one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth flickered between light and dark as violent lightning like electric dragons continuously devoured the target. As soon as the tornado's control effect ended, the centaur general crashed heavily to the ground, instantly becoming a charred corpse. Su-yi smiled contemptuously. Nothing special. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if it wasn't the centaur general who had been struck dead, but their own souls. Shock, terror, and bewilderment instantly seized every person. Where did this monster come from? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The centaur general just died like that? This summoner is fucking incredible. Quick, help me up, don't ask why I'm kneeling. I just wonder how powerful that phoenix is. The centaur general's instant death caused the entire centaur army to stir, but there will remain rock solid as they charged Su-yi collectively, without regard for their lives. The phoenix in the sky suddenly spread its wings and dove down, breathing out flames that spread across the ground as a blazing wall of fire, burning wall of death. Any centaur that tried to cross the flames collapsed and turned to ash before they could even approach Su-yi. In the blink of an eye, what had been a brutal and tragic battlefield vanished into smoke at Su-yi's gesture. He casually finished up and collected his spoils over 600 tokens. A massive windfall that shot him straight to second place on the leaderboard, just behind Rong Xiaorong. At this moment, everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Watching Su-yi walk toward them, their hearts filled with unease, bewilderment, melancholy, and fear. The freshman had no idea what Su-yi was up to as he approached them. His footsteps echoed through the quiet ruins like a countdown to doom, gripping everyone's hearts with dread. The footsteps stopped nearby, and a voice cold as ice suddenly rang out. Hello there, fellow students. I have a small request. This is a robbery. Please cooperate. Zhang Aoren and the others looked up in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances as if they hadn't understood. Hey, robbery. Zhang Aoren repeated instinctively. That's right, a robbery. Su-yi grinned, his teeth sharp as blades. Hand over all your tokens. The group of freshmen nearly spat blood on the spot. Someone as powerful as Su-yi should be hunting centaurs for better rewards, so why was he here stealing their tokens? They cursed silently. You're already at this level, Su-yi, and you're still competing with us? Su-yi snorted inwardly. If I don't rob you, you'll just run off to kiss up to Rong Xiaorong, Ming Wanxiu, and Lu Tiao. If I don't pull this job, wouldn't I basically be doing those three a favor? Zhang Aoren swallowed hard. He had 12 tokens in his backpack, planning to present them as a gift to Rong Xiaorong. After all, that guy's mother wielded tremendous power, and making connections now might pay off later. But seeing this boss turn bandit was a jarring shift he couldn't accept. As everyone hesitated, Su-yi's expression darkened instantly. What? Want me to search your corpses instead? No, no, no. We'll give them up. Zhang Aoren waved his hands frantically, then turned and shouted. Hand over your tokens. Anyone who hesitates gets kicked in the balls. Su-yi nodded approvingly and patted Zhang Aoren's cheek, like praising a good dog. In the blink of an eye, he had collected over 100 tokens, shooting up the rankings to rival Rong Xiaorong's position. Dusting off his hands, Su-yi was about to leave and continue hunting centaurs for legitimate points. But just as he took a step, he suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the ruined battlefield around them. Haven't you noticed anything strange? He frowned and turned back. Strange? What's strange? Zhang Aoren looked completely baffled. Su-yi spat. With your observation skills and intelligence, you think you can be a commander. Damn it. All the bodies are gone. That one sentence jolted everyone awake. Zhang Aoren frantically rubbed his eyes. Bloodstains covered the ground, but not a single corpse remained. His face went deathly pale as he stammered. Where did the bodies go? We were lucky to survive who had time to worry about corpses, someone muttered, though their voice was full of panic. They really are gone. I didn't notice before. Another person gasped. What happened? This is so eerie. Feels like some pervert is lurking nearby. Maybe beasts dragged them away, someone suggested tentatively, but was immediately refuted. Not only had the dead freshmen's bodies vanished, but the centaur corpses had also completely disappeared, including the centaur general that had just been slain, which had silently vanished during Su-yi's robbery like a bursting bubble. Su-yi shook his head. He didn't believe in some beast theory. This was centaur territory. If dangerous beasts really roamed here, how could they sleep peacefully, let alone drag away bodies in batches? Who would be sick enough to collect corpses? This definitely wasn't normal behavior. He squinted and crouched down, touching the still warm blood with his fingertip. The blood was warm, but the soil was unexpectedly soft. Su-yi frowned. Su-yi crouched down with a puzzled expression, poking at the ground with his finger. When his fingertip touched the earth around the bloodstains, it felt as soft as quicksand, easily penetrated with a gentle prod. But just a few inches away, the ground became hard as stone, impossible to pierce. Bloodstains, loose soil, a vanishing corpse. Su-yi rapidly pieced together the clues in his mind. Had the body been dragged underground? His first thought was of underground beasts that might have clawed through the earth to drag the corpse away. But he quickly shook his head. How could the centaur race tolerate such dangerous creatures lurking beneath? If such things existed, the buildings would have collapsed long ago. This had to be human work. Su-yi stood up, squinting as he surveyed the surroundings. Unfortunately, the ground surface was smooth with no signs of dragging or crawling, indicating that whoever did this was extremely well hidden. He curled his lip. Who the hell is so twisted that they're obsessed with corpses? That's disgusting. Unable to find any traces, he simply shrugged and gave up. Whoever it wasn't his problem. What mattered most right now was farming badges, stealing badges, and securing first place to draw a mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas. With his mind made up, Su-yi wandered the battlefield's edge with Zhulong and the Phoenix. His earlier commotion at the Great Lake had alerted the dragon horses, and the white light explosion had put the entire centaur tribe on high alert. The three main routes into their heartland now showed organized counterattacks, instantly crushing the freshmen's previously triumphant advance and forcing them into retreat. Their brief victory and pride were trampled to dust under centaur hooves, reversing the power dynamic. Some began turning inward. Organized centaur forces were too tough to crack, and venturing deep behind enemy lines was dangerous, so they set their sights on other freshmen. Instead, rankings only counted badges, not who you killed. Dark desires were amplified as more and more people chose the same path as Su-yi and Ming Wanxiu: robbery. In the mountainside, Su-yi discovered a cave entrance with obvious artificial chisel marks on the stone walls. Its location near centaur territory made it seem suspicious no matter how he looked at it. He had Zhulong and the Phoenix scout ahead, while he stuck his rear end up and pressed against the cave entrance, squinting as he peered inside. Just as he froze in this comical position, a freshman silently appeared behind him. The newcomer's eyes flashed with wild joy. The target hadn't noticed him. He had specifically ventured deep behind enemy lines searching for isolated centaurs, but if he encountered a lone freshman, he certainly wouldn't mind stealing their badge as well. How to steal it? No need for word skill. The freshman raised his sword, its cold gleam flashing as he thrust straight toward the back of Su-yi's head. But just as the blade approached, a crisp ding rang out, and his sword seemed to be yanked away by an invisible giant hand, flying backward to embed itself in the rock wall. His pupils contracted sharply. A completely crimson sword hung suspended in midair, with no master controlling it. Yet it seemed alive as it launched a counterattack. An automatic defense weapon? What kind of joke was this? The next second, streaks of crimson light flashed across the freshman's eyes. The crimson sword surged with rolling bloodlust, cleaving through snow-white waves with devastating force, stirring up violent currents as mighty as a tsunami that roared and thundered across the heavens. The metallic clashing rang out in rapid succession, the relentless barrage of strikes leaving the freshman scrambling desperately, unable to keep up with his defense. Within just a few exchanges, his body was covered in bloody wounds, blood seeping from countless gashes as his health plummeted to near zero. Such frequent and precise critical hits left him utterly terrified. This was an unmanned sword. At the cave entrance, Su-yi appeared to be focused on patrolling the opening, but his ears caught every sound behind him. He never allowed himself any blind spots, having long set crimson full moon to patrol mode. Anyone who approached would be met with a fierce assault. How reckless and foolish, Su-yi remarked casually without turning around. What kind of sword is this? Why does it counterattack automatically? The freshman felt toyed with by invisible forces, his anger blazing. He had thought this mission would be an easy victory over an isolated summoner, never imagining he couldn't even defeat a single sword. You're not worthy of knowing its name, Su-yi replied indifferently. In the moment the freshman hesitated, crimson full moon flashed with cold light and pierced straight through his throat. The opponent died without ever getting his answer, choking on his confusion as he breathed his last. Su-yi merely glanced at him with a look of pity and detachment, then casually collected 10 tokens from the corpse. I should be grateful I'm not the one robbing you. First time I've seen someone practically giving away free loot, he muttered to himself, kicking the body aside with disgust. Today's freshmen try to act like tigers, but end up like dogs. Without the skill, but still daring to rob others' death is too good for them. He waited at the cave entrance a bit longer until Zhulong and the Phoenix returned. Below is a shelter, Zhulong reported. Inside are roughly 1,000 centaurs, mostly elderly, young, sick, and disabled. What? Su-yi's eyes lit up instantly. This is like a gift. 1,000 tokens, and they have no ability to resist. He seemed to have discovered a centaur nest, his excitement making his eyes tremble. Zhulong, flood the place and kill them all, Su-yi ordered without hesitation. The shelter has only one exit within 10 seconds. Clear them all out. In his view, these so-called elderly and weak deserved no pity. When the centaurs slaughtered humans, they never distinguished between men, women, young, or old. Today was simply blood for blood. Kill. Kill coldly. Kill ruthlessly. Kill mercilessly. The freshman competition had only 3 words at its core. Kill them all. Zhulong obeyed, circling the cave entrance with jaws wide open, torrential floods pouring down like an inverted river of the underworld. Every drop carried murderous intent. In an instant, the water level rose to the shelter's heights. Then Zhulong beat its wings. Arctic frost breath enveloped the flood, instantly freezing it solid. Thousands of centaurs were trapped in ice, frozen in poses of terror from their final moments. Su-yi watched coldly, killing intent surging in his heart. When the 10-second countdown ended, no life remained in the shelter. The flood receded, leaving layers of corpses. Su-yi leaped down nimbly, efficiently collecting tokens one by one. Just as he prepared to leave, inspiration struck, and his gaze fell upon the ice-covered centaur remains scattered across the ground. I think I can make use of these corpses for something interesting. Su-yi had just finished collecting the tokens and was about to leave when a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered the mysteriously vanishing corpses from the battlefield. Now, with over 1,000 centaur corpses lying at his feet, this would undoubtedly be perfect bait if that corpse-stealing freak truly existed. Once curiosity took hold, there was no stopping it. Su-yi raised his wrist to check his electronic watch. After collecting more than 1,000 tokens, he had shot to first place with a total of 1,735 tokens, a full 500 more than Rome Xiaoro. Quite a few freshmen eager to kiss up, Su-yi snorted coldly. There was still time before the complete extermination of the centaur tribe, and his position was Securino Rush. After a moment's consideration, he decided to stay and play games with that freak. He climbed onto a nearby rocky cliff, concealing himself in the crevices between boulders, commanding Zhulong and Phoenix to guard the sky and ground respectively, watching for any suspicious movement. I want to see what kind of monster this corpse thief really is. Meanwhile, deep within the centaur territory, in a hidden cave, the interior was dim and cold, with blood mist so thick it condensed into droplets on the rock walls, dripping steadily to the ground. On the floor, several human and centaur corpses lay scattered in disarray, beneath which was carved a sinister magical array. Black energy surged from the array like living creatures, forming claw-like tentacles that entangled the corpses before violently dragging them into the array's center. The moment the bodies touched the array's surface, they began to merge and decompose, with rolling blood mist shooting toward the cave ceiling. Within mere breaths, not even bone fragments remained. In the blood mist, several sinister figures stood. Jiang Teng, how many corpses has the ghoul devoured? Jiang Teng's eyes flashed with mad coldness. Nakajima, it has devoured 500. That should be enough to complete the summoning, more than sufficient to deal with Su-yi. Not enough. Nakajima's eyes gleamed with an eerie bloodlight. That's only a level 50 ghoul, not reliable enough. Su-yi might still have trump cards. We must ensure a killing blow. The more it devours, the safer we'll be. Jiang Teng was slightly stunned. A level 50 ghoul couldn't kill a level 20 Su-yi. His battle pet dragon was only level 30. But since Nakajima insisted, he couldn't argue. Nakajima's mouth twisted into a vicious smile. Jiang Teng, corpses are everywhere. This place is a breeding ground for ghouls. Think bigger. Besides Su-yi, let's simply eliminate all the Chinese freshmen together. This way, China's job changers will face a generational gap, and they won't dare hold such freshman competitions again. When successive generations of new students lack real combat experience, they'll just be cannon fodder on the battlefield. His voice was low and excited. What we're doing isn't just avenging Park Yixing, we're casting a dark cloud over China University, making them forever wary of real combat. By then, humph, our great Japanese-Korean Empire will annex Chinese territory, and we will become the true masters of this land. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Nakajima spoke rapidly, his eyes burning with intensity. Edekun, I hope you'll work harder and bring back more corpses. Everyone held their breath listening to Nakajima's speech. Giving him thumbs up, it was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not to mention anything else. If we kill all the Chinese freshmen, Nakajima sneered, Chinese universities will develop a deep fear of actual combat. This shadow will persist, making their job changers weaker and weaker. In the long run, occupying the mainland will no longer be just a pipe dream for Japan and Korea. This passionate, strategic pep talk left Ito dizzy with excitement. Exactly right. We really need this mainland territory, he growled, clenching his fists. The sea monsters constantly attack our lands, causing us endless trouble. His fighting spirit completely ignited. Ito straightened his back and loudly promised. Everyone, rest assured, I'll continue transporting corpses right away. Nakajima nodded with satisfaction. You will earn great merit. Hi. Ito's face flushed red, trembling with excitement. Then, everyone threw corpse after corpse into the magic array, waiting for the ghouls to feast frantically. Ito formed hand seals, and with a whoosh, vanished into thin air. The next second, he had infiltrated underground. The hard rocks and soil around him flowed like liquid water, easily parted as he swam through like a champion swimmer. This was his earth escape technique, allowing him to move freely through deep soil. Ito bit his finger again, activating his blood tracking technique. As long as there were bleeding corpses on the surface, he could sense their location, then loosen the soil and silently drag the bodies underground. With these two techniques, he had already stolen over 500 corpses. The battlefield was chaotic and noisy. No one noticed the disappearing bodies, and no one had the mood to collect corpses, so Ito's operations went exceptionally smoothly, providing astonishing nourishment for the ghouls. At this moment, he sensed over a dozen more corpses on the surface. Ito slowly rose, pushing aside the thin layer of soil, exposing only a pair of sinister eyes to observe his surroundings. On the surface, several women were besieging a freshman. That mage was particularly fierce, launching both great fireballs and ice arrows. Ito recognized her. This girl was called Ming Wanxiu, a rare, tri-elemental mage. Bah, how dare you try to rob our Black Rose squad? Don't you know what we do for a living? This stinking boy even tried to harass us. Ming Wanxiu's killing is really decisive. Search his badge. Oh my, which rough man is our empress favoring today? Giggle. Haha, stop it, you're so annoying. After listening for a while, Ito snorted coldly. Women are utterly useless. They should be like the women in our Japanese-Korean empire, kneeling at the door to welcome their husbands home. What are they doing running wild outside? With that disdainful glance, he dragged the batch of corpses back underground. Suddenly, he detected a massive blood reaction in the northwest direction. There were large quantities of corpses there, probably no fewer than 1,000. Haga, so many corpses waiting for me. No need to run around collecting them. This time I can feed the ghouls to their fill. When the highest level 90-grade ghoul emerges, let's see if Su-Yi dies or not. Maniacal laughter echoed underground as Ito headed straight for the northwest direction. Jiang Teng was absolutely thrilled. It was as if he had discovered an enormous treasure. To him, dragging away just half of those 1,000 corpses would be more than enough to complete his ghoul-feeding mission, and it would save him the trouble of running around everywhere simply perfect. At this thought, he threw back his head and laughed maniacally, the twisted, cruel delight in his eyes nearly overflowing. This must be heaven helping me. When you want to set off fireworks, someone hands you fire. When you're feeling drowsy, someone offers you a pillow. Filled with satisfaction, he sped northwest at breakneck pace. Along the way, the earth thundered with the trampling of iron hooves. Screams and cries of agony wove together, and the stench of blood mixed with dust hit him in the face, making his whole body tremble. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. Jiang Teng felt both shocked and heartbroken. This freshman competition in China was far bloodier than anything the Japanese and Korean universities had ever seen. Although there was fighting in Japan and Korea, there were always safety measures to protect lives. But according to rumors, China's previous freshman assessments were just dungeon runs. Yet this time it had become a real battle to exterminate the centaur race in the wilderness. The dramatic contrast left this exchange student stunned for quite some time. He secretly speculated, was China planning a major reform of their system? But ever since Nakajima announced the kill two birds with one stone plan, all his worries vanished instantly. Reform? Huh. This batch would become an unforgettable disaster for China. At this thought, Jiang Teng grinned and picked up even more speed. The guidance from his blood tracking technique became increasingly clear. He emptied his mind of distractions and focused entirely on his corpse-dragging mission. Soon, the blood tracking technique's aura became so intense it nearly stung his nerves. She had arrived. Without hesitation, he dove underground and quietly surfaced. Ordinary people avoided bad luck and disliked being around corpses, so his corpse-stealing activities had gone unnoticed until now. With 1,000 corpses piled overhead, he was even more certain no one would be standing guard nearby. Confident in his assessment, he burst through the ground. Looking up, he saw deep within the cave a mountain of bones and corpses, layer upon layer, their deaths gruesome. Excellent. Treasure. He was ecstatic and raised his hand to start dragging. Shadows suddenly poured down from above. He froze, thinking it was the corpse pile collapsing. But to his surprise, there were 3 dark figures. A chill shot straight up his spine. Were the corpses coming back to life? He looked up and first saw a dragon, then a phoenix, and third, shockingly, it was the very target the exchange students were dying to destroy completely. Sui. Jiang Teng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Why was Sui here? How could it be such a coincidence that he appeared just as Jiang Teng broke through the ground? After a brief moment of confusion, he instantly sensed Su-Yi's murderous intent and immediately tried to escape underground. However, how could Su-Yi let this corpse-stealing pervert get away? With quick reflexes, he grabbed Jiang Teng by the hair and yanked him out like an old farmer pulling scallions, but still didn't dare let his guard down. Judging from Jiang Teng's earlier movements, this guy was clearly skilled in earth escape techniques. So Su-Yi grabbed Jiang Teng by the hair, swung him around with brute force, and shouted, "Zhulong, catch!" The Zhulong in midair opened its massive jaws wide, revealing razor-sharp fangs that gleamed coldly as it bit down on Jiang Teng's upper body. Su Yi dusted off his hands, a sinister smile spreading across his face that sent chills down one's spine. Japanese and Korean exchange students, stealing corpses, Diske. You guys really know how to have fun. Let me go. Jiang Tung dangled upside down in the air, frantically thrashing his limbs. You know I'm an exchange student, yet you dare treat me like this? I'm reporting this to the principal. Su Yi sneered disdainfully. If you have nothing meaningful to say, you might as well keep your mouth shut. I already killed Park Yixing, and he was shouting even louder slogans than you before he died. Boom. His angry roar thundered like lightning. Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Speak. You sick freak, what are you stealing corpses for? Jiang Tung's eyelids twitched frantically. Hearing Su Yi openly admit to killing Park Yixing, the terror in his heart instantly consumed his rage. Fighting back humiliation and hatred, he sneered coldly. What business is it of yours what I steal corpses for? Who the hell do you think you are? Let me tell you, not only will you die, but everyone will die. Oh. Su Yi's eyes turned ice cold. Looks like you exchange students are up to something. Very well, you despicable mongrel. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think you're some kind of hero. Zhulong, help clear his head a bit. The next second, electric arcs danced in Zhulong's throat, crackling sounds forming a continuous line. Blazing white lightning crawled across Jiang Tung's body as the smell of burning flesh quickly spread. Jiang Tung's muscles spasmed from the electricity, his bones creaking and cracking, yet he still managed to rasp defiantly. Is that all? Come on, keep going. If I make even one sound of pain, I'll take your surname. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone as cold as cracking ice. Then don't open your mouth to speak again. The shadow of death loomed overhead, and Jiang Ting instantly realized his life was about to end. Extreme humiliation and fanaticism restored some of his composure. He had one last trick. Spatial transport, he growled. To sacrifice his life, he bit down hard and severed his own tongue, spraying black blood onto the centaur's corpse. As soon as the blood touched it, the corpse seemed to be swallowed by water, slowly sinking into the soft earth. Seeing his scheme succeed, Jiang Tung laughed maniacally with a mouth full of blood. Su Yi crossed his arms and watched coldly, like observing a sheep challenging a lion, his tone playful. Are you showing me the way? Much appreciated. A sinister gleam flashed in Jiang Tung's eyes as he suddenly felt he had gone too far. Su Yi waved his hand casually. Kill him. Following the command, Zhulong's fangs snapped shut with a crack, biting Jiang Tung in half at the waist. The smell of blood and charred flesh mingled in the night wind. The corpse hit the ground, and Su Yi raised his hand to cover his nose, fanning the air in disgust. What a pile of stinking meat. Absolutely revolting. He then looked at the centaur corpse still writhing and sinking, giving a casual order. This underground drilling job is still up to you. I'll trouble you to follow that corpse underground and lead the way. I really want to see what kind of bullshit these exchange students are up to. Zhulong nodded, and with a whoosh, followed the corpse as it burrowed underground. Originally, Su Yi had planned to eliminate Jiang Tung, this scumbag, and then search for the other exchange students' hideouts himself. It would just take a bit more time. The student's massive corpse collection had piqued his curiosity immensely. Following typical Japanese and Korean patterns, it was likely some sacrificial ritual or dark magic, nothing good, in any case. But just as he was about to execute Jiang Tung, the fool had a brain fart and activated a transportation spell, attempting to move the entire sea of corpses underground. Do you really think I can't travel underground? Su Yi sneered. Jiang Tung had actually guessed correctly. He indeed couldn't burrow like a rat, but he had the candle dragon. That massive dragon's nostrils were purely decorative. Breathing was completely optional for it. So following the corpse sea underground posed no challenge whatsoever. Su Yi summoned his phoenix, spread its wings, and soared toward the centaur territory's heart near the Great Lake, preparing to survey the battlefield from above while waiting for the candle dragon to break through and report coordinates. Flying over the left flank, he spotted Rong Xiaorong locked in fierce combat with a centaur. Rong Xiaorong first charged with a roar, hurling a massive fireball point-blank, then went invisible, teleported behind the centaur to execute an assassin skill for a stun, followed by a backstab, reverse pull, then drew his bow for rapid thwip-thwip shots, a whole flashy combo. Su Yi merely cast a cold glance and moved on, having no time for such theatrics. Further ahead, he saw Lu Tiao. The girl had clearly improved, wielding a flesh-and-blood greatsword in close combat with a centaur. Her blade whistled through the air as she darted and weaved between the creature's hooves, pinning her opponent to the ground after several moves and delivering the killing blow. Su Yi muttered, pathetic, and continued on his way. Next, he glimpsed Ming Wanqiu leading the Black Rose squad in highway robbery. Many freshmen were eager to voluntarily hand over their badges, with only a few stubborn ones aiming for the top 10, putting up a brief struggle before being trampled underfoot by the group of girls. Su Yi showed little interest and flew past. The entire battlefield was locked in a stalemate, the main centaur forces clashing head-on with the freshman army. Behind the centaur lines, an elderly female centaur stood out prominently, disheveled hair, face painted with colorful patterns and eerie markings. Clearly a centaur shaman, responsible for conducting rituals and communing with divine oracles. Su-yi tilted his head thoughtfully. How many badges would she drop if he killed her? Just as he prepared to dive, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the southwest. The candle dragon had surfaced. Coordinates confirmed. I'll let you live a little longer. Su-yi glanced at the shaman, patted his phoenix's feathered back, and shot through the wind toward the southwest. Moments later, he reached the candle dragon's side. Dragon and phoenix hovered in midair, gazing down at a pitch-black opening below so dark it seemed to devour light itself, yet reeking with a pungent stench of blood. What's the situation down there? Su-yi asked in a low voice. The candle dragon suddenly raised its head, eyes blazing with fury. It's absolutely despicable. They're using corpses for sacrificial rituals inside. It seems like they're summoning something, and if I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been devoured. As Zhulong's voice echoed, Su-yi's steps faltered slightly. This ancient serpent-wielding divine power had nearly met its match. While he had anticipated some form of sacrifice, the fact that even Zhulong had barely escaped made him furrow his brow. Though Zhulong was currently only at level 30, far from reaching the world-creating realm described in the classic of mountains and seas, it was still terrifyingly powerful. So what exactly were those Japanese and Korean exchange students summoning in that cave that could force Zhulong into such a predicament? You're not joking, are you? Su-yi pressed. Why would I lie to you, you snake? Zhulong shot back without hesitation, its voice carrying lingering fear. That cave is pitch black and sinister, with dark energy swirling everywhere, and there's some kind of magic circle on the ground that devoured all the corpses. Su-yi stroked his chin, contemplating for a few moments before raising his hand decisively. Even if it's a dragon's den or tiger's lair, we have to venture in. The unknown may be frightening, but the most terrifying thing is doing nothing at all. Let's go. He patted Phoenix's neck feathers and instructed Zhulong to remain outside for surveillance and backup. Phoenix couldn't truly die, and he could resurrect through Phoenix as well, so regardless of what they were up to in that cave, he felt confident. The duo and bird stepped into the cave entrance. A wave of blood mist hit them like a sticky membrane, filling every breath with the taste of rust. The deeper they went, the thicker the mist became, making their chests feel constricted. Soon, fragmented conversations drifted from the dark depths. Why hasn't Ito returned? Could something have happened? 99% chance something went wrong. He used spatial transportation. That's a forbidden technique requiring life sacrifice. He must have encountered a serious threat to resort to that. But who could it be? Su-yi without a doubt. Didn't you see that dragon burst out earlier? Damn it, Su-yi again. How did he discover Ito? It must have been a trap. Everyone. Ito has heroically sacrificed himself for the bright future of Japan and Korea. We must pay our highest respects. But time is running short. Su-yi has caught on. Quickly, help the ghoul digest the corpses. We're in trouble. There aren't enough bodies. Wei-ri, still 5 short. If Su-yi hadn't interfered so early, the summoning would already be complete. What do we do? Should we summon now? It's close enough. The ghoul's current strength should be more than Su-yi can handle. Let's proceed. There's no time to waste. Before the words had fully faded, whoosh, whoosh, 2 long swords sliced through the air, one black and one red, trailing blazing light as they instantly cut through the blood mist. The air was violently torn apart, shock waves rippling outward like water, followed by a thunderous boom, the sonic boom of breaking the sound barrier. Caught completely off guard, the students hastily stopped their ritual and scattered, their summoning gestures completely disrupted. Who's there? Nakajima roared, looking up toward the cave entrance. The next second, Su-yi emerged riding the sword's momentum, his expression cold as granite, moving forward with measured steps. Though merely human in form, he radiated the dominating presence of an apex predator. Still asking who I am? He tilted his chin up, his voice echoing off the cave walls. I'm your daddy. Su-yi's sudden appearance made everyone on Nakajima's side furrow their brows deeply, their faces darkening with ominous intent. Nakajima hadn't expected Su-yi to arrive so quickly. Though startled, he immediately forced a cold smile. How dare you deliver yourself right to my doorstep? This saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Su-yi's gaze was sharp as a blade, radiating murderous intent as he shot back coldly. Perfect timing, wouldn't you say? Fed so many corpses, but still can't summon anything. How frustrating that must be. His words struck like a hammer blow. Nakajima's arrogant facade crumbled instantly. The rhythm of summoning the ghoul had been completely disrupted. Bitterness filled his heart. The ritual needed just 5 more bodies, and Su-yi had to show up at this exact moment. It felt like having the roof collapse on one's wedding night. Even so, Nakajima's eyes blazed with vicious light as he snarled. I've come this far, nothing can stop the ghoul's descent. A sinister smile curved Su-yi's lips. Still dreaming of success at this point? Your precious ghoul can die in the womb for all I care. In his view, These foreign students had gathered mountains of corpses to summon something extremely dangerous. Rather than wait for this threat to manifest, better to burn both the people and their ritual circle to ash. Su-yi raised his hand, about to unleash the phoenix fire. But then, everything changed in an instant. For Japan and Korea, Nakajima roared. Immediately after, the 5 students behind him showed the same desperate madness in their eyes as they drew daggers and slashed open their own bellies without hesitation. Splurt. Blood gushed forth as colorful intestines spilled steaming onto the ground. All 5 collapsed simultaneously in gruesome death. Su-yi's brow furrowed slightly as he cursed under his breath. Lunatics. Complete madmen. Then he sneered coldly. Your brains are as worthless as your spilled guts. How do you plan to summon your ghoul after committing suicide? Nakajima licked his cracked lips, his gaze excited and cruel. Ignorant fool. Once the ghoul has fed enough, it will naturally appear. Though it's somewhat regrettable, the final 5 corpses are now in place. Su-yi's heart lurched. His knowledge of Japanese and Korean occult practices was limited. He'd assumed that without living practitioners, the ritual would surely fail, never imagining the ghoul could emerge on its own. The moment this thought formed, the ritual circle beneath his feet suddenly erupted with an ear-splitting roar. Thick black mist exploded upward like a volcano awakening after millennia of slumber. The dark vapors churned and coalesced in midair. In just one breath, a massive form tore through the misty veil. It stood upright on 2 legs with body hunched forward, part canine, part human. Its rubber-like black skin was nauseating to behold. A pair of yellow vertical pupils locked onto Su-yi with deadly focus, as rows of razor-sharp teeth were bared in a roar that shook the very air. The ghoul had descended. Nakajima spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally. He had become completely unhinged, his eyes burning with fanatical fervor as if he had wagered everything he possessed. Meanwhile, his murderous rage towards Su-yi had escalated to an unprecedented level. This time, not only will you die, but all the freshmen will perish. I'll teach Hwasha University a profound lesson that will make you fear and tremble. Only we of the Japanese-Korean Empire are servants of the divine, while you are nothing but trash. Nakajima snarled through gritted teeth, his voice scraping the air like a steel file. Su-yi's brow furrowed sharply, his forehead creasing deeply as his gaze turned cold as an unfathomable icy pool. Earlier, he had casually cast an identification spell on the creature and what he saw made even him gasp. Summon Ghoul. Level 90. HP 3 million. Attack 100,000. Defense 200,000. Skills unable to view. The inability to see its skills was troublesome enough, but the other stats were truly terrifying. A bead of cold sweat immediately formed on Su-yi's temple. A level 90 monster. Forget the freshman on the field even, he felt his scalp tingle with dread. A few mere exchange students have really put me in a tight spot, he cursed inwardly. Surveying the battlefield, both the Candle Dragon and Phoenix were completely outclassed by the ghoul in both attack power and health. If the freshman competition hadn't been held on the outskirts of the wilderness where countless corpses lay scattered, Nakajima would never have had the chance to summon such a creature. Even so, Su-yi straightened his spine defiantly. Land creatures must always look up to the sky, he thought coldly. The Candle Dragon and Phoenix had no mana limitations. As long as they could stall, they could eventually wear the ghoul down through sheer persistence. Su-yi's gaze was abyssal as he stared at Nakajima. You seem quite confident. It's you who's overconfident. Nakajima's face was filled with vindictive satisfaction, as if he could already see Su-yi's blood splattered across the ground. Still acting calm when death is at your door. Before his words finished echoing, he waved his hand, and the ghoul behind him brought its massive palm crashing down. Its 5 fingers were wreathed in sinister black toxic mist, the descending force stirring up turbulent air currents like a sudden blizzard. The black, giant palm simultaneously generated visible ring-shaped shockwaves that spread outward from its fingertips, causing the air to roar and vibrate along their path. The explosive sounds echoed like thunder, demonstrating the raw, violent power behind the strike. Knowing that blocking directly meant certain death, Su-yi's figure flashed as he retreated rapidly, shouting, Phoenix, intercept! The Phoenix spread its wings and dove down, using its massive body to shield Su-yi from above. Boom! In the next second, the Phoenix was shattered like an eggshell by that single palm strike, but it had bought Su-yi precious seconds of life. As the palm's force exploded, he felt a violent gale erupt behind him like a massive grenade detonating at his back. Earth and stones were hurled several meters high, filling the sky. Su-yi stumbled and rolled, crawling and tumbling through the chaotic airflow as he rushed out of the cave. Candle Dragon, he roared. The Candle Dragon streaked through the air to reach him, steadily lifting him up as it soared toward the heavens. In an instant, the entire mountain collapsed, rocks flying everywhere with sounds like 10,000 pounds of explosives detonating simultaneously, or like earth-shattering thunder striking down, or like a mountain peak crumbling. The thunderous roar was deafening and almost surreal. Before the dust had settled, The ghoul's body began expanding wildly, swelling to 100 meters in height before stopping. That colossal figure standing atop the ruins was truly a terrifying sight to behold. Meanwhile, the ghoul held the phoenix's eggshell fragments in its hand, wearing an expression that seemed to question its very existence. The ghoul was now completely bewildered. Standing atop its head, Nakajima wore the same confused expression. He gazed down at the battlefield, his eyes filled with puzzlement. His ghoul had clearly crushed Su Yi's battle pet into pulp with a single effortless strike, yet the phoenix hadn't collapsed into a corpse. Instead, it had shrunk into a gleaming egg with a sharp crack. In the blink of an eye, the eggshell shattered and the phoenix soared skyward once more. The ghoul raised its hand and crushed the phoenix again like swatting a fly, only for it to transform back into an egg. The next second, the phoenix was alive again. Hiss, Nakajima sucked in a sharp breath. What the hell is this thing? Some undead race. With infinite resurrection. Thoroughly enraged, he swept his arm forward. Crush it. Keep crushing it. I want to see how many times it can resurrect. The ghoul nodded silently, spreading its thick, bony fingers and beginning a mechanical repetition. Crush egg resurrection, crush again. Hovering in midair, Su Yi showed no panic at the sight. Instead, his lips curved slightly upward. He knew this endless cycle was generating massive aggro for his opponent while yielding zero actual benefits. Finally, Nakajima looked up and spotted Zhulong and Su Yi floating in the air. He immediately let out a cold, mocking laugh. Su Yi, come down here and die. Su Yi's expression remained calm and composed, though his eyes flashed with an icy sharpness. Just you? Ever heard of aerial strikes? He snapped his fingers crisply. Boom. Zhulong opened its mouth, and a massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the clouds, striking the ghoul's head directly. 2000. As the lightning faded, Nakajima burst into maniacal laughter. Haha, look at that pathetic damage, barely over 2,000 points. What's that supposed to do? Tickle me. In truth, Zhulong's normal damage exceeded 50,000, but the ghoul's level was too high and its defense too formidable. Dealing over 2,000 damage was already miraculous. Most freshmen could only dream of breaking through its defenses. Su Yi remained unfazed. As long as the ghoul couldn't reach him in the air, this was purely one-sided attrition. Don't underestimate this damage, Su Yi said coolly. It's enough to give you a real headache. Take your time, Zhulong. Continue. Lightning serpents danced across the sky as Zhulong unleashed bolt after bolt. 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. When the health bar had been whittled down by 100,000 points, Nakajima finally realized something was wrong. Veins bulged across his forehead as he spoke through gritted teeth. Doesn't your battle pet need mana? How can it keep attacking endlessly? He had intended to toy with Su Yi slowly, waiting for his opponent's trump cards to be exhausted and his dignity shattered before letting him die in despair, compensation for the humiliation of international students being forced to submit. But this dragon's lightning abilities seemed like a perpetual motion machine, giving him no chance to catch his breath. You talk too much. Su Yi's voice carried a melodious cadence, his tone arrogant. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Nakajima took a deep breath, his lips twisting into a sinister smile. Su Yi. Oh Su Yi, you never cease to amaze me. A phoenix that takes who knows how many kills to actually die, and a dragon that doesn't need mana. But I'm done playing games with you. You'd better die quickly and stop being an eyesore. Wake up, Su Yi snorted coldly. Just a ghoul, what? Does it matter how high its level is? I'm still beating it around like a punching bag. Nakajima's laughter was domineering and brimming with fierce confidence. Su Yi, you've been arrogant for far too long, never bothering to look down at the real world. Today, I'll slap that pride right off your face. Ghoul, bring them back to me. Black corpse mist surged like a waterfall, spinning and twisting before weaving into a massive net that blotted out the sky, casting down directly towards Su Yi and Zhulong. The net's opening snapped shut, instantly trapping Zhulong like a fish caught in a giant net, as the ghoul slowly dragged it toward the sky. Su Yi's heart jolted. It can do that. He called out urgently. Zhulong, can you break free? Zhulong shook its head. No good. This black mist is incredibly resilient. Any force applied to it just gets absorbed. Su Yi immediately understood those were ropes woven from air itself, endless and unbreakable. He sighed. Let's hide for now while I figure something out. A dimensional rift suddenly opened, and Su Yi and Zhulong vanished into it instantly. Nakajima, watching from below, could hardly believe his eyes. The prey that had been within his grasp had suddenly disappeared. He quickly realized what had happened. Edtheed entered a dimensional space. Nakajima roared hoarsely. This is insane. A battle pet with so many abilities. This isn't even a summoner anymore. Seeing Su Yi's endless trump cards, he felt even more grateful that he'd pushed him to his limits today. If this monster were allowed to grow quietly, the Japanese-Korean Empire would face devastating blows on future battlefields. Nakajima gritted his teeth silently. Killing Su Yi early is the Empire's fortune. Parkil sang. What you knocked over wasn't just Su Yi's meal tray, it was China's entire game board. He commanded the ghoul to keep tightening the net, maintaining tension, ready to crush Su Yi into pulp the moment he reappeared. Then his gaze shifted to the nearby battlefield where freshmen were fighting the centaurs. While Su Yi plays the coward, I'll clean up those insects first. Boom, boom. The ghoul stepped forward, its 100-meter turtle frame creating deep craters with each footfall, dust swirling like a miniature earthquake. The freshmen on the battlefield were terrified by the sudden tremors, turning to see the towering monster approaching. What is that thing? A fierce beast? No, it looks human. Holy crap, a level 90 monster. What did the centaurs provoke? Could it be that someone else provoked it? When thinking of someone else, all the freshmen spoke in unison Su Yi. However, no one had time to investigate further. They only knew this monster was coming for them. With their lives at stake, the freshmen immediately scattered and fled. Centaurs, grudges nothing mattered more than their lives. Meanwhile, in the dimensional space, Su Yi glumly stroked his chin, muttering to himself, is there really no way to deal with that bastard Nakajima? Su Yi was feeling quite frustrated at the moment. Ever since Nakajima had summoned the ghoul, Phoenix had fallen into the monster's clutches. Although Phoenix's power was rapidly growing, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Su Yi and Zhulong were also captured, but fortunately the ghoul couldn't do much to them for now. The problem was that continuing this stalemate was pointless. The only way out was to break free and completely destroy that ghoul. But they didn't dare make a move. The ghoul had incredibly thick health and amazing defense. Attacking it was like scratching an itch. Su Yi sat in a corner of the dimensional space, looking thoroughly displeased. Damn it, this was the first time he truly experienced being at his wit's end. He stroked his chin, silently taking inventory of his trump cards. Suddenly inspiration struck, excitement flashing in his eyes, but then he immediately frowned. This move would be too troublesome. He reached into his bag and pulled out a heavy treasure, the ancient divine bell. Right now, the only method he could think of was to rely on this kill 1,000 enemies, lose 800 of your own bell. Aside from being able to safely ring it in secret realm dungeons, anywhere else the bell sound would inevitably draw the attention of divine beings. Su Yi wasn't sure what would happen, but it would very likely summon the quiggered serpent. That was a genuine deity. A god dealing with a ghoul would be easy as pie. But once the ghoul was gone, what about the quiggered serpent? He couldn't possibly defeat it. Last time, just being glanced at by Quiggered had completely drained his health bar. If Phoenix hadn't revived him in time, he would have been long dead. After weighing his options for a long time, Su Yi admitted the risk was enormous, but there was indeed a way to survive. As long as Quiggered and the ghoul faced off, he could escape his current predicament. Either way meant death, so he might as well gamble. With this thought, he gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. Nakajima would never let him go, but the Quiggered serpent might offer a slim chance of survival. With his mind made up, Su Yi hesitated no longer. He immediately raised his hammer and struck the bell in the dimensional space, also completing his daily check-in while he was at it. Dong! The bell's sound was deep and resonant, one strike after another, as if echoing within his chest cavity. Su Yi opened a corner of the dimensional space and peered outside. The sky was now bright, and Nakajima was riding atop the ghoul's head, trampling the battlefield into bloody mud. With each step, groups of centaurs and newcomers screamed as they were crushed into pulp. Those lucky enough to escape wailed as they scattered in all directions. Nakajima's sick and twisted laughter echoed through the air. Just then, Nakajima, standing on the ghoul's head, vaguely heard the bell sound. The sound seemed to pierce through time itself and pour directly into his ears, causing an inexplicable sense of tranquility in his heart. He frowned and muttered, "Where's that bell sound coming from?" But then he couldn't be bothered to care and continued directing the ghoul to slaughter chaotically. Su Yi felt no emotion about this. Perhaps he had become numb to killing. He quickened his striking rhythm, the bell sounds becoming more urgent, almost forming a continuous line. Before long, a sound like shattering glass came from the sky. Crack! Above the originally azure blue sky, a thin fissure appeared. At the same time, a pair of indescribable appendages resembling human hands yet bearing the characteristics of beast claws emerged and tore the narrow fissure wider. The moment the crack was enlarged, a colossal eye suddenly pressed against the opening, gazing down upon this world with chilling indifference. That crimson orb occupied half the sky, as if Sirius and the moon had switched places, allowing humans on the ground to observe celestial structures in perfect detail, the patterns of the iris, the network of blood vessels, all suspended overhead like a vast star chart. The air seemed to be sucked away as everyone on the ground collectively held their breath, their heartbeats seemingly paused, while an oppressive force descended like a tangible weight. Su Yi drew a sharp breath. Indeed, the ancient divine bell's description contained no falsehoods. The bell's toll truly could summon divine attention. However, he never imagined that this deity would manifest as an eyeball half the size of the world. Even more astounding was that within the depths of that giant pupil, stars flowed and galaxies flickered, resembling a primordial universe. Did this mean the deity wasn't on Earth, but had been forcibly drawn across time and space by the bell's sound? What exactly was the origin of the ancient divine bell? Its surface capabilities were already heaven-defying, claiming to withstand a divine strike, yet its true, deeper functions clearly extended far beyond this. Another layer of doubt surfaced in his mind. The literature seemed to have recorded deities incorrectly. The quivered serpent was also called a deity, yet compared to that giant eye in the sky, it was like comparing heaven and earth. Could there be hierarchies among deities? This speculation sent chills down Su Yi's spine. At this moment, all the fleeing freshmen, centaur tribes, Nakajima, and everyone else were paralyzed by the giant eye's overwhelming presence. What is that thing? It's way too huge. A deity. It must be a deity watching us. I have megalophobia. I can't breathe. Can someone explain why a deity would descend? Did someone cause this? Don't be ridiculous. Deities aren't something you can just summon. Should the ranged classes take a shot at that giant eyeball? Panicked shouts erupted everywhere, yet no one dared to actually act. Rong Xiaorong's mouth hung open, forgotten. Ming Wanqiu hastily erected layers of magical shields, fearing the deity might suddenly attack. Lu Tiao clutched her flesh sword, trembling all over. Their expressions varied, but all shared the same terror. Everyone remained motionless except for the centaur shaman's actions. The female centaur bent her front legs and dropped to her knees with a thud, raising both hands high while chanting in a language Su Yi couldn't understand, worshipping toward the sky. Soon, the giant eye shifted slightly, and a brilliant beam of light descended from above Su. He could see clearly that it was actually a meteor trailing flames. The meteor fell straight down with perfect precision, splattering the shaman into bloody fragments. Everyone assumed the deity had grown angry and the shaman had been instantly annihilated. Su Yi also silently lamented her, asking for trouble, when suddenly the pool of blood and flesh began to writhe and rapidly reformed into a complete centaur body. Even more outrageous was that the shaman's level skyrocketed before everyone's eyes, climbing from her original standard all the way up to level 99 before stopping. Su Yi gasped in shock. The witch was slain by the divine being. The witch rose again. The bizarre spectacle left all spectators staring at each other in bewilderment, shock frozen on their faces. Su Yi was the first to comprehend what had happened. The divine being hadn't punished the witch, but rather, because the witch had immediately knelt in submission, prostrating in worship and praying for power. Su Yi frowned, cursing furiously in his mind. So what the hell did I just do? The ghoul problem isn't even solved yet, and now I've let the centaur pick up the pieces and jump straight to level 99? Damn it, have I become some kind of charity worker? Absolutely not. Making deals with divine beings is even worse than bargaining with demons. The witch will definitely have to pay a price. In the stands, the freshmen were stunned speechless by the leveling up scene. Holy crap, just like that, an upgrade? We're screwed. How are we supposed to fight this? A level 90 ghoul could already one-shot us, and now there's a level 99 witch. Lu Chenghai's eyes reddened, Ming Qingzong shook his head and sighed, and Rong Guanyuel likewise groaned softly. Damn it, we bust our asses grinding levels, but it's not as good as someone just kneeling down once. Hey, my legs went weak. I knelt down too. So why didn't the divine being respond? Isn't she supposed to be like a big sister celestial master? Did I kneel too late? Seeing some freshmen dropping to their knees to pray to the divine being, Su Yi looked contemptuous. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Kneel only before your parents. Kneel before some divine being? Spineless, despicable, pathetic. He looked down on these people from the bottom of his heart. Just as Su Yi was showing his disdain, the centaur witch, now vastly more powerful, turned and locked onto the ghoul. The two were natural enemies, and moreover, the ghoul had been killing indiscriminately on the battlefield, already stoking the witch's fury. Now, having received divine power, a bone-chilling coldness erupted from the ground. The centaur, which suddenly burst into action. It casually plucked a blade of grass, its hooves stomping heavily on the broken stone path. The earth rippled and shook like ocean waves. The witch raised the grass blade high, and it instantly transformed into a sharp sword as it charged wildly toward the ghoul. Each step thundered against the ground, as if the entire earth feared its might. Fierce winds howled, the sound growing ever louder. During its charge, within a 100-meter radius around the witch, 10, then 100, then over 1,000 crescent-shaped wind blades formed into a whirlwind, spinning and shrieking. Where the wind blades passed, even darkness seemed to be severed, and just looking at them caused unbearable pain to the eyes. This was the power of level 99. Seeing the level 99 witch charging straight at him, Nakajima's face changed drastically, and he cursed inwardly. Psycho. I wasn't the one attacking your centaur tribe. I just happened to kill a few centaurs while dealing with the freshmen. Why are you coming after me? He didn't realize that at this moment, the ghoul posed the greatest threat on the entire field. If the witch didn't eliminate it first, who else would it target? After killing you, the other humans would be a matter of minutes. However, Nakajima's ghoul was no lamb for slaughter. It suddenly activated its skill. 100 demons unleashed. In an instant, the ghoul's flesh began to rot, its skin peeling off in large chunks, pieces of decayed meat splattering to the ground. Those rotting pieces actually began to writhe, transforming in the blink of an eye into hideous walking corpses. These undead corpses were no joke, they were level 50. As far as the eye could see, thousands of them swarmed the area, far exceeding the 100 ghosts in name. Dark energy rolled off their bodies, fangs protruded menacingly, and the acrid stench of decay filled the air. Their howls came in waves, threatening to tear Wu's very soul apart. Su-yi gasped in shock. With numbers like these, they could easily establish their own faction in the wilderness. Facing the level 99 wizard, Zhongdao had only panicked briefly before engaging. Heat in his confidence clearly stemmed from this sea of undead. His expression remained cold as he commanded with precision, while Wu showed no fear and charged straight into the formation. Iron hooves thundered against the ground, wind blades swirling around him like a hurricane-powered battering ram, carving a bloody path through the horde. Blood splattered, flesh scattered, and bones clattered to the ground, quickly forming a gruesome corridor. Death coil, Zhongdao barked with a frown. The 100 turtle ghoul let out a bone-chilling wail, spewing moldy black breath that wove into dozens of chains in midair, wrapping around Wu's 4 legs with a clatter. The iron chains locked tight, and momentum sent the centaur wizard crashing heavily to the ground. Despite his struggles, the bindings held him fast. Zhongdao's eyes turned ashen as he burst into maniacal laughter. Is that all? Then die. The surviving undead swarmed like piranhas attacking fallen prey, instantly engulfing Wu. His health bar plummeted visibly. The next second, the earth trembled and time seemed to freeze. Sword energy erupted from within Wu's body. He grasped a blade of grass like a sword, and it instantly transformed into a whip-like blade composed of hundreds of razor-sharp fragments. It coiled through the air before disintegrating into individual blades that shot forth. Within a 10-meter radius, a storm of blades howled in circles, shredding every approaching undead into bloody mist without resistance. The corpses piled on top of him were instantly pulverized to dust. Another swing of the grass blade shattered the death chains completely. Freed from his bonds, the centaur wizard shot up like a comet in reverse, charging furiously toward Zhongdao. Zhongdao's expression changed drastically, his earlier confidence evaporating. He screamed for the ghoul to turn and flee, but the massive creature had barely begun to move when Wu struck it down with a single sword blow. That strike was like a rainbow. Over 10 meters of sword energy slashed through the air, tearing the dark clouds to shreds as light and heat washed across the sky like fire. The shockwave kicked up a sandstorm. With a wet thud, the ghoul's health bar instantly dropped by a third. Every hair on Zhongdao's body stood on end as he frantically tore open a scroll, sketching a flying creature with quick strokes before leaping onto it and soaring skyward. Useless thing, I'm done with you. He didn't even bother looking back at the ghoul. Within seconds, the massive monster was reduced to charred blood and mud by the centaur wizard's 3 strikes. Only then did Wu draw his longbow, pulling the string taut and aiming the arrow at Zhongdao as he fled desperately through the sky. The centaur which drew her longbow to its full extent. The arrow left the string, cutting through the air with lightning speed. Nakajima in midair proved as cunning as if he had eyes in the back of his head, suddenly diving to dodge while turning back with a mocking sneer. The next second, a beam of multicolored light accompanied by a crisp humming swept past him, followed by scorching flames that exploded like burning clouds covering the entire sky. Nakajima's heart pounded wildly as he looked up to see the phoenix unleashing an entire sea of fire from its mouth, half the sky seeming to boil, while heat waves crashed down like a tsunami. He frantically tried to control the bird summoned from his scroll painting to scatter and evade. This was an immortal phoenix whose attack power was beyond imagination. However, the bird hung in the air like a stone, unresponsive to any command. Nakajima's pupils contracted. Disaster. Years ago, when Gu Ziyuan had released his scroll bird, it too had been so intimidated by this phoenix that it exploded and died. He forced himself to stay calm while thinking of countermeasures, though his face had already turned deathly pale. The phoenix gave no quarter, bringing windswept clouds and mountain-toppling waves of flame that covered him completely, swallowing him whole. Nakajima, who moments before had been contending with a level 99 centaur witch, now resembled a roasted pig mounted on the mountain of flames. In an instant, he was burned to charcoal, and before he could even fall to the ground, the hot wind scattered him into countless black carbon particles drifting through the air. At this moment, the entire world was filled with Nakajima's ashes. Witnessing this scene, Sui couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The phoenix had grown even more powerful. Nakajima was truly caring, constantly feeding the phoenix experience points before dying at its hands, a perfect closed loop. Just as Nakajima died, the centaur witch on the other side began to collapse. Sui watched as her level, which had been arrogantly dominating heaven, earth, and air, plummeted wildly. 99, 90, 80, all the way down to 0. He was stunned. The starting level in this world was always 10, and he'd never seen level 0 before. Could it be that she had to pay a price for the divine blessing? Sure enough, the next instant, the centaur which seemed to have a time bomb inside her body as she exploded with a bang. But instead of blood and flesh flying everywhere, she was dismantled by invisible hands. Skin, organs, nerves, blood, and bones each flew separately toward the giant eye in the sky, as orderly as sorting garbage. Sui muttered, quite particular. He thought of how some people ate shrimp by first peeling the shell and removing the vein before eating the meat, while he preferred to just bite and chew directly. Sui thought everything would end there and the giant eye in the sky would depart. But who would have expected that eye to suddenly press right up to his face? His Sui tumbled backward in the alternate space, his face pale with shock. What was this supposed to accomplish? Why is it coming straight for me? A chill shot up his spine straight to his brain, as if a demon had crawled out of a mirror. Sui nearly jumped out of his skin. Instinctively, he yanked the dimensional rift he'd just opened shut. If I can't see it, the danger doesn't exist. Zhulong's dimensional space had always been called an absolute safe zone, supposedly secure even if Earth exploded, and he naturally believed this. But that certainty crumbled in an instant. The sealed dimensional space was torn open by some invisible tremendous force, the harsh scraping sound, like metal being ripped apart. Sui became like a little crab discovered in a reef crevice. Cowering as he looked up through the tear, a massive blood-red and sinister eyeball pressed against the peephole, staring at him intently. Sui swallowed hard, his pupils contracting to pinpoints, his face filled with terror and disbelief. Holy shit, you're pretty badass for a deity. You can even tear through dimensional space? What the hell do you want? The giant eye didn't respond, but its gaze remained firmly locked on the ancient divine bell in his hands. The next moment, the divine bell trembled slightly. A circle of pale purple light expanded outward, finally condensing into tiny points of light that whistled into the giant eye's pupil. As the purple light entered, that terrifying eye vanished like someone had hit the off switch. As if nothing had ever happened. Sui stood there stunned. Peering through the newly healed rift, he saw clear skies, the heavens intact, the giant eye gone. Below, the freshmen stared upward in a daze, each one like sculptures frozen in time. Let me sort this out. Sui scratched his head, trying to organize his thoughts. Ring the bell. Giant eyeball descends. Centaur shaman destroys Nakajima. Goal. Centaur shaman pays with his life for the deity's blessing. It seemed like he hadn't lost anything, and might even be the winner. Wait. He suddenly looked down to examine the divine bell. Vajra bell. Item level. Attributes. Special effects. Note. This item is in a tarnished state and requires brightening powder to polish before viewing. Are you kidding me? Sui jumped up and down in frustration. He'd finally spent over 200,000 points to polish a worn Vajra bell into an ancient divine bell, only to have it revert to its original form in the blink of an eye, back to square one. Forcing himself to calm down, the more he looked, the more suspicious it seemed. This bell looked exactly like a horn. Once sounded, it was equivalent to issuing an attack command. If it were a horn for commanding deities, the deities should come to pay homage and await orders, not directly drain the bell's properties. In other words, this thing was probably a horn of the deity's enemies. Moreover, the deity clearly didn't know the ancient divine bell could block fatal strikes, only following some kind of instinct, confirming whether the horn was activated, and immediately plundering its properties once activated. From this perspective, those beings called deities seemed more like preset programs, mechanically executing tasks without understanding the reasons. What kind of existence could be above the deities? Thinking of this, Sui sucked in a sharp breath. Too terrifying. Sui became even more curious about the origins of the ancient divine bell. He had found this bell in the wilderness outside Jiang City, and the only way to trace its history was to locate its previous owner. But that presented a problem. Couldn't possibly post public notices looking for the owner. If the outside world learned that the ancient divine bell could resist divine properties, the entire globe would likely mark him as their top target for assassination and treasure hunting. At this thought, he sighed helplessly and tucked the divine bell back into his robes. I'll leave it to fate. This thing is too expensive to use casually right now. With the immediate threat resolved, it was time to return to the real business making money, or rather, harvesting points. Sui opened a dimensional portal, stepped onto Zhulong's broad back, and soared into the sky with the phoenix. The entire battlefield had fallen eerily silent. The newcomers and the surviving centaur troops stood frozen in place, their faces filled with confusion. In just a few short minutes, they had first encountered ghouls that slaughtered indiscriminately. Then a deity had descended, followed by the centaur shaman going berserk, killing the ghoul with one strike before exploding into a bloody mist. These rapid reversals had hammered their minds like sledgehammers, nearly causing them to crash mentally. Finally, one freshman shivered and snapped back to reality, shouting at the top of his lungs. What the hell just happened? The ghoul is dead? And all of this was controlled by that exchange student Nakajima? That centaur shaman was like a divine donkey, so freaking powerful. Where's the deity? Why did I kneel for so long without getting to play at level 99? Whatever, let's just order some food. A companion immediately cursed back. Order your ass. The ghoul, centaur shaman, and deity are all gone, but the freshman competition is still ongoing. Kill. Rob. This shout seemed to snap the dazed newcomers out of their stupor like broken reins. They instantly forgot all the absurd events and grabbed their weapons again. One group rushed toward the fleeing centaurs, while another simply turned on their lovely little companions around them, beginning to rob each other. The centaur tribe was powerless to resist. Their spiritual totem had been torn apart by Su Yi's own hands. Their centaur general had been slain by Su Yi before he could even react, and their final hope, the centaur shaman, had died in an explosion. Without leadership, the remaining soldiers scattered in all directions, their panicked figures visible across slopes and ravines. The newcomers' examination objective was to exterminate the centaur tribe, and with the situation now one-sided, their morale soared. They chased after the fleeing centaurs with battle cries, collecting centaur tokens one after another. Su Yi, however, had no interest in wasting energy chasing horses all over the mountains. The centaurs had scattered too widely, and it was much more efficient to simply collect taxes. In his eyes, the freshmen were like walking point magnets, just waiting for him to pluck them. Hey, drop your weapons, this is a robbery. He rode Zhulong down with the phoenix circling behind him, landing directly in front of several freshmen with a cheerful smile and an outstretched hand. Are you crazy? You dare block our path all by yourself? One of the freshmen shouted indignantly. Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. Get someone with brains to talk to me. Don't make me use force. Another freshman didn't recognize Su Yi, but he recognized the phoenix that blotted out the sky. The oppressive feeling of those rolling flames was unforgettable. Quick, hand over your tokens, don't dawdle. Give them to him now. He led by example, respectfully offering his own token with both hands. The remaining people looked confused. Why are you afraid of a summoner? Get out of the way, I could fart and blow him 2 miles away. Coward. After a brief silence, the guy with murderous eyes couldn't help but roar. Damn it. All of you shut up. The freshman's voice trembled with incoherence. Blind dog. Can't you see that phoenix? Killing you would be simpler than squashing a chick. As soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed the massive shadows behind Su Yi, a candle dragon with scales cold as frost and eyes like crimson lanterns coiled in midair, alongside a phoenix with blazing wings and blinding golden radiance spreading its wings arrogantly. The other freshmen finally snapped back to reality, their hair standing on end as their pupils contracted like flames had seared them. The candle dragon's breath rumbled like thunder, while the phoenix's flaming feathers crackled in the night wind. The dual pressure made everyone's legs go weak, nearly forcing them to their knees. Some even detected a divine aura from that overwhelming presence, sending chills down their spines. The tokens, their only lifeline, trembled in their palms. After a brief moment of paralysis, everyone obediently offered up all their tokens with both hands. Su Yi nodded with satisfaction. Those who understand the times are wise men. You might just live to see old age. He collected his spoils and turned to continue his rampage. The ransacked freshman bowed and scraped to his retreating figure. Thank you for your kind words. Boss, take care. See you later, boss. Only after his shadow completely disappeared did they collapse to the ground, gasping for air. Phew, that was terrifying. That's what you call a monster. Untouchable, absolutely untouchable. Since when can summoning call forth dragons and phoenixes? My worldview is shattered. It's fine, as long as we still have our dignity. Still going after those centaurs. Hunt what? Even if we kill them, we'd just be delivering tokens to others. For the remainder of the time, Su Yi swept through everything in his path, encountering hundreds of freshmen one by one. He barely needed to lift a finger. Simply standing before them and raising his palm was enough for tokens to fly into his hand, as if pulled by invisible strings. Refuse? That would be courting death. Offering tokens to Rong Xiaorong, Ming Wanxiu, or Lu Tiao might bring temporary benefits, but nothing compared to one's own life. Even with resentment, they had to smile while handing them over. If the smile wasn't sincere enough, Su Yi simply wouldn't accept, which was worse than offending a deity, resulting in either petty revenge at best or immediate death at worst. Thus, wherever he passed, screams echoed like locusts devastating crops, and even the distant firelight couldn't illuminate a single intact patch of this freshman paradise. After tallying his spoils, Su Yi opened his wristwatch's holographic interface. First place, Su Yi, 7,320 tokens. Second place, Rong Xiaorong, 2,917 tokens. Third place, Ming Wanxiu, 2,301 tokens. Fourth place, Lu Tiao, 2,132 tokens. The remaining 6 places all had fewer than 1,000 tokens, hardly worth mentioning. The numbers were dazzling, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, like cold needles pricking his back. His ranking was clearly stable, but he couldn't help scratching his head. After a moment of silence, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The source of danger wasn't in the bottom six, but in Rong Xiaorong, Ming Wanqiu, and Lu Tiao. Yes, he led Rong Xiaorong by over 4,000 tokens, seemingly insurmountable. But who were those three? Children of five-star generals. Natural alliance platforms. With their inherited family connections, they could instantly share resources and honors with just a glance. If they joined forces, 2,917, 2,301, 2,132, 7,350. You couldn't really blame Su Yi for overthinking this. The things you least expect to happen often do, and this time it was spot-on accurate. On the leaderboard, the combined points of Rong Xiaorong, Ming Wanqiu, and Lu Tiao's badges exactly edged out Su Yi by a hair. His sense of crisis began growing wildly. Su Yi squinted, his face full of suspicion. Would these three really pool all their badges together at the last moment for one person to pull off a surprise victory? It was entirely possible. You can know someone's face, but not their heart. You can paint a dragon or tiger, but not their bones. For them, the first place reward materials might not matter much, but the honor of being first was absolutely tempting. At this thought, Su Yi's lips curved into a cold smile. If something I can think of might happen, then I must prepare for it. In the freshman competition, he had already planted his flag. First place had to be his. The chance to draw a mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas absolutely could not slip away. Therefore, Su Yi immediately stopped targeting other freshmen and locked his sights completely on Rong Xiaorong, Ming Wanqiu, and Lu Tai. Not only would he rob them, but he'd get every single one of them. Since he was making his move, he couldn't hesitate or look back. He had to strike decisively and completely crush any chance they had of competing for first place. He rode the candle dragon with a phoenix spreading its wings behind him, circling above the centaur territory, completely ignoring the freshmen he passed. Su Yi's renewed activity scared the freshmen senseless. Soon word spread. There was a summoner who wasn't fighting centaurs, but specifically targeting freshmen, and anyone who resisted would die. The rookies who had heard of Su Yi's exploits were trembling in their boots. Whenever they spotted the candle dragon and phoenix in the distance, they knew the Grim Reaper was coming and fled in terror. Their pale faces looked like they'd been sucked by a vacuum cleaner on maximum power, utterly drained. However, Su Yi couldn't be bothered with them and focused solely on tracking down Rong Xiaorong, Ming Wanqiu, and Lu Tiao. Huh? Does Su Yi have vision problems? Why isn't he stealing our badges? Keep your voice down, Jinx. Don't attract him back here. I think he's lost interest in badges. He's first on the leaderboard, way ahead of Rong Xiaorong. Pretty secure. That's probably it. If it were me, I'd have found somewhere to sleep ages ago. Exhausting yourself for a day and night would kill anyone. He's got the strength to coast. If you tried coasting, you'd just crash and burn. Intermittent self-improvement, continuous free-loading. That's you to AT. In a small valley overgrown with wild grass, a fallen tree lay against the cliff face. Rong Xiaorong sat cross-legged on the trunk, glanced at the leaderboard on his wrist, squinted, his thoughts churning. Did Su Yi raid a centaur stronghold? How did he accumulate so many badges? Could he be doing the same thing as Ming Wanqiu, waiting for the mantis to catch the cicada while the oriole waits behind? He casually broke off a grass stem and scratched calculations in the dirt, quickly computing the points. After a moment, Rong Xiaorong's expression shifted from serious to animated, his lips curving into a pleased smile, just enough to edge out Su Yi. Su Yi. Oh Su Yi, I'll grant you have some skill and luck, but when faced with absolute connections, you're still too green behind the years. You'd never imagine that Ming Wanqiu, Lu Tiao, and I, Rong Xiaorong, will pull all our cards together tomorrow night and catch you completely off guard. I can't wait to see how spectacular that expression on your face will be. He paced around the small clearing in the woods, secretly imagining Su Yi's expression. Moments later, the sound of rustling grass came from behind as Lu Tiao emerged through the bushes, carrying a flesh and blood sword, her steps as steady as if measured by a protractor. You're here, Rong Xiaorong called out. Lu Tiao responded flatly, glancing around. Where's Ming Wanqiu? On her way. The freshman competition is nearly over, and we've basically wiped out the centaur race. I heard the officers in the cave are starting to enter the field too. Rong Xiaorong kicked at the fallen leaves beneath his feet in the center of the clearing. Lu Tiao nodded and casually tossed her wooden identity plate on the ground, too lazy to bend down. She drew her flesh and blood sword and gave a gentle swing at a thick old tree nearby. Where the blade fell, it sliced off a piece of bark exactly 1 millimeter thick, with grain patterns as neat as if measured by a ruler. The second strike, the third strike. Each one was precisely 1 millimeter, without the slightest deviation, as if performing surgery on a fly. Valkyrie, truly living up to your reputation, Rong Xiaorong praised with a smile. Lu Tiao ignored him and continued practicing. With each swing, the air filled with wet, sticky tearing sounds. Rong Xiaorong shook his head in amazement. Is my uncle still negotiating with the brood mother? Yes. Lu Tiao sheathed her sword, her tone flat. That race collapsed on its own after the demonic descent, even worse than the centaurs. But the brood mother's flesh editing might open up a new world for humanity. Look, my flesh and blood sword appears dull on the surface, but it's terrifyingly sharp at the cellular level. Rong Xiaorong waved his hand. Don't talk to me about consciousness uploading or mechanical ascension. If flesh is fragile, then it's fragile. When you've lived enough, you die. Unless you become a god and transcend time. The longer you live, the more neurotic you become. Lu Tiao sighed softly. The human emperor and my father only want the technology without paying the price, so they're at a standstill. Fortunately, it's not my concern. The brood mother they mentioned was an unlucky race. During the demonic descent to Earth, it had imploded internally and nearly went extinct. When Lu Shanhai discovered it, only the mother body and a few dull-witted sub-entities remained. Lu Shanhai didn't kill it but sought the flesh editing technology, which still required the human emperor's approval. The negotiations had been fruitless. So far the brood mother wanted to restore its race, but the human emperor disagreed, leaving both sides in deadlock. The forest gradually darkened as the setting sun cast dappled light and shadows on the sword-scarred bark. Suddenly, footsteps approached from the distance. Rong Xiaorong looked up and saw Ming Wanqiu pushing through the branches. He waved. You're a bit late, but just in time for important business. However, Ming Wanqiu looked dejected, her shoulders drooping like a resentful woman in her boudoir, wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. Before she could speak, a familiar head suddenly popped out from behind her. Sui grinned. I'm here too. Rong Xiaorong's pupils contracted. What the hell? Sui, how did he follow us here? What's going on? Rong Xiaorong was completely dumbfounded. By all logic, Sui couldn't possibly know about their three-person plan. Yet here he was standing right in front of them silently announcing that their scheme had been exposed. Rong Xiaorong was certain there was no traitor among the three of them, leaving only one reasonable explanation. Sui was either paranoid or had an overly sharp mind, relying on his terrifying sixth sense to track them down. At this thought, Rong Xiaorong quickly looked down at his watch. Sure enough, Ming Wanqiu, who had originally ranked third, had disappeared from the list, while Suyi's score had skyrocketed to over 9,000. Those jumping numbers felt like an invisible hand ruthlessly squeezing his heart. Taking a deep breath, he looked up to meet Suyi's gaze, his eyes full of bitterness, yet he still forced himself to remain calm as he said, let's cut to the chase. I appreciate your directness. Suyi's tone was flat, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. Just to be safe, please hand over your badges to me. Rong Xiaorong's expression remained unchanged, but his voice could barely conceal his indignation. You've already taken Ming Wanqiu's badges, and that's secure enough for you? Sui shook his head, meeting him heating with a cold laugh that carried a threat. I haven't forgotten who your parents are. With just one shout from me, the lower-ranked freshmen might hand over their badges willingly. Don't worry, I won't do that for now. But since that's the case, what's the difference between not getting first place and coming in last? Don't you think so? These words hit like a hammer to the chest, and Rong Xiaorong nearly spat out blood. His perfect plan had been. Even if Ming Wanqiu lost her badge, she could still make up for it. It would just take longer, but she could still claim first place. But Sui had seen right through it, crushing that hope completely. How the hell does this guy's brain work? Rong Xiaorong cursed silently, his face darkening. He won't leave even a sliver of opportunity, wants to wipe us out completely? He fell silent for a moment, his eyes flickering with intensity. What if I refuse? Suyi's lips slowly curved into a vicious smile. Then I'll take it myself. As for whether you hand it over standing up or lying down, I can't guarantee that. Before he finished speaking, Rong Xiaorong drew his weapon, his gaze blazing with cruel determination. Then please, enlighten me. The moment cold steel flashed, a stern voice interrupted the standoff. Don't. Just give it to him. It's pointless. It was Ming Wanqiu speaking. She stood frozen like she'd been struck by lightning. Her face full of shock. Was Rong Xiaorong really planning to fight Sui on his own? Pedo and jobless players could indeed pull off some tricks, but no matter how fancy those tricks were, just one of Suyi's battle pets could crush them all. She knew deeply that some realities had to be accepted. The strong would always remain strong. Miracles had long since sided with Sui, even without him lifting a finger. But Rong Xiaorong still refused to yield. I have plenty of life-saving tricks up my sleeve. If you want to steal my badge, I won't just hand it over. Ming Wanqiu looked at Suyi's abyss-like gaze, feeling cold waves surge in her heart. But he has even more ways to attack, she said through gritted teeth in a low voice. Acting on impulse is useless. You can challenge him, but definitely not today. After all, Ming Wanqiu's previous understanding of Sui had only reached the level of really good at causing trouble on campus. But just moments ago, Ming Wanqiu hurried to the meeting point, only to walk straight into Suyi's line of sight. She thought Sui was just making casual inquiries, but she never expected him to deliver such a devastating blow right from the start. The Candle Dragon and Phoenix flanked her on both sides, surrounding her completely. The Candle Dragon's thunder power lay dormant beneath its scales with lightning dancing across them, while the Phoenix's beak was slightly open with blazing flames churning in its throat. as if the very air could ignite at any moment. Sui raised his hand to halt the aura of his two phantom beasts, wearing a gentle smile on his face while uttering words cold enough to chill the bone. I know what you're planning. Sneak attacks are hardly honorable, and playing dirty tricks won't work. Hand over your tokens. How about it? Ming Wanqiu's composure instantly crumbled. He'd been exposed. Refuse? This guy was ruthlessly cold-hearted. If the tokens stood between him and first place, he'd even dare to kill gods. Wanting to live a few more years, she could only offer up her tokens with both hands. Lu Tiao beside her had long fallen silent as a cicada in winter, nodding in agreement as his gaze swept over Sui, unable to hide his deep fear. I'll make challenging Sui my lifelong goal, though I'll have to save it for next year's national championship tournament. Only now did Rong Xiaorong come to his senses, with regret surging up like crashing waves against the shore, scattering his rationality to pieces. Their plan had been crushed to powder under Su Yi's casual step, yet he was powerless to fight back, left only with the churning impulse and unwillingness in his chest. Su Yi approached with leisurely steps, raising his hand in what seemed like a casual gesture, yet it carried an intimidating edge. Between making a name for yourself and making a fool of yourself, you, Rong Xiaorong, are just one step away. These words struck Rong Xiaorong's heart like muffled thunder, making every hair on his body stand on end, his face turning pale as his ears buzzed. In all his years, this was the first time anyone had humiliated him so directly to his face. But the current situation was stronger than any individual forget about himself alone. Even if he joined forces with Ming Wanqiu and Lu Tiao, their chances would be 50-50 at best. He had to endure it, absolutely had to endure it. He exhaled deeply, his eyelids trembling slightly as he steeled himself to pour all his tokens into Su Yi's hands. You just want the tokens, right? Congratulations on first place in advance. After finishing, he gritted his teeth and added, but the days are long, and we'll see what happens. I look forward to that day. Su Yi tucked the three people's tokens into his sleeve, waved his hand gracefully, and strode away. Only the three of them remained on the mountain path, looking at each other in dismay. Ming Wanqiu sighed deeply, Lu Tiao whimpered softly, and Rong Xiaorong looked as if his chest might explode from anger, yet he could only hold it in with inferior strength. Still dreaming of sneak attacks, he could only accept defeat when exposed. Rong Xiaorong muttered in self-mockery. Usually he was infinitely glorious at school, never expecting that one freshman competition would knock him back to reality. That Su Yi was simply an insurmountable mountain, blocking the light of the so-called heaven's favored sun. After a long silence, Rong Xiaorong suddenly rallied, forcing a smile. Looks like my spending power still isn't enough. Lu Tiao gripped his sword hilt tighter, also smiling bitterly and nodding. My swordsmanship needs more work too. Ming Wanqiu shrugged and spread her hands. I need more courage. Relying on robbery alone isn't enough. The three looked at each other, then suddenly burst into laughter together, their laughter mixed with bitterness but also carrying a few traces of stubborn fighting spirit. Soon after, their wrist devices vibrated, and a clear system notification appeared. Freshman competition concluded. Centaur race elimination mission completed. Freshman competition rankings. Su Yi in first place. All freshmen please return to the cave via the original route. Return to your respective schools, and await reward distribution. As expected, Su Yi's first place ranking was set in stone. The golden characters reading first place on the big screen caught his eye, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself. Thank goodness I caught Rong Xiaorong, Ming Wanqiu, and Lu Tiao's little schemes in time, or I really would have capsized in the gutter. After all this trouble, it was finally worth it. Not only did I get the chance to draw from the classic of mountains and seas, but I also secured a pile of first-place rewards. The next second, system notifications rang out in succession. Ding! Congratulations host on completing the freshman competition, first-place mission. Ding! Reward. One draw from the classic of mountains and seas. Ding! Would you like to draw now? Draw. Su Yi didn't hesitate. Drawing. Wuxie massive bronze-colored wheel materialized in the void, densely packed with patterns of exotic beasts and divine creatures spinning rapidly. After a moment, the pointer suddenly stopped, and the system voice rang out again. Draw successful. Congratulations host on obtaining exotic beast, whirling turtle. Exotic beast whirling turtle has been placed in the battle pet slot and can be viewed at any time. Exotic beast whirling turtle? Su Yi was stunned. According to the classic of mountains and seas, on Mount Niuyang there is strange water flowing east into the waters of Shanhai, where many dark turtles dwell. They have the form of turtles, but with bird heads and snake tails, called whirling turtles. Their sound like splitting wood, meaning it had a black-red shell, a turtle-like body, but with a bird's head and snake's tail, making sounds like chopping wood. Though it wasn't a lofty divine beast, and seemed to have dropped a notch in prestige, Su Yi didn't mind at all. Products of the classic of mountains and seas were guaranteed to be premium. He immediately pulled up the pet panel. Exotic beast, whirling turtle. Owner, Su Yi. Current level, 10. HP, 3000. Defense, 2000. Attack, 15. Movement speed, 12. Attack speed, 10. Skills. 1. Passive, absolute defense. Whirling turtle gains 10 defense for each beast killed, no limit. 2. Passive, absolute health pool. Whirling turtle gains 10 HP for each beast killed, no limit. 3. Active, taunt attracts attacks from any type of enemy. Self-defense 100, upgradable. 4. Passive, defeating the strong with weakness. Enemies attacked by whirling turtle have attack power 20, stackable 1 layer, upgradable. 5. Host active. Healing host can continuously restore whirling turtle's HP. Special attributes, none. Shared attributes. Host can share 1/10 of whirling turtle's attributes. Su-yi was completely stunned after reading the attributes and gave himself a mental thumbs up. This is absolutely insane. At level 10, it already has 3000 HP and 2000 defense, far surpassing the level 10 Zhulong from before. 1000 HP, 800 defense by several streets. The more he looked, the more excited he became. Absolute defense, absolute health pull. Isn't this just a combination of Nasu's and Vagar? One beast gives 10 HP and 10 defense, 100 would be 1000, 1000 would be 10,000. By then, others would have trouble even breaking through the defense. As for that pitiful 15 attack points, no matter, a tank's job is to absorb damage. Take it slow and eventually stack that durability to the heavens. What truly shocked him was the small text in the taunt description, attracts attacks from any type of enemy. Other professionals with taunt skills could only taunt beasts and couldn't affect humans or intelligent races, but the whirling turtle was different. I don't care what you are as long as you're alive, whether human or beast, come at me. Su-yi held his newly contracted whirlshell turtle, growing more excited by the moment. In his mind, he weighed the turtle's 3 abilities back and forth. 1. Taunt. Once the whirlshell turtle opened its mouth, enemies who wanted to swing swords or shoot arrows at him would be pulled by invisible ropes, forced to turn and attack the turtle instead. Imagining opponents clearly aiming at him but being compelled to turn and harm themselves, Su-yi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Absolutely thrilling. 2. Weak conquers strong, a passive ability that reduced enemy attack power, currently only 1 layer but upgradable. When stacked to higher levels, opponents' attacks could even be reduced to 0. Su-yi pictured enemies turning green with rage, yet unable to lift their weapons, and shook his head with glee. 3. Healing. Su-yi glanced at the manual and curled his lip disdainfully. The whirlshell turtle is already so tough. Why would I need to heal it? That's just insulting. He stared at the whirlshell turtle for several minutes until he confirmed, got damage, got tank, I can totally coast, then withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. The classic of mountains and seas was truly incredible. When would the next mission arrive? What other mythical beasts could he draw? Just thinking about it filled him with anticipation. When returning to the cave, only 2/3 of the freshmen who had departed shoulder to shoulder remained. In the spacious stone chamber, even the air seemed thinner. Some wore heavy expressions. Dorm mates or classmates had died on the battlefield, dampening their spirits. Others looked numb, covered in blood, clearly having killed until they felt nothing. But whether grief, numbness, or resentment, when their gazes fell on Su-yi, all transformed into complex awe and indignation. Su-yi snorted coldly, sweeping his gaze like a lion surveying his territory, the intense pressure forcing everyone to lower their heads. He understood where these emotions came from. First, he had stolen their tokens during the competition. Smiling on the surface while harboring anger inside was human nature. Second, he sat firmly in first place among the freshmen. Others had schemed and flattered to no avail, naturally feeling displeased. Su-yi had only one thought: face life and death with indifference. Fight if you disagree. If you don't dare fight, then shut up. When it was time for Huaqing University students to return to school, Su-yi stepped through the teleportation gate and leaped out. The first thing he saw was Bishop Butcher standing with hands behind his back, beaming with satisfaction. Well done. You didn't disappoint me. Butcher laughed heartily, his voice thundering. Su-yi touched his nose and simply said, not bad. The victor is one who plans well. Butcher patted his shoulder heavily. No matter how crude the tactics, as long as they're effective, ignore the gossip. Hearing this, Su-yi's eyelid twitched. Who said my methods were underhanded? Killing, horse breeding, stealing tokens, all were allowed by the rules. How did that become unorthodox? His smile vanishing abruptly, Butcher's face became like a frozen river, speaking word by word. I wasn't there in person, so now I want to hear your thoughts. Why did the Japanese and Korean exchange students create ghouls? And how did that deity appear? Faced with Row 2's question, Su-yi chose not to give an evasive answer. He remained like a cold statue, showing no unnecessary expression, only muttering under his breath. Those damn Japanese and Korean exchange students really screwed me over. I've got a belly full of grievances. Row 2 raised his hand to interrupt, palm down with a gentle pressing motion. Get to the point. Keep it brief. No fluff. Su-yi rolled his eyes. He had originally wanted to take this opportunity to request psychological compensation from the school, but could only compress his words into one sentence. They had it out for me, and they used corpses from the battlefield to feed ghouls and summon them to cause trouble. Rotu's gaze swept across Su Yi's face. Given Su Yi's temperament, if he dared to say the Japanese and Korean exchange students were targeting him, that men aside from Park Il-sung and Nakajima, the rest were probably all dead. He lowered his eyes and tapped twice on his wristwatch screen, sending a message to the frontline soldiers who were helping the Centaur race reclaim territory. Stop looking for survivors, cremate the bodies on site, bring back the ashes. After all, this was a bilateral exchange program. If the people couldn't return, at least sending back their ashes would provide some closure. After sending the message, he looked up with a somewhat provocative tone. You're pretty pissed off, aren't you? Sui was actually quite satisfied those Japanese and Korean exchange students who constantly put on airs at Huaqing University had either died directly by his hand or indirectly through schemes he had orchestrated. Their bodies were stone cold by now. But Row 2 continued. In 2 months, Huaqing University will be sending exchange students to Japanese and Korean universities. What are your thoughts? Sui stroked his chin, immediately thinking of the project Guziyuan had been working on. Part of the reason those Japanese and Korean exchange students looked down on others was precisely because Guziyuan was too much of a bootlicker. Bishop, what do you mean? Originally the school planned to send senior students, but I think sending you over would be more reliable. When he said reliable, Rotu emphasized the word heavily, as if it carried hidden meaning. Su Yi's eyes showed wariness and confusion. Wasn't this pushing him into a fire pit? His conflicts with the Japanese and Korean exchange students were out in the open. Even a casual investigation would uncover everything. And now they wanted him to cross the ocean to study at Japanese and Korean universities? He probed carefully. Will there be backup for extraction? Rotu laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. When the time comes, I'll give you something to ensure your safe return. Su Yi responded expressionlessly. I'm going there for academic exchange, not to cause trouble. Please be aware of this, Bishop. Don't worry. I know you're a law-abiding student with an intact conscience. Rotu nodded with a smile. Just like that, with a few simple exchanges, they settled Su Yi's itinerary for 2 months later. Destination, Japanese and Korean universities. Mission, study the experiences of Japanese and Korean universities diligently. Changing the subject, Rotu lowered his voice. What do you make of the divine appearance? Su Yi immediately shook his head. You're asking the wrong person. How would I know? He certainly wouldn't admit that he had summoned it by ringing the bell. That would sound too much like shamanic ritual, too eerie. Rotu sighed softly. Well, perhaps this will remain a mystery. In his view, there were only a few ways to summon a deity. Sacrifice, specific incantations, prayer, certain special items. Oh right, and bell ringing. Thinking about Xiao Zhong, the butcher's face twisted with pain as he cursed inwardly. He had no idea which bastard had stolen his little bell. How infuriating. Don't let me catch you, or I'll beat you to death. The butcher accidentally voiced his thoughts aloud. Su Yi was adjusting his clothes nearby when he heard this and froze. Beat who to death? The butcher immediately suppressed his anger, returning to his usual smiling demeanor, and waved dismissively. Nothing. Go rest. The rewards for the freshman competition have arrived. I'll deliver them to you personally. Su Yi felt puzzled, but seeing that the butcher wouldn't say more, he could only nod and take his leave. As soon as Su Yi left, Lin Wanner emerged from the end of the corridor, walking with light steps to stand behind the butcher, watching Su Yi's retreating figure. How did it go? The butcher narrowed his eyes, a hint of scrutiny flashing in their depths. This kid, I can't tell if he genuinely doesn't know or if he's playing dumb. So the deity wasn't summoned by him? Lin Wanner pondered, lowering her head to rub her fingertips. Otherwise, why would all the freshmen present say the deity stripped Su Yi's clothes? Stripped his clothes? The butcher snorted with laughter. That was just the freshmen mocking each other. But the deity did indeed look at him deliberately before leaving. That's what I can't figure out. Lin Wanner's gaze fell on the butcher's hand, now nothing but white bone, and she reminded him softly. Anyway, actively making contact with deities never ends well. The butcher raised his skeletal hand, his expression heavy yet still bearing a bitter smile. Indeed, after leaving the academic building, Su Yi didn't head straight back to the villa, but went to the school treasury instead. According to the freshman competition rules, the tokens he'd collected on the battlefield could be exchanged for school points. Tokens a total of 15,000. He'd assumed it would be a 1-10 exchange, but unexpectedly, the school was generous, offering a 10-to-1 ratio. Instantly, Su Yi found himself holding a massive 150,000 points. Combined with points from previous challenges issued by overconfident freshmen, his account returned to its peak 200,000. Though the points were substantial, they were merely fleeting wealth. Su Yi barely hesitated before going Allen at the treasury window, spending every point on luminous powder. The last time he'd polished the ancient divine bell, it had devoured exactly 200,000 points worth of powder. This time would surely require no less. so he might as well buy everything at once to save return trips. Seeing his aggressive approach, the administrator nearly dropped the ledger. It's only been a month the gambling addict is back. Looking at the mountain of luminous powder, fine as silver sand, he grumbled internally. I need to report to the principal. Are we overissuing points again? Our luminous powder supply can't handle this. Carrying sacks of powder, Sui jogged back to the villa. The night wind whipped his face as his eyes reddened and his hands rubbed together excitedly. Time for the familiar routine. I have to fill this money pit called the ancient divine Belmy. Future showing off depends on it. With that, he poured all the luminous powder onto his desk, grabbed the palm-sized Vajra bell, closed his eyes, and got to work. Without any fancy techniques, he ground it like shucking corn powder flying everywhere, the bell humming and vibrating. Sui knew perfectly well. To awaken the ancient divine bell, he had to feed it 200,000 points worth, or even licking the powder wouldn't help. Night fell completely, and under the lamplight, only a thin layer of silver-gray dust remained on the desk, perhaps 5 grams at most. Sui licked his cracked lips and grinned wickedly. Based on last time's pattern, this should definitely work. He evenly spread the final pinch of powder on the bell's surface. Then, the Vajra bell remained just theta, completely unremarkable Vajra bell. Sui froze in place as deathly silence enveloped the study. He stared blankly at the bell for a full minute before suddenly exploding like an angry cat. Holy crap! I've got my pants down to my knees and this is what you show me? Where's the ancient divine bell? Where is it? Don't mess with me. Sui felt utterly dejected, staring at the small bell with his head hanging low. His heart had gone completely cold. It hadn't activated. This dealt him quite a blow. Something's not right here. He stroked his chin, trying hard to recall. Last time, 200,000 points worth of bright light powder had poured down and instantly activated this thing. Why didn't it work this time? He had a nagging feeling that the timing was still off, as if the bell's previous owner had invested massive amounts of bright light powder but ran out of funds before completing the refinement process, and he had simply picked up the leftovers. How much bright light powder did the previous owner actually use? Half. Probably even more. Sui covered his face and let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, his points were nearly depleted, leaving him with only one mission to earn more points. Just then his phone chimed. Ming Wanqiu, what are you doing? Sui, thinking about you. Ming Wanqiu, huh? Sui, our points. I'm out of points now. Send me your location so I can rob you for points. Ming Wanqiu. Sui, say something. Are you just sitting there ovulating, or what? Ming Wanqiu, talking to you is such a mood killer. I'm not contacting you for anything else. Check the University Alliance forum. Sui, what's wrong? Ming Wanqiu, you'll know when you see it. Puzzled, he switched to his browser and logged into the Huaxia University Alliance Forum, a comprehensive online hangout for college students nationwide. As soon as the page loaded, a row of bold headlines made his eyelids twitch. Shameless scoundrel Sui, you're absolutely despicable. Can't handle losing? Instead of fighting centaurs, he specifically targets freshmen. Sui, you're truly detestable. Report cheating. Sui ranked first? How is that possible? So embarrassing. First place has nearly 15,000 badges, while second place only has over 1,000? I'll just smile and say nothing. With so many people helping the 5-star general's children, how do they end up with 0 badges? Beyond arrogant, even dares to rob Rong Xiaorong. This is going too far. Unfair. This freshman competition is unfair. Not convinced. If you're so tough, let's compete in dungeon clearing. What a joke. If they have the guts, ban both dragons and phoenix. Let's see what Sui can brag about then. Posts flooded the screen like machine gun fire, but he nearly burst out laughing. On the battlefield, they were all scared to death. But back online, they became keyboard warriors. Even funnier was that every poster used ridiculous anonymous usernames. No one dared to use their real names. He closed his phone, too lazy to deal with these keyboard warriors. Points were what really mattered. Leaving the villa and walking through the tree-lined path, he headed straight for the cafeteria. It was peak dining time, with students gathering in groups of 3 to 5 around the entrance. Sui positioned himself there, spread his arms wide, and blocked the exit completely. This is a robbery, he thundered. Several newbies who had just emerged from battlefield dungeons instantly turned pale, their wails rising one after another. What are you doing? This isn't the battlefield. Why are you still robbing people? I don't have any badges left. Brother Sui, you're like a real brother to me, okay? Do you have battlefield PTSD or something? This is school. Hey, snap out of it. Sui coughed once, his expression unchanged. I'm a It's a points challenge match. I'm taking on all of you. Hurry up and put all your points on the line. I need points. Desperately, seriously, extremely desperately. He raised his hand, gesturing a number. Target, rob at least 300,000. Several freshmen immediately caught on, responding in unison. Got it, got it. They simply shoved their electronic cards into Sui's hands, casually keeping just a bit for living expenses. Just leave us enough points for meals. It was clearly point robbery, yet they insisted on following proper procedures. Cards offered up, points dutifully paid. Can't fight it, can't fight it. I'll give willingly. Seeing how sensible these people were, Sui nodded with satisfaction, his smile both cruel and pleased. Look at that, these freshmen are very rational and friendly. Watching university's academic culture is worth promoting. Having tasted success, he simply planted himself at the dormitory entrance and refused to leave. Whenever freshmen passed by, he'd flash his card reader with swift, practiced movements. Exceptions? None. Everyone handed over their points without even attempting a fight. Even students like Ming Wanqiu, who were usually tough, couldn't escape if he could rob them. He would. Su Yi's terrifying performance on the battlefield had already scared everyone senseless. However, some still refused to submit. Not just one or two, but a group over 10 members of the elite class resistance. They had only one goal: take down Su Yi and become the masters themselves. The resistance initially had over 40 members, but after Su Yi's killing spree on the inter-school battlefield, more than 30 were scared into quitting. Now only this small handful remained, led by Zhushi. Outside the cafeteria, Zhushi led his people in watching Su Yi's robbery operation from afar, the fury in his chest burning hotter by the minute. That despicable guy, acting lawlessly just because he has some strength. Someone with such corrupt character will never amount to anything. If I had his abilities, I'd definitely use them to help classmates, not kill people recklessly on the battlefield. If no one disciplines him, he'll be a menace to society too. I'm genuinely worried about the crime rate. Even the instructor protects him. Su Yi is so tyrannical, yet no one stops him. So infuriating. We can't even beat him truly. Good people die young, while disasters live for 1,000 years. Everyone chattered away, dumping all their grievances on Zhushi. Come up with a solution. The resistance lost dozens of people before we even started fighting. How can we achieve our great cause like this? Zhushi didn't respond, only revealing a cruel, bloodthirsty smile. The University Alliance Forum had already erupted into chaos, with overwhelming condemnation that failed to create even the slightest ripple. Su Yi continued doing exactly as he pleased. Zhushi understood clearly. Verbal attacks and moral blackmail were useless against Su Yi. Only real strength could make that guy bow his head. His eyes flashed as he suddenly turned away from the group and walked towards Su Yi alone. At that moment, Su Yi was busy swiping cards while freshmen formed a long line waiting to pay taxes. He didn't even bother looking up. Get in line, get in line. One at a time. Ha, Su Yi, you're too arrogant. Zhushi stepped in front of him. This was the first public challenge of the day. Su Yi finally stopped his movements and looked up in surprise. Zhushi. His fierce gaze swept up and down, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Are you drunk, or did you take the wrong medicine? Zhuxi's thin lips curved into a sinister grin. Su Yi, in 3 days, I challenge you to a fair and square points challenge match. As soon as Zhuxi spoke these words, not only was Su Yi stunned, but all the freshmen around them gasped in unison, staring at him as if he were completely insane. Everyone admired Zhuxi's audacity, but they simply couldn't understand his logic. While the points challenge wasn't deadly, and anyone could sign up, challenging Su Yi? Wasn't that just asking for a beating? Sure, he's got guts, but what's the point? Su Yi has 2 pets, a dragon and a phoenix. Either one could turn Zhuxi into dust in seconds. If you're really that brain dead, just check yourself into a hospital. Don't delay treatment. Might as well just hand over the points to Su Yi and save some dignity. The chatter rose and fell as everyone unanimously sentenced Zhuxi to death by ant trying to shake a tree. After all, he was only level 22, while Su Yi's dragon alone was level 30. The gap was painfully obvious. Even if he talked a big game, he couldn't take down Su Yi. Su Yi picked at his ear and sneered coldly. Fine, I'll accept your challenge. But why does it have to be 3 days from now? He directly exposed the flaw in Zhuxi's words. If you want to fight, then fight. What's with this 3 days later nonsense? What? Did you calculate that you'll get lucky that day? Only then did the watching freshmen realize you could schedule points challenges? Weren't they supposed to happen immediately? Zhuxi's expression stiffened slightly, but he stopped beating around the bush and answered frankly. In 3 days, I'll obtain a skill book specifically designed to counter you. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, studying him with amusement. A skill book? Illusionists have something that can counter summoners. Before Su Yi burst onto the scene, summoners were considered trash. What counter strategies could there be? Tisk, looks like Zhuxi really has prepared something. I'll start taking bets once the skill book is revealed. Under everyone's scrutiny, Zhuxi raised his voice and announced. I might as well tell you all that book is what every illusionist dreams of, on the same level as the Chi Masters, planetary devastation. Enter the illusion realm. The surroundings fell instantly silent, then erupted the next moment. Enter the illusion realm. This skill was incredibly rare. Legend had it that once an opponent was trapped inside, they became a sitting duck. The longer time dragged on, the more advantageous it became for the illusionist, as mental lashes came wave after wave with nowhere to escape. The illusionist could continuously inflict mental lashes upon their enemy, disrupting the enemy's focus, causing their skills to either miss their mark or hit the wrong targets entirely. Once an illusionist's abilities take deep effect on an opponent, those with weaker mental resistance may even experience severe hallucinations, seeing the illusionist transform instantly into their most beloved person, who could bring themselves to harm someone they love. With such cunning and extraordinary methods, illusionists consistently rank at the top in unknown combat among all professions, enough to give anyone a headache. And now, Zhujushi was about to acquire Enter the Illusion Realm, which was simply heaven-defying. This skill could forcibly drag a designated enemy into an independent space and engage in battle within that realm, meaning Su-Yi would be forced to separate from his two battle pets, with the pets remaining in reality while Su-Yi and Zhujushi fought in another dimension. Without his battle pets, how much fighting power could Su-Yi have left? This was true unknown domination. As soon as the news broke, all the freshmen instantly flooded the screen with likes for Zhujushi. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Finally, someone has a way to counter Su-Yi. Their long-suppressed emotions burst forth like floodwaters breaking through a dam, and they stood in the cafeteria hallway cheering in unison. Awesome. Awesome. Won't ever would have imagined Zhujushi could learn such a skill. Haha. Su-Yi, let's see how arrogant you can be now. I can't wait to see Zhujushi pin him to the ground and beat him since so damn satisfying. The showdown is in 3 days. Does Su-Yi dare to accept? According to school rules, Su-Yi had no right to refuse and had to give an answer on the spot. Damn. Finally someone can deal with this lawless guy. Goes Zhujushi. Give all our anger back to that bastard Su-Yi. The freshman who had been respectfully deferential to Su-Yi just moments before now switched sides with ruthless efficiency, their cheering and rallying cries nearly lifting the roof. Zhujushi raised his chin, looking down at Su-Yi with contempt, his eyes seeming to say, "This is how people's hearts work. Can you do the same, Su-Yi?" Su-Yi's gaze was profound, looking towards Zhujushi as if piercing through wind and snow, his voice low and hoarse yet clear. "So you're planning to separate me from my two battle pets and take me on alone, is that it?" Zhujushi's lips curved into a cold, mocking smile. "Exactly. What can you do about it?" Su-Yi suddenly threw back his head and laughed. "I'm so scared. But I have no choice but to accept the challenge. How many points are you betting?" 100,000. Zhujushi's tone was ice cold. "My entire group is all in, just to completely drain you. If you dare steal freshmen again in the future, I'll beat you down just the same." Hearing this, Su-Yi secretly rejoiced. Points delivered right to my doorstep, it would be foolish not to take them. He immediately responded. "In 3 days, I, Su-Yi, accept your challenge." "Overestimating yourself," Zhujushi snorted. "Without your battle pets, let's see what you'll fight me with." With those words, he turned and left amid thunderous cheers, his steps so confident as if victory was already assured. The freshmen were so excited they wished they could set off fireworks to celebrate early, feeling that finally someone could deal with Su-Yi more satisfying than New Year's. However, the next second, Su-Yi's deafening roar echoed from the cafeteria entrance. "What are you freshmen getting cocky about? For these 3 days, I'm still the campus tyrant. I'm still your daddy. All of you get over here. This is a robbery." Ever since Zhujushi revealed his trump card and challenged Su-Yi, the news spread through Huaqing University's freshman group chat like a drop of water hitting hot oil, causing an instant explosion. Even upperclassmen quickly caught wind of it. While the seniors showed limited interest in the duel itself, they were thrilled by the betting pool the freshmen had set up, eagerly spending their points to place wagers. The latest odds displayed on the big screen showed Zhujushi wins, 1-to-1 odds. Su-Yi wins, 1-to-100 odds. The stark numbers sent chills down many students' spines. Both freshmen and upperclassmen heavily favored Zhujushi. Their reasoning was brutally simple. Zhujushi possessed Inter-Illusion Realm, a perfect counter to Summoner Su-Yi. Once the skill activated, Su-Yi would instantly lose both his battle pet's assistance, while Zhujushi remained completely unaffected, making victory seem inevitable. "It's a sure thing, guaranteed win. Even with low odds. I'm going all in." Shouts echoed around the playground as points poured into Zhujushi's column like flowing water. Even Ming Wanqiu confidently bet 10,000 points, declaring Su-Yi's certain defeat. Without his battle pets, Su-Yi is nothing. However, among all the bettors, 2 people remained clear-headed. The first was Niu Benben. Since voluntarily dropping out of the elite class and no longer having to face Su-Yi daily, he could finally sleep peacefully. Upon hearing that Zhujushi was using Inter-Illusion Realm to challenge Su-Yi, he merely snorted coldly. How could someone like you, Zhujushi, possibly measure up to a summoner capable of controlling divine-grade battle pets? Without hesitation, he bet all 9,000 of his points on Su-Yi's victory. Mocking laughter immediately overwhelmed him. "Are you stupid? Can't you see how this will go? Zhujushi's guaranteed to win. The school allows bet withdrawals. Regret it while you still can." Niu Benben remained unmoved, responding with just one phrase. "We'll see." The second clear-headed person was Su-Yi himself. "I have to go all in." He placed all his points on himself, Let him separate me from my battle pets? I'll give him quite the surprise. With betting closed, everyone awaited the showdown in 3 days. Su-yi simply skipped classes, shouldered his pack, and headed straight to the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts. When Zhushi heard about this, he coolly dismissed it with 4 words, futile struggling. Having been in the capital for so long, this was Su-yi's first time leaving the Huaxia campus alone. Consulting his map, he first headed to the transit hub where buses departed for wilderness fortress outposts, serving the same function as the Jiangxing routes, specifically transporting adventurers for combat missions. After boarding, he chose a window seat. The vehicle hadn't been swaying long before a couple in the adjacent seats began arguing loudly, with the woman berating her husband's worthless career at every opportunity. Everyone else drives cars, but you make me squeeze onto public buses. I must have been blind to marry a loser like you. Other people wear gold and silver, living the good life, but what kind of existence are you giving me? You think no one would want me if I divorced you? Just wait and see. As the woman grew more agitated, she looked around seeking support. Su-yi couldn't stand listening anymore and pulled out some cotton to plug his ears. Unexpectedly, the woman suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Su-yi turned his head what was going on. The woman looked smug, batting her peach blossom eyes. Don't I look beautiful? Su-yi had to admit that this woman in her 30s was indeed quite attractive, with light pink lipstick, curly hair cascading over her shoulders, and a well-maintained figure, a typical, perfect candidate for a one-night stand. Su-yi glanced up at her and asked calmly, "What do you want?" He knew better than to flirt with her, especially with her husband standing right there. The woman shot a playful glance at her husband, then leaned closer and lowered her voice. "What if I divorce him and be with you instead? Tempting, isn't it?" Su-yi narrowed his eyes with a faint smile. "Yeah, I'm tempted." Getting the answer she wanted, the woman immediately turned to her husband and snapped viciously, "See, who's the unwanted one now?" The man's face darkened, ready to lash out at Su-yi. But Su-yi's next words completely flipped the situation. "I'm tempted to kill." The air fell silent. The woman froze. The man's eyes lit up. "Brother, I'm definitely making friends with you." Su-yi smirked and unleashed a barrage of cutting remarks. "You really think you're some beauty? Flat chest, no curves, barely an acuprediculous. You're 35 or 36, throwing yourself at every handsome guy you see. What are you, a firefighter? Putting out fires wherever you see them? If you went to a temple with 200 monks, you'd probably make them all break their vows. How shameless can you get?" The woman's face turned red with anger. "Honey, he's bullying me." The man winced at the harsh words and muttered quietly, "Brother, that's a bit much. And you're pathetic too, insisting on hanging yourself from this one tree. There are millions of good women out there, but you chose this piece of work. You deserve it." Su-yi showed no mercy. "You." The man finally lost his temper, rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to fight. Su-yi calmly revealed his battle pet. "Take a good look, combat profession. Don't try to be a hero. Step aside." The man shrank back. "Oh, okay." Seeing this, the woman's attitude instantly softened, and she smiled obsequiously. "Little brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Don't be angry." Su-yi snorted coldly. "Smart of you both. Now go live your lives properly." He then looked up and sighed dramatically. "Ah, I've saved another family. I'm such a good person." Soon, they reached the transit hub. Su-yi grabbed his backpack and boarded the bus heading to the wilderness. The capital was indeed the capital. There were so many adventurers, it was frightening. The bus was packed beyond capacity, with people even crowding on the roof. If flying weren't prohibited in the city, he wouldn't want to be squeezed like sardines with a bunch of rough men, the mix of sweat and blood creating a nauseating stench. After a bumpy ride, they finally reached the wilderness outskirts. Following his battle map, Su-yi headed straight for the level 1015 training area, place almost devoid of other adventurers because the materials dropped by the beasts here weren't valuable. Among the rolling yellow hills, shadow wasps flew back and forth at low altitude. About a meter long, they had spider-like upper bodies and lower sections ending in poisonous green stingers, with green carapaces decorated with circular yellow patterns. Their health and attack power were negligible standard weaklings. Su-yi raised his hand and summoned his pet, Whirl Shell Turtle, then set Crimson Full Moon to patrol mode, quickly programming the command. "Attack any beast you see and reduce their health to minimum." After finishing, he added, "Whirl Shell Turtle finishes them off." The Whirl Shell Turtle attacked painfully slowly, taking a full minute to kill one shadow wasp, a complete waste of time. So Su-yi simply let Crimson Full Moon do the heavy lifting, weakening the enemies before letting the turtle deliver the final blow. He turned off experience sharing, feeding everything to the Whirl Shell Turtle. In the blink of an eye, Crimson Full Moon followed orders, darting around and slashing the shadow wasps down to critical health with precise strikes. Su-yi kept urging the Whirl Shell Turtle, "Bite it. Just one last bite." Ding. Your Whirl Shell Turtle gained 100 experience. Ding. Your Whirl Shell Turtle killed a beast, gained 10 defense points, gained 10 health points. Incredible. Su-yi watched the turtle's stats jump up and down, his eyes full of envy. The classic of mountains and seas system was simply unreasonable. He took a deep breath, raised his wrist device, and shouted at his pets. Keep going. Don't stop. Move faster. As the leveling continued, Xiangwei successfully climbed to level 11, with its defense and health each skyrocketing by 500 points on the status panel. Su Yi stared at the data, feeling his scalp tingle. This improvement rate was absolutely insane. A single level boost of this magnitude would make countless tank profession job changers who prided themselves on their tankiness want to crawl into a hole from shame. Without exaggeration, if Xuangui's passive bonuses were stuffed into another professional skill slot, they'd probably immediately drop to their knees and sweetly call him daddy. You're not just a Xiangwei, you're a walking blood tank. Su Yi couldn't help but pat the shell while showering it with praise. However, reason reminded him that even if Xiangwei became so tough in the future that even gods couldn't crack its shell, its current damage output remained pathetically low. Leveling only increased attack by 5 points, bringing the total attack to just 20 points, which would merely tickle the current fierce beasts. Fortunately, he had the classic of mountains and seas as his cheat, and with Xiangwei delivering all the final blows, experience poured in steadily, so there was no worry about growth potential. Focus on cultivation, just go for it. His heart burned with excitement. Moreover, he could simultaneously absorb 1/10 of Xuangui's attributes. The tougher Xiangwei became, the tougher he became. What man could resist such rock-hard temptation? Level up, level up. Su Yi waved his hand and continued deeper into the wilderness with Xiangwei. A day later, Xiangwei reached level 13, with defense and health each surging by another terrifying 4,000 points. Su Yi gasped, feeling like he was personally raising a monster. The attribute growth was jaw-dropping. For any tank profession, this was a dimensional crushing. Forget about dominating. Even face-slapping seemed too light. If measured by the 5-star jaw change system, Xiangwei completely broke the scale. Su Yi unhesitatingly gave it a full 10 stars. But if Xiangwei had to grind monsters on its own, it would probably still be stuck at level 11, which perfectly demonstrated its inadequate damage output. The next day, Su Yi continued wandering the wilderness outskirts with Xiangwei. Just as he pushed Xiangwei to level 14, he suddenly heard urgent footsteps behind him. This low-level area rarely sees high school seniors before the college entrance exam, he thought, stopping and slowly turning around. 3 men emerged side by side from the shadows of the bushes. The first looked sinister and ruthless, the second radiated fierce hostility, and the third appeared extremely enraged. Every face clearly showed they came with ill intentions. With no one else around, their target was undoubtedly Su Yi. You're Su Yi, right? The leading man stepped forward. This person had a stern, cold appearance, standing immovable like a mountain, his entire presence like a continuous mountain range bearing down, his gaze deep and cold, firmly locked onto Su Yi. Su Yi swept him with a sharp glance and replied coolly. How do you want me to answer? If I am Su Yi, you're ready to make your move. If I'm not Su Yi, you'd miss the show. Stop beating around the bush and speak directly. The man clearly hadn't expected such a sharp retort and nearly lost his temper on the spot. His eyes seemed to reflect depths as profound as towering mountains. I'm afraid of killing the wrong person, so naturally, I need to ask. Su Yi sneered. How fucking unprofessional. Being a killer means you'd rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one target escape. Without that kind of resolve, you dare come out to kill people. You, the man's sinister expression shifted slightly as he took a deep breath and said in disbelief. You actually make a good point. Su Yi spoke in the tone of someone scolding a misbehaving child, his voice flat. Right? According to the usual underworld playbook, this is where you're supposed to beg for mercy and plead your case. Like hell I'll plead. The man cursed, snorting coldly. I take people's money. I do their dirty work. Whose dirty work? Don't you know? Su Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. I have too many enemies. Give me a hint so I can decide whether to dismember you or leave your corpse intact. Just you? Some worthless summoner? The man sneered. Know your place. We're here on behalf of Japan and Korea to take your miserable life. Hearing Japan and Korea, Su Yi's expression turned ice cold, his tone carrying mocking arrogance. What's the rush? I'll deliver myself to their doorstep in 2 months anyway. But for traitorous lapdogs like you, dismemberment would be too merciful. Prepare to be ground to dust. As soon as he finished speaking, the man burst into wild laughter. Summoner, I don't know how you killed Park Il-seng and the others, but your arrogance perfectly proves that saying humility is based on strength, arrogance on incompetence. Is that so? A cold gleam flashed in Su Yi's eyes. I'll return those exact words to you after you're dead. He raised his hand and pointed Candle Dragon. Phoenix, come forth. Whoosh. A fierce wind erupted from nowhere. In the next instant, the Candle Dragon coiled through the air wreathed in lightning, its thunderous radiance tearing through the night. The phoenix soared skyward with spread wings, its flaming feathers painting the sky a brilliant ocean of fire, the very air warping from the heat. As the 2 battle pets descended, the 3 assassins froze like statues. One's legs gave out as he collapsed with a thud. The leader's face melted like glass under the interplay of lightning and flame, his features nearly exploding. The summoner he thought he could crush had actually summoned legendary dragons and phoenixes. No, it's an illusion. This must be an illusion. The man's throat bobbed as cold sweat poured down, his chest feeling flooded with arctic air. Su Yi's eyes, deep as an abyss, gleamed with mockery. A level 30 weapon warrior, a level 29 swordsman, a level 29 assassin, and you dare call this lineup luxurious in front of me? Pathetic. Even if it's an illusion, it can still kill you. His arm fell. Kill these dogs serving Japan and Korea, these eye-soiling trash. These shameless scum. The command was instantly obeyed. The candle dragon's electric tail swept across, its thunderous blade cleaving the warrior and his shield into charcoal. The phoenix opened its beak and breathed flames, reducing the swordsman to ashes before his screams lasted half a breath. The remaining assassin was extremely agile, instantly activating stealth to flee. Su Yi sneered, "Wanna run?" Spinning turtle taunt. Heavy turtle shell shot through the air, the skill's aura locking onto the assassin. The figure about to vanish suddenly froze, forcibly dragged from the shadows and stumbling toward the turtle like a puppet. The assassin's face turned deathly pale, his voice trembling. "This is impossible. Why does taunt work on humans too? Damn it, this is insane." That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.